while other children at age 10 were enjoying delicacies or being cared for by nannies. I was thrown by my own father into the blood-filled hell on earth known as Eternal Night Path. Just when he thought I wouldn't survive 3 days. Not only did I survive, but I also spent 3 years to become the ruler of the path of greed. By the age of 14 I stood undefeated among 100 criminals. All because, on the brink of death, I acquired the legendary ultimate weapon, the Demon Blade 1000 Blades. With this demon blade I killed countless people and even used it to escape from the Eternal Night Path. However, just when I wanted to find my father to seek revenge, a man appeared telling me, "Brother, our father had no choice, now use all your power to defeat me." At that moment the young man holding a long sword threw the object tightly wrapped in burlap into the arms of the tall thin man and coldly said, "Payment." The tall thin man nodded, holding the spherical object in one hand and leisurely untying the knot with the other. Under the moonlight a bloody head startlingly appeared before everyone. The tall thin man then spoke, "Boss, the goods are fine." The middle-aged man nodded and ordered someone to give money to the young man in front of him. The young man caught the bag containing his payment, weighed it in his hand, and after confirming it was all there, he turned and left. Watching the young man's silhouette disappear into the dark, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly, as if pondering something. "Do you have his detailed information?" Upon hearing this, the tall thin man shook his head and continued, "I heard he's called Feiyu, ranked 8th on the assassins list and only 16 years old." An hour later, in a somewhat secluded rental house, a young man drenched in water gently pushed open the door. Just as he relaxed, he suddenly clenched his teeth and a strange fleeting crimson flashed in his eyes. Soon Feiyu's breath steadied, he stood upright and picked up the long sword beside him. Images of the Eternal Night Path flashed through his mind, then he continued to gaze at the sword that had saved his life countless times, it had also taken it just as many. The shards of the Demon Blade 1000 Blades contained an extremely powerful demonic aura which could affect Feiyu's sanity if not nourished by spirit stones. With this thought, he soon fell asleep. The next day Feiyu gathered his belongings and headed to the Spirit Ability Academy. Upon arriving at the classroom, Feiyu's presence once again drew the attention of his classmates. Look, this guy brought his sword again, careful, he might kill you with it." The voices of discussion rose and fell. As usual, Feiyu found his seat and sat down. However, shortly after sitting down, a voice came, "Feiyu, why did you bring that broken sword again? Can't you be serious?" The speaker was named Tang San. Seeing I paid no heed, the two lackeys standing behind him raised their fists large as sandbags and attacked Feiyu. "So you don't drink a toast, only a forfeit, huh?" Seeing this, Feiyu's eyes suddenly widened and he swiftly struck out with his right arm. The lackey rolled on the ground several times before finally stopping beside a pile of debris. Tang San, seeing his lackey humiliated on the spot, raised his fist to strike at Feiyu. Feiyu swiftly turned his head, a cold light emanating from his slightly open eyelids, causing the fist aimed at his face to stop mid-air. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence and a middle-aged man in a suit and glasses walked in. "What is going on here?" This man was their teacher Li Dao, who said, "It's time to start awakening talents, stop this nonsense." Hearing this, Tang San confidently walked forward, suddenly radiating a bright light. The device began to change its readings of spiritual power, eventually displaying the words, S-Class Talent, Vine Spiritual Power 65. Seeing this, Li Dao was so startled that he stood up and even the pen in his hand for taking notes fell to the ground. Then Tang San came up to Feiyu smiling, "How about that? Haven't seen an S-Class before, have you?" Hearing this, I ignored him, looking at him seriously. Soon it was my turn and I placed my hand down. Inside the device a sphere of light continuously rotated. Finally, a purple column of light shot towards the ceiling and then the device, harder than stone, shattered. After the instrument shattered, Li Dao was initially stunned and then quickly snapped back to reality. "Wait here for a moment," he said, and then dashed out of the classroom. "What the heck, the instrument actually broke? You've got to be kidding me. Could it be that Feiyu's talent is so monstrous that even the instrument couldn't withstand it?" The students began to murmur among themselves after hearing the teacher mention the talent, although they didn't know what exactly Feiyu's talent was. But hearing that it was a weapon-related talent with a spiritual power value of 84, they speculated that Feiyu's talent level must be extremely high. Feiyu stood on the stage almost expressionless while the students below continued to discuss what kind of talent Feiyu might possess. After all, there weren't many who could render an awakening instrument useless. As Tang San listened to the idle chatter of his classmates behind him, his face grew increasingly unsightly. First, Xiao Yan was already annoying enough and now even this mute. "Principal, just let me use it for a moment." Note this instrument is very precious, you can't. Suddenly, a slight commotion outside the door interrupted his thoughts. Li Dao rushed in, holding an instrument of the same size but colored blue in his arms, followed by a middle-aged man who was chubby and wore glasses. "Hello, Principal Wang." The students instantly stood up, concerned about his image in front of the students. Principal Wang quickly loosened his grip on Li Dao's hands. He smoothed his few elegant strands of hair and awkwardly greeted "Hello, students." Then his gaze settled on Li Dao. "If you want to borrow it, just borrow it, no need to make such a fuss." Li Dao was speechless. "Feiyu, try this one." Li Dao placed the instrument in front of Feiyu. Feiyu nodded and placed his hand on it. Standing by, Principal Wang frowned, muttering under his breath, "It's just an awakening, why not use a regular awakening instrument?" Although his voice was low, it was still heard by some students nearby. One of them quietly reminded Principal the previous instrument broke. What? Principal Wang hadn't heard clearly. The student was also puzzled. Hadn't Teacher Li informed the principal that there were 2 students with S-grade talents in the class? Just then Li Dao's excited voice suddenly rang out. SS-grade talent, spiritual power value 85. As his voice fell, the whole class erupted, everyone's eyes wide with shock. Damn, I didn't expect this guy to actually have an SS-grade talent. How are we supposed to live with this? My goodness, an SS-grade talent, probably the only one in our Jiangnan city. Yeah, such a talent, even in the entire Dragon Nation, is an explosive presence. Some students were filled with envy. Meanwhile, Tang San's pupils shrunk and he slumped weakly in his seat. How could this be? I've taken so many spirit medicines since I was young to build a good foundation. Why does this guy and nobody get to awaken an SS-grade talent? A murmuring voice of grievance rose from his lips, yet at that moment all eyes were fixated on Feiyu. Principal Wang was beaming with joy, having guessed that Li Dao had brought out his awakening device because a genius had emerged. He would have hurried over with the device himself without being asked. Furthermore, he had learned from other students that not just 1 but 3 geniuses had appeared in Li Dao's class, which thrilled him even more. He approached Feiyu with a smile and said, "Could you show me the ability you've awakened? Even as the principal, I am curious to see what sort of power an SS-grade talent possesses. After all, no one with an SS-grade talent has ever emerged in my school." The others also turned their curious gazes towards Feiyu. Oddly, the awakening device had not displayed Feiyu's type of talent. Feiyu remained silent, his mind stirring, and summoned a weapon, a handle with only half of its blade with several shards floating in front of it. Not only Principal Wang but also Li Dao furrowed their brows at this sight. Could it be that the weapon of an SS-grade talent was merely a broken handle? The students below watched quietly as they felt they had no right to judge an SS-grade talent, especially since Feiyu was already seen as a loner in their eyes. Tang San, observing from below, couldn't help but smirk slightly to himself, murmuring, "So what if he is an SS-grade talent? What use is a broken blade? It seems the heavens are still on my side." Knowing now that Feiyu's talent involved a broken blade, Tang San felt much more at ease. In this world, having talent alone isn't enough. It also matters what type of ability one awakens. Even without an S-grade talent, someone with a more advantageous awakening could still be formidable. Conversely, the worst talents could practice endlessly with little to show for it. In Tang San's view, Feiyu with his broken blade might at best be a mascot. With this thought, his spirits lifted. A look of pity flashed in Principal Wang's eyes. To spare Feiyu's feelings, he gently patted Feiyu's shoulder and asked softly, "Child, what is your name?" Looking at the somewhat balding man before him, Feiyu remained expressionless, but he knew that perhaps this principal might have information about the whereabouts of Feishing. "Feiyu," he responded softly. At the sound of this name, a barely perceptible flicker passed through Principal Wang's eyes, which he quickly masked. "Feiyu, what a good name," he said, then quickly glanced at Li Dao before slowly walking out of the classroom. Li Dao was taken aback as he had never seen Principal Wang act so strangely during his tenure. "Classmates, the awakening process has now concluded. Those of you with talents may stay behind to continue your training. Once you reach the 3rd tier, you will move on to the next academy for further studies. As for those..." At this point, Li Dao paused and glanced at the students without the talent for cultivation, sighing softly. These students lowered their heads, too ashamed to look towards the lectern. They knew that once they stepped out of this academy today, they would permanently sever their ties with the path of cultivation and become ordinary workers trapped in a mundane cycle of a meager wage-earning life. "Even though you will no longer be my students, I still hope you can make something of yourselves out there. Additionally, the school will be closed for 5 days. That's all for today, class dismissed." As his words ended, Li Dao quickly packed up his things and rushed out of the classroom, heading straight for the principal's office. The students without cultivation talent didn't say a word, just quietly packed their belongings, knowing that from this moment on, they no longer had any connection with their talented classmates. Meanwhile, Feiyu picked up his cherished blade again, ready to leave the classroom. During the awakening, he realized his talent was not as straightforward as it seemed. He needed to return home quickly to figure out what was really going on. As he passed by Tang San, an unpleasant voice suddenly broke the silence. I thought you were something special, but it turns out your weapon is just a broken sword. An SS grade talent means nothing if your weapon is trash. Right, Jixiang. However, before he could finish, Tang San saw a handprint becoming increasingly visible and clear. In the blink of an eye, a hand firmly grasped his entire face. Bang! With a series of cracking sounds, a head was smashed into the wooden desk. Silence. The classroom was as quiet as death. Everyone stopped what they were doing and quietly watched the scene unfold. No one dared to make a sound. Honestly, it was the first time they had seen Feiyu make a move, and they never expected him to be so ruthless. His actions were swift and decisive, his aura alone enough to deter everyone present. Even Xiao Yan, who was standing behind, looked at him with a gaze full of shock. As far as he could remember, Feiyu had been a loner at the academy, barely speaking to anyone except during Li Dao's classes, almost as if living in his own world. But today's Feiyu was different. Let go. Let me go, shouted Tang San, his head stuck in the desk, struggling loudly. Feiyu's eyes narrowed and he yanked him out, followed by a swift kick to Tang San's abdomen. Boom, crash, the same spot, the same fate. Tang San, his face covered in blood, quickly crawled out from a pile of debris. His eyes seemed to wish they could devour Feiyu whole. He bellowed furiously, Feiyu, you dare to hurt me? Just wait, my father will never let you off. Amidst his angry curses, Tang San, clutching his stomach, scurried out of the classroom in a sorry state. Having learned the art of killing from a young age, Tang San had reached a level where he could deliver a deadly blow if the difference in skill between him and his opponent wasn't too great. Assassins, when carrying out their missions, often only get one chance, thus, it is imperative to seize the target's life within one move. Feiyu's strike on Tang San was already merciful, otherwise Tang San would have already been a corpse by now. Feiyu scanned around the classroom, and the sheer intimidation made the other students immediately bow their heads and busy themselves with their belongings. With an SS-level talent and a spiritual power rating of 85-inch, even though his weapon was just a shabby knife, even the foolish could tell that Feiyu's move was eerily similar to the lethal maneuvers seen on TV, ruthless and decisive. These traits seemed to pry open the mystery of Feiyu's origins. Finally, Feiyu's gaze landed on Xiaoyan not far away. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, he picked up his knife and walked out of the classroom. Throughout the whole process, no one dared to utter a word. All that could be heard was the rustling of students tidying up their belongings. In the principal's office, Principal Wang sat in his chair holding Feiyu's file, his face marked by a grave expression. Li Dao stood quietly by the side, waiting. The atmosphere in the office felt heavy. Finally, Principal Wang put down the file and took a deep breath. Feiyu, 16 years old, a year ago you arranged a free school entry for him. Is that correct? Li Dao nodded with some confusion. Yes, that's right. What about it? Principal Wang slightly nodded, his expression still grave. Do you know of his origins? Li Dao replied, the boy was someone I found outside. He seems to remember nothing but his own name. He remembers nothing else. Principal Wang slowly stood up and walked to the Venetian blinds, pondering for a while before speaking softly. Teacher Li, do you still recall Fei Xing? After leaving the school, Feiyu returned to his rental room. Old and secluded, the small house was barely lit. One could say the environment was almost the worst possible, yet it was precisely such an environment that gave Feiyu the greatest sense of security. After eating some simple food, Feiyu sat on the sofa, still holding the magic knife. After examining it carefully, he remembered the weapon he had awakened today. With a thought, he summoned the knife handle. The moment the handle appeared, the magic knife in his hand also began to tremble violently. Suddenly, a burning sensation surged through Feiyu's chest. He took off his shirt, revealing his strong, muscular torso. Under the light, one could see his body was covered with numerous scars, both large and small. It's hard to imagine what he had been through before. What kind of environment had shaped a 16-year-old assassin? A fragment on his chest emitted a faint purple glow. However, this time, the fragment did not spread as it sat on his chest, merely glowing. A broken hilt, the chest fragment, and the magical blade, thousand blades, in his hand. Suddenly, Feiyu seemed to understand something. With a broad wave of his hand, the system panel appeared again. Name, Feiyu. Age, 16. Talent, SS grade weapon type, broken hilt, thousand blades, to be fused. spiritual power, 85 level, not yet first tier. After seeing his own data, Feiyu naturally understood what the broken hilt was about. The fragment of 1,000 blades saved his life after being pierced through the chest by flying star. Although it sometimes brought him pain, it also granted him immense power, enabling him to easily complete tasks on the dark web. Coupled with a year of nourishing the chest fragment, the piece of the magical blade had already changed his body internally. It could be said that the broken hilt was a derivative of that fragment, if it really could be fused. Thinking this, Feiyu pressed the fusion button on the system panel. Instantaneously, the hilt underwent a drastic transformation. The entire shape of the hilt suddenly liquefied into a drop of liquid. A storm of energy immediately filled the entire room. The 1,000 blades placed aside also suddenly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was at the position of the hilt, and the liquid began to rapidly fuse with the 1,000 blades, completing the missing fragment at the end of the blade. The chest fragment also seemed much more settled. As the energy storm subsided, calm returned to the surroundings, as if nothing had happened. Feiyu waved through the air and the 1,000 blades appeared impressively in his hand. Feiyu understood that now the 1,000 blades had become one with him. This way it saved the trouble of carrying a blade. At least when he went out, it wouldn't draw others' attention. Name: Feiyu. Age: 16. Talent: SS grade weapon type. 1,000 blades. Spiritual power: 85 level, not yet first tier. Fusion obtained. Additional ability: Devour. Note: by killing warriors or beasts, the 1,000 blades can devour residual spiritual power to increase the level. When he saw this piece of information, Feiyu was slightly startled. This meant that he no longer needed to painfully cultivate to obtain spiritual power, and his profession was precisely that of an assassin. And what is an assassin if not a killer? Ding dong! The sound of the phone interrupted Feiyu's thoughts. He glanced at the message in the group chat. It was a cultivation document sent by Li Dao in the group. After hesitating for a while, Feiyu finally put down the phone. Perhaps before he might have needed it, but now he had the devouring ability of the 1,000 blades. Besides, he didn't have much time to cultivate. After all, his departure from the Eternal Night Path was to find the whereabouts of Flying Star. With this thought, he picked up the notebook from the sofa and accessed the dark web again. Seeing that his rank had dropped to 9th place, Feiyu's expression changed slightly. Hidden within the dark web was a network known as Heaven's Net, reputed to be able to find anyone. Years ago, Feiyu had risked his life to climb into the top 10 just to find out about Feishing's whereabouts. The only answer Heaven's Net gave him was 2 words: spirit ability. Spirit ability referred to the academy Feiyu was currently attending. That's why a year ago he was picked up by Li Dao. However, during his time at the academy, he found no information about Feishing. To continue seeking information on the dark web, he needed to upgrade his assassin level, which depended on the completion and difficulty of missions. After browsing the dark web, Feiyu's eyes finally landed on a bounty list. Name: Li Chang. Gender: male. Age: 54. Occupation: boss of a certain group. Location: Jiangnan City. Fantu District. Level: half step into the first stage of a martial artist. Bounty: 20 spirit stones or 200,000. Feiyu took the job. Another message popped up on the dark web. Note: the client requests a face-to-face transaction. Face-to-face, like the last time? Feiyu muttered to himself, thankful for the 5 days of school holidays. This time would be enough to complete a few missions. Then he could seek out the principal of the Spirit Ability Academy and perhaps learn of Feishing's whereabouts from him. After all, he couldn't afford to waste more time at the academy. Feiyu redressed in his purple robe and put on his hood. With a creak, he stepped out of the rental. It was deep into the night outside. A strong wind was blowing. Hands in his pockets, Feiyu walked slowly down the street. Despite the night's lively lights and colors, he seemed utterly out of place. But none of that mattered to him. He took out his phone from his bag, opened the navigation app and headed towards his final destination, the hospital entrance. Tang San, who had just had his wounds dressed, sat in the car, his face seething with anger. The day's events at the academy replayed in his mind like a TV drama, fueling his growing rage. Feiyu, you damn guy. To dare to hit me in front of so many people, and thankfully Xiao Wu didn't see it. I will settle this score with you sooner or later. Here, young master, here are your medicines. A young man approached, carrying some medicines for treating wounds. He was not old, with somewhat long hair, thin and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. It was the tall, thin man who had met Feiyu on a rainy night before, only now he wasn't in his usual attire but dressed in casual overalls. Tang San also referred to him as Brother Cohen. After Brother Cohen got into the car, Tang San shared everything that had happened at the academy that day. After a long pause. If my father finds out I was beaten like this, he will surely punish me, worse, he might even freeze my funds. Koen, you really have to help me with this. After hearing this, Koen's gaze turned grave, his brows slightly furrowed. Young master, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that I'm really tied up right now. A few days ago, Tang San's father had him look on the dark web for traces of that assassin Chi from the other night. After several days, there's still no sign of him. His father is already having trouble explaining things. Reluctantly, they had to post a bounty task on the dark web to lure him out. When it's time to send Tang San back, I also need to go to the meeting place to see if I can persuade that dark web assassin to work for us. Tang San's face showed displeasure, considering the way Fei Yu acted that day. Even if Fei Yu is not a martial artist now, he must at least be a trained fighter. Although I have an S-level talent, I haven't started training yet. To put it bluntly, I'm just an ordinary person who has awakened a bit stronger talent. Kun, I've always treated you well, can't you help me with this little thing? If my father finds out about you and his mistress. Koen quickly interrupted him. Young master, stop there. All right, I'll help you. Hearing this, Tang San's expression softened a bit as he placed his hand on Koen's shoulder. I knew Koen would be loyal. Koen, feeling helpless, and massaged his temples and said, but before that you need to come with me somewhere. Where? Tang San asked curiously. You'll see. Koen signaled the driver with a glance. As the car's tail lights rose, the vehicle gradually disappeared into the night. In the flip garden, Community Fei Yu sneaked in under the cover of darkness. Although he hasn't yet become a first-tier martial artist, he already possesses the skills to kill, not to mention the power given by the magical blade Shenrun. With a few light jumps, a figure swiftly flashed across the rooftops under the moonlight. Hey, I think I just saw a shadow. A shadow? With your 800-degree myopia you can see a shadow. Exactly, if you can see with that kind of myopia, then are our eyes just for show? Come on, I bought some roast chickens, how about we drink a few? Would drink what, we're on duty tonight. Tisk, the power's out, who's going to care? Inside the community, several security guards chatted with their flashlights on. Since the community was experiencing a power outage tonight, even one of the guards rubbed his eyes, believing he must have seen wrong. Saying this, they headed towards the security room. But unnoticed by anyone, a figure quietly opened a balcony door and slipped inside. In the room, "Aw, Mr. Lee, please, it's getting late, I should go back now." A tall woman with a D-cup size and a face flushed red like a ripe apple was there. In order to climb up the career ladder, she did not hesitate to offer her body. However, it was said that the man liked innocent types, so to not overtly reveal her intentions, she even pretended to be modest by pulling on her skirt. What's the rush? The power's out anyway, and there are so many red candles in this room, don't you want to give it a try? The overweight man was relentlessly licking her neck, speaking hurriedly. But Mr. Lee, I have work tomorrow. Li Chang, visibly displeased, retorted, what's the rush? Make sure I'm well taken care of tonight and I'll raise your salary by 500 tomorrow. After saying that, he continued his advances. Joe, what kind of button is this? Why is it so hard to undo? He cursed inwardly at the bothersome fabric. Tisk, this damn cloth. Suddenly a tear and a whimper. Mr. Lee, you're horrible. The beauty started hitting Li Chang's sweaty back with her delicate fists. Li Chang swiftly turned around, seizing her small hands with a lustful expression. Baby, does it hurt? Let me blow on it. 3 minutes later, ouch, my poor back, baby, I need to drink some water. Just wait for me, okay? Li Chang winked flirtatiously and pushed open the door, heading toward the living room. Using the brightness of his phone, Li Chang made it to the water dispenser. Suddenly a chill breeze made his privates feel cold. Did I open the balcony window? He wondered as he walked over. However, as he was about to close the window, a flash of light vanished in an instant in the living room. Swoosh! A cold light flashed and blood splattered everywhere. Gurgle, gurgle. His head rolled on the ground, stopping after more than a meter. Fei Yu slowly emerged from behind the curtain with a knife in hand. He glanced at the magical blade and then at the body on the floor. The moment he had decapitated Li Chang, he felt a strange power surge through the blade into him. It seemed his magical blade truly had the ability to devour others' spiritual energy. Fei Yu didn't think further, he walked towards the severed head on the floor. Meanwhile, footsteps echoed from the corridor. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee. Where are you? I can't see you. What's the smell, Mr. Lee? Fei Yu kneeled, holding his breath, making no sound, but fate was against him. The electricity came back on, and as the lights flickered on, everything was vividly exposed to the eyes of the woman. She wanted to scream but couldn't. Under the light, Fei Yu's face was fully revealed to her. Fei Yu slowly stood up, his eyes cold as he walked toward the terrified woman, who collapsed, weakened and trembling against the wall corner. No. Don't kill me, I haven't done anything wrong, please don't. Feiyu approached her slowly, raising his knife. You could have lived, he said gravely, but unfortunately, you saw me. As his words fell, the cold blade flashed again. Another cold body was added to the living room. After finishing this, Feiyu went into the bedroom, tore off a piece of the bedsheet, wrapped up Li Chang's head, and quickly left the place. Hey look, there really is a shadow. What shadow? You've just had too much to drink. Exactly, come on guys, ignore him, let's keep drinking. Cohen, we've been here nearly an hour, what are we doing in this broken place anyway? In the abandoned parking lot of Jiangnan, Tang San rolled down the window and stuck his head out, shouting loudly. As a pampered scion of a wealthy family, he naturally couldn't stand the foul smell. If it weren't for the need for Cohen Ge's help to deal with Feiyu, he would never set foot in such places. Dirty, chaotic, stinky. Meanwhile, Kuan-gu glanced at the watch on his wrist, feeling a bit anxious. Earlier he had tried to open a chat on the dark web only to find that access was restricted. That led to the posting of a bounty. It had been tough to find someone on the dark web, but he was willing to wait, no matter how long it took. After all, people like him, who deal in business year-round, greatly need someone who can work for them from the shadows. Other hitmen on the dark web were either too expensive or hard to control. Plus, this was the hitman specifically chosen by the boss, so he had to comply. Perhaps a talk might persuade him to work for them. If so, Kuan Ji's own status in front of his boss would rise. While waiting, sudden footsteps echoed through the entire abandoned parking lot, steady and strong. Following the sound, Kuan-gu saw a young man slowly walking towards them, carrying an object in his hand. The innate murderous aura, even from several meters away, sent a chill down Kuan Ji's spine. His instinct told him that this young man approaching was the same one from the rainy day. He's finally here, Kuan-gu muttered to himself, then quickly walked over to the car window. Young master, you stay in the car no matter what happens outside, do not come out, understand? Tang San glanced sideways at the approaching figure but was quickly blocked by Kuan-gu. With no other choice, he feigned nodding. Kuan-gu quickly turned around and used the remote to close the car window. But curiosity often gets the better of people. After Kuan-gu turned to leave, Tang San carefully cracked the window open a bit, pressing his ear to it to try to catch what was being said. Not to say how formidable Kuan-gu was, but at least he was a martial artist of the first order. Furthermore, he had connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world. He wanted to understand exactly what kind of person could make Kuan-gu so cautious. Feiyu stood in a shadow, maintaining a distance, then tossed the object he was holding towards the approaching Kuan-gu. As usual, Kuan-gu checked the item, his eyes showing great satisfaction. Li Chang had always been a thorn in his side in business dealings, always playing word games with their Chang group. Due to public opinion, they had been hesitant to act, but just a day after posting the bounty on the dark web, Li Chang's head was now in his hands. This made him realize how important it was to have someone working for them from the shadows. The dark web's hitmen were indeed formidable. Kuan-gu tossed the head aside, then pulled a spirit stone from his pocket and threw it to Feiyu. Standing in the darkness, Feiyu caught the spirit stone, hesitated for a moment and then threw it back. Facing the young man's actions, Brother Kuan also appeared somewhat perplexed. Transfer the 200000 to my dark web account, Feiyu said sternly, for him. Spiritual stones were indeed important, but what he needed more at the moment was funds to maintain his daily expenses. Perhaps it was because he had merged with the demon blade Shenren, but the fragment in his chest had been quite settled lately, thus he did not need spiritual stones to nourish the fragment in his chest for the time being. However, just as Feiyu was about to turn and leave, friend, wait. Feiyu stopped in his tracks without a word. Brother Kuan paused, then said, would you be willing to work for our group with a salary of 100,000 per month? Not interested, Feiyu said coldly and left without looking back. How about an additional 10 spiritual stones? Seeing Feiyu walking away, Brother Kuan immediately upped the stakes, but all he got in return was the unwillingness to stop. It had been hard to find this person, and if he couldn't bring him back, it would be difficult to explain to the boss. Wait a minute. Thinking of this, Brother Kuan hurriedly rushed forward, leaping high, attempting to stop Feiyu. However, in that instant, clang! A purple blade light flashed in front of his eyes, and even though Brother Kuan was quick, his arm was still slashed open by the blade light. Skin peeled back, blood flowing incessantly. He steadied himself, enduring the severe pain, staring intensely at Feiyu ahead, not daring to say another word. Brother Kuan tried hard to see his face, thinking of using his family as leverage in the future, but Feiyu was in the shadows, making it impossible to discern his features. Feiyu turned around slightly, and after sheathing his demon blade, he said coldly, next time it will be your head. As his words fell, Feiyu's figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. Watching Feiyu's retreating figure, Brother Cohen was still immersed in the move just now. He could feel that Feiyu had genuinely intended to take his life. Only his own quick reaction had saved him, otherwise his life would have been forfeit. He also understood that people like these assassins who lick blood off the knife's edge every day are very difficult to approach. Dealing with them was like putting one's head on the line. This job is really not for humans, Brother Cohen muttered softly, then walked towards the direction of the car holding his wounded hand. Everything that had just happened outside was naturally seen by Tang San, who hurriedly opened the car door. Brother Cohen, how are you? Brother Cohen sat in the car and Tang San quickly took out medical supplies from the hospital to start bandaging him. While treating him, he tentatively asked Brother Cohen who was that person just now. Why was he so ruthless? Brother Cohen glanced at Tang San and admonished, young master, it's better you don't pry into this matter. You just need to know that these are not things you can get involved in. Tang San softly acknowledged. Even though it wasn't said, he could guess that it was probably about handling competitors who blocked his father's business. Such matters were common in certain groups in society. What struck him as odd was the voice of the man he had just spoken to. It felt hauntingly familiar, yet he couldn't recall where he had heard it before. Young master. Tang San quickly lifted his head. Koen-gu, what's wrong? I'm afraid I can't help you right now, Koen-gu said softly, looking down at his right hand. Tang San's brows furrowed deeply. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Koen-gu, I understand. Koen-gu nodded slightly, then started the car. As the vehicle pulled away, raising dust behind it, it exited the abandoned underground garage. Young master, don't worry. Once my injury heals, I'll help you. It's just the boss. Koen-ge's words trailed off, hesitating to continue. After all, admitting to adultery was too shameful. Tang San, sitting in the back, sighed softly. Don't worry, I won't tell. That's good, that's good. Hearing Tang San's assurance, Koen-gu breathed a sigh of relief. Then Tang San's voice came again from behind. By the way, Koen-gu, you usually handle father's computer. Where do you usually keep it? The computer? Koen-gu glanced at the rearview mirror, then replied as there was a transaction. Today I left it at the office. Why do you ask? Oh, nothing much. Just noticed that you usually carry the laptop but didn't have it today. Just curious. Tang San propped his chin and replied nonchalantly. Koen-gu just hummed softly without giving it much thought. The night continued and it was still dark. Past 1 in the morning, a figure sneaked into a high-rise building. Relying on his memory, he found Koen-ge's office and finally the computer. As the laptop booted up, a bandaged face appeared on the screen. It was Tang San, who had been injured by Feiyu. Koen-gu, injured in the garage, was no longer able to assist him, but the humiliation constantly replayed in his mind. Koen-gu could wait, but he couldn't. As long as Feiyu was around, the stain of disgrace wouldn't wash away from his heart. How could he face Xiao Wu with pride in the future? Although he hadn't stepped into the first tier yet, he believed Feiyu hadn't either. What good was an SS-rank talent if not stepped into the first tier? Against a master above the first tier, they were just as doomed. A wicked idea suddenly formed in his mind. Tang San searched the laptop and eventually found the website, dark web, an exclusive site accessible only by top figures using special means. This was why he had inquired about where his father's computer was located. Following Koen-ge's browsing history, Tang San finally found the information of a hitman. Unknown appearance, unknown strength, unknown name, unknown age, the codename, she, task completion rate, 100%. The scene he had witnessed in the garage suggested that this hitman's abilities surely surpassed Koen-ge's. Moreover, even Koen-gu was so cautious about him. Otherwise, according to these records, he wouldn't have sought him twice. Even the reviews on the dark web praised him highly. This was the one. With a heart full of trepidation, Tang San shakily clicked on the chat box. If the job was posted directly, other assassins might take the order. Therefore, Tang San decided to go directly to him, and luckily, the assassin known as Chi was also online. Hello, are you there? Message failed to send. The recipient has set permissions. This notification popped up, leaving Tang San utterly bewildered. Are there really assassins who set permissions on their chats? How does he accept jobs then? Through bounties? At this moment, Tang San's face was full of confusion, although he thought about finding other assassins, but who knows if they are reliable. He is a man of great suspicion, having personally witnessed the assassin called Chi demonstrate his skills in a garage. Perhaps out of persistence or perhaps out of suspicion, he kept sending the same message over and over again. Perhaps there was a glimmer of hope in his heart. Meanwhile, in a rented room on the other side, Feiyu, who had just returned, was sitting on the sofa looking at the figure of 200,000 plus on his dark web account. Honestly, his heart felt no ripples. He never liked money. Someone like him, who crawled out of a pile of corpses in the eternal night path, has never cared for such so-called money, but reality made money necessary. It's not like he could just hold a knife to someone's throat. He was out to handle matters, not to become a bandit. After withdrawing the money from his account, he was about to shut down his computer when his gaze fell on a function. Do I have the function to close chats? No wonder I haven't had any regular customers contacting me lately. Feiyu was slightly startled. The dark web account was registered for him by an acquaintance from the Eternal Night Path. They said he would need it once he left the Eternal Night Path. After all, people from his path were best at killing. Perhaps this function was disabled by that acquaintance. Feiyu selected the option and clicked on it. Just as he was about to close the laptop, a message appeared. Dear Assassin, you have an unread message. Dear Assassin, you have an unread message. Dear Assassin, you have one. Was it a glitch? Holding his doubts, Feiyu reopened the computer. What caught his eyes were all the messages saying, "Hello, are you there?" He clicked on the sender's profile, the one with glasses. Feiyu suddenly remembered what had happened today in the garage. Could it be that he wanted to persuade him to work exclusively for their group? With that thought, Feiyu immediately replied, "Not interested." The moment Feiyu sent the message, on the other side, in a high-rise building's large summer, the message sent successfully. "Great, I've finally found you." Tang San's face was filled with joy as he hid under the desk with his computer, biting his thumb while feeling anxious. He knew the other person was a cold-blooded, emotionless assassin. It was the first time in many years that he had conversed with an assassin. To say he wasn't nervous would be a lie. 300,000 help me kill someone. Meanwhile, Feiyu, who was about to get up, also immediately stopped. Another job so soon? He replied with name, address and his details. Then he leaned back on the sofa to stretch his body. He planned to inquire about Fei Xing's whereabouts from Principal Wang at the Spirit Ability Academy after his holiday ended. After making other plans, he realized he didn't have the time to attend any classes. Growing up in the perpetual darkness of Yongye Dao, his upbringing was starkly different from those affluent youths raised in the city. Environment shapes one's personality. While their lives were colorful, Feiyu's life was always painted in just one color, the color of blood. His life was destined to be different from theirs. The beep of the computer snapped him back to reality. However, the moment he saw the information on the screen, Feiyu's brow furrowed. The computer screen displayed, Feiyu, a student of Class 12 Grade 1 at the Psychic Power Academy. SS Grade Talent, Weapons Category, a broken sword, Spiritual Power Value 85. He has likely not reached the first tier. If you can kill him, 300,000. What puzzled Feiyu was that someone from such a powerful corporation was targeting a mere student. Who are you? After typing these words on the computer, Feiyu quickly deleted them and replied instead, "You want me to kill a person with SS grade talent? Are you trying to get me hunted down by the entire Jiangnan city?" After sending the message, it was all done in one go. Meanwhile, Tang San on the other end was already sweating profusely, biting his thumb and staring intently at the computer screen. The dark office was filled with a tense atmosphere. Seeing these messages, Tang San also frowned slightly. Even if naive, Tang San knew the importance of an SS grade talent in Jiangnan City. Principal Wang had not disclosed the presence of a student with SS grade talent, likely for Feiyu's safety. After all, the fewer people who knew, the safer it was. Students without talents would have their memories erased before leaving the academy, and confidentiality measures were in place for other students as well. Could it be that even the dark web assassins dared not take such a job? However, just as Tang San was at a loss, the assassin she sent another message. To kill him, the price must be higher. Seeing this message, Tang San breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, these so-called dark web assassins were all about the money, but this was exactly what he wanted. "How much do you want?" 500,000, not a penny less. "Deal, if you can bring me his head, I will gladly pay 500,000. But I want to inspect the goods myself." "Fine, where's the exchange point?" "The day after tomorrow at 9 in the evening at the closed shoe factory in Jiangnan City. I want to see Feiyu's head." Done. After their conversation, Tang San quickly deleted their chat history and stealthily left the corporate building under the cover of night. Meanwhile, in another rented room, Feiyu stared at the chat history on the screen, briefly lost in thought. He couldn't understand why someone from such a powerful corporation would target a student who was not really just any student. From their conversation, Feiyu could tell that the other party was not someone who had struggled through society. rather, they seemed more like an inexperienced young kid. Regardless, if he refused this job, the other party might inevitably seek other assassins to carry out the task. Although Fei was not afraid of those assassins, he wanted to avoid future troubles in searching for Fei Xing's whereabouts. The only thing he could do was to eradicate the source of trouble. This was a survival rule he learned from the Eternal Night Path. To survive, one must eliminate all threats. Notions such as camaraderie and emotions were taboo for an assassin. Moreover, Fei didn't get along well with his classmates, they were simply not from the same world. With a thought, the system panel popped up again. Name: Fei, age 16, talent SS class, weapon type magic sword, 1000 blades, spirit power 100, level first tier warrior, additional ability from fusion, devouring. Looking at the data on the system and the sensations from his body, Fei naturally understood why he had stepped into the first tier. Although that Li Chang was not a first-tier warrior, he had almost stepped into the ranks of warriors. Even though the residual spirit power in his body wasn't much, combined with Fei's own talent, this bit of spirit power was enough for him to step into the first tier. He could level up and become stronger without training. If this were to be known, it would be an explosive presence both in Jiangnan City and across the entire Dragon Country. For 2 consecutive days, Fei, after taking the job from Tang San, did not go anywhere else and continued to stay in the rented apartment. There was a piece of rough paper on the table marked with many zeros and some marked with an X. These marks were the ones he made over the years while searching for Fei Xing's whereabouts. He looked at the paper, pondered for a while, and finally drew an X over the word spirit ability. Then he slowly folded the paper and tucked it into his chest. The television was showing a case about a headless corpse. Fei glanced at it. He knew it was the mission he had completed earlier. The reporters on TV were all slamming the murderer's cruelty, but Fei just smiled faintly. For him, completing the mission was enough. Soon the day of the transaction between Fei and Tang San arrived. It turned dark, accompanied by a creak. The old door opened again. Fei slightly raised his head to look at the round moon above, his eyes slightly focused, his expression complex. The moon was still so big, so round. He subconsciously tugged at the purple hood on his head, then gradually disappeared into the crowd. Meanwhile, in a high-rise building, not interested, is that his exact words? In the office, a middle-aged man with a scar over his eye lit a cigar and slightly looked up at Koen-gu standing in front. This middle-aged man was the one who dealt with Fei on that rainy night, and he was also Tang San's father, the head of Tang Strong Group, Tang Chang. Yes, boss. That was his greeting to me. Koen-gu revealed his arm, which had been injured by Fei, and spoke softly. Tang Chang looked at the wound on his hand, chuckled, and said no more. Koen-gu continued to speak. Boss, the temper of dark web assassins is unpredictable. Why do you insist on employing them for the group's work? Having been by Tang Chang's side for many years, he knew well that whether in the underworld or the legitimate world, the man before him had the capability to overshadow others. Even with competitors around, merely relying on underworld connections could exert immense pressure on them. Moreover, what society never lacks is public opinion. The sharpness of public opinion is like a knife that can deeply grind down the opposition. Tang Chang let out a cold laugh. You wouldn't understand even if I explained. Oh, by the way, how's the young master lately? I heard it was his awakening day a few days ago? Tang Chang extinguished the cigar in his hand and muttered, Boss, the young master has done well. Awakened with an S-class talent, plant-based vines, his future entry into the extraordinary realm is almost certain. Hearing this, a smirk of pride appeared on Tang Chang's lips. Would my seed be inferior to others? Naturally, Koen-gu nodded vigorously in response. All right, you can go now. I still have some matters to handle. Yes, boss. Just as Koen-gu was about to leave, he turned back around. Anything else? Speak quickly. Seeing Koen-gu reappear, Tang Chang seemed impatient, especially since he had just ordered some special service on his phone. Boss, the young master took away 500,000 from me this morning. Upon hearing this, Tang Chang's expression grew even more displeased. 500,000? Is that a lot? Tang Chang gestured for Koen-gu to leave, and understanding the hint, Koen-gu didn't say more and turned to leave Tang Chang's office. Watching Koen-ji's fading figure, Tang Chang rolled his eyes and snorted lightly. Such a trivial matter also needs reporting, wasting my time. He knew his own son, who usually spends tens of thousands a day, was no big deal. It seemed he had taken up a young girlfriend. As long as she doesn't interfere with his affairs, he let it be, though he also heard that the girl was quite attractive. Thinking of this, Tang Chang licked his lips greedily. Meanwhile, so slow, how can this guy be so slow? At the Jiangnan shoe factory, Tang San had already arrived with the 500,000 in cash. thinking of soon seeing Fei Yu's bloodied head excited and thrilled him immensely. The prolonged wait was always dull. When the big clock in Jiangnan city center chimed, the figure of Fei Yu slowly emerged from the darkness ahead. As the figure's silhouette became clearer, Tang San's brow furrowed. He didn't see anything in the man's hands. Where's the head we agreed on? Holding onto his doubts, Tang San stood still. We had an agreement. I need to inspect the goods myself. Where are the goods? Tang San clutched the box tightly, his heart both nervous and fearful. After all, the person who came was a killer who didn't blink at murder, and he was just a high school student from a psychic academy. As the figure drew closer, a deep voice emerged from beneath the hood, cold and filled with lethal intent. Was it you who ordered the hit on Fei Yu? Although the voice sounded familiar, Tang San didn't dwell on it. Besides, in the presence of an assassin, he hardly had the luxury of time to ponder. How is it not okay? Don't the rules of the dark web say that you only take money for jobs and never pry into matters? Tang San patted the case in his hand and continued, the money, I brought it. Where is Fei Yu's head? As he spoke, Tang San's back was already soaked with sweat. Facing an assassin and claiming he wasn't nervous would definitely be a lie. Fei Yu's icy voice sounded again. Since this order was yours, he said, stepping slowly towards Tang San. Tang San felt as if a death god from hell was staring him down, a sensation so suffocating that he realized something was amiss. It was true he possessed an S-rank talent, but without having stepped into the first tier he had no means to retaliate. Who exactly are you? Do you intend to kill me? Do you not realize that if you kill me, my father will never let you off? Tang San hurriedly issued a warning, even invoking his father's name to instill fear. However, even the mention of his father didn't stop Fei Yu's advance. Who are you exactly? No matter how hard he thought, Tang San couldn't figure out how he had offended an assassin from the dark web, including this encounter and a previous one in the garage. They had only met twice. Could it be because of Fei Yu? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Fei Yu was nothing but trash that Li Dao had picked up. How could he have such a profound background? The dark web was a place ordinary people could not access. Fei Yu, how could it be? At that moment, Tang San's mind was nearly overheating, yet it was the appearance of a knife that brought a revelation. The shattered blade emitted a strange purple glow. Tang San suddenly realized and exclaimed in a terrified voice, You are Fei Yu. Fei Yu did not respond. Instead, he quickened his pace while holding the magical knife. Suddenly, a cold wind blew, lifting Fei Yu's purple hood and nearly sweeping away Tang San's life. Under the influence of the cold wind, Fei Yu's face was fully exposed to Tang San. With a clatter, the case dropped to the ground, scattering thick stacks of money everywhere. Tang San fell to the ground, weakened by fear. Shaking his head continuously, he muttered, How can this be? How can this happen? How could such a thing occur? To actually be a dark web assassin. In that moment, Tang San finally understood everything. Why Fei Yu always carried that broken knife, why his demeanor had always been so solitary, why even before stepping into the first tier his actions were so decisive and ruthless, devoid of any hint of emotion. It was all because he was an assassin who lived day by day licking blood off knife edges. Whenever Tang San recalled the various mockeries and troubles he used to find with Fei Yu, a chill would run down his spine, as if the king of hell had sent him a death summons. Sorry, but now I have even more reason to kill you. As the purple hood was blown off by the wind, Fei Yu stood before Tang San. The innate murderous aura emanating from him made Tang San's breathing grow increasingly labored. Merely the identity of Fei Yu as an assassin made Tang San recognize the vast gulf between them. Driven by the desire to live, Tang San quickly knelt and crawled over, pleading, Fei Yu, we are classmates, you can't kill me. We're classmates. Fei Yu stood coldly aside, his expression unchanged, his gaze akin to looking at a dead man. Seeing this, Tang San spoke again, rest assured I will keep your secret as an assassin. From now on I will follow you and serve you like an ox or a horse. I will also bring Xiao Wu to you. However, before he could finish his words, a flash of purple light streaked by. Time seemed to stand still. A second later, blood splattered, staining a large amount of money red. Sorry, only the dead can keep secrets. Fei Yu turned around and said softly as he looked at the cold body lying on the ground. In truth, Fei Yu didn't want to kill him, but sadly Tang San always lingered on the edge of courting death. Suddenly, the demon blade Shenren began to vibrate intensely. Countless visible white energies were sucked out from Tang San's body by the blade. Before Fei Yu could react, the system panel unexpectedly appeared before his eyes. Name: Fei Yu. Age: 16. Talent: SS grade. Weapon type: Demon blade. Shenren. Spirit power: 121. Level: First-order martial artist extra ability acquired from integration. Devouring an S-grade yielded only 21 spirit points. Feiyu glanced at the corpse, a hint of indifference in his eyes. He later realized that Tang San had not yet begun to cultivate. To extract 21 spirit points was already defying the heavens, but now was not the time to fret over spirit points. With Tang San dead, he had to leave quickly to avoid unnecessary troubles. Except for the money stained with blood, all other money was packed by Feiyu into a box and taken away as he left the place. As Feiyu departed, the shoe factory returned to its previous silence, a silence profoundly terrifying. The wind continued to blow through the windows, carrying some of the blood-stained money out. Only a cold corpse lying in a pool of blood was left behind. Unimaginable to anyone that a student with such high-level talent would die so lonely here. The money, carried by the strong wind, flew into the streets outside. As the holiday ended, those students detected with talents had gradually returned to school. Now only half of the students from the former class remained, showing the high rate of elimination. Feiyu, as usual, sat quietly in his seat, but this time he did not carry his knife casually. The other students no longer gossiped about him. Ever since Feiyu was identified as having an SS-level talent, they all recognized the gap between themselves and him. Even if his weapon was just a broken sword, his talent was something they couldn't match. As Feiyu was resting with his eyes closed, Xiaoyan walked in, pretending to be mysterious. He looked around, not caring whether Feiyu was asleep or not, and whispered, "Did you know, Tang San, that guy is dead?" They found him in a closed-down shoe factory. TSK, it was a gruesome scene. "Feiyu, are you listening to me?" Xiaoyan gently nudged Feiyu. Feiyu slowly opened his eyes, remaining silent, just quietly watching him. "You don't look at me like that, it's chilling." Xiaoyan quickly dodged Feiyu's gaze. Hearing this, Feiyu turned his attention towards the podium, lost in thought. Just then, Teacher Li Dao walked in. He stood on the podium, sighed heavily, and said, "Before we start the class, I have a heartbreaking announcement to make. The night before last, our classmate Tang San," Li Dao paused, struggling to continue, "was murdered for some unknown reason." There was a murmur of dismay from the students below. "We are still investigating the specifics." "What? No way, Tang San had an S-level talent, he shouldn't have been killed so easily." "Right, with his talent, advancing to the next tier should have been easy." "Oh dear, was he targeted because he awakened an S-level talent? My goodness, I'm just glad I only awakened a frying pan. Thank goodness I only have a crystal short stick." The classroom buzzed with discussion. They began to feel that awakening an S-level talent was not necessarily a good thing. Meanwhile, they cast sympathetic glances at Feiyu and Xiaoyan. After all, one was an S-level and the other a rare SS-level talent in Jiangnan City. Now that the S-level talented Tang San had been killed, it was only a matter of time before these two were targeted. In response to those glances, Xiaoyan retorted on the spot, "Hey, stop looking at me like that, you're going to jinx me to death." Hearing this, the students gradually shifted their gaze. In fact, most of them felt a hint of relief about Tang San's death. Besides, his father was the biggest shareholder of the school. Tang San had bullied and dominated the school. Those who had been bullied by him could hardly feel pity for a school tyrant. Watching Teacher Li Dao lecturing on the podium, Feiyu's expression was complex. He hadn't expected Tang San's body to be discovered so soon, at least for the time being. The investigation wouldn't trace back to him. As Teacher Li Dao continued his lecture, the class period quickly passed. "Okay, class dismissed." With the ringing of the bell, everyone quickly gathered their belongings and left. After all, since the news of Tang San's death had spread, some of the students were frightened. Leaving school early to get home was the best course of action. Just as Feiyu and Xiaoyan reached the classroom door, Teacher Li Dao, still standing on the podium, suddenly called out to them. "Feiyu, Xiaoyan, wait a moment." Xiaoyan tentatively asked, "Teacher, is there something you need?" Li Dao glanced at the two of them, walked past them, and dropped a sentence. "Both of you come with me, the principal wants to see you." Upon hearing this, the two exchanged a brief look but didn't think much of it. Surely a teacher wouldn't harm his own students. Besides, Li Dao was unlike other teachers. All his students praised him without exception, so they followed him directly. "Principal, I have brought the two students," said Li Dao as they entered the principal's office. Upon seeing Feiyu and Xiaoyan, Principal Wang slightly raised his head and quickly extended his hand in a welcoming gesture, smiling. Students, Feiyu and Xiaoyan are here. Come, have a seat." Xiaoyan, ruffling his hair, replied with a smile, "Principal, there's no need to sit, just tell us what you need. I have to go home to train afterward. With the recent incident." Principal Wang paused for a moment but quickly caught on. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with a Serious expression. I plan to send you both to the Spirit Practitioner Academy ahead of schedule. Spirit Practitioner Academy, but principal, neither of them has reached the third tier yet. Moreover, you know about Tang San's father's status in society. It might be his competitors venting their spite on his son. Li Dao, standing aside, added, clearly puzzled. He had thought the principal wanted to discuss their training, but it turned out he was planning to send them away from the academy prematurely. Teacher Li, your speculation isn't without reason, but to be cautious, this is the only way to ensure their maximum safety. Principal Wang slightly nodded, reminding a perplexed Li Dao. At this, Li Dao was momentarily stunned. In Jiangnan City, there are 4 major academies: the Spirit Energy Academy, Spirit Practitioner Academy, Demon Spirit Academy, and Superhuman Academy. Each supports students up to 3 levels of training. After these levels, students not wishing to continue training can follow the school's arrangements to work in various locations, whether on the battlefield or in logistic support roles. Those who wish to further their studies can move on to the next academy. The Spirit Practitioner Academy is the entry point for novice martial artists, usually hosting students who have not yet reached the first tier. The minimum level at the Spirit Practitioner Academy is Tier 3, making it much safer for Fei Yu and Xiaoyan than staying at the Spirit Energy Academy. But Principal Li Dao started to interject. Principal Wang raised his hand to stop him. Teacher Li, frankly speaking, I received news yesterday that many students with S-level talent around the world have been killed. What? How is that possible? Li Dao was utterly shocked, unable to fathom who would dare attack a student with S-level talent. Principal Wang paused, then continued, this issue has already caused dissatisfaction from the higher-ups, and they have requested that all academies send students with S-level talent or above to the second academy for their safety. The second academy was asked to allocate a substantial amount of resources for cultivation, thus even without this incident they were still destined to leave. Before Li Dao could speak, Principal Wang's gaze had already settled on the 2 individuals in front of him. Students, what do you think? Xiaoyan spoke indifferently. If that's the case, then we'll follow the principal's arrangements. Meanwhile, Fei Yu, standing to the side, spoke softly, I refuse. This response startled Xiaoyan, who gently nudged Fei Yu. Are you crazy? These are cultivation resources we're talking about, such a great opportunity, and you want to pass? I don't want to, Fei Yu responded coolly. To Xiaoyan, as long as there were cultivation resources available, it didn't matter if it wasn't at this academy. To become strong, one shouldn't be confined to this small place. However, Fei Yu was different. His initial purpose in coming to this academy was to follow up on information about Fei Xing he found on the dark web. Since he hadn't found any clues about Fei Xing here, there was no reason for him to waste more time. Moreover, for someone who could level up just by absorbing spiritual power, even an abundance of cultivation resources was useless. Fei Yu, you can't be rash at this moment. Although your talent is even higher than Xiaoyan's, your weapon. How can you become strong without those cultivation resources? After learning that the second academy had prepared a vast amount of cultivation resources specifically for students with S-level talent, Li Dao started to persuade him too. Fei Yu stood there silent for a long time. Eventually, Principal Wang, sitting in his chair, chuckled softly. Teacher Li, student Xiaoyan, you may go back first. I'll have a talk with the student. Principal. Go back, go back. Principal Wang repeatedly nodded, ushering them to leave. Left with no choice, Li Dao and Xiaoyan had to leave first. With a loud bang, as the office door closed, Principal Wang spoke softly again. Now that they're gone, why don't you sit down and talk with this old man? I won't go to the Spirit Academy. Save your breath. Fei Yu didn't want to waste time and prepared to leave after dropping these words. However, just as he turned around, Principal Wang's voice came again. You went through so much trouble to enter our Spirit Ability Academy, are you willing to just leave like this? These words caused Fei Yu's eyes to narrow sharply. He quickly turned around, his gaze intently fixed on this so-called principal. What exactly are you trying to say? As he spoke, Fei Yu was already preparing to make a move. In this world, those from the Eternal Night Path were not welcomed outside. Seeing Fei Yu pause, Principal Wang leaned back in his chair, crossing his hands. 2 years ago, a young man entered this academy and, with his remarkable talent and outstanding performance, left many stories behind in this school. Not many know of him, unfortunately. I am one of those few, and his name is Fei Xing. Boom, a figure swiftly moved and suddenly a knife was held against Principal Wang's throat. The blade emitted a chilling cold light, its menacing presence seeping into the bones like icy water. Do you know his whereabouts? Where is he? Fei Yu's eyes sparkled with an unusual frosty gleam, almost on the verge of shouting out loud. To trace Fei Xing's steps, he had endured countless hardships and suffered immensely, escaping death numerous times and killing countless individuals. Principal Wang seemed to have anticipated Fei Yu's sudden actions, chuckling lightly. "You really are not simple." As his words fell, Principal Wang's figure appeared before the blinds. "When did he?" Fei Yu looked at the chair, the person there having already vanished, his cold face slightly shocked. Even having killed so many, he couldn't match such speed. It made him realize that this seemingly plump middle-aged man was formidable. Principal Wang continued with a light smile, "Don't be so serious, come sit down and talk." Seeing that Fei Yu remained unmoved, Principal Wang gave an awkward smile, then clasping his hands behind his back he said, "Although I don't know exactly what happened between you two, if you want to know his whereabouts you must go to the Spirit Academy." Fei Yu gripped the handle of his blade and coldly asked, "Are you threatening me?" Principal Wang chuckled and tossed a wooden jade pendant to Fei Yu, saying, "I'm not yet at the point of threatening a mere 16-year-old. This is the Academy's graduation token, which according to the rules shouldn't be given to you now, but since you're looking for him I must give it to you in advance." "What do you mean?" Fei Yu rubbed the wooden jade pendant in his hand and asked coldly. "The person you're looking for is in the Supernatural Academy, but entering this academy is as difficult as reaching the heavens. Aside from needing to meet the level requirements, you also need the graduation tokens from the other 3 major academies." "Tokens, levels?" Fei Yu scoffed. "Why all this trouble? My goal is always him, to just confront him alone." As Fei Yu contemplated this, Principal Wang's voice came again, "You are very capable, but the Supernatural Academy is far more formidable than you can imagine. For years, aside from Fei Xing, no one has managed to enter it." Fei Yu fell silent for a while before speaking again. "So, what are your conditions?" Having dealt with the dark web for many years, Fei Yu was very clear about these matters. A principal, upon learning of his background and even offering help after attempting to attack him and disclosing the whereabouts of the person he most wanted to know, if there were no conditions Fei Yu wouldn't believe it. However, it seemed he didn't know that he was an assassin, nor did he realize that Tang San, whom he had killed, was actually him. Hearing this, Principal Wang was also slightly stunned. He hadn't expected his thoughts to be seen through so clearly by a child. Was this really just a 16-year-old? Such maturity at such a young age was indeed astonishing. Facing Fei Yu, what kind of monsters was this family made of? Principal Wang paused before speaking. "At the moment I can't think of any conditions. How about we owe you one for now?" Fei Yu remained silent, holding the graduation token, and was about to turn and leave. "Child, heed my advice," the principal continued. "Do not venture into the extraordinary realms until you have grown stronger, otherwise you truly will die." At these words, Fei Yu's steps faltered slightly, but he did not stop moving forward. It was only after Fei Yu's figure had completely disappeared from the office that Principal Wang collapsed into his chair, letting out a sigh of relief. Even now he was still shaken. That aura, like that of the Grim Reaper, could it really emanate from a mere 16-year-old? He thought back to the terrifying nature of Fei Xing, those brothers. What exactly is their origin? In his rented room, Fei Yu lay on the sofa, staring at the graduation token in his hand, his thoughts extremely complex. Although he wanted to go directly to the Extraordinary Academy to find Fei Xing, if it was as Principal Wang said, that one needs to reach a certain level and obtain tokens from the other 3 major academies to enter, then he could imagine how powerful Fei Xing had become. Even if he went to him now, would he be able to contend against him? Moreover, there was the knife, Huiwa, that he had taken from their father. Fei Yu was no fool. Without certainty, venturing forth would only add to the casualties. It seemed he had no choice but to go to the Spiritualist Academy. Suddenly Fei Yu got up, his gaze cold as he looked out the window. Meanwhile, in the hospital morgue, Tang Chang looked at the cold body lying on the slab. He collapsed to the ground, his large hands gently touching the cheeks of Tang San, his eyes red, his lips trembling as he muttered, "Who did this? My son. It's all my fault. If I had been more attentive, this wouldn't have happened. My son." His thick, trembling voice echoed continuously in the morgue. "Boss, please restrain your grief. The urgent matter at hand is to find out who killed the young master." Koen Gun, standing beside him, hurriedly stepped forward to help him up, glancing at the body on the slab, but no one noticed the slight curve of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Now that Tang San was dead, he no longer had to worry about Tang Chang discovering his affair with the lady. Hearing this, Tang Chang brushed away his sorrow, replaced by the pain of losing his son mixed with anger and resentment. "What are you waiting for? Go find out now." Tang Chang immediately turned and shouted at Koen Gun behind him. Koen Gun took a step forward, bowing slightly. "Boss," the young master dealt in cash. "There are no transfer records to trace." Suddenly Tang Chang swung his fist, hitting him squarely. The crisp sound echoed in the morgue, startling the bodyguards, who quickly bowed their heads, not daring to look at what was happening. They were just small bodyguards, they couldn't afford to offend Koen Gu, and certainly not a Tang Chang who had just lost his son. When he got vicious, these little bodyguards couldn't withstand it at all. "Boss, I..." Tang Chang immediately interrupted Brother Koen, shouting angrily, "Then go check the surveillance for me. Even if you have to turn Jiangnan City upside down, you must find the murderer for me. You have 3 days, if you can't find him within 3 days, I'll take your life. Get lost." "Yes." Brother Koen quickly covered his cheek and ran out the door, with the other bodyguards following closely behind him. After everyone had left, Tang Chang gradually calmed down. He slightly bowed to straighten Tang San's collar, his tone carrying a mix of ruthlessness and greed. "Son, rest assured your father will definitely avenge you. Don't worry, I will take care of that girl Xiao Wu for you. But you also know a huge family business like ours needs an heir. If your little girlfriend can bear me a son or two..." "Son, I'm sure you can understand your father's predicament." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Chang slowly covered the body with a white cloth and hurried out of the morgue. Inside the rental room, Fei Yu was awakened by the ringtone of his phone. Pressing it, he answered the call from Li Dao. After a while, Fei Yu nodded repeatedly and then hung up the phone, taking a deep breath and briefly losing himself in thought. Moments later, ding dong, the sound of the doorbell brought Fei Yu back to reality. He got up and walked to the door, instinctively peeping through the peephole. After ensuring there was no problem, he opened the door. With a creak, Li Dao's face appeared in Fei Yu's view. "You live here?" When Li Dao had asked for Fei Yu's address over the phone, he was initially skeptical. He had arranged accommodations for Fei Yu before, but they were all declined. He thought Fei Yu had found a decent place to live, but he didn't expect it to be so remote. If anything were to happen, Li Dao didn't dare to think further. After all, attacks on people with S-level talents were happening all over the world. Fei Yu, however, spoke calmly. "Come in, teacher." Hearing Fei Yu's words, Li Dao pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and stepped inside. Out of courtesy, Fei Yu handed a cup of tea to Li Dao, who was sitting on the sofa, and then sat down himself. Tentatively, Fei Yu asked, "May I know what brings you here, teacher?" Hearing this, Li Dao took a sip of water and then pulled out a blue paper from his bag and handed it to Fei Yu. "This is an admission notice from the Spiritualist Academy." "Admission notice?" Fei Yu frowned slightly. Li Dao nodded and continued, "Although the Spiritualist Academy is also in Jiangnan City, there is quite a distance between it and the Ling Energy Academy. The principal's intention is for you and Xiao Yanming to not go to the Ling Energy Academy tomorrow, but to go directly to the Spiritualist Academy. With your talents, the academy will definitely cultivate you vigorously." Fei Yu remained silent, clearly understanding Principal Wang's concerns. It was nothing more than fear that the longer they stayed, the more dangerous it would become. After all, the matter of Tang San remains a mystery to this day. "All right, I've finished all the tasks the principal assigned me. It's getting late, I should be going," Li Dao said as he walked towards the door. Fei Yu didn't insist on him staying either, for he believed that unless there was something important, there was no need to waste each other's time. Moreover, his personality wasn't really suited for long conversations. In his opinion, anything that could be solved by force should be dealt with that way. After leaving Fei Yu's home, Li Dao stood in the crowd watching the bustling throng of people. Eventually, he sighed lightly and pulled out his phone from his pocket to make a call. "Principal, I've handled the matter, but are you sure you want to take a gamble on him? You've mentioned before that these two might have come from that place. Isn't the risk a bit too high?" There was a full minute of silence on the other end of the phone. Then a deep voice reached Li Dao's ears. "Isn't a fine piece of jade always a gamble?" Upon hearing this, Li Dao stood frozen in place for a long while before he fully grasped the meaning. Yes, fine jade is indeed always a gamble. He hung up the phone, his figure gradually disappearing into the crowd. Inside the principal's office, Brother Cohen sat opposite Principal Wang, toying with a golden object in his hands. His legs were casually thrown over the desk, a defiant posture clearly displayed. Behind him stood a group of bodyguards, almost all of whom were martial artists of at least the second tier. Li Dao, standing to the side, looked increasingly displeased. "Secretary Cohen, this is the principal's office. Please take your legs off the desk." Hearing this, the bodyguards behind started to move forward, ready to intervene. Brother Cohen waved his hand to stop them, then slowly stood up facing Li Dao with a slight smile. I hear you are the young master's homeroom teacher. With such an incident occurring, shouldn't you as a teacher say something? Or is this your responsibility? Li Daoi glanced at him and gently pushed up his glasses. Student Tang San is highly talented and is sure to achieve great things in the future. As a teacher, I am pleased to have such a student. None of us wanted this incident to happen, but... As he spoke, Li Daoi's eyes suddenly sharpened. Aren't your words a bit too presumptuous? The two men locked eyes as if sparks were silently clashing between them. Cough, cough. A sudden cough interrupted them. Remembering the serious matter he had come for, Brother Cohen's gaze quickly shifted to Principal Wang. Tell me, Principal Wang, where is Fei Yu at your school? Fei Yu, what do you want with him? Before Principal Wang could speak, Li Daoi, already a bit anxious, interjected. Interrupted and already displeased with him, Brother Cohen became even more irritated. Sir, I am here to complete a task assigned by my boss, please do not interrupt. At that moment Li Daoi, stumped for words, could only snort in frustration and stand aside resentfully. Principal Wang also slowly raised his head, his tone gradually becoming more solemn. Secretary Cohen, from the surveillance video, it's clear that a professional assassin was involved. How could there possibly be any connection with my student? Hearing this, Li Dao also showed a look of shock. Could Tang San's death be related to Fei Yu? However, in Li Dao's view, Fei Yu had no reason to kill Tang San. Secretary Cohen scoffed, saying, indeed, it was an assassin. You should also know that if the price is right, there's nothing an assassin wouldn't dare to do. Although the video from the surveillance is very blurry, almost impossible to see faces clearly, but Secretary Cohen knew very well the attire was that of an assassin they had dealt with in 2 deals before. When looking for this assassin on the dark web, Secretary Cohen also accidentally found that the computer had been tampered with. Fortunately, having studied computer technology for a year in the past, he managed to find the chat logs between Tang San and the assassin, revealing that Tang San wanted to kill someone, Fei Yu. However, for an assassin to turn against their employer, it either means the assassin has a deep connection with this Fei Yu, or the other party offered him a bigger incentive. And Secretary Cohen's purpose in coming to this psychic academy was firstly to figure out exactly what happened to Tang San's death. Secondly, he discovered that this Fei Yu's talent was of SS grade. You know, an SS grade talent hasn't appeared in Jiangnan City for a long time. Principal Wang chuckled. Then what makes you so sure it was Fei Yu who hired him? The price of having an assassin kill an S-grade talent student, it's not small. Principal Wang's tone carried a chilling undertone. Secretary Cohen was also stunned, momentarily lost for words. He couldn't possibly reveal that it was his own young master who wanted to kill Fei Yu, but ended up getting killed by the assassin instead. Should this get out, it would certainly affect the Tang family's standing in society. Thinking of this, Secretary Cohen suddenly shouted, stop beating around the bush, hand over that kid Fei Yu. Otherwise what? Principal Wang also suddenly stood up, his aura immediately radiating outwards. A powerful pressure overwhelmed Secretary Cohen's entourage, causing them to collapse to the ground. Secretary Cohen, either present your evidence or leave immediately. If you continue this unreasonable harassment, don't blame me for getting angry. Seeing the situation tilt overwhelmingly, Secretary Cohen's face turned vicious. Before leaving, he dropped a harsh word at the door. Principal Wang, don't forget, the largest shareholder of this academy is our powerful group. Only after everyone had left did Principal Wang finally breathe a sigh of relief and sat down directly. Principal, do you think Tang San's death is related to Fei Yu? Li Dao couldn't help but ask curiously. Principal Wang's eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not speak. Silence, still silence. If Secretary Cohen didn't have any evidence, he wouldn't have specifically demanded someone by name. Then why don't they present it? Li Dao was shocked, about to say something more, but was interrupted by Principal Wang. Teacherly, there are some things it's better not to speak out loud. Hearing this, Li Dao naturally understood something. Oh, by the way, have Fei Yu and Xiaoyan set off yet? Upon hearing this, Li Dao glanced at his watch and said, according to the time, they should have boarded the plane by now. When Li Dao looked up again, he saw Principal Wang standing once more in front of the Venetian blinds, silently observing the students on the playground below. Li Dao sighed lightly and said, Principal, what if the Tangxiang group comes to cause trouble again? What else can we do? Meet force with force and counter like for like? We'll just handle it as we must. Principal Wang sighed, leaning back in his chair and waving his hand gently at Li Dao. Understood. Li Dao nodded slightly, then walked out, muttering about the nuisance this whole affair had become. Meanwhile, finally they arrived, though the plane ride had been quite uncomfortable. Strange, didn't Teacher Li say someone would meet us at the airport? Where are they? Outside the airport, Xiaoyan was burdened with bags large and small, constantly chattering while holding his phone. Standing beside him, Feiyu carried only a laptop backpack, going out without luggage, especially since they were heading to another academy which I heard implements a dormitory system. Xiaoyan couldn't help but ask curiously, "Hey Feiyu, where's your luggage?" "Here." Feiyu shook his laptop backpack slightly and whispered. "And what about your essentials?" "Buy them." "What about clothes and other necessities?" "Buy." "And buy." Xiaoyan stopped in his tracks, marveling at his companion's apparent wealth, before quickly catching up. "Feiyu, wait up, why walk so fast? Listen to me. Must be you two or Xiaoyan and Feiyu mentioned by Principal Wang, right?" Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. With puzzled expressions, the two slowly looked up to see a young man standing before them. He was tall, neither thin nor fat, with a handsome face and dressed in a red and white uniform. He held a phone displaying their photos, but what set him apart was a long scar over his eyes, seemingly a relic from some battle. "Ah yes, we are." Xiaoyan quickly responded, eager to have someone to meet them. However, just as he began to approach, Feiyu abruptly extended his left hand to block his path. "Feiyu, what are you?" Before he could finish, Feiyu nodded slightly, his eyes filled with caution as he stared at the young man before them. "Who are you?" Feiyu's voice carried a chilling tone which slightly startled the young man. Why did this seemingly 16-year-old boy emanate such a formidable aura? But quickly he recovered, squeezing out a smile. "Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Tang Tian, captain of the Guardians at the Spirit Academy." "You can call me Captain Tang." "Guardians? What is that?" Xiaoyan peered curiously from behind Feiyu. Tang Tian smiled slightly. "You'll find out once you're at the academy. Come with me." With that, Captain Tang led the way. Feiyu and Xiaoyan followed closely behind. Suddenly Feiyu's eyes narrowed sharply, a fleeting trace of sinister red flashing through them. "Damn, why now?" "Feiyu, what's wrong with you?" Noticing something off with Feiyu, Xiaoyan immediately halted. "Captain Tang, something's not right with Feiyu." Hearing the disturbance behind him, Tang Tian also turned around swiftly. It was only their first day. If something happened to them under his watch, Principal Wang would surely have his hide. With this thought, Tang Tian quickly crouched down to check on Feiyu. "What's wrong? Is it serious?" Sweat beaded on Feiyu's forehead, a result of the demonic blade shard embedded in his chest. He knew it had been a while since he last nourished the shard. If it weren't integrated into his body, the onset might have occurred even sooner. Feiyu also had other methods to temporarily suppress it from acting up. Although the process was excruciating, now was definitely not the time to be discovered. With this in mind, Feiyu quickly redirected all his spiritual power, channeling a vast amount towards the shard in his chest. This effort temporarily suppressed the anomaly. After completing these actions, Feiyu's complexion markedly improved and he let out a light breath, saying faintly, "It's nothing." With that, he rose and walked ahead, leaving the two behind him utterly baffled. However, midway Feiyu suddenly stopped and turned slightly to address Tang Tian in a stern voice. "Hey, lead the way." Hearing this, Tang Tian immediately bristled. As the captain of the academy's guard, no student had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. A mere first-tier martial artist daring to challenge him, a fifth tier. Even if the student had an SS-grade talent within this Spirit Cultivator Academy, a tiger must lie down and a dragon must coil. Just as Tang Tian was about to step forward and reprimand Feiyu, Xiaoyan quickly held him back. Hey, Captain Tang, don't take it personally, that's just how he is. He's actually being quite polite to you." Polite? Tang Tian found it hard to believe. How cold could this guy have been before? Under Tang Tian's guidance, the duo formally arrived at their future stronghold, the Spirit Cultivator Academy, said to be enterable only by those who have reached at least the third tier. But due to recent incidents of S-grade students being attacked across the Dragon Nation, Feiyu and his companions had this opportunity to join the academy. "Here we are, this will be your dormitory from now on. If you need any daily necessities, you can buy them here at the academy. I'll have some seniors show you around later." "Alright, today you've just arrived at the academy, take your time to get acquainted. Classes start tomorrow." Inside the dormitory, Tang Tian arranged accommodations for the two. Just as Tang Tian was about to leave, the usually reticent Feiyu suddenly called out to him. Captain Tang paused as he heard the voice behind him and turned around. "Feiyu, is there something you still don't understand? Can you come and go freely from this academy?" Hearing Feiyu's question, Tang Tian was slightly taken aback. "You've just arrived and you're already thinking about going out to play, but then again, you're only 16, it's normal to want to go out. He paused for a moment before adding, "Yes, you can come and go as you please, however, I must remind you both, although you are both above S-level talents, strength is everything here. Without strength even the highest talent means nothing. You surely understand the real reason why you were sent here ahead of time. It's best not to wander off." As the dormitory door closed, Tang Tian's figure completely disappeared from their sight. Fei Yu remained silent for a long while before finally heading towards the bathroom. Moments later, "Let's go, Fei Yu, let's buy some necessities first." Upon hearing this, Fei Yu pulled out his phone and fiddled with it, then he said, "I've transferred the money to you, please buy them for me. I have some errands to run." With that, Fei Yu quickly left. Xiaoyan scratched his head, puzzled. "It's strange you're not familiar with the place. What errands could you possibly have? And why take the computer with you?" Xiaoyan shook his head. Although he hadn't been deskmates with Fei Yu at the Spiritual Academy for long, he had already gotten a clear read on Fei Yu's quirky nature. He sighed, then took out his phone. Opening a message, he couldn't help but exclaim, 100,000 yuan. Fei Yu, this guy is really loaded. Fei Yu, having left the Spiritual Academy with his computer, arrived at a relatively quiet place. He might not carry luggage, but the computer was essential. Without special techniques, ordinary people simply couldn't access the dark web. This computer had been modified for such access, which was why Fei Yu insisted on taking it with him rather than any luggage. He touched the few remaining spirit stones in his pocket, sighed softly, and then skillfully logged onto the dark web. Fortunately, there weren't many people around. If someone saw a young kid online picking up assassination jobs, they would definitely be shocked. Now that Fei Yu had entered the realm of martial artists, the difficulty of the missions he took on the dark web had also increased. Given his current situation, continuously killing and devouring other spiritual energy was the quickest way to enhance his strength. Luckily, the Demon Blade Thousand Blades could convert other spiritual energy for his use, otherwise Fei Yu would have been killed by the backlash of other spiritual energy long ago. Since learning that Fei Xing was at the Transcendent Academy, Fei Yu had also reviewed the cultivation documents sent by Li Dao in his spare time. For him now, any increase in power was better than none. Although he was an assassin on the dark web, he was not a homicidal maniac. His initial reason for entering the dark web was to earn spirit stones to nourish the fragments of the demon blade in his chest. Additionally, it was to use the dark web's network to find Fei Xing's whereabouts. After browsing, Fei Yu finally found a suitable mission on the dark web. Name: Lin Pingji. Gender: male. Age: 22. Level: first tier martial artist. Occupation: guardian of Wushan Path. Bounty: 30 spirit stones. Dark web. Note: prone to lechery, has repeatedly harmed innocent girls under the guise of reading their palms. Even Fei Yu, a seasoned assassin, couldn't help but scorn him upon reading this. 30 spirit stones, that's a substantial sum of 300,000. It's clear how much the employer despises Lin Pingji. Fei Yu flicks his fingers and accepts the mission. As he is about to leave, another message pops up on the screen. Dark web. The employer demands the removal of both hands and the tools used in the crimes to be brought before him. Seeing this, Fei Yu falls silent for a moment. Why bother with such trouble? Wouldn't killing him suffice? Yet here he is required to bring him alive to the employer. What does the employer desire? Personal revenge, or just a peculiar taste? However, these are not concerns for Fei Yu. As an assassin, he is to complete the task without question. Stepping out into the night, the darkness provides a convenient cover for his mission. Although unfamiliar with this area on his first visit, the technology of this world is sufficiently advanced. A reliable digital map leads him through streets and alleys, while combat aircraft occasionally fly overhead. Dragon Nation's warplanes engaging mythical beasts, signaling the increasing danger away from the center of Jiangnan City. No wonder the Spiritual Academy is positioned at the city's heart, a fortress for those yet to reach the first tier. On the other side of town, in a towering building. "Boss, we've found the culprit, but..." Cohen, standing opposite Tang Cheng, speaks in a lowered voice, testing the waters. Tang Cheng snuffs out his cigar and lifts his head, his voice cold. "But what? According to my investigation, the real perpetrator has fled to the Spirit Academy. It's going to be tough to catch him now." Hearing this, Tang Cheng abruptly stands, his anger palpable. "What's going on? How does this involve the Spirit Academy again?" Cohen pauses, then recounts everything that happened, embellishing details here and there. Crash! Tang Cheng slams his cup onto the floor, shattering it. Seeing his boss's fury, Cohen tentatively suggests, "Boss, maybe we should let it go." At this, Tang Cheng, seething with rage, hands on hips and breathing heavily, is clearly not lightly affected by the report. This reaction is exactly what Cohen hoped to provoke. "Let it go?" Are you joking? A nobody compared to my son, and that dark web assassin, damn him for his insolence. But boss, remember Feiyu is an SS tier talent, if we touch him it might bring trouble. Seeing his plan about to succeed, Kuan-gu added fuel to the fire once again. Tang Chang angrily shouted, so what if it's an SS level talent? Is it that impressive? I've never been afraid of trouble in my life. Don't think you can escape from my grasp just by running to the Spirit Academy. After saying this, Tang Chang angrily dialed a number on his cell phone. Meanwhile, Feiyu took advantage of the night to approach Wushan Dao. Wushan Dao is a Taoist temple. Although it is not very large, it is reputed to be extremely effective for those praying for children. Therefore, it also attracts many young women who wish for children. During the day, the incense burns continuously, but at night it is utterly cold and quiet. After the navigation ended and having memorized what his target looked like, Feiyu tucked his phone back into his pocket. He also, to avoid any damage to his computer during the fight, temporarily placed it behind the incense burner before entering. Having prepared everything, he held the demon blade in his left hand and stepped forward. Inside the main hall of Wushan Dao, a young Taoist in a gray robe was sitting cross-legged, holding a dust whisk in his hand and muttering something. Feiyu, hiding outside the door, was about to make his move when the Taoist seemed to sense something, slightly opening his eyes with a smile curling at his lips, and said softly, "My friend, since you are here, why hide outside?" Upon hearing this, Feiyu's eyes sharply contracted. Suddenly a purple glow remained where he had been standing, and a shadow tinged with purple light rushed into the hall. The demon blade flickered with a faint cold light in the night, incredibly fast and sharp. Feiyu thought he would succeed in one strike, but to his surprise the Taoist reacted swiftly. The Taoist also leapt back in an instant, his dust whisk meeting the attack head-on. Feiyu quickly turned around. Clang! The blade and the dust whisk collided, sparks scattering throughout the hall and the energy from the collision spreading around them. Candles were snuffed out and the candle stand collapsed with a crash. Lin Pingji, using his strength, pulled away from Feiyu, feeling a numbness spreading through his arm. He looked incredulously at the hooded young man before him, a trace of faint panic flashing in his eyes. "Who are you? Who sent you?" Feiyu did not respond, forcefully swinging his demon blade, his body slightly bent like a hunting panther springing forward. His speed was so fast that an energy afterimage appeared behind him. From this moment Lin Pingji realized that Feiyu was an assassin, for assassins never waste words with their targets. Their sole purpose is to eliminate their targets by any means necessary. It must be that woman from the other day who hired the assassin, but he also sensed that this assassin seemed to have only first-tier cultivation. With this in mind, Lin Pingji felt no reason to be scared anymore. Just as Feiyu was about to strike, Lin Pingji shouted loudly, spiritual power swirling around him. Before him, a spherical energy shield suddenly materialized, enveloping his entire form. With a clang, Feiyu's demonic blade was blocked. "Ha!" Lin Pingji shouted, repelling Feiyu several meters away. "Ha! You cannot breach my defense," Lin Pingji said, his face brimming with smugness. He would have been cautious if it were a second-tier assassin, but his innate ability was defense. Not even a second-tier warrior might break through it, let alone a mere first-tier assassin, thus he was not worried at all. After stabilizing himself, Feiyu slightly raised his head to look at the arrogantly grinning Lin Pingji, his heart undisturbed. He subtly shifted his stance and stumped, forcefully cracking the ground beneath him. Then, the demonic blade pointed straight ahead. He grasped the hilt with one hand and supported the end of the hilt with the other. With a boom, Feiyu's body shot forward explosively. The blade's tip pressed against Lin Pingji's transparent shield as if stabbing into cotton, unable to penetrate further. Even the terrifying force seemed to be diverted by the shield, dissipating it all. The entire blade shattered like a mirror. "Ha ha ha, boy, I told you that you can't break my defense." Lin Pingji laughed loudly, his confidence in his talent immense. But in the next moment his face drastically changed. The fragments of the blade, as if controlled by some force, began to eerily reassemble and merge inside his shield, eventually forming a complete blade again. "Nope, this can't be possible. How could you breach my defense?" Lin Pingji bellowed, panic-stricken. He tried to summon his spiritual power to block it, but no matter what he did, the blade, as if ignoring him, pierced through his prized shield, its cold tip inching closer to his chest. Lin Pingji's sweat dripped onto the blade and was instantly evaporated. He knew he could no longer stubbornly resist. Sometimes living is more important than pride. He abruptly ceased his spiritual power and dashed towards the door, attempting to escape the eerie demonic blade. But reality is often cruel. Feiyu, as an assassin, would not let him escape so easily. Not to mention Feiyu's mission completion rate on the dark web was nearly 100%. Feiyu stood still, slowly raising the demonic blade. The fragments, as if connected by something intangible, began to rapidly extend. Watching Lin Pingji run towards the door, Feiyu with a calm expression slashed down. Boom, the ground cracked and the door's lintel above the great hall crashed down, stirring up clouds of dust and accompanying a scream. A severed arm flew into the air, then fell to the ground, while Lin Pingji with his remaining hand quickly pressed several points on the stump of the severed arm. Seeing Lin Pingji collapse weakly to the ground, Feiyu with the cursed blade, thousand cuts in hand, slowly approached. According to his employer's demands, Feiyu had to sever another of Lin's arms. Despite Lin Pingji's desperation, he could no longer concern himself with how his defenses were breached. In that critical moment, preserving his life was paramount. Young brother, no. No, elder brother, please spare me. I haven't done anything terribly wrong in my life. Feiyu's expression remained cold, indifferent to whether Lin had committed wrongdoings or not. He knew only that completing his mission would grant him the spirit stones needed to nourish the shard of the cursed blade in his chest. Buma splurred another slash and Lin Pingji's other arm was severed. Panting heavily, Lin Pingji lay on the ground, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at Feiyu with venomous hatred. He knew well that pleading with an assassin for mercy was a fool's errand. Before he could even catch his breath, Feiyu's next move terrified him so much that he lost control of his bladder. What do you intend to do? Lin Pingji trembled as he spoke, his legs shaking, for Feiyu had pointed the blade toward his groin. To Lin Pingji, losing his arms was bearable, but losing his manhood was not. For many years he had managed the Taoist temple, striving to enhance its prosperity and make the legend of fertility more believable. He had enabled many women to fulfill their dreams with his manhood, albeit through brutal means, sometimes earning him the scorn of being called a beast. Yet if not for his manhood, the temple would not have survived until today, nor would it have brought him the pleasures of life. To die under the peony flower, even in death there would be romance. So seeing Feiyu move to harm his manhood, Lin Pingji visibly panicked. Please, no. Name your price, I can pay you anything, just spare it. Without it I really... Before he could finish, a horrific scream cut through the air. Lin Pingji's joy was gone. Swiftly Feiyu used his spiritual power to stop Lin Pingji's bleeding. The man couldn't die before the mission was completed. He then hoisted him over his shoulder, grabbed his laptop, and swiftly headed down the mountain. With both arms severed and even his manhood gone, combined with severe blood loss, death was imminent. Thus Feiyu had to reach the employer's trading spot quickly. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan was also busy buying a plethora of everyday items. Yes, that's right, just place it here. Several students carried various necessities into the dormitory. Hey Junior, you sure bought a lot. Didn't you bring any luggage with you before coming? A young man wiping sweat from his forehead curiously asked. I did bring them, look, there they are. Xiaoyan hurriedly pointed to the various items already placed on his bed. If you brought them, then why buy more? Isn't that a waste of money? The older students also cast curious glances at Xiaoyan. With a smile, Xiaoyan explained, I bought this for a fellow villager of mine, he had to step out for a bit. Oh, I see, well, we'll be on our way then, you guys take care, they said, and then left the dorm. Just as Xiaoyan was about to make his bed, a furious shout came from outside the door. Open up, open the damn door. You have the guts to kill but not to open the door. Tang Yu was outside, continuously slapping the door of Xiaoyan's dorm with his palm. He had just received a call from the center of Jiangnan City. The call informed him that his cousin had been murdered and that it seemed to involve some new students who had arrived today, including one named Feiyu. After asking around for a while, Tang Yu had finally tracked down Feiyu's dorm. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiaoyan was momentarily stunned. Murder? Who's been killed? Is someone trying to assert their dominance? Before coming here, Xiaoyan had already heard that the older students at the Spirit Academy often bullied the new ones, taking advantage of their higher cultivation levels. Since he and another first-level student had joined the academy early, it was inevitable that they would be targeted. Xiaoyan quickly stepped forward and opened the door. The person outside was neither fat nor thin, his appearance was neither ugly nor handsome, just ordinary. A few underlings followed him, all with cultivation levels above third rank. Seeing Xiaoyan open the door, Tang Yu's eyebrows furrowed slightly, a chilling glint in his eyes. He demanded, Are you the damn Feiyu? Xiaoyan, unafraid of confrontation, replied coldly, Senior, you can eat your food in any way you like, but you must be careful with your words. Even if you're looking for trouble, this isn't the way. Also, my name isn't Feiyu, I'm Xiaoyan. Feiyu is my friend. What do you want with him? Hearing Xiaoyan reveal his identity, Tang Yu snorted coldly. What's it to you? He then pushed past Xiaoyan and entered, shouting loudly inside, Feiyu, come out now, damn it. Are you hiding? Although Xiaoyan didn't understand what was happening, he knew this person was here to cause trouble. Senior, if you wouldn't want Captain Tang to hear about this, you might want to leave quickly, otherwise I can't guarantee this won't reach Captain Tang's ears tomorrow. You dare threaten me? I'm not easily frightened, Tang Yu retorted fiercely and threw a punch at Xiaoyan. Just as the fist was about to hit Xiaoyan's face, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. With a loud thud, the punch was caught by the hand of the newcomer, immobilizing it. Captain Tang, why are you here? Xiao Yan was slightly startled. Speaking of Cao Cao and Xiao Cao arrives, Tang Tian let go. Tang Yu's hand was clamped as if in a vice, unable to move despite his struggles. Hearing this, Tang Tian lightly tossed him aside, and due to inertia Tang Yu stumbled backward. Fortunately, his younger brother caught him in time, preventing him from making a fool of himself in front of others. After rubbing his wrist, Tang Yu looked at Tang Tian, then his gaze fell on Xiaoyan behind him. That kid in the back, tell Fei Yu to clean his neck and wait for me. I'm going to settle this account with him. Let's go. As Tang Yu left, Tang Tian curiously asked, you just got here today, how did you manage to provoke him already? Xiaoyan was completely baffled. Captain Tang, I've been out purchasing all afternoon. When would I have had the time to provoke anyone? If you don't believe me, you can check. Hearing this, Tang Tian glanced around the dormitory and then asked, where's Fei Yu? Oh, he went out and hasn't come back yet. Could it be that he really caused some trouble? Xiaoyan's expression gradually grew more serious. Tang Tian shook his head, I don't know, but Tang Yu wouldn't target you guys without reason. For now, when you see him, just stay away, got it? Understood, Captain Tang. Xiaoyan nodded. Suddenly thunder rumbled outside, startling Xiaoyan. Looks like it's going to rain. Remember to close the doors and windows tonight. With these words, Tang Tian left. Xiaoyan stood by the window looking up at the sky and muttered, it's about to rain, why hasn't he come back yet? Meanwhile, in an abandoned building, Fei Yu, following the address provided by the dark web along with a notoriously unreliable map, arrived with Lin Pingji. From a distance, he saw a woman pacing back and forth. Due to the distance, Fei Yu couldn't make out her features clearly, but her anxious behavior was evident. As Fei Yu approached, the woman took a deep breath and tried to appear relaxed, but her tightly clenched hands betrayed her nervousness. Fei Yu stopped not far from her and threw Lin Pingji to the ground, saying in a low voice, payment, are you the assassin from the dark web? Chi? The woman cautiously asked. Payment? Fei Yu didn't respond, just repeated coldly. Though the hood concealed his face, the woman could tell from his voice that he was not old. Quickly realizing, she carefully took out a pouch containing 30 spirit stones from her bag and placed it in Fei Yu's hand. Her hand trembled as she withdrew it. She was just an ordinary woman facing a blood-stained assassin. How could she not be afraid? Even the idea of hiring a dark web assassin to kill Lin Pingji was suggested by someone else, and getting access to the dark web had cost her a significant sum. Otherwise, as an ordinary person, she could never have accessed the dark web. At that moment, the throne, Lin Pingji slowly lifted his head. Damn it, it was you. You dared to hire someone to kill me. I'll kill you. Lin Pingji's face, smeared with blood, looked ferociously twisted at this moment. Ignoring the pain emanating from his groin, he slowly crept towards the woman, his body moving like a caterpillar, even leaving a vivid trail of blood on the ground. Despite his harsh words, how could he, with an arm severed, stir up any great turmoil? Yet even so, he managed to frighten the woman considerably. She had left harsh words on the dark web, wanting to take his life herself, but her character was too timid. The words she had left on the dark web were merely an outlet for her frustration. She hadn't anticipated the assassin from the dark web to be so efficient, actually bringing this scum right before her. After Fei Yu received the spirit stones, it signified the completion of his mission. However, just as he was turning to leave, the urgent voice of the woman called out from behind him, wait. Fei Yu paused his steps but did not speak. Seeing Fei Yu stop, the woman immediately said, can you help me? Kill him? I can't bring myself to do it. Her voice was filled with fear, showing how much Lin Pingji must have hurt her in the past. Without turning back, Fei Yu coldly said, sorry, killing him is not part of my mission. After saying this, Fei Yu continued to move forward. Hearing this, the woman became desperate. Being timid by nature, she couldn't even kill a chicken since childhood, let alone a person. Then, what if I had 2 more spirit stones? Before her words ended, a blur rushed past her. Accompanied by the sound of a blade, Lin Pingji's head was severed in an instant. With a faint smell of blood beginning to permeate the air, a hand reached out from behind the woman, startling her. Spirit stones, all right. While speaking, she took out 2 more spirit stones from her bag and carefully placed them into the palm of Fei Yu, who had already disappeared from her sight by the time she reacted. The woman collapsed to the ground as if relieved of a great burden. She couldn't help but curiously glance at the still warm corpse beside her, finally feeling a weight lifted off her heart. after this experience she truly understood, assassins are truly terrifying. Regarding how the assassin dealt with Lin Pingji, truthfully she hadn't even seen a shadow. The thunder roared louder and the rain grew heavier, occasionally accompanied by piercing thunderclaps. It seemed as if thunder dragons were roaring wildly within the clouds. Bang, crack, that was the sound of shattering window glass. Along with the shattered glass, a figure drenched in water abruptly jumped in. It was the dormitory of the Spiritualist Academy. Xiao Yan, who was about to go to sleep, was drawn by the sound of the broken glass. When he turned on the light in that instant, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Feiyu, why didn't you come in through the door? Although confused, he quickly sensed that something was amiss. Feiyu was completely drenched, clutching his chest with one hand, his face deathly pale. Xiaoyan simply couldn't believe that nothing was wrong. Feiyu, what's happened to you? Noticing Feiyu's unusual condition, Xiaoyan hurried over and scanned him. Suddenly, the bright red on Feiyu's shoulder caught his attention. Blood. Feiyu, why are you covered in blood? What on earth did you do? Although the rain had washed much of it away, Xiaoyan could still make out the traces of fresh blood. Recalling Tang Yu, who had come looking for trouble earlier that evening, Xiaoyan guessed what might have happened. Could Feiyu have really gone out and killed someone? Even as his mind teemed with questions, he knew that saving Feiyu's life was the immediate priority. Whether he had killed someone or not could wait. Feiyu, just hold on, I'll go call Captain Tang. However, just as Xiaoyan was about to get up, Feiyu grabbed him. No. Don't go, but if we don't do something you'll die, Xiaoyan said urgently, his voice filled with concern. Despite Feiyu's usually cold demeanor, Xiaoyan knew he was far better than those sanctimonious hypocrites. I have my own. Feiyu couldn't finish his sentence as a sharp pain shot through his chest straight to his crown. The side effects of using spiritual power to suppress his condition at the airport had burst forth at this moment. Feiyu, what is that on your neck? Under Xiaoyan's horrified gaze, black threads began to spread from his chest to his neck, accelerating until they covered his face with eerie tendrils, contorting his features grotesquely. This sudden turn of events completely unnerved Xiaoyan, who collapsed to the ground, his voice tinged with fear. Feiyu, what are you? Wu Feiyu didn't reply, his eyes still filled with an icy demeanor. He fiercely tore open his purple robe, revealing a shard of a demonic blade in his chest. A strange red flashed through his eyes but was quickly suppressed by Feiyu, for he knew that once his consciousness was overtaken it wouldn't just be Xiaoyan at risk. He slowly pulled out several spiritual stones from his bag, gritting his teeth against the pain, and began to speak haltingly, it can. But before he could finish, he collapsed unconscious. Xiaoyan, witnessing this, was on edge. Despite his years, he had never seen anything like this. The brief flash of red in Feiyu's eyes had seemed demonic. No, it was more like a murderous god crawled out from hell, brutal, bloody, terrifying. There seemed to be no words in this world adequate to describe the horror. Xiaoyan was even trembling, not from his own fear, but as an instinctual reaction of his body, a chill that wasn't from the cold. Thunder rolled ominously in the distance. The rain outside continued to pour heavily, casting a somber mood over everything. It was a weight that mirrored the heaviness in Xiaoyan's heart as he looked at Feiyu, who had fainted. At this moment, he was at a loss for what to do. Ever since Feiyu had desperately tried to stop him, Xiaoyan had suspected that Feiyu's background was not simple. Or rather, if his identity were to be revealed, the consequences would be extremely severe. While he was lost in thought, knock, 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 suddenly someone knocked on the door. As the door opened, Tang Tian appeared with a group of people standing outside. Captain Tang, what brings you here? Xiaoyan steadied his breathing, trying to appear calm. Why are you sweating so much? Is it hot today? Tang Tian asked curiously, looking at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan was startled by the question but quickly recovered. I was just doing push-ups in the dorm. Oh right, Captain Tang, it's so late you are here because... To avoid suspicion, Xiaoyan quickly changed the subject. I'm leading a patrol and just wanted to check if Feiyu had returned. Feiyu, yes, he's back. Look, he's sleeping right there. Xiaoyan gestured towards the bed. Good, then you guys rest well. Tang Tian glanced briefly inside and seeing someone indeed lying on the bed, he seemed relieved. After sending Tang Tian and his group away, Xiaoyan quickly shut the door. He looked at the spirit stone that had fallen on the floor and then at Feiyu, who was still unconscious. Finally, he gritted his teeth and quickly picked up the spirit stone. The next day, after a night of fierce storms, the weather finally cleared up. As the first rays of sunlight entered in the morning, Feiyu slowly opened his eyes. He sat up abruptly, checked the fragment on his chest, and seemed to understand something. He clearly remembered that after completing the task last night, an accident had occurred within his body. The shard of the demon blade was retaliating against him. Because he was about to lose consciousness at that time, he needed external help to nourish himself using those spirit stones. Having no choice, he had to gamble on Xiao Yan. It was known that he never trusted anyone other than himself before. Besides, he noticed some changes in his body. It seemed he had grown stronger. With a thought, the system panel appeared again. Name: Feiyu. Age: 16. Talent: SS rank. Weapon type: Demon Blade. 1000 blades. Spirit power: 150. Level: First Order Warrior. Additional ability acquired: Devouring. Indeed, his spirit power had grown stronger. Feiyu looked at the data on the system, murmuring to himself. He knew the change in spirit power must be due to him killing the target last night, allowing the demon blade to devour the residual spirit power. Although it triggered the outbreak of the fragment in his chest, fortunately, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. You're awake. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Feiyu's thoughts. Xiao Yan walked in, holding 2 school uniforms. Xiao Yan, last night you. Xiao Yan quickly raised his hand to stop him. Don't say it, please don't say anything. I don't want to know what you did before, nor do I care about your background. The less I know, the safer it is for me, that much I do know. Even if you've killed someone, it has nothing to do with me. All I know is that now you are my classmate and roommate, and that's enough for me. Here, take your uniform and change out of those clothes, they look kind of creepy. Xiao Yan shuddered slightly and casually tossed the uniform to Feiyu, who was sitting on the bed. Feiyu looked at the uniform in his hands, his mind seemingly preoccupied with thoughts. Oh, by the way, Feiyu, do you know someone named Tangyu? Tangyu? No, I don't know them. Why do you ask? Because Xiao Yan had helped him. Feiyu's attitude had softened a bit and his tone was not as icy as before. Hearing this, Xiao Yan also turned his head, recalling the bloodstains on Feiyu's clothes from the previous night, but he chose not to speak of it. Since last night's incident, Xiao Yan always felt like he was accompanying a tiger. Never mind, if you don't know them, that's fine. Just as Xiao Yan was bending down to tidy up his things, Feiyu seemed to think of something and started rummaging through the bed quickly. His strange behavior caught Xiao Yan's attention. What are you looking for? Are you looking for this? As he spoke, Xiao Yan picked up a laptop from his own bed. Feiyu snatched it, quickly relieved after a brief check that it was still functioning properly. Thankfully, last night's heavy rain hadn't damaged the laptop, otherwise he wouldn't know how to access the dark web. Seeing this, Xiao Yan didn't understand why a laptop was so crucial to him, but he didn't think too much about it. Feiyu's life was too mysterious and convoluted. For his own safety, he chose not to delve too deep. He felt that maintaining such a relationship after last night was already a blessing from his ancestors. All freshmen assemble. Suddenly a loud voice came from outside the door. What's happening? Feiyu also stood up, looking out the window. Let's go and see, then we'll know. Puzzled, the two of them quickly ran out of the dormitory. At that moment, Feiyu hadn't had the chance to change his clothes, so he and Xiao Yan ran out together. Principal, all the freshmen are here. On the playground, Tang Tian slightly bowed to the middle-aged man next to him and spoke softly. The middle-aged man responded. Then, with his hands behind his back, he walked towards the new students on the playground. Hello, everyone, you can call me Principal Zhou. You are all new here and you must be unfamiliar with our academy. Although none of you have reached the 3rd level yet, your talent is the key that allowed you early entry into this academy. So, facing these students from all over the world, Principal Zhou patiently introduced himself. He was not tall, quite portly, and wore glasses, but he looked very kind. The students did not find anything amiss with his explanation. Some even started to feel a fondness for this benevolent-looking old man. This also made them feel that the Spirit Academy seemed quite alright. However, Tang Tian, standing to the side, let out a soft sigh, seemingly unable to bear watching any longer. His face, filled with distress, was a canvas of complexity. His strange behavior caught the attention of Feiyu. Feiyu frowned slightly, as if deep in thought. Hey Feiyu, how do you think Principal Zhou compares to Principal Wang? Xiao Yan, standing next to Feiyu, also gently nudged Feiyu's shoulder. Due to the incident involving Feiyu last night, Xiao Yan felt that Feiyu's background must be extraordinary. At least he understood that Feiyu could only be a friend, not an enemy. Feiyu snapped back to reality and gave a reminder. Remember, if anything happens later, be careful on your own. But this reminder only confused Xiao Yan, who scratched his head and decided not to ask any further. The faces of the other students were filled with joy. However, Feiyu's expression became increasingly solemn. Feiyu had grown up in the perpetual night of Dao, where the killings had sharpened his keen observational skills. If it were just a simple introduction, why would Tang Tian show such an expression? As expected, what Principal Zhou said next shocked the other students. Because of the level of your cultivation, starting today you will enter various different areas to train. Within 1 month everyone must advance by 3 stages. This shouldn't be difficult for you. Principal Joe looked at the astonished students with a calm demeanor. Perhaps it was their S-rank talents that gave these students immense confidence. Don't worry, advancing 3 stages in 1 month is not difficult for us. Let's show Principal Joe our S-rank talent. The students each thumped their chests, their faces brimming with extreme confidence, yet there were still some students with worried expressions. They did not possess S-rank talents, and naturally, their cultivation speed could not match those with S-rank talents. It turns out, among the new students sent here, besides the 10 or so with S-rank talents, the rest were mostly students with decent A or B rank talents. When it came to cultivation speed, they naturally could not compare with those with S-rank talents. Facing the students' assurances, Principal Joe merely smiled faintly. Youth, how wonderful! He then made a gesture and several teachers quickly approached. Teacher Jiang, you take the B rank to the C rank area. Yes, Principal. Teacher He, you take the A rank to the B rank area. Yes, Principal. Teacher Su, you take the S rank to the A rank area. Yes, Principal. After arranging the students, Principal Joe scanned the crowd and eventually stopped in front of Fei Yu as the other students made way. You, stay here. Hearing this, Fei Yu also frowned. He had heard about area training. These areas were filled with different beasts, and the level of the area also indicated the ferocity of the beasts within. Regardless of whether this so-called area training was beneficial to the students or not, for Fei Yu, who had the demonic blade Shinran devouring to increase his level, it was definitely a great opportunity. He couldn't fathom what Principal Joe, whom he had only met once, was really up to with his mysterious plans. However, for the time being he decided to hold his peace. After all, he was at this academy to obtain the graduation token. Fei Yu, having caught Principal Joe's attention, naturally piqued the curiosity of the other students as well. Who is this guy? He looks so stern and cold. No idea, he must be a student sent from some other place. Could he possibly be an S-rank talent? What a joke! If this guy is S-rank, I'll eat my hat right here. Yeah, I reckon he's at most a B-rank talent. Murmurs quietly fermented among the crowd, while the other students gossiped about Fei Yu. Xiaoyan, standing by Fei Yu's side, flashed a look of concern. Could Fei Yu's secret have been discovered? As he was lost in thought, he saw Principal Joe wave his hand, signaling something that made the teachers instantly understand and begin to lead their students away. Following Fei Yu's glance, Xiaoyan, with no other choice, reluctantly followed his own group. He looked back at Fei Yu, now only hoping for the best. Once all the new students had left, the long silent Principal Joe finally began to speak slowly. Fei Yu, an SS rank talent, 16 years old, the only SS rank talent in the entire Jiangnan city. As for his background, Principal Joe glanced at Tang Tian standing beside him, but instead of continuing he changed his statement. I'm right, am I not? Hearing this, Fei Yu slightly nodded, his expression extremely calm. As a principal, isn't it normal for you to know the information of a student? At this, Principal Joe was momentarily stunned but then burst into hearty laughter. Seizing the opportunity, Fei Yu continued to probe. Why have you kept me here? Principal Joe smiled faintly and said, because you are special. Fei Yu's expression gradually became serious. Could it be that his origins had been discovered? Yes, precisely because you are extraordinarily special. Thus, the place you need to go is the S Forbidden Zone. Principal, you're actually letting him enter the S Forbidden Zone? That place is? Suddenly Fei Yu sharply cut off Tang Tian. I'll go. Oh, curiosity flickered in Principal Joe's eyes. Aren't you curious about what's inside the S Forbidden Zone? Fei Yu replied calmly, what's there to be curious about? Why not just go and see for ourselves? Silence fell as heavy as death itself. Principal Joe was momentarily dumbfounded by Fei Yu's response, and so was Tang Tian, who had been about to intervene. The S Forbidden Zone, a place not only teeming with strange beasts but filled with dangers at every turn. More terrifyingly, since the appearance of the S Forbidden Zone, only 2 people had ever walked out alive, yet Fei Yu's response was so composed. But to Principal Joe and Tang Tian, this was merely the fearlessness of the ignorant. Principal Joe, about this S Forbidden Zone. Fei Yu broke the eerie silence. Just then Principal Joe pulled out his phone from his bag, dialed a number casually and then said, Tang Yu, bring me the map of the S Forbidden Zone. Yes, right away. Tang Yu? Could it be the same Tang Yu who Xiaoyan mentioned was looking for trouble with him? As Fei Yu was wondering, a figure approached from a distance. It wasn't until the figure's outline became clearer that Fei Yu could see the person's age and appearance. In his memory he had never seen this person before. However, why did Xiaoyan mention that a Tang Yu was coming to cause trouble for him? Tang Yu glanced at Fei Yu and then slowly walked towards Principal Zhou, although it was just a glance. Fei Yu could feel a hint of murderous intent in those eyes. Even if it was just for a moment, it did not escape Fei Yu's notice. His years of experience immediately told him to be wary of this person named Tang Yu. Tang Yu handed a map to the principal standing beside him and tentatively asked, "Principal, the S Forbidden Zone has been unvisited for a long time. I wonder which exceptionally talented junior is planning to go there." Principal Zhou glanced at him and signaled for him not to pry any further. Tang Yu, understanding the hint, did not continue to inquire. Instead, he turned his gaze back to Fei Yu. Taking advantage of the moment Principal Zhou and Tang Tian were inspecting the map, Tang Yu quietly moved closer. "Do you think you can get away with hiring an assassin to kill Tang San? But now I don't need to take action myself? Fei Yu, you better not come out of the S Forbidden Zone alive, otherwise I will make you beg for death." As his words fell, Tang Yu slowly left the field. Watching Tang Yu's departing figure, Fei Yu clenched his fists tightly. He knew this person was a threat. After taking the map from Principal Zhou, Fei Yu did not delay and left the place immediately. Now that the matter with Tang San had been exposed, although he did not know how they had connected him with this incident, he understood one thing clearly: it was urgent to enhance his own strength. Watching Fei Yu's fading figure, Tang Tian couldn't help but ask, "Principal, why would you let him go to the S Forbidden Zone? With such great talent, what if?" Principal Zhou stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes slightly narrowed. "Cutting him off, there are no what ifs. This child has too much malice. If he were to enter the same area as other students, the consequences would be more than you and I can handle. Besides, it wasn't me who sent him to the S Forbidden Zone. Could it be Principal Wang of the Spirit Academy?" Tang Tian continued to inquire. Principal Zhou remained silent for a moment. "Tang Tian, don't you think this kid looks a bit like someone who..." Principal Zhou gave him a glance. "If I knew, I wouldn't be asking you. Strange, who does he look like? I can't seem to remember." As Principal Zhou murmured to himself, his figure also gradually departed. Tang Tian could only sigh heavily. He became increasingly curious about this young man named Fei Yu, who could make Principal Wang of the Spirit Academy go to such lengths for him. However, these were not his current concerns. Meanwhile, in the central tower of Jiangnan City, "Little beauty, don't run away. I'm your Uncle Tang." At this moment, Tang Chang looked at the pitiful little Wu, his eyes revealing a greedy gleam. Just as he was about to commit the deed, there was a click. Koen-gu stepped into the office from the outside. "Boss." The sudden sound startled Tang Chang. His courage faltered instantly. He glared at Koen-gu, who had just entered, his face clouded with displeasure. "What's up?" Tang Chang, regaining his composure, walked over to his desk and expertly lit a cigar. "Boss, Tang Yu called. He said that Fei Yu has entered the S Forbidden Zone." Hearing this, Tang Chang looked up curiously. "S Forbidden Zone? What is that?" Koen-gu shook his head and continued, "I don't know, but Tang Yu said no one has ever come out of the S Forbidden Zone alive. Finally the young master can have his revenge." A trace of joy appeared on Koen-ge's face. However, bang! Tang Chang suddenly slammed the ashtray on the desk to the floor. The sound of shattering glass startled not only Koen-gu but also Xiaowu, who was cowering in the corner. "Call Tang Yu right now and tell him he must bring back the head of Fei Yu. Otherwise he can forget about staying at the Lingjia Academy." "Understood, boss." Koen-gu quickly agreed, eager to leave the office. But Tang Chang stopped him again. "Have you found the assassin from the dark web?" "Not yet," Koen-gu replied quietly. "Then keep looking for him and kill him when you find him." "But boss, that assassin has a ranking on the dark web. He's very powerful and our people might not be able to handle him." Although Tang Chang had influence in both the underworld and the legitimate world, aside from his personal bodyguards, most of his people were just ordinary folks. They could handle a fight or a dockyard robbery, but sending them to kill an assassin was akin to sending them to their deaths, or worse, they wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. Then put a bounty of 1,000,000 spirit stones on him. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must, but find and kill this assassin for me. What if he's ranked 8th? I don't believe the top-ranked assassins can't handle him. Go now." Tang Chang shouted angrily. Understanding the peak of his boss's fury, Koen-gu wisely made haste to leave. After Koen-gu had left, Tang Chang's gaze turned once more to Xiao Wu in the corner. His intense anger didn't care about her pain or prelude. Along with the miserable sounds that followed, the bodyguards standing outside the door listened intently. Some even started cracking sunflower seeds. As time slowly passed and the sky filled with dark clouds, Fei Yu followed the route described by Principal Zhou and found the location of the S Forbidden Zone. Considering the dangers inside, Fei Yu immediately summoned the demon blade Shenren from his space and held it in his left hand, stepping into the zone with resolute steps. Meanwhile, in the dark web, The top message box was completely dominated by a bounty announcement: the head of assassin Chi bounty of 1 million spirit stones. Under the night sky, the full moon interwove with clouds. Inside the forbidden zone, fear lurked everywhere, the occasional growls continuously crafting a terrifying atmosphere. A black crow perched atop a tree continuously bobbed its tiny head as if watching a play unfold. Following its gaze, one could see a scene of slaughter. A young man clad in purple robes and wielding a demonic blade stood under the cover of night. His purple robes fluttered in the breeze. In the next moment, his silhouette leapt high into the air, the demonic blade sparkling with a faint cold light under the night sky. Sounds of slicing air rang out, whoosh, splutch. Continuous flashes of the blade tore through the air. Beneath the night sky, fragments shining like mirrored pieces began to reassemble and extend continuously. Below him, a massive beast roared in anger. This beast, mutated from a pangolin, was covered in scales that, altered by mutation, resembled a suit of armor. Feiyu's demonic blade struck it, emitting sounds like metal clashing. The beast roared in fury, swiping its massive claw towards Feiyu in the air. Crossing his arms, Feiyu managed a brief defense, but at the cost of a gash on his arm from which blood dripped. Ignoring his injury, Feiyu used the recoil of the bamboo behind him to leap up again. His blade split into pieces, each shard as sharp as a long sword, shredding through the beast. Under the rapid assault of the blade fragments, even the thick scales of the beast began to seep blood. Under the cover of night, the swiftly spinning fragments resembled a spectacular flower. The fragments spun faster and faster, blood splattered on the ground. Finally, the beast let out a mournful cry as it collapsed on the ground, its breaths faint. Hundreds, even thousands of tiny cuts appeared on its body. Though small, the cuts were unfathomably deep. Blood flowed rapidly from its abdomen. The air soon filled with an overwhelmingly strong scent of blood, foul and pungent. After the beast's death, the airborne fragments, as if summoned, swiftly flew back to the broken hilt in Feiyu's hand, quickly reassembling at a visible speed until the demonic blade was whole again. In that moment, countless specks of light began to swiftly emerge from the dead beast's body, converging towards the demonic blade in Feiyu's hand. The blade absorbed all the lights. Feeling the power feedback within him, Feiyu once again accessed his system. Name: Feiyu. Age: 16. Talent: SS tier. Weapon type: demonic blade. 1000 blades. Spirit power: 200. Rank: second tier martial artist. The ability to absorb gained from hunting the beast in the S-zone for several days, combined with the absorbing power of the demonic blade 1000 blades, had elevated his cultivation to the second tier level. This was much faster than his previous missions on the dark web. Due to his own limited realm, Feiyu's progress in this forbidden zone had been somewhat slow. Feiyu was no fool. Even though he wielded the demonic blade 1000 blades without significant power and cultivation, it was difficult to unleash the full potential of the blade. Consequently, he had been hunting first-tier exotic beasts during this period. However, these first-tier beasts were much more formidable than the ordinary beasts in other regions. As his cultivation level increased, Feiyu gradually targeted larger prey. Under the cover of night, he moved through the bamboo forest like a phantom, tirelessly hunting. Now he needed to slay a large number of these beasts to strengthen his own power. After all, this was not the peaceful city center of Jiangnan, thousands of miles away. Here, the lowest cultivation level among the people was that of a third-tier warrior. If he couldn't quickly enhance his power, it would be difficult to obtain the graduation token from Principal Zhou. Once his cultivation reached the level of a second-tier warrior, handling first-tier exotic beasts became much easier for Feiyu. Apart from the second-tier beasts, which were somewhat challenging, the first-tier ones could no longer harm him. Following the fall of another beast, Feiyu sat on a rock for a brief rest. Days of continuous hunting had nearly exhausted his physical strength, but to become stronger and advance to transcendence sooner, Feiyu had no other choice. Fortunately, although these beasts had mutated, their meat was still edible. With a swift motion, Feiyu used his demonic blade to slice off a piece of raw meat and began chewing it. He needed to replenish his strength and didn't have time to roast the meat over a fire. Eating raw meat had become commonplace for him. In the realm of eternal night, other than killing, food was scarce. Brutality, slaughter and cannibalism had dominated Feiyu's entire childhood. If not for the memories of his past life's soul, he probably would have died long ago. Therefore, when he got meat, he could not afford to cook it unless he was strong enough not to fear attracting other criminals with the smell. Though Feiyu had made a name for himself in the path of greed, he knew that there were many others in eternal night who were far more formidable than him. Moreover, he was only 12 years old at that time. That a 12-year-old child could survive in such a dark place was a miracle in itself. After eating about a pound of meat, Feiyu's strength gradually returned. Just as he was about to leave, a shadow suddenly darted out from the forest. Feiyu reacted swiftly, crossing his arms to block the incoming kick. However, when he blocked it, he felt as if the kick had the weight of thousands, incredibly heavy. Sensing something was off, he quickly retreated to increase the distance. The shadow also stabilized its form and couldn't help but praise Feiyu, a second-tier warrior? Worthy of someone with an SS grade talent. Your progress is incredibly fast in just a few days. Perhaps you really might have a chance to leave this forbidden zone, Tanyu. As the figure became clearer, Feiyu's expression gradually turned icy. You've trespassed into the forbidden zone on your own. Aren't you afraid that you might not be able to walk out yourself? Tanyu sneered and said, I've dared to come in because I have my ways. To be honest, I didn't want to enter this forbidden zone either. Unfortunately, they wanted to see your head with their own eyes. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to stay in the Spirit Practitioner Academy. Kid, it's your fault for messing with someone you shouldn't have. Prepare to die? Them? Who are they? Asked the other. Go to hell and ask. Tanyu finished speaking and leapt high into the air. Enlarge. With a low shout, his fist didn't just grow dozens of times bigger, it also rapidly petrified, becoming incredibly heavy. Die. His massive fist, now immense and brutal, struck towards Feiyu with violent force, stirring up a wild wind and sending dust flying all around. Clang! Feiyu quickly drew his sword to defend, but he was still knocked back several meters by the force of Tangyu's punch. Seeing Feiyu repelled once again, Tangyu's face showed a smug expression. He waved his enlarged fist and said mockingly, Kid, although my talent is not as good as yours, I possess the cultivation of a third-tier warrior. In a few days, I'll step into the fourth tier. A mere second tier like you can't beat me. I advise you to just... Before he could finish his sentence, Feiyu suddenly turned into a blur, wielding his demonic blade and attacking with incomparable speed. The sword moved so quickly that it created dazzling and elusive shadows. Clang, clang, clang. The demonic blade struck the petrified arms, sparks flying wildly. Despite the petrification, Tanyu could still feel the power of the blade. How can this power belong to a mere second-tier warrior? Damn, how can this guy be so fast? No, I must create some distance, Tanyu thought, gritting his teeth while using his petrified arms to fend off Feiyu's attacks. Although Tanyu could strengthen any part of his body, he couldn't enhance everything at once. Moreover, after enhancing, his movements became slower. Thus, facing the extreme speed of Feiyu, Tanyu was clearly struggling. Finally, he saw an opportunity. He gathered his spiritual power into one point and aimed a punch at Feiyu's abdomen. Despite the powerful strike, how could he compare to the agile Feiyu? Just as he threw his punch, Feiyu quickly struck back and immediately created distance between them. At that moment, Tanyu suddenly felt a sharp pain on his face. He instinctively touched his cheek, and upon looking, his hand was covered in fresh blood. It seemed he had finally realized that the Feiyu before him could not be treated like an ordinary second-tier warrior. Although he was a third-tier warrior, close to stepping into the fourth tier, it was generally believed that even a third tier might not be able to defeat him. Yet, unexpectedly, this person called Feiyu, relying on his second-tier cultivation, had managed to exchange several blows with him. He took the opportunity to scratch his cheek. Is this the terror of SS talent? Just a few days to be promoted to the second rank. If he continues to let him grow, in the future there will be no place for him. Tanyu in the Spirit Practitioner Academy. Was it Tang Cheng who sent you? Feiyu stood sideways, the magic knife in his hand pointing directly at Tanyu. Tanyu smiled coldly, a hint of mockery appearing at the corner of his mouth. Guess. As his voice fell, he released the petrification on his arms and charged towards Feiyu. This way he could increase his speed, and at the moment he faced Feiyu, he quickly petrified his arms again and threw a powerful punch. Feiyu did not dodge, he swiftly positioned the magic knife horizontally across his chest. Bang! Clang! With the sound of metal colliding, the overflowing violent spiritual power surged around. The surrounding big trees shook incessantly, and some of the weaker saplings snapped on the spot. It was evident that Tangyu's strike was immensely powerful. Feiyu slightly lifted his right foot and instantly turned into an afterimage, kicking towards Tangyu's waist. However, when his foot struck, a sharp pain shot through his leg. On closer inspection, it was found that at the moment Feiyu moved his leg, Tanyu had redirected some of his spiritual power to petrify his waist. Although he could not strengthen it completely, petrifying a small part was still feasible. What does it matter if you have high talent? You're not my match right now. Feiyu, this day next year will be your death anniversary. Die! Tangyu's face was filled with ferocity as he roared to the sky. His entire body's spiritual power burst forth. The punch containing enormous spiritual power came again. Fei Yu, relying on his agile movements, barely dodged the attack. Seeing the increasingly berserk Tang Yu, Fei Yu's expression also grew more solemn. Damn it! Another attack missed and Tang Yu's anger reached its peak. His cultivation level was clearly stronger than Fei Yu's, yet each of his attacks was cleverly avoided. His eyes bloodshot, he gathered all his spiritual power and forcibly conjured a stone knife. Then with a stamp of his feet he leaped high and slashed down at Fei Yu. This time Fei Yu did not move away, he calmly stood in place in a diving posture. Moments later, Fei Yu moved, his speed was ghostly, his figure instantly disappeared from Tang Yu's sight. What? Tang Yu's eyes widened in panic, frantically scanning below. But little did he know Fei Yu had already reached behind him, the magic knife was already at his neck. Pshht, blood splattered in the air. Tang Yu fell from the sky, his petrified body smashing a huge hole in the ground, but his neck was intact, yet his back was riddled with holes bleeding profusely. The massive loss of blood had made him unstable on his feet, and despite using all his strength he could only kneel weakly on the ground. Cough, cough. Bright red blood continuously flowed from the corners of his mouth, his hair spread out in all directions and his appearance was like that of a beggar on the brink of death. His eyes were filled with terror and unwillingness. You are just a second tier. Why, this is impossible, absolutely impossible. Fei Yu suddenly appeared in front of him, positioning the demonic blade at his throat. He coldly demanded, "Speak, are there any other members of the Tang family left?" Suddenly Tang Yu burst into a hysterical laughter as if possessed. The thick blood stained his teeth red and his face became increasingly grotesque and terrifying. "You're finished. One day you will die at the hands of our Tang family." With a laugh, a splatter of blood marked the end as his voice faded. As the blade fell, Tang Yu's body heavily collapsed. Staring at the corpse on the ground, Fei Yu's eyes grew colder. He clenched the demonic blade tightly, his fingers cracking with the grip. "Tang family? In a few days. We are here on serious business. What are you doing running here?" Outside the S-restricted zone, a beautiful woman stood with her arms crossed, slightly dissatisfied evident on her fair face. Young, about 20 years old, she was tall with pale skin, a delicate nose, crimson lips, and was voluptuous. Her name was Isa, a member of the Martial Arts Alliance team. An S-tier talent, her weapon of choice was a fiery spear, a 5th-tier martial artist. Her spear was like thunder, striking terror and bravery alike. Hearing this, the young man in white turned around, spreading his hands with an indifferent expression. "Spirit Academy? Just a rubbish school. What good can come from it? Better to hunt some exotic beasts in this S-zone for fun." The speaker Baiyu was also a member of the Martial Arts Alliance team, an S-tier talent with the ability to go berserk. He was notoriously arrogant within the Alliance. Although not well liked, he was vain and liked to show off in front of young girls. However, this didn't work on Isa. On the contrary, she found him quite annoying and was here in Jiangnan City only because of the team leader's orders. Hearing this, Isa immediately warned Baiyu, "I advise you to tone it down. If the team leader finds out, he'll skin you alive." "Enough, don't press me with the team leader. I don't believe the team leader, who is thousands of miles away, can control everything, even me going to the bathroom. Just find the right ones within the allotted time," Baiyu retorted dismissively. Isa was left speechless. If not for the list being in his hands, she would have already gone to the Spirit Academy herself. "Hey, are you coming or not?" Baiyu's voice suddenly broke her thoughts, and reluctantly, she cursed under her breath and followed him. Meanwhile, in the office of the Spirit Academy, Principal Zhou looked at the list on the table with a worried expression. Just then, Tang Tian walked in. "Principal, did you call me here for something? Sit." With a gesture from Principal Zhou, Tang Tian sat down. The principal then handed him the list and asked, "What do you think of these people?" implicitly seeking Tang Tian's opinion. After glancing at the list handed to him, Tang Tian also showed a look of disbelief. "Principal, I find no issue with the other students, but..." Tang Tian hesitated as he spoke, words teetering on the brink of expression but never making the leap. Principal Zhou instantly grasped the implication. "Just speak your mind," he urged. Tang Tian nodded, his reservations dissipating. "It's just that this Tang Yu, he doesn't seem to fit in. You know, Principal, he was forcibly pushed into our academy by that powerful corporation. If we talk about talent, every student in this academy surpasses him. Why should his name be on the list?" He paused, adding, "Moreover, I haven't seen him around for over 20 days now. No idea where that boy has vanished to." Tang Tian placed the list on the desk as he spoke. Hearing this, Principal Zhou sighed deeply. "Let's not dwell on this matter for now. Oh, by the way, the 1-month deadline is nearly upon us, isn't it? How are those transferred students faring in their training?" At this, Tang Tian immediately stood up, a joyful expression spreading across his face. He pulled out a record from his bag and said, "Principal, the students with S-grade talents have already advanced to the 3rd tier, but..." His expression suddenly turned serious as he handed the document over to Principal Zhou. "Xiaoyan, what's wrong with him?" The principal frowned. Although Xiaoyan's S-grade talent was undeniable and he might have been highly valued in his previous place, it didn't necessarily mean the same here amidst students from all over the Dragon Nation. S-grade talents are rare, but he isn't the only one, he mused, not understanding why Tang Tian emphasized this particular student. "Please look further," Tang Tian urged again. "Xiaoyan, an S-grade talent, age, type of talent." As Principal Zhou's gaze moved down the document, he suddenly stood up. "Fire talent, this." "Tang Tian, why didn't you mention this earlier?" "You didn't ask," Tang Tian replied helplessly. "While S-grade talents aren't extremely rare, elemental talents are exceedingly so. Not even 1 in 10 S-grade talents might possess an elemental talent, let alone a rare fire talent. Animals fear fire, it's an instinct ingrained in their very being, even if they evolve into mythical beasts. Clearly, Xiaoyan's fire talent is of paramount importance. After all, magical attacks far surpass physical ones in terms of damage." Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Tang Tian added, "Right, Principal, Xiaoyan and Fei Yu arrived together. I remember his talent was the only SS grade. He must be even more formidable than Xiaoyan, Fei Yu." At this, Principal Zhou heaved a heavy sigh and sat back down. "Is there a problem?" Tang Tian couldn't help but feel puzzled by the principal's demeanor. "An SS grade talent can't be weaker than others, can it?" Principal Zhou then took out a key, and under Tang Tian's puzzled gaze, he unlocked a drawer and retrieved a document. "Take a look," he said. "A key, locked confidential documents. Could this Fei Yu's talent be incredibly formidable?" Tang Tian's breathing became more rapid. If it really was a defiance of the heavens, they would need to establish good relations with them after they emerged. However, when he saw the confidential documents, he was stunned. SS talent, weapon type, a broken sword? How could this be possible? Tang Tian looked incredulously at Principal Zhou, who appeared equally troubled. The SS talent was undeniable. It would have been better if the talent type was for some other weapon, but the document listed the type as a broken sword. What sort of damage could a broken sword inflict? A tetanus blade. But their enemy wasn't ordinary humans, they were beasts. Isn't this just like the spiritual route in novels, merely a mascot? Tang Tian seemed unable to accept this outcome. He tentatively asked Principal, could there be a mistake? Principal Zhou's eyes were filled with helplessness. "I wish it were a mistake. I even called old Wang to confirm and he said there's no error. Fei Yu's talent type is indeed a broken sword." Hearing this, Tang Tian grew more puzzled. If Principal Wang was aware, why then did he insist on letting Fei Yu enter the S Forbidden Zone for training? Isn't that just throwing him into a pit of fire? "No, it's too dangerous in the S Forbidden Zone. I must go and take Fei Yu out," he said, turning to leave. However, Principal Zhou suddenly stopped him. "Hold on. What are you planning to do?" "Principal, do you really want to watch Fei Yu die in there?" Tang Tian frowned. Initially, he only knew that Fei Yu possessed an SS grade talent, but he was unaware that Fei Yu's weapon type was a broken sword. Had he known, he would have never agreed to let Fei Yu enter the S Forbidden Zone. A broken sword? Could there be any chance of survival in the S Forbidden Zone? Even if he miraculously survived, he would likely be crippled. Principal Zhou sighed, walked over and gently patted Tang Tian on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. "I know you are worried about these students, but think about it, would someone like old Wang easily send someone to their death? There must be something about Fei Yu that we don't know, so we have no choice but to trust old Wang on this." Tang Tian, upon hearing this, had no choice but to let it go. It was clear that a principal wouldn't willingly send his students to their deaths. Moreover, he vividly remembered Xiaoyan telling him that Fei Yu was a loner while at the Spiritual Power Academy, preferring solitude and rarely interacting with anyone, a trait Tang Tian had noticed when he met them at the airport. As Tang Tian was lost in thought, Principal Zhou's voice once again brought him back. "The Martial Arts Federation will be visiting our academy soon. You should prepare." Martial Arts Academy? What are they coming for? Tang Tian's eyes flickered with curiosity. As the captain of the Spirit Academy's guard team, he had heard of the Martial Arts Federation, a city guard force formed by the Dragon Nation tasked with missions around the world to maintain public order. It was said that the lowest level in the Federation was a 5th-tier martial artist. Not only were their talents extremely high, but their strengths were also formidable. Principal Zhou shook his head. Who knows? It's uncertain whether their visit will be a blessing or a curse, under Tang Tian's puzzled gaze. Principal Zhou walked out of the office holding the record files in his hand. Meanwhile, in the restricted area, it seemed enough had been done. Several third-tier beasts had already been slain, and it was time to attend to serious matters. Standing atop a large tree, Issa stared down at Baiyu, who was licking the blood off his hands, her face showing a look of disdain. At this moment, Baiyu was in a frenzied state, his muscles enhanced several times over by the frenzy, not only in speed but also in physical strength, pushing the limits of human capability. Moreover, as long as his spiritual power was uninterrupted, he could maintain this frenzied state indefinitely. It was because of this ability that the Martial Arts Alliance turned a blind eye to his arrogant actions. Baiyu looked up to see Issa standing on the tree, his eyes suddenly blazing with intensity. In the blink of an eye, Baiyu disappeared from below and reappeared behind Issa. His frenzied hands launched an attack towards Issa's throat. Issa, also a fifth-tier martial artist, sharply narrowed her beautiful eyes. Biting her lip lightly, she leaped up in a bound, dodging Baiyu's attack. Baiyu chuckled and followed closely. When he struck again, a fiery spear pointed directly at his throat, accompanied by Issa's cold voice. "Do you want to die?" Baiyu's face twisted into a grin. "No, I don't want to die yet. I was just concerned about your injury." Issa laughed. "If there's a next time, I will make sure you cannot continue your lineage. Did you hear me clearly?" Baiyu's calculations were not lost on her. Even this mission was likely his doing, or else why would the captain have him accompany her? "Heard you loud and clear," Baiyu replied, still smiling. Hearing this, Issa snorted coldly, turned away, and her fiery spear disappeared instantly. At that moment, Baiyu's smiling face vanished too, his right hand clenched tightly. Watching Issa walking ahead, his eyes revealed a hint of greed. "Just wait, Issa. One day you will bow down to me," he muttered under his breath. "Let's go, we should complete the mission the captain gave us," Baiyu said, knowing they had already delayed too much in the restricted area. If Issa reported him to the captain, he couldn't bear the captain's wrath. However, just as they were about to leave, a deep roar penetrated their ears. What was that sound? Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly. Both turned in the direction of the roar, which was filled with endless rage and sorrow. "That's a fourth-tier beast," they said in unison, their expressions turning grave. "Could there be others here? Let's go check it out." Before she finished speaking, Issa had already turned and dashed towards the source of the commotion. "To think someone dares hunt a fourth-tier beast here, interesting." Baiyu's eyes lit up with excitement, and he quickly followed. Moments later, the two finally arrived at the scene of the disturbance. What met their eyes was a scene of total chaos. The ground was riddled with holes, broken stones, snapped trees, and the air was thick with gunpowder smoke. In the midst of a large crater lay a motionless demonite tiger. Baiyu stood still, his expression indifferent. "I thought there were other people here. Turns out it's just a demonite tiger. Probably just beasts fighting over territory. Let's go, this is boring." As Baiyu spoke, Issa quickly crouched down to inspect the scene. Just as Baiyu was about to leave, Issa, who was crouched next to the tiger's body, spoke with a serious tone. "No, this demonite tiger was killed by a person." "Killed? By a person?" Baiyu's steps halted abruptly and he frowned. "Are you joking? This is the Forbidden Zone. Who here would dare to come in?" Although the Forbidden Zone was not particularly challenging for them, it was a significant difficulty for the students here. With their strength and practical experience, surviving in the Forbidden Zone would be as hard as reaching the heavens. "Don't believe me? Come and see for yourself," Issa said casually. Skeptical, Baiyu walked over. However, when he saw the wounds on the demonite tiger, his pupils shrank involuntarily. The tiger's body was covered with dense wounds, all strangely uniform in size. Rather than the marks of beastly combat, they seemed more like the work of human weapons. Fresh blood still oozed from the wounds, filling the air with a pungent, bloody stench. The wounds were indeed shocking, indicative of the assailants' ruthless and decisive methods. Even Baiyu, usually so arrogant, couldn't help but furrow his brows. Issa, hands on her hips, walked over and glanced at Baiyu. "Whether the Forbidden Zone currently has only the two of us or not, I can assure you this demonite tiger was killed by a human weapon. A fourth-tier beast like this indicates that the person must be of at least the fifth tier or possesses an extremely high talent, even surpassing both of us." Suddenly Baiyu interrupted Issa with a cold laugh. "It's just a beast that just stepped into the fourth tier. How strong could it be? Maybe it was one of the senior students from the Spirit Practitioner Academy." Baiyu wiped the blood off his hands, his tone filled with disdain. "Beasts mutate, and while they are similar to humans in terms of levels, the difference lies in their nature. Human cultivation is against the natural order, but beasts are different. The resurgence of spiritual energy not only caused their mutation but also made their Physical bodies even stronger than humans, a 4th-tier beast even for a junior 5th tier like Baiyu would pose considerable trouble, so seeing that someone in the Forbidden Zone killed a 4th-tier beast means that the person is stronger than him. Naturally, this was somewhat hard for the always proud Baiyu to accept. Haha, old students? Standing aside, Issa chuckled and then said, Baiyu, you're right, this newly advanced 4th-tier beast poses no problem for those old students at the Spirit Cultivator Academy. But don't forget, only freshmen are allowed in the training areas of the academy, old students. He paused, shook his head with a laugh. I remember someone once said that there couldn't be any promising talents at the Spirit Cultivator Academy. What a strong slap to the face that was. As he finished speaking, Issa turned and left. Where are you going? Baiyu called out in a low voice. To the Spirit Cultivator Academy on official business, also to find out who this student who entered the Forbidden Zone is. As Issa replied, Baiyu clicked his tongue slightly, and though he was dissatisfied, he could only tightly follow behind. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, under a large tree, Feiyu was sitting cross-legged. His robe was already tattered. The demon blade Shenrun was propped against the tree beside him. One of his arms was crudely bandaged, managing to stop the bleeding temporarily, but the intense pain from the wound was an ever-present reality. He had already advanced to the 3rd tier, but in his quest to become even stronger, he hunted beasts almost incessantly. He drank river water when thirsty, gnawed on the raw flesh of beasts when hungry, and slept only 1 hour per day. The long-term physical exertion and severe lack of sleep had caused dark circles to form around his eyes. His unruly hair had grown longer, somewhat obstructing his vision, though it seemed not to affect his sight. Also, with the hunting of these beasts, he realized how difficult it was to increase his spiritual power after the 3rd tier. No wonder most people's cultivation slowed so much once they reached the 3rd tier. Though it was only 100 spiritual power points from 3rd to 4th tier, the amount of power he needed was more than 10 times what was required before the 3rd tier. With a thought, he summoned his system panel again. Name: Feiyu. Age: 16. Talent: SS Class Weapon Type Demon Blade Shenron. Spiritual Power: 359. Level: 3rd tier Warrior. Additional ability obtained from Fusion, Devouring, to increase his spiritual power faster. Feiyu had no choice but to confront this newly advanced 4th tier Demon Eye Tiger. However, he had underestimated the 4th tier beast. Even newly advanced, its strength was beyond any 3rd tiers. The Demon Eye Tiger inflicted severe injuries on Feiyu's body. If not for the enhancement given by the Demon Blade Shenrun and his years of real combat experience, Feiyu might have already fallen prey to the beast by now. Fortunately, he managed to kill the Demon Eye Tiger in the end and absorbed a great deal of spiritual power from it. However, not much was left when it transferred to his own body. This level of 359 spiritual power was only achieved after Feiyu had killed 100 beasts, including one newly advanced 4th tier beast. It shows how difficult it is to advance beyond the 3rd tier. The Spirit Cultivator Academy does not lack old students who have been practicing for decades but are still stuck at the 3rd tier. Not enough. Feiyu muttered to himself as he stared at his spirit power value of 359. He knew he needed to become stronger quickly, otherwise he would be stuck in a quagmire from which he couldn't escape. However, the wounds on his body were too severe. Clutching his chest, he had barely walked a few steps before he collapsed. Panting heavily, he endured the intense pain and forced himself up from the ground, trying to regulate his breathing. While it didn't lessen the physical pain, it brought him some mental comfort. To try and alleviate his suffering, Feiyu looked down at his chest. After hesitating for a moment, he pressed his hand on the shard of the demonic blade embedded there. The moment he touched it, the fragment emitted a strange purple glow, and the demonic blade on the ground Xiandao began to tremble. An eye bizarrely appeared on the handle of the blade but vanished as quickly as it had appeared. A stream of energy flowed continuously from Xiandao into the shard in Feiyu's chest. His face contorted into a grotesque and terrifying expression from the pain of the demonic blade's power. Despite the pain, this was the only way to gain temporary mobility and protect himself. In the Forbidden Zone, under the influence of the demonic blade's power, the nearly fatal wounds inflicted by a 4th tier beast began to heal rapidly. Moments later, the light faded and Feiyu immediately inspected the shard in his chest. Sure enough, purple threads had begun to spread around the fragment. Feiyu quickly used all his remaining spirit stones to nourish it, stopping the spread of the purple threads. However, unlike before, the threads did not disappear but stayed on his chest. Feiyu knew this was Because he was harnessing the power of a demon that had been sleeping within the blade for 1,000 years. If he didn't quickly increase his strength and fully control the demonic blade, his fate was easy to predict. This was the price of gaining power. Although a month was nearly over, Feiyu planned to advance to the 4th tier before leaving. After all, opportunities to enter the Forbidden Zone were rare, and it was uncertain if he would have another chance to come back. Advancing to the 4th tier required slaying a large number of beasts, and the Forbidden Zone was naturally the best place for Feiyu to enhance his strength quickly. Just as he was about to take a step forward, he sensed something. His eyes narrowed suddenly and his body dodged like a cheetah. Whoosh! A whistling sound came and a dark weapon grazed past Feiyu's shoulder. Before he could react, more than a dozen figures suddenly leaped out of the woods and launched an attack without a word. Feiyu's expression turned solemn, and with a clang, the demonic blade Shendao was instantly drawn from its sheath. His figure flickered continuously, swinging the blade to block the attacks. No matter who the attackers were, Feiyu showed no mercy. The battlefield was no place for considering the origins of one's enemies, especially not for a ruthless assassin like Feiyu. The attackers were fast, and Feiyu guessed that their strength was almost around the 3rd tier. Even so, judging from their moves, Feiyu was certain that these shadowy figures were all veterans with extensive combat experience. Their skills and speed had almost surpassed that of ordinary people, equally ruthless, equally chilling, equally decisive. Such traits could only belong to one place. Are you assassins from the dark web? As his words fell, Feiyu used their fierce attack to create some distance between them. In that instant of separation, he swung his demonic blade 1,000 edges horizontally with a fierce slash. Boom! Explosions roared as the energy from the demonic blade wreaked havoc around him. Soon after, mocking voices slowly drifted from the dust. He worthy of being the 8th ranked assassin of the dark web, truly formidable. Chi-Chi, we've finally found you. What a surprise! The 8th ranked assassin of the dark web turns out to be just a teenage brat. Indeed, if not for the innate tracking abilities that thrive in blood and carnage, we probably wouldn't have been able to find Chi-Chi's trail. As the dust gradually cleared, those dozen or so figures appeared starkly before Feiyu's eyes. They were almost all dressed in black, uniform-like attire. Seeing these dark web assassins, Feiyu was puzzled, as the identities of dark web assassins were almost always a closely guarded secret. Yet, how had these assassins found him? His gaze soon fell on a female assassin among them. Her uniform was as red as fresh blood, setting her apart from the others. Coupled with what had been said earlier, Feiyu began to understand something. A talent for tracking and searching, huh? Bloody Storm, observing the stern-faced Feiyu, let a slight smile creep across her lips. Gentlemen, let's not forget the terms we discussed earlier. I shall take a 10% cut from the 1 million spirit stones. Don't worry, Sister Bloody Storm, without your gifted abilities, how could we have located Chi-Chi's whereabouts, right? And who knows what employer would offer a bounty of 1 million spirit stones for Chi-Chi's head? A bounty? 1 million spirit stones? Hearing the assassin's words, Feiyu's expression gradually turned ice cold. Who was the employer? He slightly bowed his head, his eyes slightly open, emitting a strange, chilling light that made the bodies of the assassins tremble. Involuntarily, perhaps it was the presence of so many people that gave one of the 2nd-tier assassins ample courage. He shouted, as an assassin ranked on the dark web, you should know the rules of the dark web. Are you asking us to break the rules? However, before he could finish his sentence, a shard of the demonic blade inadvertently sliced across the assassin's throat. With a gurgling sound, blood splattered as the assassin clutched his neck and fell from the sky, landing heavily on the ground, his expression frozen in terror. The many assassins were horrified. Almost none had seen when Feiyu made his move. The 2nd-tier assassin had his throat slit in an instant. This also made them realize that being ranked on the leaderboard at the age of 16 meant he was definitely not a simple character. Otherwise, the employer wouldn't have offered a bounty of 1 million spirit stones for Chi's head. In the past, these assassins wouldn't have dared to provoke those ranked on the leaderboard. No matter how large the bounty, no assassin would dare to take on such a suicidal task. But this time, it was different. 1 million spirit stones, the temptation was simply too great. You must understand that even if they spent their entire lives killing without sleep or sustenance, they could never earn 1 million spirit stones. Moreover, the life of an assassin is always on the edge. Just these 2 points were enough to drive them mad, willing to gamble with their own lives. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If they weren't mad, then they simply weren't true. Assassins, looking at Feiyu, whose face remained calm and stern, the assassins mustered their courage and shouted loudly, "Don't be afraid, everyone, he's just one man and he seems to be quite injured, let's go together and take him down." With the courage of one, the other assassins also started shouting, "So what if he's ranked 8th? I don't believe that so many of us can't overpower him. Let's go together, kill him, and with the bounty we can retire from the dark web for life." Yes, together. As soon as these words were spoken, a swarm of assassins rushed forward, vines out. His innate ability was to control plant vines. One assassin swiftly jumped down from a tree, slamming his palm towards the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly several huge green vines burst from the ground. The vines, covered with many sharp thorns and filled with potent toxins, swept towards Feiyu like the tentacles of an octopus. Feiyu dodged to the side and slashed with his sword. Under the attack of the purple blade, the vine seemed fragile. Just as Feiyu was about to strike again, a vine quickly wrapped around his demon blade from below. Unlike the other vines, its toughness seemed enhanced by the spiritual power. "Now, while he's tied up," shouted the vine-controlling assassin, "enlarge, Zanpakuto, release, Night Cat, transform, Meow Berserk." Gravity, Mire, Quake. Dozens of assassins stomped on the ground, leaping up and unleashing their strongest innate abilities in a bid to deliver a fatal blow to Feiyu. The corners of the vine-controlling assassin's mouth twisted slightly, a smirk of triumph appearing. Mockingly, he said, "The 8th-ranked assassin, and that's all his strength amounts to." He could even imagine Feiyu's downfall in his mind. However, just when everyone thought Feiyu would be easily defeated under their collective assault, thinking they could share that million spirit stones, Feiyu suddenly raised his head. His icy eyes flashed a sudden crimson red. "Not good, retreat," shouted the assassin at the forefront, realizing something was amiss. But how could they retreat while mid-air? Moreover, Feiyu wouldn't give them that chance. At that moment, when that eerie crimson flashed, a bizarre aura of spiritual power emanated from the demon blade, directly snapping the vine that had entangled it. The vine-controlling assassin was sent flying backward, landing on the ground with a thud. Freed from the grasp of the vines, Feiyu's left hand clutched the demonic blade, his eyes sparking with a fierce light as he slashed it down fiercely. With a splutch, one assassin was decapitated, his head parting from his body, while the ripple of energy from the demonic blade knocked back the others. Drip, drip. The thick dark red blood dripped slowly from the chillingly bright tip of the blade onto the shattered vines below. Feiyu flicked the fresh blood off his blade with a slight force, his face cold as he walked towards the remaining assassins. The fall of two of their comrades had already instilled fear in the hearts of some, realizing that an assassin who could rank on the leaderboard was not someone they could contend with. But it was too late for regrets. At this moment, they had only two choices: to die or to live. Clearly, anyone would choose the latter, but Feiyu was not about to give any of them a chance to survive. From the moment they attacked him, they were already on his death list. Their only chance to live was to muster whatever courage they had left. The vast forest echoed with the sounds of metal clashing, resonating through the woods, accompanied by intermittent screams. Sparks flew, bodies fell, and the fresh blood that flowed was greedily absorbed by the earth. The air was thick with the scent of blood, attracting lower-tier beasts, but these creatures, though not strong, were intelligent enough to keep their distance, waiting for an opportunity to wipe out the humans. After a fierce battle, only 5 assassins remained. They kept a distance from Feiyu, their breathing heavy and faces filled with terror as they felt the numbness spreading through their arms. Was this the strength of a ranked assassin? So young yet so terrifyingly powerful. What sort of monster was he, or was he even human? In their fight, they realized that Feiyu's movements were almost unpredictable, as if driven purely by instinct, an instinct akin to that of a wild beast aimed solely at killing its prey. Now, they were his prey. In a moment of their daze, Feiyu burst forth from where he stood. "Run!" shouted one of the assassins, and the few remaining turned and fled into the woods. As assassins, blending in was a basic skill for them, and they moved through the trees like fish in water. But Feiyu was faster. Amidst the screams that echoed through the forest, the desperation of the remaining assassins only grew as they frantically tried to escape. Finally, only the female assassin remained among the 5. Feiyu effortlessly caught up to her. "Evil, you are a demon, she cried out as she saw Feiyu bloodied from battle slowly approaching. The stench of blood overwhelmed her, and she collapsed to the ground, screaming incessantly. She wanted to run, but her legs refused to obey her commands. It was not until Feiyu placed his demonic blade at her neck that she finally calmed down. Then Feiyu's icy voice echoed in her ears, "Who is your employer?" After witnessing Feiyu's terrifying presence, the assassin dared not conceal any longer. Trembling, she stuttered, "It's the Tang family, Tang Chang. Please spare me." Before she could finish her plea, the demonic blade performed a simple flourish and the blood-stained blade decapitated her. With her head severed, the last of the assassins fell. As Feiyu eliminated these dark web assassins, his spiritual power also grew at a slow pace. Name: Feiyu. Age: 16. Talent: SS class weapon type demonic blade 1000 blades. Spiritual power: 362. Level: 3rd tier martial artist. Additional ability obtained through fusion, devouring. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly sensed several powerful auras approaching. He knew the killers from the leaderboard were coming. Meanwhile, in the office of the Spirit Academy, Principal Zhou took a sip of water and curiously asked the man and woman sitting before him, "What brings you two to my office?" The visitors were Yisa and Baiyu from the Martial Alliance. Baiyu coldly huffed. "Principal Zhou, let's cut to the chase. You probably know why we are here. A month ago, some of the most talented individuals had already entered your Spirit Academy. Our captain would like us to select a few talented students from your academy for intensive training at the Martial Alliance. The purpose, I presume, need not be stated." Principal Zhou pushed up his glasses and chuckled. "I understand what you mean, Steward Bai, but..." He made a troubled expression. Baiyu frowned. "What does Principal Zhou not wish to cooperate? You should know that the Martial Alliance has a great responsibility protecting the Dragon Nation in the future. If you were to hoard talents, causing issues with personnel replenishment at the Martial Alliance, imagine the responsibility." Hearing this, Principal Zhou quickly stood up and gestured. "Steward Bai, please don't misunderstand, it's not what I mean. Indeed, some students with decent talents were sent here recently. However, they haven't completed their training in their original academies, so if they were to go with you, I'm afraid it would only lead to more casualties. Moreover, these students have already been reserved by the Extraordinary Alliance. As the head of an academy, I naturally have to consider the future of my students. While the Martial Alliance does have the duty to protect the Dragon Nation and fend off exotic beasts, I also understand that you are clearly here to poach talents." "What?" Upon hearing this, Baiyu stood up abruptly, his expression growing increasingly agitated. "Principal Zhou, regardless of whether they have reservations or not, this time I must take a few people with me, otherwise watch as I tear down your shabby academy." Principal Zhou chuckled upon hearing this, then he rose leisurely from his seat and walked up to Baiyu. With an indifferent expression he said, "Steward Bai, it is only out of respect for your captain that I've given you this slight favor. If you wish to cause trouble in my academy, then I don't mind reducing the martial arts alliance's quota by 1. You want to tear down my academy? Try it." Principal Zhou's words were gentle, yet they carried an intense chill. Baiyu, always so proud and arrogant within the Martial Arts Alliance, could hardly tolerate such provocation. "Old fool, you think I wouldn't dare?" As he uttered the word, Baiyu's hand was already poised to move. At that moment, Isa, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly shouted, "Baiyu, stop!" But Baiyu, as if deaf to the command, showed signs of frenzy, his right hand swiftly attacking towards Principal Zhou's face. Isa shouted again, "If the captain finds out, you know the consequences." Although Baiyu was notoriously arrogant in the Martial Arts Alliance, he feared his captain the most. Thus, when Isa mentioned the captain, his hand abruptly stopped in midair. Swallowing his dissatisfaction, Baiyu reluctantly sat down. Seeing Baiyu stand down, Isa breathed a sigh of relief internally. Although Baiyu was annoying, his strength was unquestionably respected in the Martial Arts Alliance, sometimes even earning praise from the captain. However, Baiyu also had a somewhat psychotic character in his actions, almost like a madman. If he really started a fight, Isa wasn't sure he could restrain him. Thinking this, Isa hurriedly approached Principal Zhou. With a tone of respect for an elder, he said, "I apologize, Principal Zhou, Baiyu is just like that, please bear with us." Seeing Isa's reasonable attitude, Principal Zhou also sought a way to de-escalate the situation for both parties. He then waved his hand and said, "Steward Bai is wholeheartedly devoted to the development of the Martial Arts Alliance, and I can understand his agitation. However, as you all know, the Supernatural Alliance operates within the boundaries of human activity. Their level of danger far surpasses your Martial Arts Alliance. It's not that I am unwilling to provide people, but the academy truly does not have suitable students. How about you choose some of the older students to join? Their talents may not be high, but their strength is solid." As the head of the academy, he was somewhat aware of the affairs concerning the alliances. The Martial Arts Alliance was mainly responsible for the strange beasts that emerged in various cities across the Dragon Nation. For them, students with decent talent were sufficient. However, the Supernatural Alliance was different. They operated at the edge of human activity, constantly battling strange beasts, and their mortality rate was extremely high. Therefore, only those with exceptional talent and great strength have a higher chance of survival. Those who lack talent and strength may never return once they depart. Esau chuckled. Since there really is no suitable candidate, we won't insist further and can go back to report to the captain. Oh, before we leave, I want to ask Principal Joe about something. Please speak, stewardess, he said. Seeing that they were not relenting, Principal Joe finally felt a weight lifted from his chest and his tone became more indifferent. Has a newcomer entered the forbidden zone in your academy? When Esau asked this, Bayou, who was sitting beside him, also perked up his ears. To be honest, he was also curious about what kind of newcomer would dare to enter the forbidden zone. Hearing this, Principal Joe's eyes narrowed and a fine sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead. If they knew there was a student with SS-level talent in the forbidden zone, they would insist on taking him away no matter what. He quickly explained, even the older students dare not enter the forbidden zone, let alone a newcomer. It is purely a baseless rumor, huh? Clearly, Principal Joe's answer did not satisfy Esau and the others, but there was nothing they could do if others kept it hidden. For now, they could only leave and make plans later. Thinking this, Esau slightly bowed. In that case, we will take our leave now. Take care, stewards, I won't see you out, said the elder. However, just as the two turned to leave, there was a loud bang. Tang Tian rushed in hurriedly. Didn't you see there are guests? Seeing Tang Tian's haste, Principal Joe also frowned slightly and reminded him, but Tang Tian only glanced at the two briefly before leaning in to whisper something to Principal Joe. The next second, Principal Joe's face changed dramatically. What did you say? A large number of assassins have entered the forbidden zone. Hearing Principal Joe's words, the two also paused in their steps. Before Esau could speak, Principal Joe hurriedly said, Quick, gather the guards and come with me to the forbidden zone. If that little guy dies, old Wang might skin me alive. As he finished speaking, the two walked out of the office door side by side at a brisk pace. Just as I expected. Let's follow and see, Esau said, and Bayou followed closely behind. Now, it was still daytime, but the atmosphere was gloomy as if it were night. The thunder rumbling through the clouds seemed to echo the oppressive mood of the people. Gee, you have nowhere to run. Just by killing you, 1,000,000 spirit stones will be ours. It's hard to believe how tough he is. Despite such serious injuries, he still managed to kill so many of our men. What does it matter? He is now at the end of his tether and has no strength left to resist. True, 3 top-ranked assassins have come. Even with his great abilities, he can't escape from our grasp. Inside the forbidden zone, the 3 assassins watched intently at the figure kneeling on the ground ahead, their faces filled with caution. Behind him stood a staggering number of assassins, 100 in total. Nearly every assassin bore minor wounds, all inflicted by Feiyu's demonic blade. Now Feiyu found himself cornered against the harsh terrain with a sheer cliff dropping into oblivion right at his back. A single misstep would mean a disastrous plunge to his death. Despite his severe injuries, Feiyu managed to stand supported by the demonic blade. His body was a mess, blood-soaked clothes torn, and not a single part of him untouched by trauma. His dreadful state spoke volumes. The 3 assassins who witnessed Feiyu rising again furrowed their brows in surprise. Apart from the 100 common assassins, these 3 were ranked amongst the elite on the dark web. Even they could not resist the lure of 1,000,000 spirit stones. They had thought that by collaborating to take down the 8th-ranked assassin, they would never worry about spirit stones again. They could even retire from the dark world and live the life of their dreams with that amount. But what they hadn't expected was for the 8th-ranked assassin to be merely a youth. Despite his grave injuries, this young assassin had astonishingly killed hundreds of their men. While they had him cornered at the cliff's edge, the cost had been devastatingly high. As the trio momentarily lapsed into a stunned silence, a crazed laugh shattered their thoughts. 1,000,000 spirit stones are mine. As the maniacal voice faded, an assassin burst through the crowd, lunging towards Feiyu at the cliff's edge. Just as his weapon neared Feiyu's throat, the latter suddenly looked up, his gaze piercing the assailant. In that brief moment, the attacker froze, and in the blink of an eye his head was severed from his body. The surrounding assassins were utterly shocked, some nearly dropping their weapons, for they hadn't seen Feiyu make his move. It seemed their eyes couldn't keep up with the speed of Feiyu's blade. Not just the ordinary assassins, but even those ranked on the leaderboard were shocked. Despite such grievous injuries, he still possessed such terrifying speed. This assassin, she was a monster through and through, one of them murmured with a frown. Yet, despite this, they wouldn't miss this golden opportunity. Everyone attack! At one of the assassins' command, the crowd surged forward like wild beasts, all charging at Feiyu. Just that one strike was enough to make them realize they should not underestimate Chi, otherwise they might end up like their fellow just now. facing the overwhelming number of assassins. Feiyu, despite the severe pain from the shards piercing his chest, continued to draw on the demonic power of the blade. As the demonic energy flowed into him, his horrendous wounds began to heal, numbing the pain and giving him strength to continue the fight. The power was immense, yet it could not be sustained for long and was exceedingly difficult to control. If one's will was not strong enough, they would be dominated by the demonic nature within the cursed blade, turning into a demon whose only knowledge was slaughter. Despite the risks, it seemed a viable solution to his current predicament. As his body healed from the ghastly wounds, the demonic blade in his hand trembled continuously. Temporarily free from pain, he charged into the incoming group of assassins. Each swing of his blade was simple, devoid of any fancy techniques, yet each strike instilled despair, fear and terror in his foes. Blood-splattered screams echoed. Moments later the ground was littered with bodies piling up like small hills, their blood forming little streams. The air was thick with the scent of blood. From a group that originally numbered in the hundreds, now only a handful of assassins remained. Too terrified to advance further, after slaughtering many, Feiyu's strength finally ebbed away. The aftereffects of using the demonic blade's power rushing to his head, an indescribable sensation as if his body was no longer his own. With Feiyu's skills, none of these assassins were a match for him in a one-on-one fight, but outnumbered and already drained, even the demonic blade's power could not sustain him against the relentless pursuit of nearly half the dark web. The sheer number of assassins was enough to deplete anyone's energy. "He's done for," they said. "Just take his head and we'll get 1,000,000 spirit stones." Seeing the other assassins hesitate, the one from the leaderboard tempted them with the promise of 1,000,000 spirit stones. Although they knew it was a provocation, they couldn't help but be manipulated by it. Led by the leaderboard assassin, they cautiously advanced towards Feiyu. Drenched in sweat, Feiyu barely lifted his head to gaze at the approaching killers, knowing full well that even if he managed to wipe them out, as long as the bounty on his head remained on the dark web, more would come, especially now when he had almost no strength left. "Stop struggling today, you won't escape our grasp," they taunted. "Blame only that you've caught the employers, we're just fulfilling our task." Feiyu knelt, clenching his teeth, one hand on his chest, the other gripping the demonic blade, 1,000 blades embedded in the ground. Head bowed, he seemed to be brewing something. The leaderboard assassin nodded to the others and they leaped towards him. Suddenly Feiyu's head shot up, his fleeting eerie red eyes making their hearts skip a beat. "Not good, retreat," shouted one assassin, sensing something amiss. In an instant Feiyu twisted the handle of his blade and a surge of purple energy flowed from the blade, spreading across the ground. With a loud crash, the ground erupted in chaos. In an instant the earth trembled, the cliff crumbled in a blink of an eye. 3 individuals managed to escape the area unscathed by utilizing the ground beneath their feet. However, the ordinary assassins, along with flying feathers, plummeted into the abyss. Standing on the edge of the collapsed cliff, the lingering sensation of fear haunted their minds. They hadn't expected that a young boy would dare to perish alongside them. After a while, they gradually regained their composure. "What now?" One of the assassins, ranked 10th, glanced at the cliff and tentatively spoke. "We must go down and collect his head." Indeed, without the head they couldn't claim the spirit stone. The 3 quickly agreed and were about to descend when one of them narrowed his eyes in panic. "No, something's wrong. Someone is approaching fast, and among them is a 5th-tier powerhouse. It must be from the Spirit Practitioner Academy. We need to leave now." "But what about the head?" "At this point, once the academy arrives, we won't be able to escape." Faced with no other choice, they clenched their teeth and swiftly vacated the troubled site. As the cliff collapsed, massive boulders fell from the sky into the pond below, stirring up waves and a roaring sound. The assassins and flying feathers were not spared, falling one after another into the water. Many assassins, unlucky to be struck by the heavy rocks, died instantly. When Feiyu managed to stand up in the water, the assassins launched an attack on him. Staring at their cold and sharp gazes, Feiyu gripped his demon blade, which emitted a purple glow. Using his advantage in the water, he wielded his blade to splash waves, knocking the assassins out of the air. Meanwhile, as they fell into the water, Feiyu's body swiftly maneuvered through it, his movements ghost-like. Despite his severe injuries, he exhausted every last bit of his strength. Although the water slowed him down, it was enough to handle these ordinary assassins. In a moment, screams filled the air. With each slash of his blade, an assassin fell into the pond. The blood that splashed out stained the entire pond red, and the bodies of the assassins floated on the surface, creating a grim yet unique scene. After killing the last assassin, Feiyu slowly walked towards the shore of the pond. The mere 10 steps felt incredibly distant at that moment. Finally, he reached the shore and leaned on a large rock for a brief rest. Droplets of blood-tainted water dripped from his wet hair. He breathed heavily, gazing at the multitude of bodies floating on the pond, his pupils deep and silent, almost like a black hole ready to engulf everything. For a moment he felt as if he had returned to his former self. The fear, desire, killing, and hatred that had driven him to survive, those pupils were like sharp daggers sending chills down one's spine. Suddenly a glint appeared in his eyes as if he had discovered something. With a large bloodied hand he yanked out a snake from the crevice of a rock nearby. The captured snake hissed warnings continuously, trying to scare off its captor and escape. However, Feiyu was unconcerned. He needed to replenish his strength. Clenching the snake's head, he bit it off in one swift motion and tossed it into the water. He then devoured the snake meat voraciously. Although it was not much, it sufficed to restore some of his energy. While eating, Feiyu also pulled up his system panel. Name: Feiyu. Age: 16. Talent: SS rank. Weapon type: Magic Sword. Shinrin. Spirit power: 390. Level: Tier 3 Warrior. Additional ability from Fusion: Devouring. Indeed, after killing those assassins, the magic sword had absorbed the residual spirit power from their bodies and transferred it to him. Since most were ordinary assassins, the devoured spirit power was minimal. However, this was an unexpected gain. Originally planning to strengthen himself to Tier 4 before returning to the city center of Jiangnan to settle scores with Tang Cheng, Feiyu hadn't expected that they would put a bounty of 1 million spirit stones on the dark web for his head. His life was threatened, a significant concern for Feiyu, who had emerged from the Eternal Night Path. If not resolved quickly, it would surely bring him immense trouble in the future. Even with his formidable strength, it was impossible to eliminate all the assassins on the dark web alone. The only solution was to kill the employer swiftly. Without the employer, the bounty would naturally be cancelled and the assassins would no longer pursue him. After eating the snake meat, Feiyu's strength had somewhat recovered. He slowly rose from the ground, his deep and cold eyes looking towards the exit of the S-restricted area. He walked towards that direction one step at a time. Meanwhile, Tang Tian and his group, following the traces of battle, arrived at the edge of a cliff. My God, what exactly is this? Really the work of humans? Seeing the bodies nearly piled into a small hill, everyone gasped in shock. The ground was covered with fresh blood in various limbs, reminding them of the terrifying battle that had occurred here. Principal Zhou and Tang Tian immediately became serious. They knew that when Feiyu entered the S-restricted area, his cultivation was only a Tier 1 inch, while the assassins lying on the ground had at least Tier 2 cultivation. Although they didn't know why these assassins were hunting a student, it made them realize the gravity of the situation. Feiyu was in danger. Everyone immediately find someone alive or dead. Tang Tian turned around and shouted at the academy guards, yes. The crowd responded in unison, saluting with their fists, then turned into several streaks of light scattering in different directions. If something really happened, how could I explain this to old Wang? Principal Zhou said, his face solemn, not just because of old Wang's instructions, but also because this student's talent was SS rank. Regardless of his weapon being just a broken sword, if he could grow, it would be a significant boost to the world's battle lines. Hearing this, Tang Tian slowly walked over and comforted the principal, saying, Principal, don't worry. I think this kid won't die so easily. If a second-tier assassin couldn't kill him, he might have already advanced to third-tier strength. I believe this kid definitely has some tricks up his sleeve that we don't know about, otherwise Principal Wang wouldn't have allowed you to send him to train in the S-Zone. With Tang Tian's comforting words, Principal Zhou nodded, seemingly agreeing with his statement. However, the arrival of Isa and Baiyu suddenly broke the silence. Principal Zhou, how do you explain this? Isa squatted down to examine the bodies of the assassins. She was certain that the person who killed the assassins was the same one who had killed the demon eye tiger earlier. Such a promising young talent, she was determined to recruit him into their martial arts alliance. Hearing this, Principal Zhou and Tang Tian exchanged glances, realizing that the secret of having an SS-grade student in their academy could no longer be hidden. At this point, there was no other choice. Principal Zhou then approached Isa and began to be frank. There is indeed a student who entered the S-Zone to train alone, and it's very likely that these assassins came specifically for him. So, before Principal Zhou could finish, Baiyu, standing behind Isa, immediately interrupted him. Are you suggesting that a freshman managed to leave safely after being surrounded by so many assassins and even killed many of them? Principal Zhou, as the head of a school, there are some things you shouldn't recklessly claim. A freshman killing so many experienced assassins? Tell me, who would believe such a tale? Bai Yu's arrogant demeanor in the office had already left a very negative impression on Principal Zhou. With a cold snort and a wave of his hand, Principal Zhou retorted, "Believe it or not, that's the truth. What could it be that you steward Bai are jealous because my student is more capable than you, you damn old man?" Bai Yu was instantly enraged, but due to his position as captain he could only curse silently in his heart. After understanding the whole situation, Isa stroked her chin, pretending to think. Principal Zhou, the urgent task is to find this student, although he escaped from so many assassins, I guess he must have been seriously injured. How about this, why don't we stay and help you look for him? Isa's purpose was simple, to meet and possibly recruit this brave student who dared to enter the zone alone. If she could recruit him into the martial arts alliance, he might become a significant force for them in the future, and she could also gain a higher position. But Principal Zhou was well aware of her intentions and was unlikely to let her have her way. He immediately refused. "This matter concerns our academy alone, and we really don't need the assistance from both of you stewards." But Principal Zhou, standing behind Bai Yu, suddenly interrupted Isa, his tone filled with disdain. "Didn't you hear what that old man said? They don't need our help, so why bother offering?" "Shut up," Isa quickly glared at him, but this sentence was meant as an offer to help, yet it completely killed the mood. Coupled with Principal Zhou's tactful refusal, Isa found it inappropriate to say more. The urgent matter at hand was to return to the Martial Arts Alliance and inform the captain before making further plans. Thinking this, Isa spoke again. "Since that's the case, we have matters to attend to at the Alliance, so we won't stay any longer. Farewell." Watching the two figures gradually disappearing, Principal Zhou's gaze sharpened, as if deep in thought. "Principal, we found no trace of Feiyu in the west," reported a guard, interrupting Principal Zhou's thoughts. "Principal, not in the east either, nor the south. Principal, the north is too dangerous, we dare not venture too deep. However, we found a dead fourth-tier magical beast, the demonite tiger, in the north." Listening to the guards report their findings, Principal Zhou's already furrowed brow tightened even more. "A fourth-tier beast? Principal, shall I take a team to check it out? We might discover something," Tang Tian suggested, approaching with a furrowed brow. Hearing this, Principal Zhou shook his head. "A fourth-tier beast could be troublesome even for you. How could it be related to Feiyu?" In his view, although Feiyu was highly talented, it was impossible for him to have slain a fourth-tier magical beast in such a short time. Just as everyone was clueless, suddenly a flare shot up from below the cliff. The appearance of the flare brought a flash of excitement to Principal Zhou's face. "Quick, everyone down the cliff!" Arriving at the base of the cliff, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. The pond was filled with numerous corpses, turning blood red from the blood. Principal Zhou quickly stepped forward to inquire any trace of the boy. "Note, these seem to be just ordinary assassins," the guard reported his findings. Hearing that Feiyu's body was not among them, Principal Zhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Over the following days, the academy sent guards in batches into the restricted area to search for Feiyu. Apart from the discoveries made that day, there was almost nothing else found. Although the results were disappointing, Feiyu's body was not found either. This outcome was neither good nor bad for them. No body meant that at least Feiyu was still alive, but where he had gone, they did not know. It was certainly better than finding his body. Meanwhile, as the academy was searching for Feiyu in a skyscraper in Jiangnan city's center, Tang Chang and Xiao Wu arrived at their office after a stormy night. Sitting down, Tang Chang nearly stumbled. Embarrassed, he broke a sweat internally. Having been pulled by Xiao Wu to submit assignments all night for several days, his physical condition had deteriorated significantly. Now he even felt weak in his legs. Although he wanted to rest, he found no excuse to shirk. After all, as a man, he couldn't just admit defeat, so there was no choice but to brace oneself and proceed, until completely drained. At that moment, Brother Cohen arrived in the office with his laptop. "Boss, the killers on the dark web said they have dealt with that assassin." "Dealt with? Where's his head?" Tang Chang slightly nodded, seemingly dissatisfied with the outcome. Brother Cohen paused, then continued. "According to them, during the pursuit, the assassin fell off a cliff and died." "Had died from a fall? What a joke. Have you ever heard of a top-ranked assassin dying by falling?" Tang Chang glared at Brother Cohen, his look so fierce as if he could devour him. He then reminded, "Tell those killers, if they want the 1,000,000 spirit stones, I need to see the assassin's head with my own eyes. Otherwise forget about it." "Yes, boss," Brother Cohen responded, turning to leave. "Wait," Tang Chang called him back. Reluctantly, Brother Cohen turned around, bowing subserviently. "Any other orders, boss?" "How is that Feiyu doing? Has Tangyu taken care of him?" Brother Cohen slightly lowered his head. "Boss, there has been no news from Tangyu recently." Notify him immediately. If he doesn't handle Fei Yu, he can forget about staying in the Spirit Practitioners Academy. If it wasn't for the huge amount of spirit stones I spent on that academy, do you think they would want a loser like him? He can't even handle this simple task. What a waste, just squandering my spirit stones. Tang Chang's expression was visibly annoyed, his tone revealing extreme impatience with Tang Yu. If it weren't for wanting to plant spies in the Spirit Practitioners Academy, he would never have wasted so many spirit stones on such a mediocrity as Tang Yu. Now go. Seeing Brother Cohen hesitate, Tang Chang shouted angrily. Understood, boss. Brother Cohen quickly turned and left. Damn it, they are all useless. Tang Chang glanced at Brother Cohen's retreating figure, angrily picking up a cigar from the table and about to light it when a thunderclap startled him, causing him to drop the lighter. Damn, even you look down on me. Tang Chang looked out at the foggy sky, cursing as he threw the cigar out. Plip-plop, the cigar fell to the ground, getting wet in the drizzling rain. At that moment, the day had also gradually darkened. A young man wearing a hood stood where the cigar had fallen, hands in his pockets, slightly looking up. The eyes beneath the hood gleamed with a cold light in the night. After several days, Fei Yu had finally arrived here. His slow pace was due to healing from injuries on the road while constantly watching out for the assassins that were following him. The moon was clear and bright, hanging high in the sky. The employees working in the building had long since gone home, leaving only those bodyguards protecting Tang Chang on duty. Brother, got a smoke? At the building's entrance, a bodyguard dressed in black and wearing sunglasses quietly asked another guard. Here you go. This weather truly whimsical, it rains whenever it wants. The bodyguard lit the cigarette and took a deep drag, the fatigue vanishing instantly. Exactly, who knows when we can switch shifts. I've heard that lately Brother Cohen is fretting over the whereabouts of a young master's classmate and a hitman, but what's it to us? We bodyguards just need to mind our own tasks. The two guards puffed on their cigarettes while chatting about trivial matters. One of them crushed his cigarette but on the ground with force. Suddenly he looked up sharply, his brow furrowed, and asked, Isn't that a person? A person? Where? Isn't that him? Following the direction pointed by the bodyguard in the pouring rain, a young man wearing a hood was slowly approaching them, their pupils dilated in shock. Despite the rain slightly blurring their vision, they recognized the approaching figure. Dressed in purple, hood on his head, a knife in his left hand, his rebellious hair and stern expression, wasn't this the dark web hitman they and their boss had met a few months ago? However, this time an intense murderous aura emanated from him. Clearly he was not here with good intentions. These bodyguards, being trained martial artists themselves, sensed something was off as soon as the young man appeared. Not good, quickly notify Brother Cohen, one said. As he spoke, the bodyguard hurriedly pulled out an emergency button from his bag. Just as he was about to press it, a blur suddenly appeared before his eyes. With a gruesome sound, a pair of hands were swiftly chopped off, blood splattered everywhere, screams filled the air. Unexpectedly, due to gravity, the alarm fell to the ground and inadvertently hit the emergency button. Beep woo, beep woo, beep woo. Instantly, the alarm blared throughout the building. At this moment, Brother Cohen also burst out of his office as he had instructed his bodyguards to sound that alarm only in a life or death situation. When he heard the alarm, he knew something had happened at the entrance of the building. With footsteps of varying urgency, Brother Cohen and dozens of bodyguards rushed downstairs. Who dares cause trouble at the stronghold of our group? The moment he saw Fei Yu, his whole body nearly trembled. His throat tightened, unable to make a sound, perhaps out of fear or the terror of facing death. Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted loudly, Quick, stop him, hurry! His voice was urgent, filled with fear and despair. The bodyguards surged forward, vines entwined. Beast transformation, gale magic, wolf roar, mount time, meteor crash, defensive thunder, half moon / arm, petrification, beast transformation, fierce tiger storm, nebula, split leg, strengthened, nine heavens, thunder kick, blah blah energy. Their spiritual powers fully erupted, launching a frenzied attack at Fei Yu. Meanwhile, Brother Cohen seized the chance to madly run towards the 5th floor, tears mixed with mucus stuck to his face, showing his total panic at the moment. His dungaree straps also slipped down as he ran. Fei Yu, slightly tilting his body, looked at the charging bodyguards, his hand gripping the knife ready to strike. After slightly adjusting his breathing, his eyes revealed endless fighting spirit and murderous intent. His figure ghost-like charged forward, his straightforward knife technique overwhelming the bodyguards. Feathers were sent flying back, the clashing of weapons interwoven, emitting a harsh clanging noise. At this moment, Fei Yu fought among them like a ferocious beast in a flood, continuously switching between attack and defense. Although the demonic blade Shinran was known for its offense over defense, he was not the true chi. Furthermore, his skills had not yet fully advanced and his defense was merely to ensure he did not get injured. Even so, the demonic blade Shinran in his hands seemed to come alive, a purple glow emanating from the blade. Each slash tore through the air, creating a massive booming sound. For a moment the entire scene turned into a dark yet dazzling tableau. Brutal, bloody, ruthless, sharp and decisive. This was undoubtedly the best interpretation of Fei Yu at the moment. 1 by 1 inch the bodyguards died at his hands, and thanks to their interference Brother Koan finally managed to run into Tang Chang's office. What's going on outside? Why is the alarm sounding? Tang Chang immediately adopted a superior posture upon seeing Brother Koan. However, when he saw Brother Koan's condition he also sensed something was amiss. Frowning, he demanded, what exactly happened? Brother Koan seemed not to hear and just stood there stupefied. Bang! I'm talking to you, seeing. No response from Brother Koan. Tang Chang slammed the table and shouted angrily. This jolted Brother Koan awake, his lips trembling as he said, Boss, the assassin from before, he's downstairs. At this revelation Tang Chang immediately stood up, not out of fear but with extreme arrogance. He dares to come? He killed my son, I want his life in return. If he's come he won't leave alive, I want to see. Before he could finish, with a bang a bloodied bodyguard tumbled in, crawling and shouting. He's here, what? Tang Chang was shocked and ran to the bodyguard, grabbing his collar and shouting angrily, where are the others? What happened to them? The bodyguard, as if having seen something terrifying, kept mumbling incessantly. His face was crazed, no longer distinguishing between crying and laughing. Haha, they're dead, all dead, haha. No, it's horrible, too horrible, he's a demon, splurt. Tang Chang, pulling out a dagger from nowhere, stabbed the bodyguard in the stomach. The man collapsed to the ground lifeless. Just then a breeze blew in from the front door, carrying with it a strong pungent smell of blood. Tang Chang, looking towards the door, suddenly opened his eyes wide, filled with terror. There at the doorway stood a young man covered in blood. The bloody face revealed an extremely sharp chill. The crimson blood dripped drop by drop from the demonic blade onto the wooden floor, as if counting down Tang Chang's life. Under that cold demeanor a fierce chill was now radiating. Fei Yu, with his left hand dragging the demonic blade, stepped slowly into the room. As he moved, the dragging tip of his knife carved a stark white line into the wooden floor. What are you staring at? Get him now. Sugar Chang gritted his teeth and shouted loudly at Kuan-gu, who stood by the side. Following the death of all the bodyguards, hearing this, Kuan-gu felt extremely conflicted inside. Due to a previous test in the garage, Kuan-gu knew that he was likely no match for the assassin. After all, an assassin and their kind were fundamentally different. Once an assassin locked onto a target, they would stop at nothing, fighting to the death. But when faced with death, the instinct to survive can amplify immensely. Thus, Kuan-gu felt the same. Although he knew he was no match for the assassin before him, in order to survive he had no choice but to brace himself and charge forward. With his abilities he transformed into his beast form. He became the 8 treasures chicken. With a low shout, his fingernails rapidly elongated, his nose turned into a hooked beak and his pupils shifted to a grayish yellow. Behind him, a giant 3-legged golden chicken phantom appeared, spewing fierce flames from its eyes. The last time in the garage he hadn't used his innate abilities, which is why he was caught off guard and wounded by Flying Feather. If he had used his abilities, perhaps he would have had a chance to win. Thus, the appearance of the 3-legged golden chicken greatly boosted Kuan-gu's confidence. After all, it was a do-or-die situation. He transformed freely. He became the 8 treasures chicken. Sir, you forced my hand. Kuan-gu bellowed, his toes tapping the ground as he shot forward. Die, he roared. Facing the incoming attack, Flying Feather's expression remained indifferent, seemingly unimpressed. Before, Kuan-gu might have been able to exchange a few blows with him, but now, it was just futile. Kuan-gu pushed his speed to the limit, thinking he had the absolute upper hand in speed. However, what he didn't anticipate was that Flying Feather was even faster. In just the blink of an eye he was already behind him. Feeling the murderous aura from behind, Kuan-gu realized just how vast the gap between them was. Then an extremely cold voice followed. I told you next time it would be your head. As the words fell, Kuan-gu's eyes narrowed, filled with utter terror. What do-or-die situation? It was all a lie. Their difference in strength had already determined everything. Only those with the strongest fists have the right to set the rules. With a swoosh, a purple blade flashed, a head fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Kuan-gu, in this moment, logged out permanently. Swish, Flying Feather casually twirled his demonic blade, flicking off the blood. He then slowly walked toward Sugar Chang. One move and he was defeated. How is this possible? You're only 16 years old. Knowing that Koenga was almost at the threshold of the third tier, unlike those bodyguards, and yet he couldn't withstand a single move from this mere 16-year-old assassin, could this person really be a monster? Sugar Chang watched in horror, his face filled with disbelief. As Koenji's right-hand man, his strength was well known and formidable. Even those on the verge of stepping into the third tier were no match for the assassin before them, let alone an ordinary mortal like Tang Chang. Driven by his body's instinct for survival, Tang Chang immediately turned and ran towards the door. Despite being somewhat overweight, it didn't affect his speed of escape. Facing Tang Chang's flight, Fei Yu calmly stood his ground. With his left hand, he raised the demonic blade. Hi! In an instant, the fragments of the blade began to separate, seemingly extended by an invisible force, growing longer and longer until the blade, originally just over a meter, transformed into a staggering 39 meters in length. Then, with a thunderous crash, the blade came slashing down. With a gruesome splatter, Tang Chang screamed as his arm was severed by Fei Yu and fell to the ground. His body also toppled over due to the loss of balance. His face was a mask of terror, despair, and unwillingness. The loss of his left arm and the sudden massive blood loss turned his face deathly pale, but his instinct to survive screamed within him. He wanted to live, he needed to keep living. Thus, after his arm was cut off, Tang Chang desperately grabbed the severed limb and started crawling towards the door, dragging the arm behind him, leaving a trail on the floor. Tap, tap, tap. Steady footsteps approached from behind, but to Tang Chang these footsteps sounded like a terrifying death knell. No. Don't come over here, Tang Chang cried out in despair, but his cries were pitifully futile this night. With a swift flash of the blade, Tang Chang was unaware until his last breath that Fei Yu was the assassin. The assassin was Fei Yu. It had always been him alone. After cutting off Koenji's finger, Fei Yu sheathed the demonic blade and walked indifferently towards the computer on the desk. Using Koenji's severed finger, he successfully accessed the dark web, found the bounty list with his name, and without hesitation he cancelled it. Then, putting his hood back on, he left the building of the Chang Corporation composedly. Before leaving, Fei Yu made a special trip to the surveillance room to completely destroy all the video recordings. Now, the night was deep and silent, with scarcely anyone on the streets lit with neon lights. Wearing his hood, Fei Yu looked up at the lightly raining sky and breathed out softly, feeling unprecedentedly at ease. After a moment's contemplation, he buried his lips into his collar and slowly walked towards a place familiar in his memory. Meanwhile, not far away, several assassins lurked among the treetops, their gazes fixed on Fei Yu walking on the street, unwilling to look away. The aura they emitted indicated that they were at least second-tier martial artists. Guys, after this job we're set for life. Yeah, 1,000,000 spirit stones. Imagine how many girls we can woo with that. Can you be a bit more ambitious? We are assassins with principles, boss. He's coming. Guys, get ready. Our fortune depends on this kid. Just as the assassins were about to make their move, the assassin holding a phone seemed to have received some message. Old. Can you speak clearly? The leading assassin whispered sharply. Boss, the bounty has been withdrawn. What? The lead assassin snatched the phone to see for himself, and he found that the bounty for Chi on the dark web had been cancelled. This meant that even if they killed Chi, they wouldn't get the 1,000,000 spirit stones. Moreover, they didn't have the capability to kill Chi. They had dared to come only because of the 1,000,000 spirit stones driving them. Boss, what do we do now? What else can we do? Retreat. The lead assassin cursed under his breath and turned to leave. It seemed that Fei Yu sensed something. His steps paused slightly, and he glanced in the direction of the assassins before continuing forward. After leaving the Chang Group building, Fei Yu didn't rush back to the Spiritist Academy but returned to the secluded rental house he had been in before. The long journey and avoiding the dark web assassins had kept his nerves taut. Now that Tang Chang was dead and the bounty on the dark web had been withdrawn by him, the assassins naturally wouldn't bother him anymore. His taut nerves finally relaxed, and with relaxation came an overwhelming wave of sleepiness. There was no helping it, he was simply too tired. He needed rest. The physical and mental exertion along with today's battle had pushed his body to its limits, so just minutes after returning to the rental house, Fei Yu lay down on the couch and fell into a deep sleep that lasted 2 days. During these 2 days, the sudden disappearance of the 1,000,000 spirit stones bounty continued to ferment on the dark web forums. It wasn't until the news of Tang Chang's death was broadcast on television that people on the dark web seemed to understand the truth. Being a dark web assassin, it was impossible to allow someone who posed a threat to live. That was their only bottom line. Fei Yu was no exception. Overnight Feiyu's ranking on the dark web shot up to the 6th position. Meanwhile, in the office of the Spirit Ability Academy, Principal Wang looked solemnly at Teacher Li Dao next to him after watching the news broadcast on television. Teacher Li, what do you make of this? Hearing this, Li Dao also looked serious. He gently stroked his chin and then analyzed. First, Tang San was killed by an assassin, and now apart from the employees, Tang Chang and others at Chang Group have all been wiped out. There is definitely something fishy about this. And looking at the wounds on Tang Chang's body, the weapon seems to be a knife. And it seems that on Tang San's body too. Principal Wang quickly raised his hand to interrupt Li Dao. Teacher Li, some things are better kept to yourself, no need to say them out loud. Be careful, the walls have ears. Hearing this, Li Dao nodded, seemingly understanding. Although their academy had third-stage martial artist teachers besides students, it was after all just an academy. These societal disputes naturally weren't their concern, not to mention someone like Tang Chang who has stepped into both the underworld and mainstream society as a boss. Moreover, the official results on TV also indicated that he was being hunted by unknown enemies. Principal Wang pondered for a long time and then heaved a deep sigh. Let's not talk about this anymore. It's been almost a month since Feiyu and Xiao Yan went to the Spirit Academy, right? Mr. Li nodded and said, it seems like it's been over a month. He seemed to want to say something more but stopped himself. Principal Wang, noticing Mr. Li's hesitation, said, Mr. Li, you want to ask about Feiyu, don't you? Seeing his thoughts exposed, Mr. Li couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. Principal, you said you wanted to take a gamble on Feiyu, but what exactly are you gambling on, and why did you even call Principal Zhou of the Spirit Academy to let Feiyu enter the S Forbidden Zone for training? Principal, the S Forbidden Zone might not be so frightening to others, but for Feiyu, who only left at level 1, aren't you putting his life at risk? Initially, when Principal Wang had called Principal Zhou, Mr. Li was also present. At that time he was strongly opposed to Principal Wang's decision, but his opposition was bluntly dismissed. Plus, since it was Principal Wang's decision and he being just a teacher at the academy, it wasn't his place to interfere too much. Although he did not know much about Feiyu's background, he had picked him up from the street, so naturally he felt some affection for him. In any case, during Feiyu's time at the Spirit Academy, Mr. Li had somewhat taken on the role of a guardian. Only when Feiyu had later asked to move out and rent a place did he gradually stop supervising him. And now, it had been over a month without any calls from Principal Zhou of the Spirit Academy. Mr. Li was naturally very eager to know about Feiyu's recent situation. Just make a call to find out. Principal Wang chuckled, then stood up and picked up the phone from the desk. Contact list next door, old Zhou. He pressed and dialed. Hey old Zhou, have you eaten? What else could I want but to ask about my 2 precious students? As time passed, Mr. Li noticed that Principal Wang's expression gradually became more solemn. Okay, I understand. He hung up the phone and the atmosphere in the office started to become more oppressive. Mr. Li sensed that something might be wrong and tentatively asked Principal, what did Principal Zhou say? Principal Wang slowly looked up, his eyes darkening. Old Zhou said that a few days ago a large number of assassins suddenly poured into the S Forbidden Zone and it seems their target was Feiyu. What? Assassins? Why would assassins be after a student? What about Feiyu? Mr. Li quickly asked. Don't worry, old Zhou said that judging by the numerous bodies of assassins in the S Forbidden Zone, Feiyu should not have been killed by them, but the most troubling part is that they haven't found any trace of Feiyu yet. Old Zhou suggests we start looking on our side. Mr. Li slammed his hand on the table, his tone carrying a hint of extreme dissatisfaction. What a joke, we handed the person over to him and he actually lost him. And what about Xiao Yan, could he be? Principal Wang shook his head, attempting to reassure. Don't worry, Xiao Yan is fine. Old Wang mentioned that he has been promoted to a 3rd-tier martial artist. For now we should help look for him. Feiyu was found by you, where do you think he could be staying? Hearing this, Li Dao also became anxious and spread his hands. How would I know? Feiyu once said he wanted to live out on his own. Suddenly a spark seemed to ignite in Li Dao's eyes, as if he had thought of something. He immediately turned and ran out. Watching Li Dao's disappearing figure, Principal Wang sighed softly and pulled out a photo from his drawer, his eyes filled with complexity. Meanwhile, Feiyu, who had slept for 2 days and nights, also woke up. However, upon awakening, he wasn't in a hurry to do anything but instead opened the system data. Name: Feiyu. Age: 16. Talent: SS class weapon type Demon Blade. 1000 blades. Spiritual power: 401 level. 4th tier martial artist. Additional ability acquired through fusion. Devouring indeed. 2 days ago, when dealing with Tang Chang, the demon blade had absorbed the residual spiritual power from those bodyguards and fed it back to itself, finally breaking through the difficult curse after the third tier. Now that Tang Chang had been dealt with, Fei Yu no longer had any concerns. Staying here was no longer of much use. What was most important now was to quickly obtain the graduation token. After getting up and washing up briefly, Fei Yu opened the door of his room, and the moment he opened the door he was slightly startled. Teacher Li, there stood Li Dao drenched in sweat. His hand paused in midair as he was about to open the door. After a brief 2-second freeze in the atmosphere, Li Dao broke the silence. I knew you were here. Hearing this, Fei Yu was also slightly shocked. Under Fei Yu's astonished gaze, Li Dao entered the living room. After a brief exchange, Fei Yu learned from Li Dao that the Spirit Warrior Academy had heard about the assassin's entry into the Forbidden S-Zone as well as his own disappearance and unknown whereabouts. The Academy's guard captain Tang Tian had taken people to search for him. At this, Li Dao sighed and said, "Tell me, you knew your situation was dangerous, yet you still rushed back here from thousands of miles away. What exactly are you trying to do?" Fei Yu remained silent, not answering his question. He surely couldn't tell him that he had come back to kill someone, but Li Dao, after all, was a teacher and knew well the psychological state of his students, which was one of his essential skills. "Don't want to talk? Fine, let me ask you in another way, is there something here that resolves the reason the assassins are after you?" This time Fei Yu did not speak, but he nodded slightly. Li Dao seemed to understand something from Fei Yu's nod. "I see." After that he stood up. "Fei Yu, come with me." Li Dao walked towards the door, but Fei Yu stood still, not moving. Li Dao turned back, puzzled. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" During his training at the Spirit Academy, Fei Yu was assassinated and went missing. Li Dao had planned to take Fei Yu back for some rest before personally escorting him back to the academy. Firstly, to ensure his safety, and secondly, to check on Xiaoyan's situation. However, Fei Yu didn't follow his plan. With an indifferent expression, Fei Yu apologized. "Teacher, I won't go back with you. I need to leave for the Spirit Academy immediately." "Why?" asked Li Dao. "Because I have things I must do." "What things?" "It's a secret." Hearing this, Li Dao's expression changed slightly. "No, it's too dangerous for you to go back alone. Stay with me for a few days, and then I'll personally." Before he could finish, Fei Yu's fourth-tier power burst forth. "Please don't worry, teacher, I can manage on my own." Fei Yu didn't want to waste too much time here. He just wanted to get his graduation token as soon as possible to move on to the next academy. Staying would undoubtedly be a waste of time. "Fourth tier, your cultivation." Li Dao's eyes widened in shock, his body trembling with excitement. After a moment, excitement uncontrollably spread across his face. He knew that although Fei Yu was extremely talented, his weapon was nothing more than a broken sword, which wouldn't bring him much achievement beyond being a mascot. Unexpectedly, Fei Yu had not only enhanced his strength with his broken sword but had also elevated his cultivation to the fourth tier. "Fei Yu, has your strength really advanced to the fourth tier?" he asked. "Let's go. The principal will be thrilled to hear this." As he spoke, he grabbed Fei Yu's hand and headed towards the door, but Fei Yu pulled away. "Teacher, I don't have much time, I'm sorry." With that, Fei Yu walked past him and left. "Fei Yu," Li Dao slowly turned around and softly cautioned, "Be careful." Fei Yu paused, nodded, and then his figure gradually disappeared from Li Dao's view. Afterward, Li Dao collapsed to the ground, his expression growing ever more solemn. Although he had found Fei Yu, he realized that there seemed to be many secrets hidden behind him. Moreover, Principal Wang had once mentioned that Fei Yu might be related to that person from the past. Not only that, but Principal Wang must also know something. Otherwise, Fei Yu wouldn't have agreed to attend the Spirit Academy after just a few words from him alone. Thinking of this, he too started running towards the Spirit Academy. On the way to the Spirit Academy, Li Dao and Principal Wang also called Principal Zhou to report that they were safe and instructed Tang Tian to immediately send people to meet them. So, by the time Fei Yu returned to the Spirit Academy, Tang Tian had already sent people to wait for him in the office at that moment. Principal Zhou looked at the young man in front of him, and images from the Forbidden Zone he had seen before flashed through his mind. The horrific scenes of mountains of corpses and seas of blood were still vivid. Just cleaning up the bodies of those assassins had taken several days. Holding on to his doubts, he tentatively asked, "Did you kill all those people in the Forbidden Zone?" "Yes." Fei Yu nodded, his expression still as indifferent as ever, as if accustomed to all this. Principal Zhou tried to appear calm, lightly stroking his chin. "To have killed a second-tier assassin, your strength must have reached the third tier by now." "Not bad, it seems you haven't wasted your SS-grade talent," Principal Zhou said calmly. According to the teachers, some A-grade talents have broken through to the third tier on the last day, and for Feiyu, an SS-grade talent holder, not reaching the third tier would be truly inconceivable. Suddenly Feiyu spoke again. Principal, if I raise my strength to the 6th tier, can I ask you for the token? The graduation token was what Feiyu wanted most at the moment. Principal Wang of the Spirit Academy had already given him 1 inch, he still needed 2 more. Principal Zhou chuckled upon hearing this. The path of cultivation is against the natural order, and dying on this path is quite normal. Throughout history, no matter the talent, reaching the 3rd tier is just a matter of time. But beyond the 3rd tier, advancing further is not so easy. Moreover, some martial artists remain stuck at the 3rd tier for a lifetime. So take your time, Feiyu. Suddenly Feiyu interrupted him. What if, the 4th tier? What did you say? Principal Zhou frowned, puzzled by Feiyu's statement. Just as he was about to speak again, Feiyu revealed his 4th tier cultivation level without any doubt. Your strength. It's like a little sparrow pecking at a bull, astonishingly powerful. At this, Principal Zhou was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? Even with SS grade talent, it's impossible to raise your strength to the 4th tier in such a short time. The gap between the 3rd and 4th tier is like heaven and earth. The amount of spiritual power needed is several hundred times that of the previous tiers. Is Feiyu some kind of monster? Principal, you haven't answered my question yet. Feiyu's voice brought Principal Zhou back to reality. Of course, if you can reach the 6th tier, you will naturally get the graduation token, but I am curious, how important is this graduation token to you? Although most of the students at the Spirit Academy are martial artists above the 3rd tier, and it's well known that it's extremely difficult to cultivate beyond the 3rd tier, hence historically many students after reaching the 3rd or 4th tier start looking for their own path. Some join the alliance on the front lines, others join different departments to ensure the safety of various cities. Through combat, they seek to improve their strengths faster and better. Of course, some are purely for the purpose of serving the nation, and some just want to continue cultivating, so these students usually stay in the academy to continue their training. Thus these so-called graduation tokens are indeed rare. Faced with Principal Zhou's query, Feiyu remains silent. Seeing this, Principal Zhou remembered the advice given by old Wang and quickly said, if you don't want to say never mind, then you should go back for now. As Principal Zhou's words fell, Feiyu turned around and left without even blinking. Principal Zhou was slightly taken aback by the news, but ultimately he just shook his head. Moments later, Tang Tian rushed in looking frantic. What's happened? Principal Zhou glanced at Tang Tian and asked, Principal, there's news that the boss of a powerful corporation and all his bodyguards were killed overnight, Tang Tian reported. What? Principal Zhou immediately stood up, alarmed by the news. Do we know who did it? I don't know. Tang Tian shook his head, then looked around cautiously before continuing. Additionally, while my people were cleaning up the bodies of the assassins, they unexpectedly found the body of Tang Yu. I suspect this might be related to Feiyu. Hearing this, Principal Zhou's expression turned icy. Tang Tian, are you certain of this? Do you realize the severity of the consequences if you are mistaken? Tang Tian nodded seriously, and with a thud, Principal Zhou collapsed back into his chair, his face grave. Let's not discuss who killed Tang Yu for now. Just the mere fact of Feiyu's previous incident at the Ling Ability Academy. Principal Zhou had secretly investigated this matter. Feiyu had a significant conflict with Tang Chang's son Tang San at the Ling Ability Academy. After Tang San was killed in a garage, the people from that powerful group pointed their fingers at Feiyu, accusing him of hiring a dark web assassin to commit the murder. Perhaps because of this, Feiyu ended up at our Spirit Practitioners Academy and entered the restricted S-zone for training. Now his strength has even reached the 4th tier. Suddenly, Principal Zhou stood up abruptly, startling Tang Tian beside him. Principal, what is it? Tang Tian asked tentatively. Principal Zhou slightly nodded and said in a deep voice, Tang Tian, I think the deaths of Tang Chang and Tang Yu might really be related to Feiyu. Hearing this, Tang Tian also looked surprised. Principal Zhou then carefully explained the situation to Tang Tian. After a moment, do you understand? Tang Tian nodded, albeit somewhat confusedly. Principal, you're almost confusing me. So you mean to say that the people from that powerful group think Feiyu hired the assassin to kill Tang San and they wanted revenge? By chance, due to his talents, Feiyu came to our Spirit Practitioners Academy thousands of miles away. The Tang family wanted Feiyu killed, but he ended up killing them instead. But Principal, that still doesn't make sense. If the Tang family had informed Tang Yu, what about the assassins that followed? Hearing this, Principal Zhou was also perplexed. He paced back and forth in his office and the atmosphere turned tense. After pondering for a while, Principal Zhou made an extremely important decision. Tang Tian, I need to personally visit the Ling Ability Academy. I have to ask old Wang about Fei Yu's background. Ever since he came to our Spirit Practitioners Academy, strange events have been happening continuously. I'll leave the academy in your hands for the time being. Remember, don't tell anyone I'm going to the Ling Ability Academy. Understood, Principal Tang Tian replied. Subsequently, Principal Zhou's figure vanished within the office. Gazing at the empty office, Tang Tian sighed and shook his head, muttering to himself. It seemed that this matter could only be clarified through a direct discussion between them. Meanwhile, Fei Yu was heading to his dormitory. As he reached the door, he noticed Xiao Yan sitting on the bed, his forehead covered in sweat and a large amount of medical supplies beside his right hand. It hurts, those guys really didn't hold back, Xiao Yan complained as he wrapped a bandage around his arm. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something amiss and looked towards the door. Fei Yu, where have you been all this time? Captain Tang has been taking people to the S-Zone to look for you every day but couldn't find you. Fei Yu didn't speak, instead he walked straight towards Xiao Yan. After glancing at Xiao Yan's wounds, he immediately picked up the medicine and began to apply it. No, I can do it myself, Xiao Yan protested, not wanting to trouble Fei Yu. Don't move, Fei Yu said calmly. Watching Fei Yu treat his wounds, Xiao Yan was puzzled. He knew that Fei Yu usually never bothered with him. Although he was always cold, he wasn't all that bad. Could it be that this taciturn guy was finally warmed up by him? After a moment, Xiao Yan looked at his treated arm, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Fei Yu, you can bandage so well. Hey, did you ever learn medicine? No, Fei Yu replied while organizing the medical supplies. Hearing this, Xiao Yan frowned slightly. Before he could finish his sentence, Fei Yu cut him off. The more injuries you get, the more you learn. If you want to survive in the Eternal Night Path, killing is the only way, so getting injured is inevitable. Fei Yu had always treated his wounds himself when he was on the Eternal Night Path. Over time, he naturally acquired the skill of treating external wounds. As long as the injuries weren't fatally severe, he could almost always heal himself. Thus, Xiao Yan's injuries seemed trivial to him. The more injuries you get, the more you learn. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan started sweating coldly, remembering his first nights here. The murderous aura from that night was still vivid in his mind. He didn't know what exactly was on Fei Yu's chest. He didn't dare to think about it, nor did he want to delve too deeply. Suddenly, at that moment, the door was kicked open. Yo, so you've even got the wounds all bandaged up already? Quite fast, huh? A sharp voice came through and three young men stood at the door. The speaker was the leader among them, named Galibi. Like Xiao Yan, he had an S-grade talent and wielded a bloodthirsty wolf-tooth club, currently a third-tier martial artist. He looked about the same age as Fei Yu and the others, with a slim build and a decent appearance. But he had an annoying way of talking, often making a crooked mouth gesture. Following him were his subordinates, all of A-grade talent. They, like Fei Yu, were students sent early from around the world to train at the Spirit Practitioner Academy. It's you guys again. Seeing the three appear, a hint of coldness flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. The trio smiled and walked straight in. As they entered, Galabai also noticed Fei Yu, who was sitting quietly on the side, but he only glanced briefly and thought no more of it. He then approached Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, be wise and hand it over, or don't blame Brother Gale for being rude. That means, don't force me to take drastic measures. His followers echoed his sentiment. Hearing this, Xiao Yan stood up, his voice cold with a hint of a smile. Hand it over. I found it first, why should I give it to you? At this, Galabai's eyes gradually grew colder. I'll give you one more chance. Will you hand it over or not? Fei Yu sat on the side, watching the whole scene, his mind in turmoil. He did not know whether he should help. After all, having been betrayed by his own family, it was hard for him to trust others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have isolated himself from others during his time at the academy. Xiao Yan also clenched his fists tighter. Though of humble origins, this did not mean he was a coward. No, I won't give it. He stepped forward, the two locking eyes. Even without physical blows, one could still see an endless battle raging in their gazes. Damn kid, you dare refuse me? I've lived so long and no one has ever dared to refuse me. Attack. Galabai was thoroughly infuriated and yelled at his two followers, yet the two hesitated, afraid to advance. Bro Gale, we might not be a match for him, yet Gale, maybe, you should do it? For them, clinging to a powerful figure was important, but they were not fools. Pitting a Tier A talent against a Tier S was just asking for trouble. Even though they were both Tier 3, there was a difference between Tier A and Tier S. With me here, what are you afraid of? Hearing this, the two exchanged glances, feeling reassured by Galabai's words. After all, Xiao Yan wasn't the only one with a Tier S talent. Moreover, they had heard that Xiao Yan had been injured during his training in the Tier A region before, and it was not a minor injury. With this in mind, they nodded at each other, their target agreed upon. They each summoned their spirit power and launched an attack at Xiao Yan. Fei Yu's expression remained calm, because he knew that Xiao Yan was not just a Tier S talent but also possessed a rare elemental talent. Handling these two was not an issue, thus he didn't need to intervene. However, just when he thought Xiao Yan could easily handle the situation, he saw Xiao Yan spit out a mouthful of blood, his figure rapidly retreating, his face turning extremely pale. If not for Fei Yu's instinctive support, Xiao Yan might have collapsed onto the ground. Fei Yu was puzzled by this scene, a Tier S talent, and a rare elemental one at that, losing to two Tier A talents was unexpected. Is it fair? It's not fair at all. Even if the two of them joined forces, they would at most cause some trouble, but not to the extent that they couldn't even handle a single move, unless, have you sustained other injuries? Fei Yu immediately spoke out. Xiao Yan glanced at the two of them, nodded slightly, and did not deny it. Seeing Xiao Yan and S-level talent being pushed back by them, a smug expression spread across the faces of those two underlings, having the chance to defeat someone with S-level talent. If they bragged about this, they could boast all day long. Xiao Yan, I advise you to be sensible, hand over the item or else my fist won't recognize anyone, one of them threatened. If you want my stuff, you'd have to kill me first, otherwise you can forget about it for the rest of your life. Xiao Yan replied, his tone still defiant despite being injured again. His words left the two of them trembling with anger. Having already offended Xiao Yan, once he recovers from his injuries, trouble would be inevitable. They decided to directly cripple him to eliminate his ability to seek revenge. With this thought, the two attacked again. Their spiritual power burst forth ferociously, even the air around them emitted a hollow sound of a sonic boom. Just when they thought their strike would leave Xiao Yan completely disabled, a large hand suddenly appeared, blocking their attack. Fei Yu kicked one of them away and stopped the other's fist with his hand, coldly stating, "Scram." With that word, Fei Yu pushed and the underling stumbled to the ground. Seeing this, Jaialibi, who was standing behind, immediately darkened in expression. He brushed off the underling who was trying to stand up and walked forward, hands behind his back. Who are you daring to meddle in my business? However, Fei Yu just looked at him coldly without responding. After being thwarted twice in a row, Jaialibi's anger reached a breaking point. Damn it, I'm talking to you, he shouted and threw a punch at Fei Yu. Brother, stop. Suddenly the two underlings tried to grab his arm. Let go of me. But how could they possibly hold back a student with S-level talent? With a roar, Jaialibi broke free from their hold and his fist came attacking again. Fei Yu, not one to indulge him, struck back with a punch. A dull thud echoed throughout the dormitory, the ripples from their colliding fists spreading around them. Jaialibi was instantly pushed back by Fei Yu, retreating several steps before he could stabilize himself. Fei Yu, however, remained in his original spot, his feet not having moved an inch. How is this possible? Jaialibi was stunned. Who exactly are you, and why haven't I seen you in Area A before? Although no one knows anyone when they first arrive in Area A where S-level talents trained, his name was already well known. But this person in front of him he had no clue about. He only remembered seeing him from a distance when he first arrived at the Spirit Academy, and since this person didn't train in Area A, Jaialibi assumed he was just a B-level or C-level talent. Brother, he seems to be the one called Fei Yu. At that moment, a young underling who had been thrown to the ground by Gabriel clutched his chest and rose from the ground, speaking up. Fei Yu. Gabriel paused slightly, as if recalling something. He had previously heard that the captain of the guard at the academy, Tang Tian, was sending people to the Forbidden Zone daily in search of a student whom they hadn't found for many days. This matter had caused quite a stir at the academy, and that student's name was also Fei Yu. Gabriel suddenly felt embarrassed. Although he had only been at the academy for a short time, he knew that the S-Zone was off limits unless a student possessed extremely special traits or exceptional talent. Freshmen simply had no right to enter. Or it could be said that the S-Zone was the graveyard for freshmen. Moreover, having just fended off the attacks of two A-grade talents and his own strike, could it be that this guy's talent was truly extraordinary? Regardless, Gabriel knew at this moment that this guy was no simple character. For now he could only think of leaving and planning his next steps. Xiao Yan, you wait, I will settle this account with you sooner or later. Gabriel glared fiercely at the two, then quickly left with his two underlings. After the three had left, Fei Yu lay on his own bed, slightly closing his eyes. Xiao Yan looked at Fei Yu lying on the bed and bowed, saying thank you for this time, although his eyes were closed. Fei Yu was not asleep, his calm voice carried through. I didn't help you, they just interrupted my sleep. Xiao Yan was slightly astonished but just smiled. Ever since he and Feiyu had arrived at the Spirit Academy, Xiaoyan could feel that Feiyu was somewhat different from his time before at the academy. Previously he was reclusive, aloof, uncommunicative, let alone prone to laughter. He had never seen Feiyu smile, always maintaining a stern face, always looking like someone owed him money. But now, although he still hadn't seen him smile, at least he would talk to him occasionally, especially when he himself was threatened. Feiyu had lent a hand, though he wouldn't admit it verbally. His actions clearly showed a subtle change in Feiyu's character. Though the change was slight, it was certainly there. It seemed that his relationship with Feiyu had taken a step closer. Xiaoyan then walked to the front of Feiyu's bed and said, "Aren't you curious about what they were after?" "Not curious." Feiyu slightly turned his body, still with his eyes closed. "Don't you want to know?" "I don't want to know." Xiaoyan, I was going to mention there's a way to enhance your spiritual power." Just as Xiaoyan turned away, suddenly Feiyu's voice burst out from behind him. "Let's hear it." By the time Xiaoyan turned back, Feiyu was already sitting on the edge of the bed. Indeed, this guy's temper was unpredictable by common sense. Xiaoyan smiled slightly and pulled out a red stone from his bosom, handing it to Feiyu. "This is..." Looking at the red stone in his hand, a trace of curiosity also appeared in Feiyu's eyes. The stone looked similar to a spirit stone, yet slightly different. Xiaoyan explained, "This stone is called a crystal stone, found only inside mystical beasts. Warriors below the 5th rank benefit from absorbing this type of crystal to enhance their spiritual power. However, despite being valuable, these crystals are exceedingly rare. Hundreds of exotic beasts might not contain a single crystal. It truly depends on luck." Feiyu understood this better after hearing Xiaoyan's explanation. No wonder he had killed so many exotic beasts in the Forbidden Zone, even dissecting them to consume their flesh and blood, yet had never seen this so-called spirit stone. It was all a matter of luck. For his own spiritual power enhancement, it seemed not very useful. However, the energy contained in this crystal was much greater than any spirit stone if used to nourish the demonic blade shard in his chest. "I'll give this crystal to you," Xiaoyan suddenly offered, causing Feiyu to pause in mild surprise. "You don't want it?" Xiaoyan shook his head with a smile. "If it weren't for your help, those 2 grade A fighters would have crippled me. If word got back to my hometown, I'd lose all face. Besides, if I kept it, Gale would surely come after it again. Better to give it to you than have it stolen. After all, why let the riches flow into others' fields?" Feiyu didn't refuse. He was curious to test the effects of the crystal himself. If it proved better than the spirit stones, he could keep an eye out for more in the future. Now that he knew the whereabouts of the flying star, he could experiment with this crystal. If it was indeed superior, he wouldn't need to undertake dark web missions for spirit stones anymore. "Thank you." With these brief words, Feiyu accepted the crystal. "Feiyu, I need to see Captain Tang. You rest for now," Xiaoyan said, then left the dormitory. Feiyu stood still for a moment, then suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly accessed the dark web and browsed through the bounty listings. Indeed, ever since he had removed his own bounty from the list, the assassins had disappeared like smoke. Apart from some discussions on the dark web forums, there were no issues. However, he still needed to earn some spirit stones just to be safe. Although he now had the crystal Xiaoyan gave him, it was only one. If something went wrong while nourishing the demonic blade shard, his life could be in real danger. Therefore, he planned to have a few crystals on hand for experiments. As his strength had improved to the 4th rank, Feiyu was eyeing more challenging missions. Soon his gaze settled on a particular bounty. Name: Long Out Yin. Gender: male. Age: 31. Strength: 4th rank. Martial artist. Occupation: boss of the underground Black Dragon Gang. Bounty: 100 spirit stones. Initially Feiyu didn't want to take this mission, but as he read further he changed his mind. Dark web note: escaped from Eternal Night Path years ago, became the boss of Black Dragon by his own efforts 2 years ago. Known for being brutal and extremely bloodthirsty, originating from Eternal Night Path, he had thought it was just a coincidence of names, but the mention of Eternal Night Path made him reconsider. Feiyu was certain that this man was the same one who had followed his father years ago, Long Out Yin. His father's death had been fraught with mysteries, and after his passing, Long Out Yin had vanished without a trace. Although Feiyu didn't know who had put a bounty on his head, he felt a sense of relief. He was one step closer to unraveling the events of that fateful year. His gaze turned towards the window, releasing a piercing chill from his eyes. The endless river waters churn and flow tirelessly, washing away the affairs of the world, blending joy and sorrow into an indistinguishable tide of emotions. Inside a karaoke lounge, a rugged-looking man with a beard, holding a microphone and squinting slightly, was deeply engrossed in singing Shanghai Bund on the screen. His bare upper body, covered in flabby white flesh, jiggled rhythmically with the tune. Flanking him were his subordinates, all dressed in uniform black suits sporting sunglasses, tall and muscular. This middle-aged man was none other than the boss of the Black Dragon Gang, Long Outyen. As the last word of the song fell, Long Outyen put down the microphone and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The song Shanghai Bun concluding, his gaze swept over his underlings, his expression slightly displeased. However, quickly picking up on his mood, the underlings started clapping. "Great singing, boss. There's no one in Jiangnan City who can match your singing skills. Truly a voice of an angel. If you were to compete on The Voice of China, you would take home the top prize." The flattery erupted instantly. Although Long Outyen knew their true intentions, he didn't mind the sycophancy. After all, hadn't he climbed to his current position precisely for this adulation? Just as he was about to start his next song, 18 Bends of the Mountain Road, the door burst open. A rather thin subordinate walked in, his tone respectful. "Boss, someone wants to join our Black Dragon Gang." Hearing this, Long Outyen's eyes sparked with curiosity and he set the microphone down. With a calm face, he said, "Let him in." The subordinate quickly turned and signaled to someone at the door. A man of average build, wearing a duckbill cap, walked in and immediately knelt on the ground. The subordinate promptly introduced him. He used to be involved in the underworld too, but his previous employer died, so he wants to join our gang. Involved in the underworld? Which one? Long Outyen asked, slightly frowning as he toyed with an object in his hand. "The black market," the subordinate clarified. Long Outyen's frown deepened. Mixing with people from other factions was taboo in the underworld, a precaution against undercover infiltrators. However, this wasn't a concern for Long Outyen. His ruthlessness and bloodthirstiness were well known in the underworld. No one foolish enough to spy on his gang could escape detection. If discovered, the punishment was severe. At best, death; at worst, a humiliating and brutal execution before a group of young women. This was practically a death sentence for them. The middle-aged man chuckled. "I used to work with Tang Chang, they all called me Old Mo." "Boss Long, you can call me Old Mo too." Long Outyen paused slightly as he toyed with an object in his hand, then continued, "Tang Chang? You mean the boss of that Chang group in the center of Jiangnan City?" "Ah yes, that's him." Old Mo nodded vigorously, a flicker of hope igniting in his heart. Since Tang Chang's death, he had almost no source of income. After much effort, he had finally found the location of the Black Dragon Gang. Clinging to this powerful group could mean no more worries about food and clothing in the future. Before Old Mo could continue, Long Outyen quickly interrupted him. "I heard Tang Chang died. Who killed him?" Although Long Outyen had minimal dealings with Tang Chang, he knew that this man was a significant figure in both the underworld and the legitimate world, and he was curious about who could have taken his life. Old Mo shook his head, sighing, "I don't know. Tang's entire party was killed overnight at the company. The surveillance was destroyed, we couldn't find any information. However, I remember before Tang Chang died, there was some friction with a dark web assassin called Chi and a student named Feiyu. Something about Feiyu hiring an assassin to kill his son, that's all I know." "You just mentioned who?" Long Outyen, still playing with the object in his hand, suddenly froze, a trace of indiscernible fear crossing his face. The assassin Chi from the dark web? What's wrong?" The sound of a wine glass shattering as it hit the floor interrupted them, glass shards scattering everywhere, wine spilling across the floor. "No, it's someone else." In an instant, Long Outyen grabbed Old Mo by the collar, his voice thunderous with fury. Old Mo, gripped by the collar, was terrified, his face breaking out in cold sweat. Not just him, but even the underlings standing by were equally petrified. Their boss, unlike other gang leaders, was unpredictable and could kill in anger at any moment. Otherwise, the Black Dragon Gang wouldn't always be recruiting new members, and Old Mo wouldn't have had the chance to meet Long Outyen. Faced with Long Outyen's menacing demeanor, Old Mo's body went limp, his words faltering. "I only know his name is Feiyu. I've never met him. He's a student at the Psychic Academy now, supposedly studying at the Spirit Academy." A student? Could it be just a coincidence? Long Outyen pushed Old Mo away and sat back down to think deeply. "No, it can't be him. That guy is already dead." "Yes, already dead," Long Outyen repeated to himself, trying to reassure himself. Then his icy gaze fell on Old Mo again. "Drag him out and feed him to the dogs." As he spoke, the underlings quickly stepped forward, grabbing Old Mo by the arms. Old Mo was terrified. He broke free, continuously kneeling and begging for mercy. "Boss Long, spare me please. I don't know how I have offended you. I will change immediately." Long Outyen pressed the cigarette butt against Old Mo's head with force, causing Old Mo to emit a cry of pain. "Because you scared me." No, Dragon Lord, Dragon Lord." As his pitiful pleas echoed, Old Mo was dragged out by two underlings. Long Outyen sat back in his chair, his mood too soured now for singing. his brow furrowed, the heavy stone in his heart refusing to budge. Perhaps should I send someone to look into this? Just then another voice interrupted his thoughts. Dragon Lord, someone wishes to join our Hey Lung gang. Long Out Yin's expression turned icy, his mood sinking deeper. Damn, thinking it's so easy to join my Hey Lung gang. Before he finished speaking, a young man with a knife in his left hand and a hood over his head slowly walked in. When the youth stepped forward, Long Out Yin inexplicably felt a chilling aura. This feeling was all too familiar yet indescribable. So it's you wanting to join my Hey Lung gang? Long Out Yin scrutinized him, speaking irritably. The youth nodded, remaining silent. Kid, don't blame me for not warning you, it's not easy to get into my Hey Lung gang. Although the youth's face was mostly hidden by the hood, Long Out Yin could guess from his build that he wasn't very old. However, his gaze quickly fell on the demonic knife in the youth's left hand. A knife? Back in the days of Eternal Night, when I followed my master, I saw him wield a knife. Huiwe. So many years have passed, and the image of my master fighting enemies on the battlefield still haunts my mind. Seeing this knife now stirs those memories. Somehow the aura of this knife feels similar to my master's, or perhaps it's just my imagination. Long Out Yin knew well that one of the master's sons had died by his own brother's hand. His brow furrowed slightly, but then relaxed, his expression growing greedy. He leaned back on the sofa, saying lazily, Kid, nice knife. How about you gift this knife to me? You should know what to do if you want to join the Hey Lung gang. At his words, Feiyu slowly extended his left hand, presenting the demonic knife horizontally. Seeing this, Long Out Yin was overjoyed, praising, not bad kid, you know the ropes. As he spoke, Long Out Yin reached out to grab the knife from Feiyu's hand. However, just as his hand was about to touch the knife, a cold voice came from beneath the hood. The knife is indeed good, but do you have the life to take it? Long Out Yin's brow instantly tightened, sensing something amiss in Feiyu's tone, a serious challenge. The youth dared to blatantly challenge him. As the leader of the Hey Lung gang, this was something he could not tolerate. He stood up, fists clenched, towering like a war god as he looked down. You refuse me? No one has ever dared to refuse me, Long Out Yin. No one. At his words, Feiyu also slowly raised his head, his hood sliding off. Is that so? A seemingly casual remark had terrified Long Out Yin immensely. It wasn't the words themselves that frightened him, but the face of the young man that revealed itself, a face all too familiar to him. How could it be you? You were supposed to have perished. Feiyu cut him off, speaking first. Supposed to have died in the Great Fire, right, Leader Long? It's been a long time indeed. These few light words instilled a deep sense of dread in Long Out Yin, the proud leader of the Black Dragon gang. But he quickly regained his composure. After all, Feiyu wasn't known as a martial artist back then. His fears stemmed from Feiyu's unconventional methods and his father's intimidating presence. What Long Out Yin hadn't anticipated was that Feiyu had also become a martial artist, his strength now comparable to his own. Feiyu's eyes, cold and shimmering with multicolored lights, suddenly flashed with a hint of murderous intent. With a clang, the demon blade Shenrun was drawn from its sheath. Without a moment's hesitation, the blade, emitting a chilling gleam, cleaved towards Long Out Yin's shoulder. Long Out Yin clenched his teeth, his bare body dodging while his internal spiritual power whirled madly, gathering a vast and majestic force in his palms to strike back. Although Feiyu was fast, having reached the 4th rank of martial artists, Long Out Yin had been at this level for many years, his experience far surpassing Feiyu's. As expected, Feiyu's blade missed its mark, and Long Out Yin's palm strike was about to hit. Feiyu had no choice but to block with his blade, barely keeping up with the speed, managing to fend off the palm strike from Long Out Yin. However, the rebound from the strike still sent Feiyu reeling back several meters. Feiyu slightly bowed his head, flicking his demon blade fiercely, readying himself to dive back into the attack. Are you all deaf? Suddenly, Long Out Yin bellowed, and his minions, standing on both sides, immediately leaped forward, attacking Feiyu. With a cold and focused gaze, Feiyu's body shot out like a cheetah, moving as fast as a darting rabbit, almost ghost-like. His blade sliced through the air, creating sonic booms. The chilling edge of his blade fiercely chopped towards the minions' heads. As an assassin, his goal was to kill with one strike. If one strike failed, then another would follow. What he never lacked was the sharpness of his blade. In an instant, corpses littered the ground and blood flowed like rivers. Blood dripped down the blade of the demon blade, falling in slow rhythmic drops, each drop a death knell for the lost souls. Long Out Yin watched the scene in horror. He had thought that although his minions were not martial artists, their sheer numbers would at least delay Feiyu momentarily. However, he hadn't expected that his minions would fail to withstand even a few moves from Feiyu, falling like cabbages, their lives snatched away. But this also confirmed something for him, that the Feiyu mentioned by old Mo was indeed the Feiyu of the Eternal Night Path. Moreover, Feiyu had now become a martial artist. This undoubtedly brought Long Outyen's heart to his throat. Even when Feiyu was not yet a martial artist, he had already made a significant name for himself on the Eternal Night Path, one of greed, known for his ruthlessness, decisiveness and ferocity, earning him the nickname Little God of Killing among the criminals there. As the name suggests, if Feiyu's father was a killing god, then Feiyu's methods were by no means inferior to his father's. After becoming a martial artist, his skills would only be many times stronger than before. Suddenly Long Outyen felt uncertain about his own fourth-tier strength. It wasn't because he might not be able to defeat him, but because the fear that Feiyu and his father had instilled in him years ago was overwhelming. It was so deep-seated that it was difficult to extricate himself from. Feiyu slightly turned his body, his face calm as he looked at Long Outyen. Although calm, it felt chillingly terrifying. With a burst sound, Feiyu gripped his knife and slashed towards Long Outyen's neck. Although Long Outyen didn't fight back much, he knew this was due to his deep-seated fear of them. However, this fear wouldn't last long. If a fourth-tier power were to strike back, it would surely put him in a passive position. Thus Feiyu's knife was swift and the strike was quick. If Long Outyen didn't dodge, Feiyu was confident in decapitating him. But humans are advanced beings capable of independent thought. Long Outyen was no fool. Despite his fear, he wanted to survive. To live, he had to fight back. So, as Feiyu's blade slashed towards him, Long Outyen no longer held back. His arms crossed vigorously, forming a strong protective shield. Clang! Feiyu's knife struck the powerful defense and the energy burst forth, scattering throughout the room. The glasses and bottles shattered under the force of the unleashed energy, and a flying shard cut Feiyu's cheek. Although the wound was small, blood slowly trickled out. Seeing that Feiyu couldn't breach his shield, a mocking smile appeared on Long Outyen's lips. "Young master, oh no, your father is dead. Now I should call you Feiyu. I might not have a fraction of your father's strength, but my defense." Before he could finish, Long Outyen roared a wild burst of energy, instantly repelling Feiyu. Feiyu steadied himself with one foot, attacking again without catching his breath. Long Outyen's forehead was covered in cold sweat, a result of years of indulgence. Nevertheless, facing Feiyu's assault, he just coldly smirked and roared, "Absolute defense." Instantly, a storm of spiritual power erupted around him, turning the room upside down, and numerous wall hangings vibrated off the walls. Clang! The tip of the demonic knife struck the protective shield, unable to penetrate further. Long Outyen looked smug. "Don't waste your effort, boy. You can't break my defense. Not even your father at his peak could." Indeed, although Long Outyen's talent was only grade B and his ability defensive, his defense was not merely simple, it was known as absolute defense, impregnable even to 9th tier powers. And it was because of this extraordinary skill that he quickly became the leader of the Black Dragon Gang after escaping the Eternal Night Path. It was because those who dared to challenge him could never break through his defenses. In the end, they would deplete their spiritual energy and be killed by his palm strike. It's almost laughable how a top-tier 9th-level warrior couldn't breach the defenses of a mere B-level talent. If people heard about this, they would hardly believe it. Feiyu's eyes slightly trembled, a chilling coldness emanating from beneath his eyelids. "An absolute defense, huh? Coincidentally, my blade ignores all defenses." What? Long Outyen was slightly taken aback, utterly confused by what he meant. As Feiyu spoke the commanding word, his grip on the blade shifted from one hand to two. His left hand reversed to hold the hilt while his right palm pressed against the top of the hilt. With a boom, energy dispersed again. Under Feiyu's manipulation, the blade of the magic sword actually pierced through that protective shield. Long Outyen was shocked, sweat on his forehead now streaming more profusely. But soon he breathed a sigh of relief and his face became extremely arrogant. "Hey, ignore defenses, your sword is shattered. Boy, what do you have left to fight me with? You and your father are the same, so arrogant and self-important, always looking down on others. Otherwise your father wouldn't have been killed by his own son." What irony. At that moment, when the magic sword pierced through, the fragments of the blade visibly fell off at a rapid pace. However, Feiyu remained expressionless, utterly unaffected by his words. He continued to push the magic sword deeper until the entire blade was completely inserted, the fragments completely fallen off, and his emotions unchanged. It seemed as if everything was within his control. Then Feiyu suddenly exerted force. A surge of purple energy flowed from the broken blade into the shield, and the fragments on the ground, as if drawn by some force, started to rapidly reassemble with a crackling sound, forming a complete blade once again. With a splurch, the magic sword plunged in, staining his stomach. with fresh blood. Long Out Yen looked down in disbelief at the magic sword that had pierced his own body, his face turning deathly pale. How is this possible? No. Impossible. With another thrust, Fei Yu pushed again, the protective shield instantly shattered and the magic sword pierced straight through his chest. Fei Yu's body pressed tightly against Long Out Yen. Long Out Yen's face was blank, his eyes hollow. Then a cold voice entered his ears. To judge my father, you are not worthy. With a swish, the magic sword was instantly pulled out, blood spraying everywhere following the trajectory of the sword. Long Out Yen fell to his knees, clutching his chest in a vain attempt to stop the bleeding, but a single hand could hardly stop the loss of liquid. Soon, due to excessive blood loss and severe chest injuries, Long Out Yen's breathing grew heavier and slower. His face, due to the blood loss, turned extremely pale. Cough, cough. Who would have thought that in my lifetime it would be you who breached my defenses? Het, is this retribution? A bitter expression crossed Long Out Yen's face. Back in his prime, he had spent half his life in the service of his master on the eternal night path, always ready at the beck and call. Yet, in the end, it was his own son who drew the final stroke. Perhaps this was fate. Long Out Yen slightly bowed his head, glancing at Fei Yu, whose expression remained remarkably calm. With his last bit of strength, he whispered, "Young master, be careful of Fei." Before he could finish, his arm fell limp like a kite whose string had been cut, and his dark eyes instantly turned gray. Fei Yu frowned slightly, muttering to himself, "Be careful of Hu Feisheng. As the saying goes, a dying man's words are kind. If only I knew this day would come. Why did it start in the first place?" Fei Yu sighed and shook his head. Suddenly a sharp pain pierced his chest, but it vanished as quickly as it came. He was secretly relieved that Long Out Yen, primarily a defensive fighter with little offensive skills, could not exploit his decades of Tier 4 strength. It was hard to gain the upper hand over him. Meanwhile, in a dark alley, a middle-aged man wearing a cap slowly emerged. He glanced back at the two bodies lying in a pool of blood, a mocking smile playing on his lips. He pulled out a mobile phone from his bag and quickly dialed a number. The call connected, and a young man's voice, magnetic and intimidating, answered. "How did it go, boss?" "The fish has entered the net. It's time to close it." After a few words, the middle-aged man hung up and walked slowly towards the bustling street. After killing Long Out Yen, Fei Yu seemed to remember something. "Damn, I forgot to inquire about the past." Regret filled his heart, but since it had already happened, there was nothing more he could do. Moreover, after killing a Tier 4 martial artist, Fei Yu's spiritual power had once again significantly increased. Name: Fei Yu. Age: 16. Talent: SS grade weapon type magic blade, 1000 cuts. Spiritual power: 420. Level: Tier 4 martial artist. Additional ability acquired through fusion: Devour. While not much, it was better than nothing, at least compared to others. Training speed: Fei Yu's magic blade 1000 cuts devouring ability was much faster. Moments later, Fei Yu put on his hood again, cleaned the blood off his body, and to prevent any mishaps, followed the dark web's instructions and cut off Long Out Yen's head. To prevent blood from dripping and attracting attention, Fei Yu wrapped the head in several layers of coarse cloth, walking on the street apart from a few odd glances from some people. There was nothing unusual. Soon following the navigation on his phone and the address given on the dark web, he arrived at an abandoned building. Holding the magic blade in his left hand and carrying Long Out Yen's head in his right, Fei Yu slowly walked into the building. The building was dark inside, strewn with debris from a construction site, and the air intermittently filled with the smell of abandoned cement. Suddenly a voice came from the darkness. "Just stand there." The sudden voice halted Fei Yu in his tracks, and he slightly nodded as he looked in the direction of the sound. In the darkness, he saw a middle-aged man wearing a duckbill cap, visible only because of the scant lighting. Fei Yu could only make out the cap and the man's older age. Without a doubt, this was the man who had hired him to assassinate Long Out Yen. Fei Yu's right hand suddenly lifted, ready to toss the head he held. However, suddenly a cloth bag soared through the air towards him. Catching it, the tactile sensation confirmed it contained the 100 spirit stones promised for the mission. Before Fei Yu could even speak, the middle-aged man's voice emerged again. "I won't check the goods. You've done well. The dark web's number 6 does have some skills. I look forward to our next meeting. Goodbye." With that, the man's figure vanished into thin air. Fei Yu stood still for a long moment before he came to his senses. Looking at the skull in his hand, he pondered briefly before swinging his demonic blade, cleaving a gash in the ground. He threw the skull into it. "Considering you once served under my father, I'll grant you a grave at least. It's better than being carried off by stray dogs." After completing this task, Fei Yu left the abandoned building, slowly walking down the bustling streets lined with neon lights. he moved leisurely, a stark contrast to the hurried passers-by who were all bustling for their lives. This was the difference between ordinary people and martial artists. Those without awakened talents would have their memories of the martial academies erased and return to their normal lives. In this era filled with exotic beasts, they lived under the protection of martial artists. Under the cover of his hood and amidst the crowd he was inconspicuous. Although he had completed his task for the dark web and received his rightful reward, his face did not show a relaxed smile, instead he felt a heavy heart. Years of experience as an assassin told him that the mysterious figure in the abandoned building was no ordinary character. The aura he sensed at the scene indicated that this person was stronger than himself, and dealing with Long Outyen should not have been a difficult task. Could it really be because he himself could not breach Long Outyen's absolute defense? Moreover, from the words left by the man, it seemed inevitable that their paths would cross again in the future. Back in his dormitory, Feiyu lay on his bed, his mind still occupied with the mission. Long Outyen, also known as Dragon Steward, was one of his father's subordinates. He was one of 4 stewards known collectively in the Eternal Night Path as the 4 Great Stewards, each possessing unique talents in offense, defense, technique, and support. They had loyally served under Feiyu's father, never leaving his side. However, after his father's death, they had all disappeared as if evaporated from the world. Whether the task to kill Long Outyen was a mere coincidence or someone's deliberate arrangement remained a mystery. All this added a few more layers to Feiyu's sense of crisis. His successful assassination of Long Outyen was owed to the demon blade Shenrun, which ignored all defensive skills, otherwise he would have eventually been drained of his physical and spiritual energy by Long Outyen. By then he would have been like a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Suddenly, the sound of the door interrupted Feiyu's thoughts. In the moment the door cracked open, the figure on the bed vanished abruptly. As a cold gleam flashed through the darkness, a knife was suddenly held against a warm neck. Don't, it's me," came a somewhat familiar voice from the darkness, and a shadow quickly flicked on the light switch on the wall. The whole dormitory lit up instantly. The person was Xiaoyan, who had gone out to find Captain Tang during the day. Seeing that it was Xiaoyan, the knife at his neck instantly dissolved into purple light spots and disappeared. Feiyu didn't speak but turned and lay back on his bed, closing his eyes. Xiaoyan stood by, taking a long time to recover his composure. Looking at Feiyu lying on the bed, he felt a lingering fear and subconsciously touched his neck. The atmosphere of the man who had held the knife at his neck was utterly different from the harmless one lying on the bed now. While Xiaoyan knew it was an instinctual reaction of his body, such a reaction was indeed too outrageous. One could imagine what kind of ordeal the young man lying on the bed must have gone through to develop such a high level of vigilance. After much thought, Xiaoyan finally approached Feiyu's bed, ruffled his hair a bit awkwardly, and said, "Feiyu, Captain Tang has given us a hunting spot. According to the rules, we can bring someone with us." "Not going," came Feiyu's indifferent voice. "Oh, you're not going?" Xiaoyan stood in place, his expression somewhat disheartened. He lay down on his own bed and, after glancing at Xiaoyan's retreating figure, could only sigh softly. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a voice suddenly came from the darkness. "When do we set off?" The streets of Jiangnan City were already devoid of pedestrians. Apart from some hostesses working in nightclubs, everyone else had already gone home. At that moment, the atmosphere in the office of the Spiritual Power Academy was unusually tense. Principal Wang sat in his chair with a smile, while Li Dao stood to his left, his face solemn. Sitting in front of them was a middle-aged man, at first glance the Principal Zhou of the Spirit Academy. However, his expression was particularly grim at the moment. There are no walls that do not leak, no fire that can be completely covered by paper. Indeed, he was here concerning the matter of Feiyu. The various data and surveillance videos laid out on the table, along with their expressions, were enough to prove that they already knew Feiyu's real identity. Darknet Assassin code name sheet. Moreover, it was discovered that Feiyu came from the Eternal Night Path and had a close relationship with the infamous murderer Fei Xing from years ago. After a long silence, Principal Zhou started speaking with a serious expression. Clearly he wanted to confirm once more with Principal Wang. "Old Wang, are you sure you want to do this?" Upon hearing this, Principal Wang nodded slightly without a word. However, constrained by certain events, he could only sigh helplessly and said, "Shall we reconsider? The child's nature isn't bad. I think we can guide him onto the right path." Snap! Principal Zhou suddenly slapped the table and stood up, his face showing a hint of anger and helplessness towards Principal Wang. "The right path? Are you joking? He is a killer from the dark web, and the deaths of Tang San and Tang Chang aren't proof enough?" He then continued earnestly to persuade old Wang. Don't be confused at this time, young Yadao, that is a city of sin. Silence, still silence. Seeing that Principal Wang remains silent, Principal Zhou clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. No, he cannot stay in my academy. After saying this, Principal Zhou was about to turn and leave when the voice of Li Daoi reached him. Principal Zhou Feiyu's talent is truly rare, how about giving him a chance? Li Daoi's words, rather than helping, caused Principal Zhou's body to tremble. With rage. A chance, he turned around abruptly, his lips trembling, almost shouting, did the people of Yang Yadao ever give my younger brother a chance? Why should he get one? Principal Zhou's eyes gradually reddened. From the first time he saw Feiyu, he sensed a strong malevolence in him, but considering he was a student brought by Principal Wang and had a secret SS-level talent, he hadn't thought much of it. However, after discovering a multitude of assassin corpses in the S-forbidden area, he had his suspicions. Later, when Tang Yu was killed and Tang Chang's powerful group was also destroyed, he decided to go to the Psychic Academy to thoroughly investigate, but unexpectedly he discovered that Feiyu's identity was that of a dark web assassin, not only an assassin but also one from Yang Yadao. Knowing Principal Zhou's deep enmity with Yang Yadao, how could he possibly tolerate someone from Yang Yadao in his own academy? Meanwhile, Li Daoi was utterly baffled by Principal Zhou's words. What younger brother? What chance? What on earth was Principal Zhou talking about? After a moment, the anger on Principal Zhou's face gradually subsided, but the fury in his heart had not eased in the slightest. For years he had been haunted by nightmares of his younger brother's tragic fate. Without a word, Principal Zhou walked towards the door. Principal. Li Daoi urgently looked at Principal Wang with a desperate gaze. Finally, Principal Wang sighed softly and stood up. Old fellow. Hearing this, Principal Zhou paused his steps but did not stop moving forward. Principal Wang continued, the child was born in such a dark place, it's not his fault. What's wrong is this unfair world? Principal Zhou's face was marked with frustration. Fair, easy for you to say. Accompanied by a scoffing laugh, the office door was abruptly closed. Principal Wang heaved a heavy sigh and sat down again. Li Daoi looked towards Principal Wang, whose face was filled with solemnity, and tentatively asked, Principal, why do you? Principal Wang interrupted Li Daoi. Do not preach goodness to others without understanding their suffering. Li Daoi's expression froze momentarily before he spoke again. Was Principal Zhou's brother really killed by someone from the Eternal Night Path? Even if he was, it wasn't Feiyu who did it. Isn't it too much to pin this crime on Feiyu? There was a hint of indignation in Li Daoi's tone. Even if Feiyu was from the Eternal Night Path, vengeance should be directed at the right person. In Li Daoi's view, Principal Zhou's actions were somewhat unacceptable. Principal Wang glanced at the indignant Li Daoi and said, old Zhou's own brother was killed by Feishing. That battle back then. Can you say old Zhou doesn't hate Feiyu? Upon hearing Principal Wang's explanation, Li Daoi suddenly understood everything. Although they only knew that Feishing and Feiyu were brothers, what they didn't know was that there was also a deep-seated hatred between Feiyu and Feishing, a hatred that had seeped into their bones. Let's go. Just as Li Daoi was lost in thought, he saw Principal Wang stand up. Principal, where are you going? To the Spirit Practitioners Academy. We can't let a good seedling be ruined. As his voice faded, Principal Wang, with his hands behind his back, strode towards the door and walked out. Li Daoi glanced at the data files on the table. It was better that fewer people knew about this matter. As he spoke, a strange light flashed and he destroyed all the documents. The golden dawn slowly rose, warming and softening the entire sky. At that moment, within a certain area of the Spirit Practitioners Academy, 3 teams had already assembled, each composed of students sent from various places, with each team consisting of 2 members. Naturally, Feiyu and Xiao Yan were among them. It's you guys again. Be careful when you go in and don't end up as nourishment for the beasts, Xiao Yan said with a sneer, looking at Caleb in front of him. Caleb, noticing Feiyu standing beside Xiao Yan, could only snort coldly, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, but still casting a fierce glance at them, implying that Xiao Yan should wait. The account from that day in the dormitory, he would settle it with him sooner or later. It wasn't that he was afraid of Xiao Yan, but he was somewhat fearful of Feiyu, who stood beside him. Although he had never officially fought with him, he knew that a freshman who could enter and leave the S-Zone alive was not a simple character. Suddenly, a figure slowly approached, drawing everyone's attention. It was Tang Tian, the captain of the guards of the Spirit Practitioners Academy, followed by several members of the guard team. He walked up to Feiyu and stopped, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Then, turning his back to them, he gestured with his hand. the people behind immediately handed a map to each team. Following that, Tang Tian's voice also slowly emerged. What you now hold in your hands is a map of the hunting area. Apart from the red-marked areas, all other regions are off limits. If you trespass, your safety will be threatened. Do you understand? No entry into those areas. Unnoticed by the others, Xiao Libi was muttering to himself. Understood. The group nodded in unison. Xiaoyan stepped forward, tentatively asking Captain Tang, what exactly is our hunting mission this time? Captain Tang chuckled and replied, hunting, of course, is just hunting. This time, there's no specific mission, it's purely a test to gauge your training progress. The areas marked on this map each have different levels. Additionally, take these. As he spoke, Tang Tian tossed 3 tokens adorned with a golden fox emblem to the group and continued, you have 3 days. See how many levels you can breach. These tokens will display your current location in real time and also indicate how many levels you've managed to penetrate. Alright, off you go. Yes. The 3 squads, upon hearing the command, quickly vanished into the jungle following the map's indications. Watching their fading silhouettes, a team member standing behind Tang Tian couldn't help stepping forward. Captain, allowing freshmen into the hunting area has never happened before. Indeed, Captain, another teammate added, although the hunting area is divided into 10 levels, this jungle is unpredictable. Even the lowest level areas might sometimes witness the intrusion of higher level beasts. If something happens, it would be difficult to explain to the principal upon his return. Despite being guards of the Spirit Practitioner Academy and not lacking in strength themselves, they too were cautious about entering higher level hunting areas, with spiritual energy reviving. Around the world, some beasts the weak had developed human-like intelligence. Their cunning was not inferior to humans, and they even used it to dominate other beasts. Hands clasped behind his back, Tang Tian's eyes narrowed. These are excellent students sent from various places. They need to become stronger quickly. Their talents are indeed exceptional, but on the battlefield, talent alone doesn't count. Those who survive are the strong ones. Not just them, you too, he said sternly. Understood. Yes, Captain. The team members bowed slightly, regretting their curiosity that had led to a scolding. Later, one of them thought to post a message online. Family who understands? Just curious. Ding dong, the phone rang. Tang Tian pulled it out of his bag. It was Principal Zhou calling. After pressing the answer button and a short conversation. Alright, I understand, Principal. After hanging up, Tang Tian's gaze again settled on the team members. He had just received a notification that the principal would return to the Spirit Practitioner Academy in 3 days. The principal ordered each team member to go into secluded training, and in 3 days, the Spirit Academy was to be on high alert. Hearing this, many team members grew curious. Captain, what exactly happened? Why do we need to be on such high alert? With the extraordinary alliance blocking the border, the beasts shouldn't be able to reach us, right? Faced with the team members' speculations, Tang Tian also frowned and retorted, how would I know? Isn't it just better to follow the principal's orders? Not only were the team members puzzled, but even he himself felt the same. From the tone of the principal, he could sense a significant emotional disturbance, as if something had provoked him. Could it be related to Feiyu? But that seemed unlikely, since Feiyu had only just met the principal. What could possibly provoke him so? Tang Tian decided not to dwell on it further. Yes, the team responded in unison. Behind the scenes, they quickly spread the word to their families on some social platform, eager to find out what was really happening. And then, as the conversation ended, several of them transformed into a streak of light and swiftly disappeared into the distance. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the sky beyond, a helicopter skimmed over the cities, causing people below to look up. Inside the helicopter, besides the pilot, there were 2 men and a woman seated in the back. At first glance, one of the men and the woman were recognizable as Baiyu and Isa, 2 envoys who had visited the Spirit Academy recently. Isa, are you sure? You didn't see it wrong? Asked a middle-aged man with a rugged face, short black hair and a strong physique, dressed in black, wearing a black glove on his left hand that was faintly engraved with mysterious runes, seemingly hiding something. This man was Zhao Kuei, the captain of the 13th team of the Martial Alliance. Isa nodded. That day Baiyu and I followed up, and judging by the scene, that student's talent is definitely not weaker than S level, maybe even stronger. I am certain he is a natural. Before he could finish, Baiyu with a twitch of his mouth interjected, I don't believe it. How can a mere freshman kill so many assassins? It's impossible. Perhaps the old man at the Spirit Academy is deceiving us. Baiyu, are you asking for a beating? Snapped Isa, not putting up with his contradiction, and they immediately started arguing. As the argument escalated, a sound of a snap echoed. A surge of energy burst from Zhao Kuei's body, spreading energy ripples that nearly caused the helicopter to fall from the sky. Fortunately, Zhao Kuei managed to regain control just in time and the helicopter gradually stabilized. Both men were instantly subdued by Zhao Kuei's display of power, glaring at each other but saying no more. The pilot in front breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, this job, it's really not meant for humans. He decided that once he had dropped them off at the Spirit Academy he would resign. Whoever wants to fly this helicopter can have it. How much longer until we reach the Spirit Academy? Zhao Kuei's voice suddenly asked. The pilot, not daring to delay, immediately responded, Captain Zhao, it's thousands of miles to the Spirit Academy, and with the current air currents it will take at least 3 days to get there. 3 days, Zhao Kuei muttered to himself, uttering a phrase before slowly closing his eyes. Speed up as fast as possible. Yes, Captain. Meanwhile, in the jungle of the hunting area, two figures were continuously leaping from tree to tree. They were Fei Yu and Xiaoyan. However, their expressions were very grave at the moment. Thunderous vibrations continuously came from behind them. They saw a giant Xuanjia turtle chasing after them from behind, constantly spitting out beams of energy blades, attacking the two from behind. Fei Yu, watch out behind. Xiaoyan dodged while warning Fei Yu on his right side. Somehow Xiaoyan noticed that the Xuanjia turtle seemed to be targeting Fei Yu. Each energy attack was filled with endless murderous intent. Alerted by Xiaoyan, Fei Yu also reacted quickly. His body sharply turned. Clang! Fei Yu gripped the magic saber in his hand and fiercely slashed at the approaching Xuanjia turtle. The turtle's body was huge, a mutation from a lake-bottom turtle equipped with sharp claws and a tail, and its shell-like armor greatly enhanced its defense. Its own strength had also reached the 14th tier, thus Fei Yu's slash only left a mark on its shell. Not only that, it further enraged the Xuanjia turtle. Roar! The Xuanjia turtle let out a skyward roar, the immense sound startling countless birds, and even the earth seemed to tremble slightly. Fei Yu and Xiaoyan were also knocked back by this force. The two retreated several meters on the ground before gradually stabilizing their stances. Damn, how could there be a 4th-tier beast in this area? Xiaoyan cursed inwardly as he looked at the enormous creature ahead. Could there be something wrong with this map? But now was not the time to think. The urgent priority was to deal with this beast. Saying this, Xiaoyan also charged forward, launching an attack at the Xuanjia turtle. During his sprint, 2 fiery balls surged from the palms of his hands. Though small, the temperature around them rose sharply as soon as the fireballs appeared. Take this! Xiaoyan shouted fiercely, throwing the fireballs towards the top of the Xuanjia turtle's head. Although the Xuanjia turtle was protected by its shell all over its body, its head was always exposed. This was why Xiaoyan chose to fight up close, but he still underestimated the 4th-tier beast, the Xuanjia turtle. The moment the fireball approached, a water column suddenly shot out from the turtle's mouth. The water column collided with the fireball, causing violent energy to burst all around. Continuous explosions roared around. Damn, if only my strength were stronger! Xiaoyan cursed inwardly, but just then the Xuanjia turtle seemed to have noticed Xiaoyan's presence. Its hind legs suddenly stood upright while its front legs hung in the air, emitting a skyward roar. Then, with a boom, its feet stomped directly towards Xiaoyan's head. At this moment, Xiaoyan had no way to dodge. His elemental talent was primarily suited for long-range attacks, therefore he naturally lacked speed in close combat and movement. Adding to that, his strength was only at the 3rd tier, while the Xuanjia turtle in front of him possessed 4th-tier strength. Just as the Xuanjia turtle was about to step down, Fei Yu moved. His body ghost-like thrived in the jungle as if it was his natural habitat. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan only saw a blur of motion at his side. By the time he opened his eyes, Fei Yu had already moved 10 meters away. Fei Yu had saved him. With a face full of disbelief, Xiaoyan realized that this cold-hearted fellow had truly changed since arriving at the Spirit Academy. The Xuanjia turtle, having missed its target, roared out in fury towards Fei Yu, seemingly venting its dissatisfaction. Stay here, came a calm and collected voice from him as Fei Yu slowly turned around. Beneath his hood his eyes flashed fiercely and the blade of his magic knife seemed to hum. His body slightly bent, poised to dive. Wait, you're not his... Xiaoyan didn't finish his sentence as a sonic boom cut through the air. Opponent, Fei Yu charged forward. In moments, Fei Yu was locked in combat with the Xuanjia turtle. Blades flashed and smoke billowed. The surrounding trees were completely destroyed by the battle between the man and beast, and the air intermittently carried the scent of dust. Watching Fei Yu's figure, Xiaoyan was utterly stunned. He finally understood why Fei Yu had come back severely wounded that night. This fighting style was completely illogical, almost suicidally reckless, with every move being potentially lethal. Each swing of his blade seemed aimed at decapitating his target. In Xiaoyan's eyes, Fei Yu was no longer human but a beast that would stop at nothing to capture its prey. The aura he exuded was almost suffocating. Although Fei Yu's moves were unorthodox, his speed was incredible, so fast that Xiaoyan could only see after images, as if countless Fei Yus surrounded the Xuanjie turtle. Finally, under Fei Yu's fierce onslaught, the turtle's shell began to show fine cracks which spread like a spider web at alarming speed. The Xuanjie turtle, too, seemed to sense the anomaly on its back. It roared to the sky, bellowing, its eyes filled with tiny blood vessels. The Xuanjie turtle was thoroughly enraged. Hundreds of light blades traceless struck towards Fei Yu. These blades seemed to tear the air apart, their sonic booms proving their power. Even with Fei Yu's speed facing so many unpredictable light blades, his right arm was slashed, the skin turned inside out to reveal the bright red flesh beneath. Although both were fourth tier, the physical body of a beast naturally far exceeds that of a human by hundreds of times. Moreover, Fei Yu had only recently stepped into the fourth tier, whereas this Xuanjie turtle had been at this tier for many years, naturally having far greater experience. It was not comparable to the magi-eyed tiger Fei Yu had faced when he first entered the fourth tier. Clang! With a blocking strike, Fei Yu intentionally rebounded to create distance from the Xuanjie turtle. He slid back dozens of meters on the ground, finally stopping under a tree not far from Xiaoyan. With an excited roar, the Xuanjie turtle expressed its triumph over the human. "You're hurt." At this moment, Xiaoyan also noticed the wound on Fei Yu's arm and immediately voiced his concern. As he was about to get up to treat the wound, Fei Yu sharply rebuked him. "Don't move." As he spoke, Fei Yu, knife in his left hand, slowly advanced towards the Xuanjie turtle. The blood from his arm slowly flowed down to the broken hilt of the demonic blade. Strangely, as his blood touched the break in the blade, a crimson eye momentarily flashed on the hilt before disappearing. The demonic blade absorbed all the blood cleanly. With each step, a strong and intense killing intent burst forth from him. With a dull roar, the Xuanjie turtle's teeth clacked together. Dirty saliva slowly dripped from its teeth, and a foul smell began to permeate the air. In that moment, it seemed to sense that the human before it was becoming more formidable, as if growing stronger with battle. Even its body instinctively reacted with fear, uncontrollably retreating several steps back. Roar a mighty beast, like it felt fear towards a human, which to it felt like a disgrace. It would not allow this to happen. The Xuanjie turtle roared again, charging at Fei Yu with its limbs propelling it madly forward. As it lunged, the ground shook and its roar echoed throughout the hunting area. It aimed to crush this human beneath its feet. Its massive body loomed instantly. The oppressive presence of the Tier 4 beast made it hard for Xiaoyan nearby to breathe. Facing such a huge body, Fei Yu under the hood slowly raised his head. His dark eyes suddenly turned crimson red and a powerful aura of murder burst forth from him completely. Clang! In a moment, the air was filled with the sound of metal mingling. Xiaoyan, standing not far away, watched the scene with a face full of astonishment. The battle was indescribable with words, as the Fei Yu fighting now seemed like a completely different person compared to before. If previously Fei Yu's combat sense was similar to that of a wild beast, now he seemed more like the king of a beast pack. Brutal, ruthless, decisive, terrifying, bloody. These words undoubtedly described Fei Yu at this moment. The speed of Fei Yu's demonic blade as it slashed towards the Xuanjie turtle increased tremendously. Hundreds, even thousands of blade lights crazily hacked at the turtle's back. However, these blade lights were not the previously seen purple but were filled with a strong murderous red aura. This aura made Xiaoyan feel that Fei Yu was very unfamiliar. Under the attack of those red blade lights, the Xuanjie turtle's shell could no longer hold. The fine cracks in its defense finally reached their limits. With crisp cracking sounds, the Xuanjie turtle howled to the sky. Its shattered shell fell to the ground continuously, instantly turning to ash. Although the breaking of the shell brought it no pain, it understood that the human strength before it was far beyond what it could contend with. Flee, that was the only thought in its mind. Just as humans cling to life with their intelligence, so too do mystical beasts. With this thought, the Xuanjie turtle swiftly turned around, its massive tail whipping behind it with ferocity. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, filling the air with a foul mist of gore. The Xuanjie turtle's tail was severed by Fei Yu's blade. With a roar, the intense pain from its severed tail forced a helpless scream from the turtle. The pain was unbearable. Ignoring the injury at its tail, it desperately raced forward. The Xuanjie turtle no longer sought revenge at that moment, it only wanted to survive. Enduring the excruciating pain, it pushed its speed to the limit. It was fast, but Fei Yu was faster. Feiyu slightly bent his knees, and with a powerful thrust from his legs the ground beneath him cracked open. Accompanied by a sonic boom, he leaped into the air and brutally stomped down on the back of the Xuanjia turtle, which was now devoid of its shell. This stomp, as if carrying the weight of 10,000 pounds, pinned the Xuanjia turtle down, preventing it from getting up. Feiyu then knelt on one knee and plunged his demonic blade straight into the turtle's heart. The turtle whimpered helplessly, its eyes filled with terror as it gazed towards a lake miles away. Memories of years past flashed before its eyes like a film, seeing once again the young turtle that ran under the sunset. With each whimper, the Xuanjia turtle's eyes closed tightly, losing the last flicker of life. The Xuanjia turtle was dead. Strangely, Feiyu did not withdraw his blade. If Xiaoyan had come closer, he would have seen Feiyu's blade greedily absorbing the blood of the Xuanjia turtle. The crimson blood flowed along the blade, sucked completely by the eerie eye at the handle. Only when the last drop of blood was drained did Feiyu's eyes shift from a fiery red to pitch black. Feiyu, now regaining consciousness, gasped for air, a sudden severe headache striking him. The fragments of the demonic blade on his chest felt scorchingly hot. He jumped off the corpse, enduring his discomfort, and walked towards Xiaoyan. Before he could finish speaking, Feiyu's eyes darkened and he fainted. Xiaoyan, quick to react, immediately supported him. He noticed the cold sweat on Feiyu's forehead and the chaotic spiritual energy within his body, realizing the recent battle had greatly strained Feiyu. For now, it was best to find a cave quickly. According to the map Tang Tian had given, Xiaoyan remembered there was an abandoned cave not far from here. Without a second thought, he carried Feiyu towards the cave. Given that this was a hunting area and frequented by mystical beasts, Xiaoyan dared not stop and hurried into the cave. After they left, two figures slowly emerged from the ruins of the chaotic battlefield. It was indeed Galabai and one of his underlings, who were drawn by the heart-wrenching cries and clash of the Xuanjia turtle. "Brother, this Feiyu is too terrifying," the underling said, glancing at the motionless corpse of the strange beast on the ground, feeling a wave of embarrassment. "You know, that's a fourth-tier beast. Even if we faced it, we'd likely meet our demise." Hearing this, Galabai sneered dismissively. "What are you afraid of? Didn't you see that Feiyu has already been seriously injured and passed out? This is the best chance to kill Xiaoyan, and maybe we can even take that crystal back. But killing a fellow student, if Captain Tang finds out?" Galabai cut him off, his tone chilling. "We're in the hunting zone. As long as you don't speak of it and I don't speak of it, who else will know? Come on, let's follow him." As they spoke, they maintained 100 meters distance to avoid detection. The jungle was pitch black, where one couldn't see their own hand in front of their face. Xiaoyan, carrying Feiyu, finally found the cave marked on the map. He started a simple bonfire for warmth. As the wood and the fire burned fiercely, Xiaoyan sat beside the fire, falling into a brief stupor. He looked over at Feiyu, his brows furrowing deeper. Both of them had awakened their talents on the same day, but Feiyu's performance had far surpassed his. Combined with his mysterious past actions, Xiaoyan couldn't figure out whether Feiyu was a good person or a bad one and didn't dare to speculate too much. But he was sure, with the certainty of 9 years of compulsory education, that Feiyu was more than just a student. Moreover, in such a short time his strength had already reached the 4th tier, a feat incredibly difficult to achieve after the 3rd tier, with many warriors stuck there for life without breaking through. Just then, a sudden voice broke his reverie. "Xiaoyan, we meet again." He looked up, his face freezing. "It's you again. You really are a persistent ghost, Galabai." Xiaoyan glanced at the still unconscious Feiyu and immediately positioned himself at the cave's entrance. "Why are you hunting in our area instead of your own?" Galabai chuckled. "Well, it's for hunting." As the words fell, he suddenly leapt forward, summoning a mace in his right hand and striking down towards Xiaoyan's head. Xiaoyan took the opportunity to dodge and led them a few meters away from the cave before stopping. "Galabai, you dare to attack a fellow student? Aren't you afraid Captain Tang will find out?" Xiaoyan also questioned coldly, never expecting Galabai to truly harbor a killing intent. "Don't worry, after I deal with you, I'll go kill that kid. As long as you two are dead, who else in the world would know it was my doing?" "Xiaoyan, don't blame me. If you had handed over the crystal earlier, perhaps today's events wouldn't have happened. But now, it's too late." Caleb shouted coldly, his club striking like lightning as he launched a furious attack on Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's talent wasn't in weaponry, and since he carried no weapons, he could only dodge hurriedly under Caleb's assault, though he occasionally found opportunities to counterattack. Even unarmed, Xiaoyan matched Caleb blow for blow with his fierce flames, making it a closely contested battle. Both were S-tier talents with 3rd-level strength. Suddenly, the entire battle situation was at a stalemate. Caleb, I'm here to help you." Seeing the situation turning dire, Caleb's subordinate shouted as he slammed his palms onto the ground. The earth trembled suddenly and numerous thick vines, as thick as bowls and blue in color, emerged from the ground. These vines were extremely strange and carried a deadly poison lethal to any ordinary person upon contact. Despicable and shameless, truly unprincipled, Xiao Yan cursed inwardly as he used his flames to burn the vines while continuously dealing with Caleb's close-range attacks. However, one cannot focus on two things at once, and finally, under the combined assault of the two, Xiao Yan was steadily pushed back. Having just endured a major battle and carrying the burden of his flight, his physical strength was nearly depleted. Now facing the joint attack of the 2-inch, Xiao Yan was clearly running out of stamina. With his physical strength waning, his concentration and mental focus naturally couldn't stay sharp. Vines entangle. Just then, taking advantage of the moment, Caleb's subordinate shouted loudly. Countless vines instantly separated and wrapped around Xiao Yan's limbs, suspending him mid-air, their toxins paralyzing his limbs. Caleb walked over with a smug look, sneering sinisterly, "You truly have a rare elemental talent. Had you not been injured in the earlier fight, even with my S-tier talent, I wouldn't have been able to defeat you, but unfortunately I despise fairness. If I can gang up, I never go one-on-one. Xiao Yan, be sensible and hand over the crystal, perhaps I'll let you die a swift death." He chuckled maliciously. However, what responded to him was a burst of laughter. "You think you can trap me just like that? You're underestimating an elemental talent far too much." As Xiao Yan spoke, his complexion suddenly changed dramatically, his body turning red as if magma was flowing through him. "Not good." Caleb frowned deeply and swiftly moved 10 meters away. Hissing sounds filled the air as green flames enveloped Xiao Yan, distorting the air around him as soon as they appeared, and the temperature within hundreds of miles skyrocketed. The subordinates' vines were burnt to ashes by the flames. "Damn, how can his flames be so hot?" Caleb cursed inwardly. Now that everything was thoroughly exposed, it meant that these two had to die, otherwise if they were allowed to live, his entire life would be ruined. With this thought, Caleb could no longer care about the scorching heat as he burst forth, his lackey following closely behind. Facing their desperate attack, Xiao Yan merely snorted coldly. Green flames shot out from his hands, the intense heat exploding around him. The exploding flames directly splashed onto the two men. "On my hand, brother Caleb, this fire. How do we put it out, brother? It hurts so much, I can't stand it." The lackey quickly crawled in front of Xiao Yan, pleading, "Big brother Xiao, no, Lord Xiao, spare me. Please. I beg you, I don't want to die." Beside him, Caleb gritted his teeth, bearing the pain and refusing to beg Xiao Yan for mercy, but the flames were too bizarre and the temperature too high. Had it not been for a critical moment when he used all his spiritual power to protect his arm, he would have turned to ashes in an instant. He wanted to live. For the sake of an old classmate's face, "Please, spare me, I won't dare to do it again." Facing their pleas, Xiao Yan gave a cold snort, turned away, and with a wave of his hand the green flames disappeared. "Get out, it won't be so easy next time." Caleb, while kowtowing and thanking him, quickly pulled a dagger from his embrace. With a leap and a furious shout he attacked. "Die!" Hearing the noise, Xiao Yan turned sharply. "What?" The attack was so fast that Xiao Yan almost couldn't react in time to dodge. A mad smile appeared on Caleb's face, his mind even imagining the scene of Xiao Yan's blood splattering. He grew more excited. Just as the dagger was about to plunge into Xiao Yan's chest, the man hadn't reached him, but the knife had already arrived. Suddenly a spinning knife flew in, chopping off Caleb's arm. Accompanied by a scream, a figure like a specter suddenly grabbed the demonic knife. Puff, blood splattered and heads rolled. "Remember, if you want to live, you must be ruthless." Then Feiyu slowly turned his head, his eyes filled with calm and indifference. This calm, however, made Xiao Yan shiver. "You killed him, Feiyu, aren't you afraid?" Feiyu cut him off, speaking indifferently. "Afraid of what?" "Afraid of being known by others. Remember, in this world it's the survival of the fittest. If you do nothing, you will only end up as fish on someone else's chopping block, understand?" Hearing Feiyu's words, Xiao Yan felt as if his 9 years of compulsory education had been greatly shaken. He numbly nodded, realizing from Feiyu's ruthlessness that becoming stronger might not be his ultimate purpose, but you must be ruthless enough so that others will not dare to underestimate you. Feiyu had demonstrated this while at the Spirit Power Academy. Xiao Yan clearly remembered that during their time at the academy, Tang Sanduo had provoked Feiyu several times, and everyone thought Feiyu would endure in silence. But unexpectedly, Feiyu was the type to take revenge without mercy. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard the sound of fabric tearing from behind. At that moment, Feiyu was bandaging a wound on his arm. "Let me help you." Xiaoyan offered, reaching out with both hands. No need, I can do it myself, Feiyu coldly refused. Xiaoyan knew that Feiyu was clearly displeased with his decision to let Caleb escape earlier. If it weren't for Feiyu's intervention, Xiaoyan might have already met his demise. He wouldn't have had the chance to be here conversing with him. After Feiyu finished bandaging his wound, he sat beside the burning campfire. With a thought, a system panel visible only to Feiyu appeared. Name: Feiyu. Age: 16. Talent: SS class weapon type magic sword. Thousand Blades. Spirit power: 435. Level: 4th order warrior. Additional ability from fusion: devouring. Since killing an S-class and an A-class talent, Feiyu felt a significant enhancement in his power. However, what concerned him more was the incident during the fight with the Xuanjie turtle. At that time, he distinctly felt as though his consciousness was being controlled by something. Although this condition disappeared after killing the Xuanjie turtle, years of experience as an assassin made him feel no safer about these occurrences, including the sudden heating of the magic sword fragment in his chest. Thus Feiyu planned to investigate the magic sword fragment after leaving this place. Feiyu, Xiaoyan called out hesitantly, his face expressionless. After a long pause, Xiaoyan couldn't help but ask Feiyu, what exactly have you been through, or what are you looking for? Sometimes you really scare me. Feiyu was momentarily startled but quickly regained his indifferent demeanor. He stared at the flickering campfire and softly said, looking for someone. Looking for who? Xiaoyan immediately pressed. Suddenly Feiyu stood up, a cold look flashing in his eyes. The less you know about my business, the safer you'll be. With it, he picked up the magic sword Thousand Blades and walked out of the cave, leaving Xiaoyan alone, stunned and at a loss. Realizing he might have said something wrong, Xiaoyan quickly reacted, where are you going? However, the only response was Feiyu's diminishing figure in the distance. Xiaoyan collapsed on the ground, watching the flames dwindle, feeling for a moment as if he was drifting further away from Feiyu. Ever since the principal of the Spirit Ability Academy had spoken to him, everything Feiyu had been doing seemed to be striven for acquiring something. Otherwise, how could his strength have increased so rapidly? Suddenly, a dreadful roar came from the woods. Was Feiyu honing his skills by hunting exotic beasts? Hearing the beast's cry, Xiaoyan instantly understood why Feiyu had left. With SS talent and the strength of a 4th-order warrior, Feiyu was still striving hard. What reason did Xiaoyan have to continue slacking off? With those thoughts, he dashed towards the direction Feiyu had gone. Upon reaching the location, Xiaoyan's pupils dilated, and what he saw was a heap of mutilated corpses. The air was thick with the stench of blood. At this moment, Feiyu was covered in the blood of exotic beasts, his demon blade frantically drinking their blood, making him appear like a god of slaughter who had crawled up from hell. Most of these beasts were only 1st or 2nd tier, no match for Feiyu. His continued hunting was driven by his belief that his own strength was still insufficient. Tomorrow was the day to leave the hunting area, and he had to use this precious time to kill as many beasts as possible, allowing the demon blade to devour their lingering spiritual power and enhance his own strength, even if just a little. What are you doing here? Feiyu glanced over upon seeing Xiaoyan appear. With a faint smile, Xiaoyan responded, I'm part of this hunt too. You can't keep all the glory to yourself. Let's see how far we can get tonight. Be careful. Without a reply, Feiyu simply left a remark behind and dashed into the crowd of beasts with his blade. As the two progressed according to the mapped area, their combined efforts and formidable strength allowed them to cut through all obstacles. The numbers on their golden fox tokens continually changed, level 1, 2, 3. Throughout the night, the hunting area was filled with endless moans and screams. Under Feiyu's lead, Xiaoyan experienced the thrill of slaying beasts for the first time, a delightfully wonderful feeling. The moonlight swayed, casting silvery light everywhere, and as the last star in the sky gradually faded, a streak of dawn heralding the light of day touched the earth. Daybreak had come, signaling the end of their hunt. Standing atop a pile of carcasses, the two exchanged glances, then headed towards the direction they had come from. At the outskirts of the hunting area, Tang Tian observed the academy guards busily securing the exits under Principal Zhou's strict orders, his face inevitably showing a hint of suspicion. Not just him, but the guards felt it too. However, they all knew one thing: Principal Zhou was not someone to provoke at this time. Tang Tian, did Feiyu enter the hunting area? Suddenly, Principal Zhou's slightly angry voice slowly emerged. Tang Tian nodded and said, 3 teams went in, I personally saw them enter. He then tentatively asked Principal what exactly happened. In all my years as head of the Academy Guards, I've never seen you this angry. Could it really be that Tang Yu was killed by Feiyu? But to provoke an SS-tier talent like Feiyu over a mere Tang Yu seems a bit too much, doesn't it? Even Principal Wang Of the Spirit Ability Academy wouldn't agree, right? Facing Tang Tian's questions, Principal Zhou remained silent, his hands clenched tightly behind him as if suppressing some emotion. As the rustling sound arose, two students suddenly sprang out from the woods. Tang Tian quickly stepped forward to inquire, "Hey, why are only the two of you out? Where are the others?" Upon hearing this, the two students glanced at each other and then shook their heads, indicating that they had no idea what was going on. Principal Zhou, not having seen Fei Yu yet, also hurried over, his expression tinged with a hint of frustration. Tang Tian thought that Principal Zhou was worried about Fei Yu and quickly tried to reassure him. "Principal, don't worry, Fei Yu is very strong, I think they should be fine, and Galabai after all is a student with an S-level talent, he shouldn't encounter any major problems either." However, Principal Zhou didn't seem to take in a word of Tang Tian's reassurances. He deliberately avoided Tang Tian and moved aside, craning his neck to watch from a distance. At that moment, Principal Zhou wished he could just rush in, but the hunting area was vast and he didn't want to startle the prey without a sighting of Fei Yu. The tragic death of his own younger brother had haunted him for years, waking him from sleep time and again. He longed for revenge, but his own strength was insufficient to confront Fei Xing directly. This had become a constant source of anguish in his heart. Now that he knew of the close connection between Fei Yu and Fei Xing, he naturally couldn't let this opportunity slip away. After all, even if he lacked the strength to kill Fei Xing himself, causing pain by killing a loved one of Fei Xing would inflict greater suffering. What he didn't know was that Fei Xing and Fei Yu also shared a deep animosity due to their origins from the Eternal Night Path, and their hatred was even more profound than his. Observing Principal Zhou's strange behavior today, Tang Tian's face grew increasingly puzzled. Just as he was about to step towards Principal Zhou, someone among the academy guards shouted, "Captain, they're coming out." As the voice fell, two figures suddenly leaped out from the forest. It was Xiao Yan and Fei Yu. They were covered in blood, their faces smeared with mud, and their clothes clung tightly to their bodies because of the blood. As they appeared, Tang Tian's steps toward Principal Zhou instantly changed direction. Before he could even speak, Fei Yu threw a golden fox badge into the approaching Tang Tian's hands. "A 5th level area, you actually made it to the 5th level area," Tang Tian exclaimed in shock, holding the golden fox badge. "My god, are these even freshmen? They made it to the 5th level area? Goodness, these guys are almost stronger than our guards. Look at them, all covered in blood, and what's more, that blood isn't even theirs. A 5th level area, I don't think any freshmen have ever made it there before in our academy. I remember there was one though, it's been so long I've almost forgotten, but I remember that it caused quite a stir back then." "Yes, I remember now, Principal Zhou wasn't even the principal back then." Amid the rising and falling voices of the surrounding discussion, Principal Zhou's eyes narrowed slightly and he stood silently not far away. Xiao Yan stepped forward, ruffled his hair and chuckled, "If it weren't for Fei Yu's strength, I doubt we could have made it to the 5th level area." Under Fei Yu's leadership, after a night of fierce fighting, Xiao Yan's strength had also been further enhanced. Even a faint murderous aura could be sensed emanating from him, though it was not particularly strong. Tang Tian nodded in approval, his expression extremely satisfied, and then his gaze shifted to Fei Yu standing behind. "Oh, by the way, have any of you seen Galeb's team? They still haven't come out yet." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's pupils suddenly shrank and a trace of cold sweat appeared on his mud-covered face, signaling the worst of his fears might have happened. Silence fell over the entire scene. "What, you haven't seen them?" Tang Tian questioned. "That's odd. I remember your two teams were operating in adjacent areas, it's impossible not to have seen each other." Xiao Yan, anxious, felt sweat continuously form in the palm of his hands. He felt an invisible pressure surging towards him, making it hard for him to breathe, his expression growing increasingly panicked. In contrast, Fei Yu, standing behind, maintained an extremely calm demeanor as if nothing had happened. Faced with Tang Tian's questioning, Xiao Yan seemed somewhat at a loss. After all, having grown up in the city, his temperament naturally differed from Fei Yu's. Noticing Xiao Yan's distressed state, Fei Yu stepped forward and spoke lightly. "He's dead, killed by a beast." "What?" As soon as these words were uttered, everyone's eyes focused on Fei Yu. Some were surprised, others regretful. After all, Galeb was a student with an S-grade talent who knew if Principal Zhou would hold their team leader Tang Tian responsible. Xiao Yan looked at Fei Yu in astonishment. This can't be. Galeb was a third-tier fighter, how could an ordinary beast kill him? Clearly Tang Tian's tone carried a hint of doubt. "A 4th tier, Xiao Yan blurted out, his gaze quickly shifting to Fei Yu, whose expression remained calm. Finally he clenched his fists, his eyes determined as he raised his head. "It was a 4th tier beast. By the time we arrived, Galeb had already fallen victim to it." However, Feiyu and I managed to kill the beast, albeit with severe injuries, avenging Caleb. Tang Tian's expression gradually turned somber. While the hunting areas were divided, they were in fact unstable. Some powerful beasts often ventured into weaker areas to hunt their kind, and it was possible that Caleb's team had encountered such a situation. Although Xiao Yan was only a third-tier fighter, his rare talent made him naturally effective against beasts, even those mutated into monsters. Moreover, Feiyu had already reached the fourth tier and had previously survived numerous assassins. Together, defeating a monster was not an insurmountable task for them. As footsteps approached, Principal Zhou slowly walked over. Seeing him, Tang Tian bowed with his hands clasped. Principal, rest assured, I will take responsibility for this matter. However, Principal Zhou walked directly towards Feiyu. The expressionless face underwent rapid changes as he forcefully stomped his feet and leaped forward. With a palm filled with vast spiritual power, he struck directly towards Feiyu. All Academy guards heed my command, capture the Dark Web Assassin at full strength. Principal Zhou's voice echoed, leaving everyone present dumbfounded. Almost all stood frozen in place, caught in a brief stupor. Only Tang Tian reacted immediately, his figure swiftly rushing out, but it was too late. Principal Zhou's palm was already in front of Feiyu. Just as the palm was about to strike his chest, a clang resounded. Feiyu forcefully drew his demonic blade Qianrun. The blade clashed with Principal Zhou's palm, emitting a dull sound of impact. Tiny ripples of spiritual power swiftly spread out from it. With a fierce twist of his wrist, Feiyu swung the demonic blade horizontally from his chest. The blade's edge, filled with murderous aura, arrived in an instant. Principal Zhou's pupils dilated as he swiftly rolled to the side, slapping the ground to dodge Feiyu's attack. He then performed several backflips to put distance between them, while Feiyu, pushed back several meters by the dispersing force of the palm, gradually came to a stop. Principal Zhou looked extremely cautious. From Feiyu's counterattack, he knew that Feiyu had become stronger. This guy's talent is monstrously exceptional. Even more terrifying than the one who killed his own brother years ago. If left unchecked, he will inevitably become a severe impediment to society, he thought. Tang Tian suddenly appeared in front of Principal Zhou. Principal, could there be some misunderstanding here, Feiyu? Tang Tian glanced back at Feiyu and continued, how could he possibly be a dark web assassin? Tang Tian frowned deeply, knowing if Feiyu was really a dark web assassin, then he himself would also be targeted by the dark web. He couldn't understand why the normally benevolent Principal Zhou would attack a student today. A misunderstanding? Principal Zhou chuckled, then scoffed. His gaze fixed ahead. The name Feiyu indeed isn't listed as an assassin on the dark web, but he does have a code name. There, ranked 6th among assassins, codenamed Shi. Am I right, Feiyu? What? How is that possible? How could he be a dark web assassin? He's only 16, murmured the surrounding guards, bewildered. What's wrong with the principal? I remember hearing our captain mention that Principal Zhou had recently visited the Spiritual Power Academy. While the guards whispered among themselves, their attention once again fell on Feiyu not far away. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan woke up as if from a dream, his seemingly calm eyes filled with a shock hard for others to notice. Although those guards still harbored a hint of doubt about Principal Zhou's words, he thought differently. When Feiyu first arrived at the Spiritualist Academy, he had transferred a large sum of money to him. Then, on a rainy night, Feiyu returned to the dormitory covered in blood, although it was unclear what exactly was on his chest. But he knew that the object had brought great pain to Feiyu. Moreover, how could a student who was picked up from the street by a teacher possibly have so much money? Additionally, Feiyu's usual way of doing things, his decisiveness and ruthlessness in dealing with murderers and beasts, all proved that he indeed had significant connections with the dark web. Tang Tian also turned around slowly, his gaze gradually becoming hostile. Yet he did not make a move. A trace of coldness appeared in Feiyu's eyes. He knew that his secrets would be exposed sooner or later, but he did not expect them to be revealed so soon. Now, it would be difficult to obtain the graduation token from Principal Zhou. Seeing that the academy guards did not act, Principal Zhou immediately became uncontrollably angry. A dark web assassin must not be allowed to leave the Spirit Academy alive. What are you all standing there for? As his voice fell, the guards' faces changed drastically, and they leaped up, surrounding Feiyu tightly, leaving no gaps. Watching the scene, Feiyu's face turned cold, but deep inside he felt a sense of irony. When a tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Suddenly he had become the target of all. But it was also true from ancient times, the assassins of the dark web in their eyes always did dirty deeds. Expecting to be welcomed by others was naturally impossible. Moreover, he was from the Eternal Night Path. If they knew that he came from the eternal night path, they would probably go even crazier. Between the lines, Tang Tian also rushed forward. However, he did not strike but stood in front of Fei Yu, questioning him coldly. Fei Yu, don't you want to explain? Although it was a question, Xia Yan could hear that Tang Tian's tone seemed to hold a trace of hope. The sharp blade of the demon's sword pointed diagonally at the ground as Fei Yu stood his ground, his expression unchanged. I have nothing to say, but killing me won't be that easy. As he spoke, his left hand swiftly performed a flourish with his blade, pointing the chilling demon sword towards the numerous academy guards. Tang Tian, why don't you take action quickly? Not far away, Principal Zhou shouted urgently. Hearing this, Tang Tian clenched his fists so tightly that they crackled. As the captain of the academy guard, protecting the Spirit Academy was his duty. Fei Yu, I'm sorry. Tang Tian gritted his teeth, his fists ready to strike decisively. Facing a fifth-tier powerhouse, Fei Yu dared not be careless. His battle-hardened body assumed a diving posture, ready to launch an attack. The other academy guards were also itching to move. They didn't understand the whole story, they only knew that an assassin must not be tolerated in the Spirit Academy. If it were a side of justice, an SS-grade talent would always be highly sought after anywhere. But for an assassin who neither stood for justice nor the country, possessing such talent, if allowed to grow, would surely bring about a terrifying disaster in the future. Bang! 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 Powerful punches continuously smashed towards Fei Yu's body. The dazzling flurry of punches appeared in the air and a dull sound echoed all around. The fists flew with lethal intent at every turn. Tang Tian, with his formidable fifth-tier strength, relentlessly pushed Fei Yu into a corner. If not for the enhancement of the Demon Blade Shenrun and the deadly skills honed on the Eternal Night Path, Fei Yu would not have been able to withstand even a single blow. The gap in their powers was simply too vast. Fei Yu had only recently stepped into the 4th tier, whereas Tang Tian had been solidly in the 5th tier for over a coin year. Whether in terms of experience within their realms or in their own spiritual power, Tang Tian was immeasurably superior to Fei Yu. Although the battle was heavily skewed in Tang Tian's favor, Fei Yu relied on his speed to stay in the fight. Eventually Fei Yu saw a slim chance and his demon blade swung down towards Tang Tian's head, but just then, from a distance, Principal Zhou's figure blurred into a shadow. When he reappeared, he was right above Tang Tian. Seeing Principal Zhou intervene, Fei Yu cursed under his breath and quickly redirected his demon blade to protect his chest. Bang! A nearly full-strength blow sent Fei Yu flying backwards, crashing to the ground and sliding several meters. Spitting out a mouthful of blood that tasted metallic, Fei Yu realized that although he had blocked the blow with his demon blade Shenrun, the residual force still severely affected his internal organs. Ignoring the pain racking his body, Fei Yu struggled to his feet, his dark eyes radiating a bone-chilling coldness. His demon blade hummed continuously. Capture Fei Yu alive, commanded Principal Zhou. At his words, the surrounding academy guards leapt into action, their spiritual powers bursting forth as they displayed their innate abilities. Beast transformation, Gale Demon Wolf. In an instant, one guard's clothes burst apart as his body grew massively, his back bulged and sharp claws glittered under the sun's rays. Rip him apart! He bellowed, lunging at Fei Yu's abdomen with the claws of the demon wolf. Fei Yu sidestepped, swiftly appearing behind him and slashing mercilessly. With a sickening sound, the guard's bulging back was cleaved open, blood gushing out uncontrollably. The speed of Fei Yu's attack stunned the guard, the pain from the wound causing him to cry out. Beast transformation, bursting Kong. Before Fei Yu could react, another thunderous roar echoed. A guard transformed into an immensely strong Kong, pounding his chest with his fists, the noise grating. Boom! A gigantic fist swooped down from above Fei Yu's head. He dodged smoothly, avoiding the blow easily, but an unexpected punch flew in from his left. With no other option, he used his blade to block. The guard transformed into the bursting Kong was incredibly tough. Even the demon blade could only leave a few marks on his fingers. Although the academy guards were no match for Fei Yu, their combined attack proved difficult for him to fend off. Even as Fei Yu pushed his speed to the limit, dodging was futile. Attacks came from all directions, each requiring a different method to counter and retaliate. Previously in the hunting area, to enhance his own strength, Fei Yu had continuously hunted exotic beasts, which had significantly drained his stamina. Moreover, Principal Zhou, who had lacked martial virtue, had ambushed him several times, causing injuries that prevented Fei Yu from unleashing his full potential. Under the siege of several academy guards, Fei Yu's speed visibly slowed and his strength was greatly compromised. From a distance, Tang Tian, seeing this, felt a pang of sympathy. Principal, why not give him a chance? He's Only 16, if we could guide him onto the right path, wouldn't that be beneficial for us? Upon hearing this, Principal Joe glanced coldly and said, "Do you think he is just a dark web assassin?" "What do you mean, Principal? Is there another identity Feiyu might have?" Tang Tian looked shocked, unable to think of any other identity besides that of a dark web figure. The City of Sin, Eternal Night Path. What? How can this be? How could Feiyu be? Stunned, Tang Tian involuntarily swallowed his gaze, falling on Feiyu, who was still fighting amidst the crowd, and he remained silent for a long time. He didn't know what to say or whether he should continue to plead for mercy or not. Surprised, "I thought this guy was just a genius unearthed by Elder Wang with a martial talent that is top-notch. At such a young age his mind is so steady, but I didn't expect him to be a child who walked out of the Eternal Night Path, and moreover he and that person from back then." As he spoke, Principal Joe's face and tone became increasingly agitated. But in the end he held back from saying more. As the head of the school, he couldn't let people know that he intended to kill Feiyu because of a close relationship with that person. Tang Tian looked even more astonished and he asked back, "Are you saying that Principal Wang knew about Feiyu's identity a long time ago?" Exactly, Principal Joe nodded. Initially, Elder Wang only guessed that Feiyu had connections with the Eternal Night Path, but he didn't know about his assassin identity. "This guy has fooled us all. He is far more terrifying than that person from the past." Meanwhile, under the desperate attacks of the Academy guards, Feiyu's spirit gradually began to falter. Due to exhaustion, his strength was severely reduced and many minor wounds covered his body. Finally, he knelt on the ground, breathing more and more rapidly, his figure utterly disheveled. However, the guards were not much better off than him. 2 guards had died, and the others were severely injured. Looking at this 16-year-old boy, they couldn't help but feel a nameless respect. If it weren't for his identity as an assassin, this young man's future would undoubtedly be boundless. Unfortunately, "Together, let's take him down." Seeing that Feiyu was nearly at the end of his strength, the Academy guards rushed up all at once. Just as everyone launched their attack on Feiyu, a figure swiftly appeared standing in front of him. Immediately after, with a loud boom, a surge of green flames erupted, the scorching heat pushing back the guards forcefully. Countless fireballs rained down from the sky, exploding around the guards. In an instant the area was shrouded in smoke and dust. When the dust settled, there stood Xiaoyan panting heavily in front of Feiyu. To repel those dozens of guards, that strike had almost drained all his remaining spiritual power. "Xiaoyan, what are you trying to do? Are you really choosing to oppose us?" one of the underclassmen shouted. "Wake up, behind you is not your classmate nor your fellow villager, he is an assassin, a dark web assassin. Dark web assassins are the cancer of this world, they must be eradicated. Move aside, or we won't be polite." Seeing Xiaoyan standing in front of Feiyu, the guards yelled angrily one after another. "Oppose you? How is it cancer? What about being an assassin? What if you're not polite?" "I, Xiaoyan, only know one thing: Feiyu is my friend, and that's enough." "Xiaoyan, think carefully, you are making an enemy out of the entire Spirit Practitioner Academy." Principal Zhou quickly approached, saying coldly, his aim had always been only Feiyu, so he didn't want to sacrifice another S-level talent because of him. "Yes, Xiaoyan, this matter has nothing to do with you. You don't need to get involved any further." Tang Tian, standing nearby, also tried to persuade him. "Nothing to do with me, Captain Tang. Let me tell you the truth. Back in the hunting zone, Galibi took advantage of our injuries and aimed for our lives. If not for Feiyu, I would have been a ghost under Galibi's knife by now. How can you say this has nothing to do with me? What, you're saying Galibi attacked you in the hunting zone?" Tang Tian was shocked. No wonder Galibi had been trying so hard to get a hunting slot from him. He wanted to use the hunt to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but instead he was counter-killed by Feiyu and his team. "As long as you stay out of this, the Spirit Practitioner Academy will offer you a lot of cultivation resources. How about it?" Just then Principal Zhou once again attempted to tempt Xiaoyan. Before Xiaoyan could even speak, Feiyu slowly stood up behind him, his left hand holding the demonic blade Shenren pointed obliquely at the ground. He said in a deep voice, "Step aside, following me you will die." Xiaoyan looked back, then his gaze fell on the people in front of him. "Cultivation resources, the conditions do sound tempting, but I refuse." "You." Principal Zhou was so angry that his face turned red and his body even trembled slightly. He couldn't believe that Xiaoyan would refuse such an attractive offer. His expression gradually darkened, resolved that today he could not let Feiyu leave the Spirit Practitioner Academy. "So you've made up your mind to help him?" Xiaoyan didn't hesitate for a second and immediately responded, So what not? If all else fails, we'll just do it again in 20 years. Principal Zhou, having received his answer, no longer had any reservations. He said coldly, "Since that's the case, don't blame me." Before his words even finished echoing, Principal Zhou's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Such speed, Xiaoyan thought to himself, astonished, while his eyes quickly scanned the surroundings to lock onto Principal Zhou's figure. The green flame in his hand was also quietly blossoming, but how could his mere third-tier strength possibly contend against a fifth-tier powerhouse? By the time he reacted, Principal Zhou had appeared in front of him like lightning and struck out with a palm. Bang! Splurt! A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out as his body was instantly sent flying backward. Before Xiaoyan could stabilize himself, Principal Zhou was already launching another deadly strike. However, just at that moment, Tang Tian burst forward with an explosive step and grabbed Principal Zhou's arm. Meanwhile, Fei Yu took the opportunity to catch the airborne Xiaoyan. "Principal, Xiaoyan's crime does not warrant death. Why must you strike so harshly?" Perhaps others couldn't see it, but Tang Tian, also a fifth-tier powerhouse, saw it clearly. Principal Zhou's previous palm strike was held back not at all. He truly intended to put Xiaoyan to death. If Xiaoyan had taken another hit, he would have been lucky to end up crippled, but more likely dead on the spot. However, this also made him realize that there was something seriously wrong with Principal Zhou today. It seemed he harbored a deep-seated hostility towards Fei Yu, a hostility that seemed to penetrate to the bone. "Move aside, or I'll strike you down as well." Seeing Tang Tian intervene, Principal Zhou instantly flew into a rage. "Enough, old man, haven't you caused enough trouble?" Suddenly, a voice drew everyone's attention. Following the direction from which the voice came, Tang Tian's eyes narrowed. "Principal Wang, how come you?" Before he could finish, he saw Principal Wang and Li Dao emerging from the woods. Under the puzzled gazes of the academy guards, Principal Wang, with his hands behind his back, slowly walked forward. After glancing at Fei Yu and Xiaoyan, his somewhat graying eyebrows furrowed even deeper. Turning around slowly, he shook his head. "Old fellow, do me a favor and spare this kid's life. Give him a chance, ha." As the saying goes, the breakdown of an adult often happens in an instant. At this moment, Principal Zhou could no longer suppress the emotions in his heart, his face showing clear anger. "I gave him a chance. Who will give my brother a chance? Brother? What brother? What are you talking about, Principal? I remember now, the principal used to have a brother, but it seems he died because of some incident." "No way, but what does that have to do with Fei Yu?" "Yes, Fei Yu has never been here before." Principal Zhou's words sparked a wave of speculation among the crowd. Hearing Principal Zhou's words, Principal Wang's expression also turned displeased and his tone of voice grew harsher. "Old man, your brother wasn't killed by Fei Yu, and you know that better than anyone." Principal Zhou snorted coldly, his eyes gradually filling with blood. "If it wasn't for that guy Fei Xing back then, how could my brother possibly have died? I just want Fei Xing to taste the pain of losing a loved one too." Fei Xing, Fei Yu, could it be? Tang Tian's expression rapidly changed as he repeatedly muttered these two names. Suddenly his eyes narrowed as if he remembered something, and he looked at the cold-faced Fei Yu in horror. Not far away, Fei Yu was also slightly startled. No wonder Principal Zhou had been pestering him incessantly since he returned from the Spirit Ability Academy. It turned out it was because Fei Xing had killed his younger brother, so he wanted to transfer his hatred onto him. I thought to myself, although dark web assassins are detestable, it wasn't enough to warrant such a major reaction from the principal. Indeed, it was all because of that incident back then. Yes, I still remember how terrifying Fei Xing was back then. No one dared to provoke him. That guy was a madman. Given how stupid those guards were, under Principal Zhou's clear explanation of the situation, they also guessed Fei Yu's identity. He was indeed the younger brother of that murderous maniac Fei Xing. At that moment, Xiaoyan's face became even more bewildered. Shocked, he felt deeply moved inside. My God, what kind of ship have I boarded? But at this point, there's nothing left to do but to brace myself and continue. With that, Principal Zhou's figure leapt up, spiritual power emerging in his hands. Today he was determined to kill Fei Yu here. "Daoi, help me stop him." "Yes." Li Daoi also nodded fiercely, his feet bursting with speed. Two figures quickly intercepted Principal Zhou in midair. Seeing the two block his path, Principal Zhou huffed coldly. "Do you think you can save his life like this, naive?" Then his gaze fell on the academy guards below. "All units listen, kill the assassin Fei Yu." Immediately, no mistakes. Yes, everyone echoed in unison, though there was a personal vendetta motive from Principal Zhou. But the fact that Fei Yu was a dark web assassin was undeniable. Just on this point, as the Academy's guards, it was naturally their responsibility to eliminate dark web assassins. "Not good, Dali, go quickly, I'll hold off the old man." Seeing the critical situation of Fei Yu and others, Principal Wang immediately instructed Li Daoyi, "You think you can save him?" "Impossible." Principal Zhou's booming voice echoed, his figure shifting to block Li Daoyi's path. "Old man, your opponent is me." With a shout, Principal Wang's spiritual power fully erupted. Facing Principal Zhou, who was also a fifth-order powerhouse, he could not afford to be complacent. The two's palms collided and violent spiritual power exploded all around. "Go now." Hearing this, Li Daoyi quickly rushed towards Fei Yu's direction, but unexpectedly Tang Tian rushed up. "I heard there's a capable teacher at the Spirit Ability Academy. It must be you. I am Tang Tian, please enlighten me." Seeing Li Daoyi blocked below, a smug smile appeared on Principal Zhou's face. "Old Wang, Fei Yu will die today. You can't stop it." "Damn it!" Principal Wang cursed silently. The release of spiritual power in his hands grew faster and faster. "Old fellow, it takes the person who tied the bell to untie it. Fei Yu is not the executioner who killed your brother, so why must you cling to him so relentlessly?" Principal Zhou's eyes flashed with a hint of blood. "Old Wang, you simply don't understand. After all these years, countless nights, countless nightmares, every time I close my eyes, I can see the tragic death of my brother. This pain of losing a loved one, I want him facing to feel it too." As he finished speaking, Principal Zhou shouted loudly. Behind him, a gigantic white tiger appeared. Beast transformation, Shadow White Tiger. The moment his words fell, his body underwent a dramatic transformation. "This is bad," Principal Wang thought to himself, quickly putting some distance between them. Although he and the old fellow were both fifth-tier powerhouses, the old fellow's talent was indeed much stronger than his. That was why he was the principal of the Spirit Master Academy. Even so, he couldn't just let Fei Yu die at Principal Zhou's hands. Principal Wang slowly ascended, spreading his arms wide, feeling the spiritual power continuously flowing into his body. Then he slightly closed his eyes and suddenly opened them. Ability, Control Sand. With a low shout, a fierce wind blew and trees were uprooted in an instant. Within 100 miles, not a blade of grass was left. The sand and dust on the ground, under the constant control of Principal Wang, formed a giant, blocking the beast-transformed Principal Zhou. "Old fellow, since we parted years ago, we have not fought for many years. Today, let's see whether you have become stronger or I have." Saying this, Principal Wang manipulated the giant to attack the beast-transformed Principal Zhou. Meanwhile, Zhou Tang Tian and the guards blocked them. The academy guards dared not delay any further. They knew that if they let Fei Yu catch his breath, they would no longer be able to kill him. "Strike him when he is down." This phrase was apt no matter where it was applied. Suddenly, a variety of attacks swept in once again. Fortunately, thanks to Xiaoyan's momentary delay earlier, Fei Yu had regained some strength. Although he couldn't kill those guards, managing a simple evasion was still feasible. As the battle intensified, the outskirts of the hunting area became a mess. Even more, several students from the academy, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Principal Wang, seeing these students, grew very grave. If these academy students intervened, Fei Yu and his companions would be in great danger. Just as Principal Wang was unsure of what to do, a loud rumbling noise came from not far in the sky. Suddenly, a helicopter appeared from a distance, rushing towards them and stopping precisely above the hunting area. The appearance of this mysterious helicopter forced the battle to a halt. Yet even so, Xiaoyan and Fei Yu could not afford to lower their guard, fearing that another powerful opponent might appear. Fei Yu, Xiaoyan, Tang Tian, Li Dao, Zhou, Principal Wang, and everyone present all looked up at the helicopter hovering in the sky. Clang! Suddenly a loud crash echoed through the air. Oh, what a sight to behold! The heads of a prestigious institution brawling in public. Such a refined activity indeed. A slightly steady voice emerged from the helicopter. A figure abruptly leaped from the aircraft, and with a loud thud, the ground cracked like a spider web at the point of impact, dust swirling around. As the dust settled, a rugged middle-aged man with a crew cut and dressed in black emerged, wearing a dark glove on his left hand. "You must be joking, that's from thousands of meters high," people murmured in disbelief. Astonishingly, the man landed unharmed. Who was this person? Surely not an ally of Fei Yu, or maybe not. His arrival sparked whispers among the crowd. "Captain, wait for me." Soon a man and a woman descended swiftly using ropes. Tang Tian recognized them instantly. They were the deacons who had visited the Spiritualist Academy recently. "If you two keep fighting like this, there won't be an academy left," the middle-aged man declared, causing the combatants to cease their brawl and land. However, the man did not bother with the two he had stopped. Instead, he scanned the crowd and walked toward one individual. Truly an SS-grade talent. "What is your name?" he asked. Feiyu adjusted his breathing slightly, his voice cautious as he replied, "Who are you?" Meanwhile, Baiyu surveyed the surroundings, a hint of confusion in his gaze before circling around Feiyu. "You were the one who killed the magic eye tiger in the S-zone, weren't you? At such a young age, do you really possess such formidable strength?" Baiyu questioned skeptically. "Baiyu, stop causing trouble. The captain is handling important matters." Someone chided. "Mind your own business," Baiyu muttered under his breath. It wasn't until the middle-aged man shot him a stern look that Baiyu stepped aside, head bowed. The man's gaze returned to Feiyu, his tone calm. "I am Zhao Kuei, captain of the Martial Arts Alliance Team 13. Upon revealing his identity before Feiyu could respond, Wang and Zhou hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "So it's Captain Zhao of the Martial Arts Alliance Team." Zhao Kuei slowly turned around, hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing them. Isa also stepped forward, curiously inquiring, "Do the two principals have some misunderstanding here?" His eyes darted around as he spoke. Principal Zhou was momentarily at a loss for words, while Principal Wang's furrowed brow relaxed, his expression serious. "Captain Zhao, have you come to take Feiyu away?" At this, Zhao Kuei glanced back slightly. "You are Feiyu?" he asked, a complex look in his eyes barely noticeable. Feiyu didn't speak but simply nodded, with a light sigh. In front of the two principals, Zhao Kuei no longer hid his intentions. He did not bother to disguise his intentions. With his capabilities, taking someone with him was not an issue. Such talent, if brought back to the Martial Arts Federation, would certainly add tremendous strength to future battles. Indeed, last time, although Isa and his team did not recruit anyone from you, they brought back news that you might have students with SS grade talent. SS grade talent is extremely rare, so I decided to come and see for myself. Do the two of you have any objections? Of course not. Principal Wang quickly waved his hand and said, if it were before, Principal Wang would naturally not want Feiyu to join the Martial Arts Federation so soon, but given the current situation, it's probably impossible for Feiyu to continue staying at the Spiritist Academy. The urgency of the moment is to have him leave as soon as possible. Hearing Principal Wang's words, Zhao Kuei nodded in satisfaction, then his gaze fell on Principal Zhou. Next to him, Zhou. Principal Zhou quickly interrupted him. "Captain Zhao, are you thinking of taking an assassin with you to the Martial Arts Federation? Do you think all of us here at the outskirts of the hunting area are just here for friendly matches and playing house? Moreover, besides being an assassin, he also comes from..." At this point, Principal Zhou's extremely grim gaze turned towards Feiyu and he said word by word, "Eternal Night Path, the city of sin, Eternal Night Path. It is a place despised by everyone and many in the world sneer at it." Did I hear that right? The principal said that Feiyu is from the city of sin. No way, that place is simply not fit for humans. That ghostly place is a city where people devour each other. Tsk, I can hardly believe it. How did he survive there? For a moment, the students who had come to the academy upon hearing the news began whispering among themselves. Standing next to Feiyu, Xiaoyan's pupils also suddenly shrank. At first, he was curious how Feiyu, at such a young age, had a mind far beyond ordinary people. It turns out he came from the city of sin, although he had never been to that place, but he knew that in such an environment even a tall man of 1.80 m would find it difficult to survive. One can imagine how terrible Feiyu's past experiences must have been. When he heard Principal Zhou exposing his origin, Feiyu's hands on the demon blade were already starting to get restless. "Old man, do you really have to fight to the death?" Principal Wang no longer cared about his own image and shouted loudly. Principal Zhou still had a grim face, remaining silent. Just as Principal Wang was about to say something, just this, what, an unexpected remark made both of their expressions freeze. They did not understand what Zhao Kuei was implying. Seeing that the two men still did not understand, Zhao Kuei explained. "So just because Feiyu is an assassin, oh right, and from that so-called city of sin, you want to push someone to death?" "Everyone from the city of sin deserves to die," Principal Zhou said with a firm gaze. "But what's more important is that he also wants this Feiyu to experience the pain of losing loved ones." "Foolish, utterly foolish." Zhao Kuei's remarks suddenly made Principal Zhou tremble. Zhao Kuei, his face filled with anger, continued, "It has been 100 years since the resurgence of spiritual energy. As the head of a prestigious institution, you should be nurturing talents for the Dragon Nation. Instead, you obsessively cling to the identities of others, refusing to let go even unto death. You even seek to erase someone with an SS-tier talent." "Principal Zhou, what are your intentions?" At this, Principal Zhou clenched her teeth, rendered speechless by the confrontation. Zhao Kuei scoffed coldly and turned to walk towards Feiyu. "Feiyu, would you like to come with me?" Feiyu stood silently in place, his eyes wary of Zhao Kuei. the events of the day had been too sudden. First, Principal Zhou wanted to kill him over his brother's issue, followed by Principals Wang and Li Dao coming to his aid. Now, this so-called captain of the Martial Alliance team wanted to take him away. The sudden influx of information was overwhelming. Seeing that Fei Yu remained silent, the atmosphere became awkwardly tense. At this moment, Principal Wang hurried over, pulling Fei Yu aside and whispering, "If you want to enter the transcendental realm, the Martial Alliance is the fastest way." Fei Yu was taken aback, his gaze contemplative. Given the current circumstances, obtaining the graduation token from the Spirit Practitioner Academy seemed impossible. If what Principal Wang said was true, joining the Martial Alliance was indeed the quickest shortcut. Besides, the Martial Alliance had been actively combating various powerful beasts across regions in recent years. This would also be an opportunity for Fei Yu to enhance his abilities more rapidly. Thinking this, Fei Yu slowly lifted his head from beneath his hood. "I'll go with you, but I have one condition," he said. Hearing this, Zhao Kuei smiled slightly and responded, "Speak." Fei Yu pointed to Xia Yan, who stood quietly nearby, and said, "Take him with us." Xia Yan had also made enemies at the Spirit Practitioner Academy because he had helped Fei Yu. If Fei Yu were to leave just like that, they would surely target Xia Yan. Thus, the best solution was to take him along. Hearing this, Zhao Kuei glanced at Xia Yan. "No problem. When do we leave?" "Any time." "Then let's go." With nods all around, Xia Yan followed behind Fei Yu, looking somewhat bewildered, flanked by Bai Yu and Isa. No one dared to block their path. After all, they were not about to offend the captain of the Martial Alliance. Watching Fei Yu's retreating figure, Principal Zhou's teeth clacked angrily, her breathing grew rapid and her eyes reddened with bloodshot veins. "Don't you dare leave," she bellowed, and in a burst of fury transformed into a beast-like state. Leaping 3 meters into the air, she charged towards Fei Yu. Just as her hand was about to reach him, a palm print suddenly reflected in her eyes, growing clearer and larger. A palm firmly grasped her entire face. Following a loud crash, the ground cracked and dust flew. Principal Zhou's head was smashed into the rock layers, and the one who had intervened was none other than Zhao Kuei, the captain of the Martial Alliance. Everyone at the scene was stunned into silence, not daring to utter a word, let alone stand up against what was happening. The area was so quiet you could almost hear a pin drop, and even some people's breathing was audible. A 5th-tier practitioner was casually pressed into the ground, indicating the terrifying extent of the assailant's power. It was Principal Wang who finally stepped forward in haste. He clasped his hands in a traditional gesture and pleaded, "Captain Zhao, please show mercy. Take Fei Yu and Xia Yan with you. We will not stand in your way." Upon hearing this, Zhao Kuei gradually loosened the grip of his large hand on Principal Zhou's face. Then, turning around with a slight pause in his step, he warned Principal Zhou, "I've shown you respect because of your position. If you continue to be ungrateful, don't blame me for taking drastic actions without prior notice. You should know that as a captain I have the right to do so." With the support of Principal Wang, Principal Zhou slowly stood up. The blood trickling from the corner of his mouth spoke volumes of his distress. Just as he was about to speak, Principal Wang quickly intervened. "Enough, old man. There's a debtor for every claim. It was Fei Xing who killed your brother, not Fei Yu. As a principal, don't you even understand this simple logic? The entire school is watching you. Don't make a scene," he added. "As the saying goes, sincerity is the ultimate killer move." With these words from Principal Wang, a flicker of understanding seemed to light up in Principal Zhou's eyes. To everyone's astonishment, Principal Zhou suddenly broke down into heart-wrenching sobs. His entire body collapsed to the ground, his cries filled with despair and sorrow. This scene shocked the students who had gathered, silently observing everything. To them, Principal Zhou had always been a kind-hearted middle-aged man who rarely lost his temper except for today. Today he had uncharacteristically clung to Fei Yu. Principal Wang sighed helplessly and crouched down to gently pat Principal Zhou on the shoulder. "Old fellow, let it go. The past is gone, but you must look forward to the future. You still have so many students to care for." Knowing the weight of his words, Principal Wang realized that living in hatred could even lead to the dismissal of a principal if those above became aware. Not far away, Fei Yu paused in his steps, turned back to look at the sobbing Principal Zhou with an impassive face, and muttered to himself, "Hatred, huh?" Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Isa, who, holding a rope ladder with a calm expression, looked at Fei Yu and nodded slightly. Following her cue, Fei Yu climbed up the ladder. As the helicopter's blades whirred into motion, the figures of Fei Yu and his companions gradually disappeared from view. "Just like that, they left," Tang Tian muttered as he watched the helicopter fade into the distance, a hint of relief in his heart. Such a promising young man should not be wasted. In this small spiritist academy, prompted by the academy guards, the students also began to disperse, leaving the scene behind. They had no idea what had happened here. They only knew that 2 freshmen had been taken away by people from the Martial Arts Alliance and their futures were bound to be limitless. This filled their hearts with envy. On the plane, Xiaoyan and Feiyu sat together while Zhao Kuei, Baiyu and Isa sat opposite them. Xiaoyan was still immersed in Feiyu's identity, unable to snap out of it for a long time. The dark web's assassin, the perpetual night path of the city of sin. Every time he thought of Feiyu's past life of killing people daily, Xiaoyan's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. As for Feiyu, he remained utterly calm, a demeanor so composed that even Zhao Kuei nodded in respect. Isa, after we get back, immediately arrange 2 residences, just say there are newcomers, Zhao Kuei commanded. Yes, Captain. Isa nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Baiyu, sitting next to Isa, stroked his chin, curiously scrutinizing the somewhat dirty-faced Feiyu. I heard that the people from Perpetual Night Path are all ruthless killers. Hey kid, are you really from that damned place? Feiyu remained silent, just quietly watching him, but his gaze was like a hunter eyeing his prey. Baiyu shivered slightly under the sudden intense stare. Due to his own strength being superior to Feiyu's mouth twitched. Hey kid, what's with that look? If you're itching for a fight, I'll give you a good training session when we get back. Zhao Kuei spoke up again. Hey, not you, Captain. You don't know your own strength, you might just skin me alive. Hearing that Zhao Kuei was offering to spar, Baiyu immediately backed down. In the entire Martial Arts Alliance, he dared to retort anyone but not the captain in front of him. Back at the office of the Spiritual Power Academy, after the incident in the hunting area, Principal Wang and Li Dao returned to their academy. Principal, I'm afraid our relationship with Principal Zhou will be. Li Dao hesitated to continue, his expression serious. Principal Zhou's own brother was killed by Fei Xing, and although it has nothing to do with Feiyu and Fei Xing are brothers, so it's as if Feiyu has inadvertently taken the blame, he said. Hearing this, Principal Wang slowly lifted his head and sighed deeply. Don't worry, the old fellow might have been impulsive this time, but after all, as a head of an academy, he still has a sense of propriety. By the way, it should be about time for Feiyu and Xiaoyan to reach the Martial Arts Alliance. Originally, my plan was for Feiyu to obtain the graduation token from the 4 major academies and then enter the Supernatural Alliance. But alas, human plans can never match the changes ordained by fate, and the events that have occurred are already somewhat beyond our control. In the end, we had no choice but to let the people from the Martial Arts Alliance take them away. Li Dao paused, then continued, indeed, it's about time. Now, we can only pray for the boy's good fortune. After all, the Martial Arts Alliance often ventures into dangerous areas. Who knows when Feiyu will be able to enter the Supernatural Alliance, but presumably when the brothers meet, Fei Xing will also be very happy. Feiyu, truly delighted almost to the point of flaying and deboning. A few days later, the helicopter smoothly landed at the Martial Arts Alliance's airstrip. Finally arrived after sitting for days. My butt is nearly numb. Isa was the first to leap down from the helicopter, stretching and saying as she did so. Following her, Feiyu, Xiaoyan, Baiyu and Zhao Kuei also descended from the helicopter. After walking a short distance with the group, little brother Feiyu, we've arrived. As Isa's voice fell, the group stopped in front of a colossal structure. Wow, it's huge, Xiao Yan exclaimed, looking at the huge building before him. He had completely forgotten about the incidents outside the hunting area, while Feiyu slightly nodded, sizing up the enormous building. Overall, the impression it gave Feiyu was one of grandeur, awe-inspiring. Big, isn't it? Isa chuckled. This is just a branch of the Martial Arts Alliance. If you earn merits on the battlefield in the future, maybe you'll have the chance to visit the headquarters. Hearing Isa's words, Xiaoyan's face showed anticipation. He felt as if he had found what he truly desired, but these were thoughts for another time. While Feiyu was slightly dazed, Zhao Kuei walked over with his hands behind his back, glanced at Feiyu, then turned to Isa, who was introducing the place to Xiaoyan. Isa, take these 2 to their dormitory first. Yes, Captain. Isa nodded like a little chick. Baiyu, you come with me. After saying this, Zhao Kuei glanced once more at Baiyu. As he passed by Feiyu, he sneered at them. Tisk, a bunch of bumpkins who've never seen the world. After that, he strode away. Don't mind him, that guy Baiyu is just annoying like that. Come with me. Xiaoyan hummed softly, and the 2 closely followed behind Isa. Along the way, Isa also shared knowledge with them. Look, over there is the cafeteria. If you're hungry, you can eat there. Over here is the recreation room. It's a place for entertainment for members of the Martial Arts Alliance. Inside there, it has everything Listening to Isa's somewhat profound tones, Cheyenne unconsciously wiped the nosebleed that trickled out. Sister Sa, does it really have everything inside? Sister Sa, you sure have a way with words, kid. Isa vigorously rubbed Cheyenne's cheek, whispering, it really does have everything, just not the kind you're thinking of. What's filling your head at such a young age? But it's puberty, I understand. Isa blinked, tapping Cheyenne's forehead with her finger. At this Cheyenne's face turned somewhat awkward. He oddly realized that the woman before him was not someone he could handle. He then stealthily sought help with his eyes from Feiyu. Although Feiyu was helpless, he still slightly turned his body. How many people are in this branch? Hearing this, Isa's gaze shifted instantly, continuing to walk forward. Although this is just a branch of the Martial Arts Alliance, there are countless squads here. For instance, we belong to Squad 13 and our captain Zhao Kuei is only the captain of our squad. Every day, a continuous stream of newcomers joins us. If you really ask me how many people there are, I might not even know. After all, too many people die in the Martial Arts Alliance every day. The death rate is that high. Isn't it said that everyone in the Martial Arts Alliance is very strong? Cheyenne, standing beside, also paused slightly, his face full of confusion. Strong? Do you think the strong are as common as cabbages? Many here are just of average talent, only at the third level of cultivation, yet they join the Martial Arts Alliance hoping to establish their merits. Those with lesser strength go to the battlefield, if not them, then who dies? At this, a hint of scorn appeared at the corner of Isa's mouth. Weak in strength. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's expression turned complex. To be honest, if not for Feiyu, he probably wouldn't have come to the Martial Arts Alliance. Realizing he might have misspoken, Isa quickly explained, of course you're different with S level talent, and a rare elemental type getting stronger is just a matter of time. Hearing this, Xiaoyan managed to squeeze out a reluctant smile. If so, why do they still come here? Feiyu also voiced his confusion. One word: greed. Although the Martial Arts Alliance is a direct department of the Dragon Nation Security Department, its main task is to handle strange beasts in the city centers around the world. Although it's sometimes very dangerous, the compensation is also very generous. After all, who doesn't like money in this world? Sa said blandly. Greed. Hearing this, Feiyu was also slightly startled. Back in the Eternal Night Path, everyone there was desperate to survive. To live for money, they would even kill their own relatives. So in that place, a human life could be said to be both valuable and worthless. It seems that the outside world is not much different from the greed of the Eternal Night Path. Kaka, why did you come out again? I just wanted to come out to play. I'll go back soon. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their thoughts. Both looked up to see Isa gently stroking a little girl's head while crouching down. The little girl was young, around 8 or 9 years old, dressed in a white Lolita outfit with golden hair draped over her tender shoulders. Her delicate little hands held a transparent crystal ball, her chubby cheeks looking very cute. Sister Sa, who is he? Xiaoyan was also full of curiosity. To think there would be a little girl in the Martial Arts Alliance. Isa stood up and introduced. Her name is Kaka, reportedly picked up from the battlefield by someone at the headquarters, and for some reasons she was left here with us. I see. Xiaoyan nodded lightly. Isa bent down slightly again. Kaka, can you do a favor for sister? What is it, sister? Well, sister has something to do temporarily. Can you take these 2 young men to the dormitory for newcomers? No problem. At this, Kaka blinked her lively big eyes and said, then thank you, little Kaka. Isa gently ruffled Kaka's head. Sister, stop touching, it'll keep me from growing tall. Alright, sister, will stop. Then Isa stood up, looking back at the 2 behind her. Next, let Kaka take you inside. Remember, don't touch her crystal ball. What? Before Xiaoyan and his companion could understand, Isa had disappeared from their sight. Once Isa was gone, Kaka blinked her large eyes again, clutching her crystal ball as she approached Feiyu. Holding the crystal ball high, she smiled and said, brother, would you like to see your future? Kaka can prophesize, you know. Feiyu stared at the crystal ball in Kaka's hands, silent for a long while. Then his extremely indifferent voice came out, can you take us to the dormitory quickly? I want to rest. Yet, Kaka still held the crystal ball high. Seeing this, Feiyu frowned slightly. Having grown up in a harsh environment, he naturally didn't believe in predictions about the future. Born in the Eternal Night Path, he always believed that one's fate must be controlled by oneself, not left to some so-called prophecy. I say. Seeing that the situation was a bit off, Xiaoyan quickly interrupted Feiyu. With a smile, he looked at the petite Kaka and said, Kaka, can your crystal ball really predict the future? No. Kaka shook her little head vigorously. Then why lie in front of brother? Lying is wrong, you know. Xiaoyan slightly pursed his lips as he spoke. Hearing this, Kaka became somewhat anxious. No, it's not like that. Kaka really can predict the future. Kaka doesn't have combat talents, her awakened talent is prophecy, which is why the headquarters abandoned her here. If not for Sister Isud, Kaka would have died long ago. This crystal ball is just a tool to assist Kaka. Tears glittered in her eyes, making her look quite pitiable. All right, why don't you predict something for brother? Seeing the little girl nearly brought to tears, Xiaoyan hurriedly coaxed her with a smile. After all, he didn't want to earn a reputation for bullying a sweet little girl on his first day at the martial arts alliance. That would ruin his reputation. Really? Hearing this, Kaka's cheeks immediately brightened with a smile. Really? Xiaoyan nodded and continued. So I just put my hand on this crystal ball, right? As Kaka nodded with a smile. Like this. As Xiaoyan spoke, he gradually placed his hand on the crystal ball. The moment his hand touched it, various images appeared within the transparent crystal ball, yet they were covered by a very special energy aura. The changes in the crystal ball also caught Feiyu's attention. He turned his gaze to the little girl. Kaka stared at the crystal ball, her clear eyes shimmering with a faint golden light. That kind of light seemed to penetrate the human heart, making Xiaoyan suddenly feel nervous. Soon after, the little girl slowly said, "Your talent is rare in this world and your future is boundless." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief and looked towards Feiyu standing beside him. The little girl, holding a crystal ball, continued. "But the alliance will destroy you and yet raise you. In years to come, the figure in the inferno will achieve the supreme divine position." As the light faded, the golden glow in the girl's pupils also slowly disappeared. Xiaoyan scratched his head. "I understood the beginning, but this latter part. Kaka doesn't know either." Kaka is just narrating what she saw. Kaka spoke calmly. "Oh, is that so?" Xiaoyan didn't think much of it. After all, how credible could a little girl's words be? He then glanced at Feiyu and suggested to Kaka, "Why don't you predict for this brother too?" Upon hearing this, Kaka timidly raised her head to glance at Feiyu and whispered shyly, "But this brother looks so scary." Xiaoyan immediately reassured her, "Don't be afraid, Kaka. This brother might seem cold, but he's actually very kind-hearted." He then turned to Feiyu, "Why don't you give it a try?" "I don't." Before Feiyu could finish, Xiaoyan grabbed his hand and pressed it onto the crystal ball. However, the moment Feiyu's hand touched the ball, it emitted a strange red light. The images that appeared inside made the crystal ball tremble violently like a roaring wild beast. What's going on?" Xiaoyan was stunned. Not only him, but Feiyu also looked very solemn. Could it be that this girl truly could? And at this moment, Kaka's face was filled with extreme terror, her delicate body almost shaking as if she had seen something horrifying. Her golden eyes flickered, and her lips even trembled. Despite being terrified to the core, she still spoke out what she saw in the crystal ball. "Mountains of corpses, seas of blood, flesh and bones. You stand amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, your hands stained with endless blood. You may have crawled out from hell like a demon, but your your heart has already, seems to have something. No, that's not right. Although you bloom amidst slaughter, you are also like a flower at dawn. I gaze into the future, but why? Behind you there is only emptiness." As her words fell, a loud bang was heard. The crystal ball shattered explosively, turning into countless points of light that gradually dissipated. The three were immediately thrown back by the blast. "Kaka, are you all right?" Xiaoyan quickly helped Kaka, who had fallen to the ground. I'm fine," Kaka quickly responded. Hearing this, a stone in Xiaoyan's heart also fell to the ground. If something had happened, he would probably have torn him apart. "Kaka, I'm sorry about the crystal ball. Even though you are unharmed, the crystal ball was destroyed because of me. It's okay, Kaka can just ask Uncle Zhao for another one later." "Uncle Zhao," Xiaoyan muttered to himself, realizing that this so-called Uncle Zhao must be Zhao Kuei, the captain of the 13th squad. "Let's go, Kaka will take you to her dorm." Kaka patted the dust off her body, her words tentative as she glanced sidelong at Feiyu with evasion. The feeling was akin to encountering the god of plague. Feiyu preferred not to dwell on it. After all, who would seriously argue with a child? Led by Kaka, the two traversed a long corridor. Along the corridor sat many martial artists who, despite their fierce appearances, mostly possessed strengths around the third tier. Some even had spiritual power lower than Xiaoyan's. The arrival of Feiyu and his companion barely registered in their eyes. Deaths and new entries were daily affairs at the Martial Arts Alliance, something these people had grown used to. Feiyu knew that these were likely the ones Yisa had talked about, those who joined the alliance for money. Yet, among them, there were genuinely those who wished to serve the Dragon Nation. "This is your dormitory," Kaka announced. "If you establish your merits here, you'll have the chance to move to a private room reserved for squad members. Rest well," he said before hopping away briskly towards the door. The moon hung like a silver platter, its light spilling everywhere. After settling in briefly, Xiaoyan and Fei Yu lay on their respective beds, recalling the day's events outside the dorm. Xiaoyan tossed and turned. Utilizing the cover of night, he tentatively called out to the shadow that had blended into the darkness, "Fei Yu, are you asleep, Fei Yu?" After receiving no response, Xiaoyan sighed and muttered to himself, "I wonder if what that little girl said today was true or not, and what did she mean by her last words?" He mused. "Strange if not for you, Fei Yu, I probably would never have come here. Thank you, Fei Yu. It's just too bad that with my current third-tier strength I'd likely just be a burden in battle. If I were to die one day, to become stronger is to not die." Suddenly a voice cut through, startling Xiaoyan into sitting up. "Damn, you weren't asleep, you heard everything I said." The indifferent voice still echoed through the night. "I'm not deaf." Xiaoyan mumbled, embarrassed, and quickly pretended to sleep, soon filling the room with rhythmic snoring. Despite the darkness, Fei Yu could make out Xiaoyan's silhouette with the help of the moonlight. Watching Xiaoyan deep in sleep, Fei Yu felt a pang of envy. In the eternal night path, one must never sleep too deeply lest someone slit your throat in the middle of the night. Years of living day by day had instilled in Fei Yu the habit of sleeping with one eye open, a habit that would likely follow him for the rest of his life. With his hands behind his head, Fei Yu pondered his future plans. The possibility of entering the Super Alliance by collecting tokens from the 4 major academies was now out of reach. According to Principal Wang, the Martial Arts Alliance had other, quicker ways to enter the Super Alliance, something to keep in mind. Moreover, with the information Fei Yu currently controlled, it was clear that Fei Xing's strength was definitely above the 5th tier, possibly even higher. Otherwise, Principal Zhou with his 5th tier cultivation wouldn't cling so tightly to him. With a thought, Fei Yu summoned the system panel. Name: Fei Yu. Age: 16. Talent: SS class. Weapon type: Magic Blade. 1000 cuts. Spiritual power: 470. Level: 4th order martial artist. Additional ability obtained through fusion: Devouring. Fei Yu's expression grew solemn as he reviewed the data. He hadn't expected that after hunting so many exotic beasts in the hunting zone, the energy absorbed and converted into his own spiritual power would be so minimal. It seemed that to rapidly enhance his strength, he would need the beasts from the battlefield. Although the beasts in the hunting zone were also of high level, they were no match for those battle-hardened beasts from the battlefield. 100 years ago, when the spiritual energy revived, not only did some of the terrestrial plants and animals mutate into exotic beasts, but there were also those from the wormhole storms. These kinds of beasts, whether in terms of spiritual power or physical strength, far surpassed those mutated. On the ground, Fei Yu was certain that if the magic blade 1000 cuts absorbed the spiritual power of these beasts, his strength would grow exponentially. However, being beasts from the wormhole space, their strength was naturally much greater. This was why so many people died every day in the Martial Alliance, just like 2 third-order martial artists, one honed on the battlefield and the other trained in an academy. If the two were to spar, the one trained in the academy would surely lose to the one forged in battle. The environment creates different strengths and experiences, and this is true for the beasts as well. The mutated beasts could never surpass those from the wormholes. Meanwhile, in Zhao Kuei's room, "Kaka, is everything you said true?" Zhao Kuei crouched down, placing his hands on Kaka's shoulders. It's true that Big Brother was too scary, Uncle Zhao. I'm scared," Kaka said softly, her head bowed. She remembered the first half of what she saw in the crystal ball during the day vividly, but the latter half was shrouded in darkness and void. Zhao Kuei comforted her. "Kaka, tell Uncle Zhao. Who else knows about this?" Kaka, sucking on her finger, replied, "The 2 big brothers know, and now you, Uncle Zhao." Hearing this, Zhao Kuei breathed a sigh of relief. With a serious tone, he said, "Kaka, remember, don't tell anyone else what you've predicted for Brother Fei Yu, understand?" "Understood," Kaka nodded. Then Zhao Kuei took out another identical crystal ball from a mysterious box and handed it to Kaka. "All right, go rest early. Thank you, Uncle Zhao." After thanking him, Kaka happily left Zhao Kuei's room with the crystal ball. After Kaka left, Zhao Kuei quickly walked to his desk with a serious expression and swiftly opened a thick file bag. Ever since bringing Fei Yu back, Zhao Kuei had used special connections to obtain information about Fei Yu from the perilous place of Eternal Night Path. Although not complete, the collected information was still substantial. That night, Zhao Kuei sat under the lamp, staying up all night. The next day, after having their meal in the cafeteria, Xiaoyan and Fei Yu planned to check out the entertainment room to see if it really had everything as Isa had claimed. Just then, Xiaoyan and Fei Yu hurried over to assemble. Looking up, they saw Isa shouting in their direction from not far away. "Could it be that we are already being called to the battlefield?" Xiaoyan's mouth twitched, thinking the martial arts alliance really was extraordinary. Fei Yu merely glanced over, silent. If it was indeed a mission, it was a great opportunity for him to enhance his strength. Thinking this, he quickly walked towards Isa. "Hey, wait for me," Xiaoyan, having no choice, also followed quickly. Under Isa's lead, Fei Yu and Xiaoyan arrived at the combat room assigned to Team 13. The space was not large but could accommodate a few dozen people. A huge electronic screen hung on the wall. Upon entering, Fei Yu quickly focused on Zhao Kuei standing on the podium, but to his surprise, the latter seemed somewhat weary, as if he had not slept all night. Do even the members of the Martial Arts Alliance enjoy staying up late? He wondered. Just as he was lost in thought, they were given their orders. Fei Yu, Xiaoyan, you two are to head to the southeastern war zone to deal with a fourth-tier beast, the Blue-Silver Demon Emperor. A fourth-tier beast? Xiaoyan, who had just entered, couldn't help but speak up. Although he was only in the Martial Arts Alliance because of Fei Yu's support, he wasn't afraid of death, but that didn't mean he was eager to throw his life away needlessly. This was not Xiaoyan's style. Although he was close to advancing to the fourth tier, he was still only at the third tier. Sending a third tier to face a fourth tier beast was undoubtedly a suicide mission, especially since this beast was not a mutated terrestrial animal but a genuine creature from a spatial wormhole. What, is there a problem? Zhao Kuei quickly approached Xiaoyan under the gaze of the members of Team 13. Kid, you're Xiaoyan, right? Yes, Xiaoyan nodded. Remember, this is the Martial Arts Alliance, not some gentle martial arts school. So, any problems? The sudden intensity made Xiaoyan's heart skip a beat. Before he could speak, Fei Yu's calm voice intervened. No problem. Hearing this, everyone's gaze shifted to Fei Yu. After a few seconds of tense silence, Zhao Kuei also pondered aloud. After you complete this mission, I'll make further arrangements based on your performance. But then Fei Yu abruptly interrupted Zhao Kuei. Just to clear the target, right? Oh, Zhao Kuei was momentarily stunned, standing still. This guy actually dared to interrupt the captain while he was speaking. Truly fearless. Kid, that's bold. The other members of Team 13 widened their eyes at Fei Yu, expecting Zhao Kuei to react. However, correct, just kill the target. This unexpected reply left everyone shocked, knowing well that their captain Zhao disliked being interrupted or responded to during his speeches. During the moment when Fei Yu interrupted, the captain simply responded briefly, "This captain, he's nothing like the previous ones." As everyone was still in shock, Fei Yu turned and left immediately. What a weirdo, Isa thought to herself. Xiaoyan, this is a combat data recorder. It can lead you to that fourth-tier beast, Isa said casually as she tossed a device to Xiaoyan. Catching it, Xiaoyan didn't say much but quickly followed Fei Yu. After the two of them had completely disappeared, Isa's gaze shifted to Zhao Kuei, who was approaching the stage. Captain, they've just arrived. Isn't it a bit far-fetched to have them face a fourth-tier beast? Fei Yu, although gifted and also a fourth tier, has too little combat experience. And there's Xiaoyan, who was only a third tier. What if they don't come back? You didn't send others into battle this quickly when they first arrived. Isa found Zhao Kuei's arrangement hard to comprehend. Oh, my dear sister, don't you understand? This kid is too arrogant. Maybe the captain just wants to teach him a lesson, Bai Yu said teasingly while fiddling with his nails. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Isa's lips. Jealous? Are you upset that a kid is already at the fourth tier at such a young age? You? Bai Yu instantly turned red with anger, annoyed and standing aside. A lesson, lack of experience, he has killed more people than you all. Suddenly Zhao Kuei's words stunned them both. Captain, what do you mean? Isa began but hesitated. Bai Yu also perked up his ears curiously. Zhao Kuei did not elaborate further but reminded, despite his young age, when it comes to killing he surpasses you all. Even the usually arrogant Bai Yu's expression turned solemn. Captain, is Yang Yedao really that dreadful? When Bai Yu first heard about Fei Yu from Principal Zhou, who had saved him, he learned that Fei Yu was an assassin from the dark net. More importantly, the guy was from the Sin City. Yang Yedao. Zhao Kuei pondered for a while and finally did not answer but turned to Isa. Inform the rest of the team once they complete the mission they must report back immediately. Yes, Captain, Isa nodded. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan and Fei Yu followed the combat recorder's data route map towards the southeast battle zone. After a 2-hour helicopter ride due to air currents, the helicopter couldn't reach the destination. With no other choice, the two jumped out and proceeded on foot. Fortunately, the remaining distance wasn't too far. After greeting the pilot, they both headed in the direction indicated by the device. Fei Yu walked ahead, seemingly lost in thought, with Xiaoyan quickening his pace to walk beside him, his tone filled with curiosity. Fei Yu, are you not afraid at all? Although Fei Yu was aware of The 4th tier strength and had once solo killed a 4th tier exotic beast, the Schwanjia turtle, in the hunting zone. That beast was a terrestrial creature mutated from local wildlife, completely different from the exotic beasts that emerge from spatial wormholes. Their strength was not comparable to those of the terrestrial beasts. Just kill it. Feiyu's words caused Xiaoyan's steps to falter slightly and the corner of his mouth twitched. Just kill it. How terrifying is this guy? Despite his astonishment, he closely followed behind. Feiyu didn't actually care much for Zhao Kuei's arrangements. On the contrary, he was eager to hunt spatial exotic beasts to quickly enhance his own strength. His identity had already started spreading in the outside world, and it would inevitably reach the ears of Feixing sooner or later. If he didn't prepare early, there would inevitably be big trouble ahead. Suddenly, with Xiaoyan's combat recorder at his waist continuously sounding off, the two of them finally arrived at their mission destination, the southeast battle zone. Looking at the scene before him, Xiaoyan's face was filled with horror. The ground was covered with carcasses, the bodies of animals and plants, various ruins of buildings, and the occasional cawing of crows overhead, all speaking of desolation here. Although it was daytime, not a trace of sunlight could be seen. According to the records, this place used to be a human city. Decades ago, a major battle between humans and exotic beasts erupted here. The warriors sent by the Martial Arts Alliance all died in the battle with the exotic beasts. How terrifying is that? Xiaoyan gasped as he read the information on his device. Both sides had perished in that battle years ago, but it didn't rule out the possibility that some residual exotic beasts had survived, given their tenacity. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed sharply and he performed a backward somersault, retreating several meters and stabilizing his body quickly. A massive tentacle burst through the ground right where Xiaoyan had been standing moments before, slashing directly towards his head without warning. Think my grandpa is easy to bully. With a furious shout, he threw a ball of fire, instantly turning the tentacle to ashes with its intense heat. Although the tentacle was reduced to ashes, Xiaoyan knew that their target had 4th tier strength and wouldn't be so easily defeated. Sure enough, not far away, Feiyu also sensed a murderous intent from behind. Accompanied by a purple glow, the demon blade Shenren materialized in his hand. Clang! The demon blade Shenren unsheathed. The purple blade light crisscrossed as if even the air itself was being torn apart, emitting several sounds like the chirping of cicadas. In an instant, the tentacles that had burst from the ground were slashed into dozens of pieces and fell to the ground. Taking this opportunity, Feiyu quickly ran towards Xiaoyan's direction. The two men stood back to back, warily observing their surroundings. Bang, 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 more sounds erupted and more tentacles burst from the ground around them, encircling them like towering stone columns. Seeing this, Feiyu's brow furrowed deeply. His years of combat experience told him that this exotic beast was definitely not so simple. At the very least, this space beast's intelligence is definitely not inferior to that of humans. Split up and fight, okay. Xiaoyan quickly leaped away, the flames in his palms growing hotter. After reminding Xiaoyan, Feiyu leaped up, his body assuming the pouncing posture of a cheetah. The demonic blade in his left hand, shin blade, slashed out with a thunderous roar. The tentacles, as if sensing something, rapidly changed direction and surged towards Feiyu. Damn it! Xiaoyan cursed under his breath, performing a rapid blink, finally intercepting the tentacles just as they were about to strike the back of Feiyu's head. Don't underestimate me, he roared angrily, flames bursting from his hands, incinerating the tentacles. Feiyu, holding his demonic blade, slashed through the tentacles as well. But strangely, no matter how many tentacles they cut off, more would emerge from the ground, endless and ceaseless. It's no use, this creature's main body is hiding underground. If this continues, we'll eventually be exhausted to death. Xiaoyan, while incinerating tentacles, quickly turned to shout at Feiyu. Feiyu stood his ground, a mysterious red light flashing briefly under the hood over his left eye. After swirling his demonic blade in a simple flourish, he then crouched and plunged his blade fiercely into the ground. Suddenly, a very strong murderous aura emanated from him, spreading through the blade into the ground. Crack, crack, cracks appeared from where the blade entered the ground, quickly spreading like a spider web. The influx of the murderous aura filled the ground with a potent force, even causing Xiaoyan, who was burning tentacles, to shudder. This feeling again. Last time in the hunting zone when we killed the Schwanjia turtle, it was this feeling, but this time is not as intense as the last. At least this time's Feiyu is still the Feiyu I know. The beast underground seemed to sense something too. The ground began to shake violently and the tentacles like lightning quickly withdrew back into the ground. The ground also started to crack open, tentacles shooting out once more. The two of them hastily retreated, avoiding the range of the breaking ground. Boom boom boom, accompanied by loud noises, a huge creature burst out from beneath the ground. The creature was pale blue all over with hundreds of tentacles and its overall shape resembled an octopus. However, its head, located in the middle, looked like it was made of countless plants, which was quite bizarre to behold, and this was precisely the target of Fei Yu and Xiao Yan's hunt, the blue-silver demon emperor. True to a creature from a spatial wormhole, even its size was much larger than other beasts. As expected. Xiao Yan mused, turning his head slightly, only to find that Fei Yu had already charged forward with his demonic blade. Even with only the strength of a third-rank, Xiao Yan knew he couldn't hold him back. With this thought, the spiritual power inside him revolved rapidly. Flames burst forth from his hands. A single spark can start a prairie fire. As the flames touched the body of the strange beast, they spread like gasoline had been poured, igniting fiercely. Damn creature, I don't believe. However, before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Yan's pupils suddenly constricted. To his shock, the beast swallowed the flames entirely. How could this be? The beast let out a deafening roar. Having swallowed the flames, it seemed to grow significantly stronger, sprouting dozens of red tentacles from its back, all ablaze with roaring fire. Positioned below the beast, Fei Yu found himself in a difficult situation due to the appearance of these red tentacles. Blue tentacles obscured his vision while the red ones launched fierce attacks against him. Facing so many tentacles, Fei Yu found it hard to fend them off, and soon minor wounds began to appear on his arms and legs, with blood starting to flow uncontrollably. Normally Fei Yu could handle beasts just stepping into the 4th rank, but this beast from the spatial wormhole was as powerful as a common beast approaching the 5th rank. It was immensely powerful. Remember last time it was only with the power of an evil spirit sealed in the magic sword that Fei Yu managed to defeat a 4th rank Xuanjia turtle. But such actions made it hard to control himself, and it had been merely good luck last time. The evil spirit sealed in the demonic sword was no easy foe. To avoid further injuries, Fei Yu had to push his speed to the utmost, but this came at the cost of great physical exhaustion. Just as Fei Yu's speed faltered for a moment, a red tentacle nearly pierced his chest. Seeing the dire situation, Xiao Yan rushed forward. Knowing that his own flames would only strengthen the beast, he had no other choice at the moment. With a low shout, he pushed his spiritual power to its limit, and the temperature of the flame soared, distorting even the air around him. Perhaps due to the higher temperature of the flames, the beast's movements paused for a few seconds. Fei Yu took advantage of this, grabbing Xiao Yan and quickly putting distance between them and the beast. It's no use, my flames don't work on this guy, unless there's a large-scale physical attack that can crush it. There's no chance of defeating it, Xiao Yan said gravely, watching the beast devour his flames. No matter how much fire he produced, it was all used up by the beast, not only failing to harm it but also putting them in a very difficult position. Don't move, stay put. After dropping this line, Fei Yu's feet rippled with waves and he burst out like a specter, his speed even faster than before, his blade cutting through the air continuously with sonic booms. This desperate slashing style was enacted once again, and the beast let out pitiful roars. Terrifying roars seemed to tear through the eardrums. The monster's tentacles were continuously slashed off by Fei Yu. However, wounds on Fei Yu's body were also multiplying, yet his speed did not decrease with the increase of his injuries, rather, it became even faster. No matter how many tentacles Fei Yu cut off, endlessly more would grow back, making it impossible for him to get close enough to strike at the monster's vital points. With no other choice, Fei Yu had to again distance himself. The monster, looking at the cold-faced Fei Yu standing not far away, kept growling menacingly. Hundreds of tentacles waved, almost as if mocking him. Xiao Yan, standing behind, watched Fei Yu covered in blood, his pupils shocked, teeth clenched, fists tightened. Damn, if only my flames could be stronger, just a bit stronger. At this moment, the sense of helplessness he felt when he first encountered the wormhole beast surged within him. He suddenly understood the words he saw had once said, "Step into the 3rd tier, and who else but you could perish?" It was because the strength of the 3rd tier was so powerless in the face of a true wormhole beast, so utterly vulnerable. If not for Fei Yu, he might have already been swallowed by the beast. Looking at the beast waving its tentacles not far away, Fei Yu's expression was also cold to the extreme. He admitted that this beast was stronger than any other he had encountered before. Even all the beasts he had killed combined could only match this one in front of him. If he could defeat this beast, the spiritual power he would gain would naturally be extraordinary. Thinking this, Fei Yu glanced at the demonic blade in his hand, then back at the beast, as if making up his mind. His figure then burst forth at such a speed that only a blur could be seen. Only those with exceptionally sharp eyes could detect that the moment Fei Yu charged, the blade of the demonic knife swiftly cut through his right hand. Blood spurted out instantly, but strangely the blood was completely absorbed by the demonic blade. In that instant, the demonic pattern on the knife handle seemed to come to life, almost visible. Bloody wind, blood rain, one of the demonic knife's skills. His footsteps abruptly halted, his cold eyes suddenly showing a fierce red, and the blade of the demonic knife instantly shattered. Crack, hiss. Thousands of fragments rapidly detached from the handle, yet spun at high speed under an unstoppable energy, creating an extremely powerful tornado that swept towards the beast, wherever it passed. The murderous intent was clear. The powerful suction pulled the beast entirely into the storm of fragments. The beast roared in anger, 100 tentacles striking out, trying to escape from the storm of fragments. But just as its tentacles were about to stretch out, those fragments in the storm flashed with an unusual cold light, severing all the extended tentacles. Even though the beast's tentacles grew back quickly, they couldn't match the speed of the fragments. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the entire storm of fragments red. Although the beast could regrow its tentacles, the pain was still very much present. Moreover, the fragments moved swiftly, so swiftly that the monster barely had time to extend its tentacles. Even those tentacles, inflamed with fire, seemed utterly feeble under the assault of the fragments. The beast's pitiful cries echoed long through the ruins of the southeastern battlefield, sounds filled with desperation and sorrow. Standing not far away, Xiaoyan's pupils dilated in shock. He had never anticipated that Fei Yu possessed such powerful techniques, and that knife, it was so eerily formidable, it gave him a profound sense of impending death. He remembered clearly that Fei Yu's talent had initially seemed no more significant than a broken blade. Xiaoyan had thought he had seen through Fei Yu, that he understood his background, but now it seemed he was more inscrutable than ever. Suddenly, a jarring vibration disrupted his thoughts. When Xiaoyan abruptly looked up, he saw that the energy storm had vanished and the monster lay bloodied on the ground, barely clinging to life. Fei Yu, holding a knife handle, walked slowly towards it. As he moved, fragments of the demonic blade flew back to him. Click, 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 accompanied by rhythmic sounds. A cracked demonic knife reappeared in his hand. The beast let out a mournful and desperate cry, as if pleading with the human before it. Fei Yu slightly bowed his head, revealing his somewhat pale face. The technique he had just used was powerful, but it had nearly drained all his spiritual power, especially since he had also drawn on the demonic blade's energy. Normally he would not resort to the blade's power unless absolutely necessary, but even with his current strength, fully controlling the thousand-blade demon knife was difficult. However, this only strengthened his resolve to become more powerful. His expression cold, he grasped the knife handle firmly and plunged it into the beast's skull. Blood splattered wildly and brain matter burst out. As he pulled out the demon knife, an invisible energy was swiftly devoured by the blade. At the same time, Fei Yu felt a subtle change within himself, a strong sensation he had never experienced before. It seemed that the wormhole beast had absorbed much more spiritual power than ordinary beasts. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan hurried over. Fei Yu, your strength must be catching up to Sister Sa's by now, he said, staring at the unmoving beast in amazement. It's just luck, Fei Yu's calm voice followed. Please, this wormhole beast is equivalent to a tier 5 ordinary beast, and you're telling me it's just luck? Xiaoyan rolled his eyes inwardly, but for Fei Yu it indeed was just luck. If not for the power of the demonic blade, he might not have been able to defeat the beast. Suddenly Xiaoyan seemed to notice something. He crouched down, ignoring the disgusting brain matter, and rummaged through the beast's head. Not long after, he stood up abruptly, holding a crystal in his hand. I knew it, I thought. After all, it's a wormhole beast, how could it not have a crystal? Here, Fei Yu, this crystal is for you. As Xiaoyan handed over the crystal, Fei Yu didn't say much and just took it. Adding this to the one Xiaoyan had given him at the Spirit Academy, Fei Yu now had 2 crystals. He was just one short, and then he could experiment to see if he could use these crystals instead of spirit stones to nourish the shard in his chest. Watching Fei Yu pocket the crystal, Xiaoyan finally felt somewhat relieved. Although he was sent by the team captain to join him on this mission, he knew that killing this beast was almost entirely Fei Yu's doing. If Fei Yu had not accepted the crystal, Xiaoyan really wouldn't know what else he could do for him. Let's go, Xiaoyan nodded, and the two of them headed back the way they came. Because he had slowed Fei Yu down, Xiaoyan was almost completely silent on the way back. Fei Yu, who was naturally reticent and spoke even less to those he was not familiar with, thus the two hardly spoke on the journey back. It was as if they had reached an unspoken understanding. Meanwhile, the helicopter pilot who had been waiting at the original location looked on curiously as they approached. Tentatively he asked, "Is it resolved, Fei Yu didn't bother to respond, merely nodding his head before boarding the helicopter. The pilot then turned his gaze to Xiao Yan, his expression one of disbelief. "The mission is completed, we can go back," Xiao Yan confirmed, and the pilot was stunned. Although he didn't possess the capabilities of those in the Martial Alliance, he had heard that the beasts in the southeastern combat zone were as strong as those about to enter the 5th tier. That such a creature had been taken down by 2 new recruits was astonishing. Good heavens, are all the newbies these days so fierce? As the helicopter's engines roared to life, the two left the site of their first mission. Crows still cawed from the dry branches above. The death of the beast had rendered the desolate ruins even more silent. Thud, thud, thud. The steady, powerful footsteps were heard again, and a middle-aged man wearing a cap stood before the corpse of the beast. He exhaled slowly, a cloud of smoke escaping his lips before he crushed the unfinished cigarette underfoot. This kid, he really does have some tricks. It was none other than old Emo, the middle-aged man who had dealt with Fei Yu before, the same man who had posted the task on the dark web to have Long Out Yin killed. He crouched down just like Xiao Yan, not minding the gore as he searched the beast's head. Nothing, impossible. His face showed a flicker of surprise, but he soon stood up, took out a handkerchief from his bag to wipe his hands clean, and then turned to leave. "Boss, the blue-silver demon emperor has been killed. The items have also been taken." Yes, it was done by Fei Yu and another young guy who seems to have been recruited by Zhao Kuei into the Martial Alliance. Suddenly his steps faltered slightly, his expression turning grave, but he continued walking nonetheless. "Boss, are you sure? Alright, I understand." With a ding of the phone hanging up, he sighed deeply and gradually disappeared into a haze. "Did you really take care of the blue-silver demon emperor?" The Martial Arts Alliance, Squad 13 inch the combat conference room. Esau looked incredulously at the 2 disheveled figures before him. It was hard to believe that a 3rd level and a freshly advanced 4th level youth had managed to take down a 4th level wormhole beast, the blue-silver demon emperor. "This is the recorder, you can check it yourselves." During the conversation, Xiao Yan handed his waist-mounted recorder to Esau. "Alright, you two hurry up and take care of that matter," Zhao Kuei said, frowning as he turned to look at Bai Yu and Esau, who were examining the recorder. "Yes, Captain." The two nodded immediately in response and quickly left the conference room. Now only Xiao Yan, Fei Yu and Zhao Kuei remained. Before Zhao Kuei could speak, Fei Yu's exceedingly calm voice came through. "Any more tasks?" "Not at the moment." "Understood." With that, Fei Yu headed straight for the door. "This guy really is..." Zhao Kuei muttered to himself, though he could understand. Growing up in that dreadful place and surviving was no small feat. The changes he had undergone were indeed miraculous. "Fei Yu, aren't you staying a bit longer?" Suddenly Xiao Yan's voice came from behind. Fei Yu paused his steps slightly but didn't speak, continuing towards the door. Once Fei Yu's figure had disappeared, Zhao Kuei's gaze fell on Xiao Yan. Curiously he asked, "What's up, you have something to say?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan turned his head back after a moment's hesitation. "Captain, I want to become stronger. Please guide me." Zhao Kuei was initially taken aback, then smiled and said, "Although you're only a 3rd level cultivator, stepping into the 4th level isn't far off. Besides, with your S-grade talent and rare elemental ability, becoming stronger is just a matter of time. Why the rush?" However, Xiao Yan suddenly lifted his head, his face set with determination. "No, I'm not talking about my cultivation level." "What is it then?" Zhao Kuei pressed. Excitement flickered across Xiao Yan's face. "My talent, my flame. If my flame could become stronger, then it wouldn't." His voice trailed off, gradually losing confidence. It wouldn't hold him back. The battle with the blue-silver demon emperor, although a victory, felt like a Pyrrhic one to Xiao Yan. During the fight against the beast he hadn't been much help. Instead, his flame had been devoured by the beast, making it stronger and nearly costing Fei Yu his life. His flame might be effective against ordinary beasts, but against those emerging from spatial wormholes it was utterly useless. If he were to secure a firm footing in the Martial Arts Alliance and truly fight alongside Fei Yu, he knew his flame must become stronger. "So you want to change your talent, flame? You want to make your flame stronger?" Seeing his own thoughts pierced through by Zhao Kuei's discerning eyes, Xiao Yan's face also revealed a hint of excitement. "Captain, are you saying you really have a way?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Kuei pondered for a long moment, his eyebrows knitted together in solemnity. He was about to speak but then suddenly changed his mind. "You should know that a person's talent type can't be changed, moreover." Xiao Yan interrupted Zhao Kuei, his expression suddenly becoming serious. "Captain, look." While speaking, a cluster of pale green flames suddenly leapt up in the palm of his hand. Watching the flames on Xiaoyan's hand, Zhao Kui's frown deepened. Is there a problem? Xiaoyan said lightly. Captain, to be honest, when my talent first awakened, the color of the flame was red, but ever since I swallowed that flame on the outskirts of the Spirit Academy's hunting zone, something seems to have changed inside me. Not only did the flame turn a light green, even its temperature, I don't know how much higher it has become, yet even so, this flame's temperature seems to cause no harm to the space wormhole beasts. Xiaoyan continued as he looked at the pale green flame in his hand. I have a feeling. I can feel that my flame just needs a catalyst and it will become stronger. Please help me, Captain. Seeing the determination in Xiaoyan's eyes, Zhao Kui finally let out a deep sigh. Under Xiaoyan's puzzled gaze, he turned around and opened a small secret compartment. While taking something out, he explained, for so many years, I thought there really wouldn't be a person with a mutated talent in this world, but unexpectedly I've actually encountered one. What's more coincidental is that this object was born in this world because of a flame. Perhaps this is fate. As his words fell, Zhao Kui placed an ancient-looking box on the table. Could this be the way to make my flame stronger? Looking at the ancient box on the table, Xiaoyan's heart trembled more intensely. He even held his breath, reaching out his right hand to open the ancient box. As the lid slowly opened, snap! A large hand suddenly closed the lid again. Captain, what is this? Zhao Kui's sudden action was somewhat incomprehensible to him, having agreed to help him, but now stopping him, Xiaoyan was somewhat baffled. Zhao Kui looked up with a serious face. Xiaoyan, you need to think this through. Are you sure you want to see? Hearing this, Xiaoyan also looked solemn. I'm sure. As the words fell, Zhao Kui slowly relaxed his hand and sat down, his face heavy. Swish, swish, swish. The ancient box was opened, and Xiaoyan quickly unfolded an old scroll. The moment he saw the contents inside, a hint of excitement flashed across Xiaoyan's face. Curiously, he asked, Captain, if there has been a way to change one's talent before, why wasn't it brought out earlier? Looking at the content on the scroll, Xiaoyan felt ecstatic. Somehow he discovered that the required conditions seemed to be tailor-made for him. If he followed what was written on the scroll, if he found a flame beast and refined and absorbed it, this indirectly changed his flames, allowing them to become stronger, a type of flame even the wormhole beasts fear. Take it out. A sneer appeared on Zhao Kui's face. Captain, could there be something wrong with this scroll? Xiaoyan clutched the scroll tightly in his hands, his tone filled with a hint of concern. Should there be any issues, his dream of strengthening his flames would be shattered. The scroll is fine. Hearing this, Xiaoyan immediately breathed a sigh of relief and continued, so Captain, what you meant earlier? Zhao Kui slightly nodded, his gaze revealing a trace of reminiscence. This scroll in your hands was researched by a senior I knew back in the day. I was young then, carrying this scroll everywhere, proclaiming that it held a method to enhance one's innate talent. Being part of the Martial Arts Alliance, many chose to believe it. However, this scroll can only be used by those with the talent for fire, and such individuals are exceedingly rare. Not to mention it must be used on those with a mutated fire talent, making it even harder to find. As time passed, this matter was completely forgotten. If you hadn't told me today about your mutated flame, I might not even have remembered this scroll. Thank you, Captain. Xiaoyan bowed to Zhao Kui. As he spoke, Xiaoyan walked towards the door with the scroll in hand. Remember, devouring a flame beast is extremely dangerous. Maybe think it over. Clearly, Zhao Kui did not want to lose a person with an S-class flame talent either. As the saying goes, sincerity is the ultimate skill. If it weren't for Xiaoyan's earnest gaze, he would have never handed over the scroll. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan, already turning to leave, slightly curved his lips into a smile. Captain, someone once told me to become stronger one must be fierce. If I don't give it my all, how could I ever stand by his side or reach the pinnacle of this world? Would you like Fei Yu to go with you? Zhao Kui asked again. Captain, you've also said that devouring a flame beast is exceptionally dangerous. It's not my style, Xiaoyan, to put a friend in danger. Before Zhao Kui could speak again, Xiaoyan's figure had already disappeared from his sight. Looking at the now empty box on the table, Zhao Kui shook his head. Yao Chang, this young man's temperament is exactly like yours back in the day. Things change, people change, and now I guess I've helped you find a successor for your legacy. Meanwhile, back in his dormitory, Fei Yu lay on his bed checking his spiritual power levels. Name: Fei Yu. Age: 16. Talent: SS grade weapon type magic sword, 1000 blades, spiritual power 499 level, 4th tier martial artist. Additional ability gained from fusion: devouring. Since slaying the blue-silver demon emperor using the magic sword to devour the demon emperor's spiritual power has rapidly increased his own, he was confident that by slaying one more beast he could step into the 5th tier martial artist level. by then even if it were by you and others he could certainly challenge them. Ding dong. The sound of a smartphone quickly pulled him back from his reverie. He checked the phone, it was a message from Xiao Yan. Feiyu, I have to leave the Martial Arts Alliance for a while and won't be back soon. Don't worry about me. Reading the message, Feiyu expressionlessly tossed the phone aside, yet, moments later he picked it up again. What to do next? Of course, become stronger. Aren't you curious where I'm going? Oh, where to? You well, never mind, my flight's here. The conversation ended abruptly and Feiyu set the phone aside and slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning Feiyu got up, washed and ate. After getting ready he headed towards the strategy meeting room. From his days of reconnaissance he knew that Zhao Kuei spent most of his time there. His mission was to find out what it takes to enter the Super Alliance, that was his ultimate goal. Meanwhile in the strategy meeting room, Captain, this mission seems quite challenging, one member remarked. Yes, Captain, our Squad 13 has always hunted wormhole beasts, now suddenly we're assigned to kill a person. This is... What, you two completed one mission and got scared like this? Sa, with arms crossed, teased the two men standing before her. Before anyone could finish speaking the door creaked open. Feiyu walked in slowly. Hey, this is the strategy room for Squad 13. Which squad are you from? A tall young man approached Feiyu. Just as the young man was about to do something, Zhao Kuei quickly introduced. Let me introduce you, Feiyu, a 4th-tier martial artist with SS-level talent. So you're the special talent that the captain personally recruited. Weren't there supposed to be two of you? Where's the other one? Mo Bai craned his neck towards the door, but only Feiyu was in sight. Oh, that one, I heard from the captain he had to attend to some business, Issa replied indifferently. I see. The young man nodded, then his gaze returned to Feiyu. Hello, Mo Bai, a level talent and it's a lightning element. Mo Bai blinked slightly. A burly man nearby shook his head helplessly. This guy's obsession with looks is acting up again. Indeed, Mo Bai was strong but had a quirky trait. He was obsessed with good looks. Regardless of gender, he appreciated beautiful faces. As Mo Bai extended his hand, Feiyu just glanced at it briefly and then walked past him. Mo Bai wasn't upset, instead he smiled slightly. Cold, huh? Heck, classy. I like that. At that moment the burly man also approached Feiyu. Yehu, A-level talent, defense, huh? Feiyu paused briefly, clearly remembering that last time he had eliminated a defense specialist named Long Outyen. Of the 4 major stewards, one has already perished. It's unclear where the remaining 3 are located. After a moment's hesitation he also shook Yehu's hand, uttering softly, Feather. Standing at the door, Mo Bai couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. Grasping such a rough hand, truly tasteless enough. Mo Bai, stop mumbling and come over here, Zhao Kuei chided, prompting Mo Bai to scurry over. The group gathered around the table, falling into silence. Issa, Bai, you share with us your findings, Zhao Kuei instructed. Yes, Captain, Issa. And Bai Yu nodded. According to our investigation, this individual has repeatedly sabotaged the wormhole sealing interface, introducing numerous exotic beasts, posing threats to cities worldwide. Thus, the higher-ups have tasked our Squad 13 to eliminate him promptly. As they spoke, Issa and Bai Yu passed over the documents they had gathered. Any more information, Gao Bei? Zhao Kuei, frowning deeply as he received the documents, was clearly dissatisfied with the findings. Gao Bei, could it be? Feiyu suddenly snatched the document from Zhao Kuei's hands. Upon seeing the photo on the document, his pupils dilated then contracted rapidly. The person they were discussing was one of the 4 major stewards who had once served beside his father. Feiyu's abrupt grab of the document clearly irritated Bai Yu greatly. He yelled at Feiyu, hey kid, don't get too cocky. However, as if Feiyu hadn't heard him, he walked up to Zhao Kuei, his expression grave. They can't go, they'll die. Damn brat. Cursing me to die, asking for a beating? Bai Yu grew even angrier upon hearing Feiyu's words. Shut your mouth, Zhao Kuei scolded Bai Yu, then turned his gaze back to Feiyu. Continue, why can't they go? Feiyu simply said, I can go, I won't die. They go, they will die. What do you mean? Oh, Zhao Kuei's brow furrowed instantly, knowing that all the team members here, whether in terms of realm or other capabilities, were stronger than Feiyu. It seemed highly unlikely that someone stronger than him would die. Bai Yu scoffed, Captain. Aren't you clear yet? He means that our strength is no match for his. Realizing that Feiyu's words sounded somewhat arrogant, even Mo Bai couldn't stand it anymore. You're called Feiyu, right? Confidence is a good thing, but sometimes you shouldn't be too arrogant. You should know the gap in strength between us and you. Enough, all of you be quiet. Suddenly Zhao Kuei interrupted everyone, then walked gravely towards Feiyu. Can you tell me why you would say such a thing? Upon hearing this, Feiyu slightly bowed his head. The face hidden under the hood appeared exceedingly cold. Because he and I come from the same place. The same place. Zhao Kuei was somewhat surprised. Do you mean to say that this person called Gao Bei also comes from that place? Fei Yu didn't answer, just faintly nodded his head. People from the Eternal Night Path are ruthless and lethal with every move. The methods of those 4 stewards are even more severe. This is precisely why Fei Yu didn't allow them to go after Gao Bei. Moreover, considering what happened in the Eternal Night Path years ago, it's likely that Gao Bei knows something about it. After a long pause, Zhao Kuei took a deep breath. Fei Yu, this person has the strength of a 5th order, are you sure you can handle him? Fei Yu nodded. I can handle it. You must know that Gao Bei was one of his father's stewards and also the strongest among the 4. If he wasn't capable, how could he possibly hold such a significant position among the 4 great stewards? Hearing that Zhao Kuei was handing over the mission to Fei Yu, Baiyu, who was standing in the crowd, immediately became unhappy. Captain, this kid just arrived, you can't. Zhao Kuei glared fiercely at Baiyu, his looks seemingly telling him to shut up. Left with no choice, Baiyu could only stand behind. He saw his face full of resentment. Here, this is his information, the mission is yours to handle. As Zhao Kuei spoke, he passed the documents on the table to Fei Yu. Fei Yu glanced at the address on the documents and said indifferently, no need, I know him. With it he turned and left. The people present were slightly shocked at his words. Only after Fei Yu's figure had completely disappeared did the few in the war room come to their senses. Captain, where did you find this oddball? He's so difficult to get along with. Mo Bai glanced at the door, his face full of curiosity. Difficult to get along with? I think this kid has quite the personality. Yi, who's standing behind Mo Bai, scratched his head with an awkward smile. I say, old Yi, why do you always have to be so contrary? Mo Bai said irritably. Mo Bai, you? Soon after, the sounds of a slight argument between Mo Bai and Yi Hu could be heard in the war room. Although these two often carried out missions together, they sometimes bickered, which was nothing new in the martial alliance. Seeing this, Zhao Kuei also sat down with a helpless look on his face. Baiyu, upset by the captain's decision, stood by, pouting and refusing to move closer to Zhao Kuei. It wasn't until he saw slowly approached. Captain, was what Fei Yu said true? Is Gao Bei really from the city of Sin? Zhao Kuei smacked his lips, pondering deeply. Judging by his demeanor, it doesn't seem false, and from what Fei Yu said earlier, it seems they know each other. Maybe something happened between them and the city of Sin. Isa paused, then continued. If that's the case, letting Fei Yu handle a 5th order might be too difficult. How about this, Captain? Let me go with him. Hearing this, Zhao Kuei nodded. Alright, but remember, Isa, unless it's a critical moment, do not intervene. Understood? Isa frowned, not quite understanding Zhao Kuei's meaning. If they were going on a mission together, they should be fighting side by side. How could he let Fei Yu face such a formidable enemy alone? Zhao Kuei looked at the few people, his expression one of frustrated disappointment. Have you all not noticed that Fei Yu is on the verge of breaking through to the 5th rank? As these words were spoken, Ma Bai and Yehu immediately stopped their bickering, and even Baiyu, who had been displeased, turned around curiously. Captain, you must be joking. It's not so easy to advance to the 5th rank. Indeed, even for us back in the day, it took several years to step into the ranks of 5th rank martial artists. Although Fei Yu indeed has an SS grade talent, at the very least he would need half a year, and it's only been a few months now. How could it be possible? The members of Team 13 discussed animatedly, thinking their captain had made a mistake. Zhao Kuei shook his head, stood up and said, I've told you guys before, this kid should not be viewed as an ordinary genius. Sin City, even an adult would have no chance of surviving there, let alone Fei Yu, who was born and raised in that hellish place. If he survived there, he must have abilities we don't know about. Alright, Yisa, go catch up with Fei Yu now and carry out the mission with him. As for the rest of you, Mabai Yehu, you've just come back, so take a break for now. After saying this, Zhao Kuei's gaze fell on Baiyu standing behind Yisa. Baiyu, come with me, I'll train with you. Hearing this, Bayu's expression instantly turned awkward. Captain, maybe, let's forget it. I haven't recovered from my last injury yet. No way, you need a good tidying up, or you won't realize the cauldron is made of iron, Zhao Kuei said while dragging Baiyu by the neck out the door. As the two disappeared from the strategy room, laughter soon followed. Baiyu, that guy isn't afraid of anyone but the captain, right? I remember when he first joined our Team 13, he even dared to provoke the headquarters staff. Suddenly, Yehu quickly reminded Sister Sa, didn't the captain ask you to carry out the mission with that kid Fei Yu? You better hurry. Oh right, then I'm off. Yisa waved at them and quickly ran in the direction Fei Yu had left. After leaving the strategy room, Yisa also saw Fei Yu at the Martial Alliance's airport. He was just telling the pilot the address according to the mission. Fei Yu. Suddenly, a voice from behind made Fei Yu, who was about to board the helicopter, stop in his tracks. he turned slightly to see Yisa running towards him. Does the mission have any specific requirements, alive or dead? Hearing this, Yisa was momentarily stunned but quickly responded. The captain said this person Gao Bei is too strong. He asked me to carry out this mission with you. No need, I can handle it. Feiyu's voice was very calm, showing no pleasure at Yisa's arrival. He knew they did not trust in his ability to handle Gao Bei alone. After all, even a 5th-rank martial artist would be stealthily attacked to death in the Eternal Night Path. In that place, strength does not dictate everything. To the people there, any means that can kill is considered a good method. Feiyu did not want Yisa to follow because he wanted to clarify some truths about the past after finding Gao Bei. Last time when they killed Long Out Yin, he had to rush to complete a task for the dark web and forgot about it. This time, having finally learned the whereabouts of another steward, he naturally did not want to miss the opportunity. It was the captain's decision. Little brother, you can't make it difficult for your sister, Yisa said, casting a seductive glance while her ample bosom was also quite the sight. However, she added, if you want to follow, then follow. With that, Feiyu boarded the helicopter directly. Yisa stomped her foot in anger. This little brat really lacks manners. What are you looking at? To keep staring and I'll gouge out your eyes. Startled by Yisa's shout, the pilot quickly diverted his gaze. According to intelligence, Gao Bei's hideout was supposed to be here. In the bustling streets, a man and a woman looked up slightly at the surrounding buildings. At first glance, it was indeed Yisa and Feiyu, since Gao Bei's hideout was located in the midst of a busy city. The two had to disembark from the helicopter 10 miles away from the city and walk into the city. Fortunately, both were martial artists and moved quickly. However, by the time they arrived in the city, it was already night. It was summer and many street food stalls were filled with people enjoying late-night snacks. Various noises filled their ears, but the two paid no attention and continued straight through a dark alley toward a small shop that was open due to the alley not getting sunlight throughout the year. The occasional breeze at night made the dark alley feel somewhat eerie and terrifying. Passing through the alley, they stopped in front of a small shop. This place was different from the outside. It was very quiet as it was separated by an alley, forming a stark contrast to the noisy street outside. Even if something happened inside, it would not be noticed due to the noise outside. Feiyu looked up slightly at the shop sign and was momentarily stunned. Gao Bei foot massage. He could hardly believe that the top steward among the 4 major ones would end up massaging feet, perhaps as a cover for his true purpose of sabotaging the wormhole seal. The rest is up to you, Yisa said lightly, looking at the brightly lit shop. Aren't you going in? Feiyu looked at her calmly. If you're not going in, then why follow? Yisa smiled slightly. The captain said, since you all come from that damned place, you naturally have your own set of rules. Besides, she paused and glanced at Feiyu. Be careful. With a soft admonition, Yisa quickly leapt onto a roof eave to quietly wait. Although she came with Feiyu on the mission, she knew that there must be some connection between Feiyu and this man named Gao Bei. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so excited when he first heard that name in the war room. Since they all came from that city of sin, they must naturally have their own ways of resolving issues. Moreover, Zhao Kuei had also reminded her not to intervene unless absolutely necessary. Seeing that Yisa didn't interfere in their battle, Feiyu breathed a sigh of relief. If Yisa had been there, it would indeed have been difficult for him to inquire about past events. Even when facing someone he once knew, Feiyu dared not be careless. After all, this was the chief steward under his father's command back then and the most formidable among the 4. With a thought, the demon blade 1,000 blades suddenly appeared in his left hand. Yet he resolutely walked in. Yisa, perched under a nearby roof, also didn't dare to take things lightly, staring intently through the glass at the situation inside the house. If Feiyu were truly no match for Gao Bei, she would rush out immediately to ensure Feiyu's safety. Since merging with the demon blade 1,000 blades, Feiyu's compatibility with the blade had also been increasing. He believed that as long as he kept growing stronger, the power unleashed by the demon blade 1,000 blades would also become increasingly formidable. Eventually, controlling the shard of the demon blade in his chest might no longer be an issue. Upon entering the room, what caught his eye was a man standing with his back to Feiyu, leisurely smoking a cigarette and continuously exhaling clouds of smoke, seemingly enjoying the sensation. It appeared that the man also sensed something. After taking the last drag, he slowly turned around. The man was burly, with white hair and a terrifying scar on his face. He was none other than Gao Bei, the chief among the 4 stewards, known for his powerful attacks. Little master, long time no see. Upon seeing Feiyu, there was no fear on Gao Bei's face. It seemed he had anticipated Feiyu's arrival. You knew I would come. Feiyu's voice was somewhat icy. Gao Bei crushed the cigarette, but underfoot, a trace of surprise flickering across his face. I really didn't expect you to survive after being stabbed in the chest like that, it's a miracle. When Old Long died, I thought he was killed by that master, but I didn't expect it was you who did it, little master. If I were you, I'd find a quiet place where no one knows me to spend the rest of my life, not flaunting around like you do." Before he finished speaking, a flash of sharpness appeared in Gao Bei's eyes and a blood-red broadsword suddenly appeared in his hand. Then leaping forward, the red broadsword under the light flashed a fierce cold light, slashing fiercely towards Fei Yu's head, with a buzz. As the sound of the blade's cry echoed, the demon blade thousand blades instantly unsheathed to meet the slashing blow. Clang, the blades collided, sparking brilliant fireworks in the small shop. Bang bang, clang clang clang, the sound of metal clashing echoed in their ears, and even though the noise emanated from the small shop, it was completely masked by the hustle and bustle of the alley outside. Clang, the swords clashed once more, sending a shrill noise echoing from their blades. Fei Yu's eyes grew colder. "What exactly do you know about the past? Why did Fei Xing kill our father? Speak." Upon hearing this, Gao Bei let out a sneering laugh, his face twisting into madness. "You want to know? Go to hell." With a thunderous shout, he exerted force through his wrist, and a rebounding force instantly pushed them apart. The energy dispersed around them exploded violently, metal racks and cabinets toppled over with a loud crash. The various light fixtures overhead shook violently as if they were about to fall. The flickering lights cast the faces of the two men in the room in stark, alternating shadows. Gao Bei, leaning quickly against the wall behind him to stabilize himself, couldn't help but admire the cold-faced Fei Yu in front of him. "Back then you were nothing but a desperate killer, ruthless in your methods to achieve your goals. I never thought that you would become a martial artist as well. Who else but you helped Fei Xing ambush me back then?" Fei Yu pointed his sword forward, his tone eerily calm, yet it conveyed a chilling coldness. "Young master, you wouldn't want to know." At Gao Bei's mocking smile, Fei Yu's expression turned frosty and his demonic sword left no room for mercy. The fierce collision of their weapons put the small shop on the brink of collapse, as if it could tumble down at any moment. Facing Gao Bei, once one of his father's four major servants, Fei Yu dared not be the slightest bit careless. With a light tap of his foot, his figure shot out like an arrow strung on a bow. The demonic sword Qianrun emitted an extremely strong murderous aura which even made Gao Bei's heart skip a beat, but only for a moment. Composed, Gao Bei faced Fei Yu's attack head-on, after all, as the main offensive force. Among the four major servants, his fifth-tier strength was not to be underestimated. He roared lowly, his burly body making a dull sound as his muscles vibrated in response. Spiritual power burst forth, flowing rapidly through his muscles. Bang! Their weapons crossed and collided. A terrifying noise exploded around them. "Young master is truly gifted to have reached the fourth tier at such a young age and to fight me to this extent. If your father were still alive, he would surely be surprised." As he spoke, Gao Bei's gaze fell on Fei Yu's cracked demonic sword. Shaking his head mockingly, he continued sadly, "What's awakened is just a broken, damaged sword." With a fierce roar, Gao Bei's spiritual energy burst forth, the strength from his wrist increasing exponentially. The immense power immediately sent Fei Yu flying backward. Bang! Crack crack crack! The demonic sword Qianrun also shattered under the ferocious attack of spiritual power, its fragments falling to the ground like a kite with its string cut. As Fei Yu was flung backward, Gao Bei's red blood sword also made contact, its blade transforming into a blur as it heavily chopped towards Fei Yu's abdomen. Fei Yu's reaction was incredibly swift. Leveraging the air, his body flashed, barely dodging what could have been a fatal strike. Though he avoided a lethal wound, his left arm was still slashed by the crimson broadsword. The skin and flesh turned inside out and blood flowed freely. He steadied himself and quickly stood up. Despite the severe pain shooting through his left arm, not a trace of agony showed on his face. His heart seemed to have turned utterly cold, so cold that even the intense pain could not alter the chill on his face. Seeing Fei Yu injured, Gao Bei's face revealed a hint of smug satisfaction. "Your sword is broken, what will you fight me with now? You shouldn't even be alive." Before his words fell silent, Gao Bei charged forward again. His red broadsword emitted a terrifying sound. This strike was with all his might, aiming to end Fei Yu's life. Meanwhile, outside the small shop, Iso also sensed something was amiss. She dashed forward, leaving behind an afterimage. But just as she was about to burst through the door, she was repelled by a strange force. At this moment, Gao Bei had already leaped above Fei Yu, the red broadsword slashing down heavily. Excitement filled his face, he could almost see Fei Yu's brain splattering. However, just as the blade was about to reach Fei Yu's head, the fragments of the shattered demonic blades on the ground, as if drawn by some force, whistled through the air, creating sonic booms. these fragments transformed into blades and with a loud bang blocked the red broadsword. The dispersing energy caused the entire small shop to shake slightly. Fei Yu reached out with his hand, grabbing the hilt of the demonic blade, and under Gao Bei's shocked gaze the fragments began to reassemble themselves on the hilt. This sword. Gao Bei thought to himself, sensing something was amiss. He immediately leaped back, putting a distance of about 10 steps between him and Fei Yu. He watched as Fei Yu slowly stood up, his eyes fixed on the now fully assembled demonic blade, his expression turning solemn. Having followed a great master along the path of greed in the eternal night for many years, Gao Bei had seen all kinds of geniuses in gifted weapons, but the weapon in Fei Yu's hands had instilled a momentary fear in him. It was just for a moment, but Gao Bei was certain the chill that made him slightly fearful emanated from that blade. With his years of combat experience, he knew this blade was even more terrifying than the uniquely gifted Fei Yu. Pointing his sword forward, he asked coldly, "Boy, is that sword really your gifted weapon?" Facing Gao Bei's cold inquiry, Fei Yu slowly raised his head, the eyes beneath his hood chillingly cold. Suddenly a strange red flash passed through Fei Yu's eyes, following this a bizarre aura began to spread around him. It was less an aura of murder than a bloodthirsty killing intent. Even Gao Bei felt a chill down his spine, just as Gao Bei was caught off guard. Fei Yu is moved. With extreme speed and swift swordsmanship, he becomes resolute, ruthless, and bloodthirsty. At this moment, Fei Yu seems to have transformed into another person, his strength terrifyingly enhanced under the augmentation of the demonic blade. Damn, how could his strength suddenly become so formidable? He was clearly just a 4th-tier martial artist. Under Fei Yu's fierce assault, even Gao Bei's robust frame couldn't help but retreat, trying to distance himself from Fei Yu. But no matter what he did, Fei Yu clung to him stubbornly like a piece of chewing gum. Isai, standing outside the small shop, watched the scene in horror, finding it hard to believe that this was the strength a 4th-tier warrior could display. A 5th-tier warrior was actually being suppressed by a 4th-tier. To her, Fei Yu seemed as if he had cheat codes enabled, but what surprised her even more was that Fei Yu's fighting style was almost illogical. Every move was a lethal strike, like a starving beast frantically hunting its prey. Shocked, Isai quickly pulled out her phone from her bag and opened a messaging app. "Isai, how is the mission progressing?" As Isai watched the nearly frenzied fight through the glass, she said to her captain, "Take a look at this." As she spoke, she aimed her phone's camera at the scene inside the shop. The moment the scene appeared on the phone, the voice from it stopped abruptly. The fight was nearing its end. Under Fei Yu's fierce offensive, Gao Bei gradually became physically exhausted, his reaction speed also slowing down. As Fei Yu's speed and slashing became faster, Gao Bei had to block the attacks at an even faster rate to avoid injury. It is well known that arm muscles gradually weaken after intense repetition of the same action. Gao Bei's emotions were also spiraling out of control. Back in the days at Eternal Night Path, he was already a 5th-tier martial artist, whereas Fei Yu was just an ordinary person skilled in killing. Now, not only had Fei Yu become a martial artist, but he was also overpowering him with just 4th-tier strength. He had been suppressed by his father back then and now by his son. Moreover, Fei Yu was currently only at the 4th tier while he had been in the 5th tier for many years. The sudden disparity was hard for Gao Bei to accept. "You father and son are too much." With a roar, Gao Bei temporarily pushed Fei Yu back, crossing his arms fiercely as his whole body's spiritual energy burst forth. His eyes, filled with blood vessels, clearly showed he was utterly enraged. His body was surrounded by a red spiritual force, powerful and eerie. His facial features also began to turn ferociously grotesque. Isai outside was also suddenly shocked, burning spiritual energy for greater strength. This guy. Isai had never imagined that Fei Yu could push a respectable 5th-tier warrior to such a state. Fei Yu, seeing Gao Bei's drastically changed aura, just slightly furrowed his brows. The surge of spiritual power at his feet shattered the tiles beneath him as he shot forward once again. At that very moment, the demon blade in his hands disintegrated into thousands of fragments, which whirled behind Gao Bei with a crisp, ringing sound. Seeing this, Gao Bei's eyes flashed murderously. "I won't give you a chance," he declared. As his words fell, he spun around, unleashing his spiritual power to envelop the shards of the demon blade. He believed that by controlling these peculiar fragments, Fei Yu would be rendered as harmless as a tiger without its teeth, imposing yet powerless. Just as he thought victory was within his grasp, the fragments broke through his defenses and flew towards his abdomen. How could this be? Stunned, Gao Bei failed to notice Fei Yu appearing behind him. With a gruesome thrust, an incomplete demon blade pierced through his back, and as it did, the scattered fragments entered through the wound, reassembling with the hilt of the blade. with a slick pull the blade was removed and blood uncontrollably flowed down from his lower abdomen. Drip, drip, the blood on the blade was visibly being absorbed by the demonic weapon, adding an eerie aura to Fei Yu at that moment. Gao Bei collapsed to the ground, clutching the wound on his abdomen, seemingly unafraid despite his defeat. Facing Fei Yu, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face twisted with a sinister sneer. His tone even held a hint of provocation. What, you want to kill me? So be it. Since ancient times the victor is king, the loser the outcast. I have nothing to say. If you want to kill or maim, show me what you've got. Gao Bei roared angrily, veins bulging on his forehead, which, perhaps due to the force of his shout, triggered a severe bout of coughing. In contrast to Gao Bei's fury, Fei Yu remained calm. The sharp edge of his blade swiftly rested against Gao Bei's neck. Then that cold voice followed. What really happened back then? Chuckling loudly, Gao Bei said, "You'll never know in this lifetime, aha!" But as he spoke, Gao Bei moved his neck forward, and the sharp blade instantly slit his major artery. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, filling the air with a strong, pungent scent of blood. Not good. Outside, he saw internally exclaimed in alarm and broke through the door. The look Fei Yu turned on her caused a shiver in her heart. Honestly, she had never felt such overwhelming murderous intent from anyone else in her life, let alone a boy of nearly 16. Their eyes met, and after a brief 3-second pause, it seemed Fei Yu realized something and swiftly retracted his murderous aura, sheathing the demon blade of 1,000 cuts. He saw quickly stepped forward to check, and after confirming Gao Bei's death, she could only sigh lightly. She had hoped to learn from Gao Bei who was truly behind everything. In her view, if there were no one else behind Gao Bei, he had no reason to disrupt the seal on the wormhole. For him, there was absolutely no benefit in it. Fei Yu, what is your relationship with him? Yisa turned his head, probing as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Fei Yu slightly nodded his head, pausing for a moment before replying, "Just a loser." With those words, he turned and left without looking back. A loser? Yisa raised his eyebrows slightly, but he didn't dwell on it and quickly followed. Side by side, they walked back through the dark alley to the bustling street outside, where the noise of the crowd continued unabated. No one seemed to notice what had happened in that dark alley, as if it were a world apart, unseen and undiscovered. Along the way, Yisa occasionally glanced at Fei Yu, but each time he refrained from speaking his mind. After they had left, a man wearing a duckbill cap, smoking a cigarette, hands in his pockets, walked towards the alley. Sensing something amiss, he quickened his pace with a look of panic. Upon seeing the chaotic scene and the body lying in a pool of blood, he couldn't help but curse silently. Damn it, always a step too late. He then sat on the steps outside the door, smoked a few more cigarettes, and made a phone call. "Boss, I was a step too late. Gao Bei has been killed." From the expression on his face, it was clear that the man on the other end of the phone was furious. It was probably them, judging from the wounds. "All right, I'm on my way." With that, the man hung up and quickly left the scene. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of miles away in a desolate place, a young man dressed in a black robe stopped at the edge of a desert. Is this the Tagore Great Desert? The young man clutched an ancient scroll he had obtained from Zhao Kuei that day. Gazing at the seemingly endless desert before him, his eyes sparkled with a burning desire. "Flame Beast, your grandpa is here." With determined steps, the young man plunged into the desert and disappeared from sight. At the same time, back at the Martial Arts Alliance's Team 13 operation room, everyone stared in disbelief at the video call screen that Yisa had just hung up. Since Fei Yu had joined the Martial Arts Alliance, to be honest, this was the first time they had seen him in combat. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe that the person who acted so ruthlessly and decisively was actually just a 16-year-old boy. "Captain?" Mao Bai broke the silence in the room. "Fei Yu, he." Zhao Kuei suddenly looked up, cutting him off. "Enough, no matter what Fei Yu's past was, remember he is now our teammate." "Got it." Hearing this, everyone nodded. With that, Zhao Kuei seemed to recall something and quickly left the room. "Old G, do you think Fei Yu was a bit too harsh?" Mao Bai whispered as he looked towards the door. Hearing this, Yihu scratched his head and said, "Didn't the captain just say, no matter what Fei Yu's past is, just remember he's now our teammate?" Mao Bai glanced at Yihu, then his gaze fell on Baiyu, who had a complex expression on his face. "Baiyu, I remember when our team recruited this youngster, it was you and Sister Sa who went together, right? Did you guys make a trip to the City of Sin?" "No." Baiyu suddenly raised his head, his voice somewhat unsettled, and Mao Bai also frowned slightly. "Baiyu, what's wrong with you? You seem a bit off," he inquired. "It's nothing, just that the injuries from the last beating by the captain haven't healed yet." Baiyu quickly made an excuse, yet even so he couldn't completely hide the emotions on his face. Originally, I thought that Feiyu encountering a 5th-tier fighter like Gao Bei would at least not have such an easy fight, but from the video call just now with Sister Sa, the combat scene of Feiyu was also seen by Bai Yu. He couldn't believe that just a 16-year-old boy merely relying on the strength of a 4th tier had defeated a 5th-tier warrior, even as the captain said even though Feiyu was nearly stepping into the 5th-tier realm, a 5th-tier warrior was not so easy to deal with, and this guy, am I really worse than a mere 16-year-old kid? Hearing Bai Yu's words, Mo Bai didn't think much about it. Guys, how about we go have some fun? Sure. Mo Bai's suggestion immediately got a nod from Yehu. You guys go ahead, I'll pass by, you said, and with a slow pace he also walked out of the command room under the puzzled looks of the two. Watching Bai Yu's disappearing back, Mo Bai's brows furrowed even deeper. What's really going on with Bai Yu? Maybe it's because of the captain, Yehu mused, scratching his head. The captain? Mo Bai seemed to realize something and shook his head. Let's go. Meanwhile, Zhao Kuei, who had left the meeting room, quickly found Kaka. Kaka, do you remember the prophecy you gave to Brother Feiyu? Kaka looked up at Zhao Kuei, her expression a bit anxious, and nodded obediently. It's because of that, big brother, my crystal ball broke, so Kaka remembers it very clearly. Can you tell Uncle Zhao about it again? Kaka asked curiously. Uncle Zhao, what's wrong? Why isn't Sister Sa with you? Kaka stretched her little head to look behind Zhao Kuei, seemingly disappointed not to see Sa. Zhao Kuei smiled slightly. Kaka, your sister Sa is out on a mission with that big brother, she'll be back soon. But before that, can you tell Uncle Zhao again about the prophecy you gave that big brother? Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, flesh and white bones, behind him a void, light is darkness, darkness is light, his future needs a guide. Zhao Kuei, that is all the prophecy from the crystal ball, Kaka said in a calm tone. Zhao Kuei smiled softly and gently pinched Kaka's little cheek. Thank you, Kaka, however you must promise Uncle one thing. About Brother Feiyu's prophecy you must not tell anyone else, understand? Don't worry, Uncle Zhao, you had already reminded Kaka before and Kaka always remembers. Kaka nodded her little head and said, good, Kaka, Uncle has some more things to do so I must go now. Farewell, Uncle. As Zhao Kuei turned to leave, the smile on his face transformed into a solemn expression the moment he turned around. He began to mutter to himself. Light, darkness, void, future, guide, guide, guide. With each repetition his voice grew softer and he gradually disappeared into the crowd. In this world there are two types of people, those who belong to the Martial Arts Alliance tasked with protecting the cities and those who are part of the Extraordinary Alliance who fight against the beasts that emerge from spatial rifts. The latter are stationed on the fringes of human cities safeguarding peace. Due to the nature of their work, these individuals rarely appear in the public eye, and even ordinary people are almost completely unaware of their existence. On the edge of a vast desert stands a grand building, its size dwarfing that of the Martial Arts Alliance by dozens of times. This is the headquarters of the renowned Extraordinary Alliance. The desert's edge is littered with withered yellow weeds and the few remaining trees show signs of dying. The occasional caw of crows perched on treetops adds a sense of desolation to the scene. Following the gaze of the crows, one can see a young man dressed in black with a gray robe draped over his shoulders walking out of the desert. His robe is tattered and he keeps his hood up to shield his ears from the sand. His steps are steady and strong. As he glances at the crows in the treetops, he pauses briefly before continuing his journey. Finally, after an hour, he stops under a towering city wall. The guards atop the wall seem to have noticed him. Who goes there? At this, the young man slowly removes his hood, revealing a somewhat handsome face, a stark contrast to the rugged faces of the guards. His long, somewhat disheveled hair dances in the wind. Under the watchful eyes of the guard, he pulls out a golden object from his chest and says in a steady voice, Crimson Hunter Squad Captain Fei Xing. A few days later, Zhao Kuei and the members of Squad 13 stand neatly lined up at the airport early in the morning. Look, isn't that Squad 13? Yes, and those are his members. What are they doing here so early? I heard they might be waiting for a new recruit. Recruiting? Are you kidding? When does our Martial Arts Alliance not recruit? Hey, it's not that simple. I heard that Squad 13's Captain Zhao Kuei has recruited some impressive new talent. Really? I heard one has an S-grade talent, a rare elemental type, and another, this is the key, is said to have an SS-grade talent. SS-grade talent? Man, that's no joke, it's been ages since an SS-grade talent appeared. Who says? Apparently there's one SS-grade talent each at our headquarters and the Extraordinary Alliance. Damn, if only I had an SS-tier talent too. Why am I not the chosen one? What a bummer, it's so infuriating. As the martial artists around were buzzing with discussions, a sound from above grabbed their attention. it was the noise of helicopter blades. As the helicopter landed, everyone's gaze shifted towards it. They were eager to see what kind of newbie would warrant the personal reception by the captain of the prestigious Team 13. At that moment, Feiyu and Isa stepped down from the helicopter. The captain, the moment Isa saw Zhao Kuei, even he was taken aback. Then he quickly walked over. "Captain, and you guys, why are you here?" Mo by pouted arms crossed, his tone tinged with a hint of emotion. "It's all because of the captain saying something about the early worm getting caught by the bird." "I mean, the early bird gets the worm," Yi Hu quickly interjected. "Well, it's all the same thing." Mo by waved his hand dismissively. "You guys did well on this mission, so." Zhao Kuei was about to say something when Feiyu slowly walked past them. Unexpectedly, Feiyu merely glanced at them and then bypassed everyone, heading towards a route in his memory. "Feiyu, where are you going?" Isa called out from behind. Hearing this, Feiyu paused slightly but did not stop moving forward. "Sleep." His voice was flat and Feiyu's figure gradually disappeared from sight. "That guy can't be their new recruit, can he? He's too cool. To think he would just leave like that, even with his captain around. That's pretty arrogant," someone muttered. "I heard Sister Sa call that guy Feiyu. Ha, is that his name? Strange, I feel like I've heard that name before." Feiyu's disregard for the team and walking away obviously sparked a lot of gossip among the members of the Martial Arts Alliance. Baiyu, having witnessed Feiyu's combat, chose to remain silent when Feiyu left, just quietly standing by. This scene left even Isa somewhat puzzled, but he didn't think too much about it. And Baiyu wasn't a fool. Although sometimes he seemed silly, he had a beast-like combat instinct. Even for himself, handling it was quite troublesome. After all, he didn't have Yi Hu's defensive talents. "Captain, about Feiyu." Zhao Kuei raised his hand to interrupt Isa's words, his eyes slightly narrowing. "I know what you're about to say, that guy named Gao Bei probably has some connection with him." Isa frowned, "But he just said that Gao Bei was a loser. Have you ever considered that this might just be what their Sin City says?" Zhao Kuei explained. Hearing this, Isa suddenly realized, almost misled by the young man. "All right, Captain, what brings you here?" Zhao Kuei placed his hands behind his back, pausing for a moment. "In a few days, a troop will be passing through here and will stop by." "A troop? Which troop, Captain? Why are you only telling us now?" Mo Bai suddenly spoke up from the side. Zhao Kuei gave Mo Bai a cold stare. "What, do I have to report everything I do to you now? But you're my team leader," Mo Bai replied with an awkward smile, shaking his head. Zhao Kuei huffed coldly, then his gaze shifted back to Isa. "Go tell Feiyu to move into our team's private rooms. He doesn't need to stay in the dormitory anymore. Oh, and move Xiaoyan's room over too." "Xiaoyan? Alright, speaking of Xiaoyan, where did that guy go? It's been so long since old G and I came back, and we haven't seen the other team member yet. How is he? Is he formidable?" Upon hearing Zhao Kuei's words, Mo Bai quickly interjected. "Don't interrupt." Isa glared at him. "Captain, please continue." Zhao Kuei pondered for a moment, then sighed. "Forget it, I'll go myself." With it, he headed in the direction Feiyu had gone, leaving everyone else looking baffled. "Guys, have you noticed that the captain has been acting a bit strange lately?" Mo Bai said. "Strange? Isn't the captain always like this?" Yi Hu frowned. Mo Bai rolled his eyes. "That's why I keep telling you to drink more walnut milk to boost your brain. You're big and burly, but you'll never find a girlfriend at this rate. Stop the nonsense and get on with it," Isa shouted. At this, even Baiyu perked up his ears, curious. Mo Bai, startled by Isa's outburst, continued. "It's just that ever since that meeting where we saw Feiyu fight, the captain seems to have changed his attitude towards him. It's like a father teaching his son." With a dismissive snort, everyone dispersed. "What, don't you guys think so?" Mo Bai called out as they left. "Hey, don't go, Sister Sa, Olji Baiyu, listen to me," Mo Bai shouted, picking up his pace to catch up. Meanwhile, after leaving the airport, Feiyu headed towards the dormitory Isa had originally brought them to. It had been a long time since the last nourishment fragment session. He planned to return to the dormitory to experiment with the 2 crystal stones to see if they could replace the spirit stones in nourishing the demonic blade fragment in his chest. Suddenly, "Big brother, you're back." Just as he was deep in thought, the voice of a little girl reached his ears. Looking up, it was Kaka, the same little girl he had met at the Martial Arts Alliance before. Feiyu glanced at her, then sidestepped, trying to bypass Kaka. Unexpectedly, Kaka quickly stepped forward, again blocking his path. Reluctantly, Feiyu spoke coldly. "Why are you blocking me?" Upon hearing this, Kaka clutched the crystal ball tightly in her hands. "Big brother, are you really a demon that crawled out from hell?" The air fell into a deathly silence. During her previous prediction for Feiyu, the images she saw in her crystal ball were indeed bizarre. She couldn't understand why, if this man was so dangerous, Uncle Zhao would still want to recruit him into the Martial Arts Alliance. Was it because of his talent or was it simply unknown? Upon hearing this, a flicker of indifference passed through Feiyu's eyes, yet as he gazed at the adorable little girl before him his eyes softened momentarily. In the past, had anyone dared to speak such words in front of Feiyu he would have decapitated them without hesitation. Born into the path of everlasting night, his childhood was almost entirely spent amidst slaughter. No one had ever cared about what he truly felt inside. He paused, his voice calm as he spoke. A demon, perhaps. With that he turned and walked away, Kaka's face filled with confusion as she watched Feiyu's retreating figure. It was her first time seeing someone admit to being a demon. This big brother is really strange, she thought to herself. Back in his dormitory, Feiyu closed the door and headed straight for the bathroom. Standing before the mirror, he slowly removed his hood. Due to lack of rest, dark circles had formed around his eyes, resembling smoky makeup. But none of these were of importance to him. He quickly pulled out 2 crystal stones from his bag. Staring at the stones, his expression grew solemn. The stones emitted a red glow, illuminating the entire bathroom with a light as red as blood. Under this crimson illumination, the chandelier overhead seemed utterly superfluous. He took off his robe, revealing glimpses of the demon blade shards in the mirror's reflection. He tried to steady his breathing as he brought one of the crystal stones closer to his chest, closer and closer. Boom, sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. He pressed the stone into his chest. In that moment, the shard emitted a dazzling purple light. The energy within the crystal transformed into thousands of red threads, all absorbed by the shard. However, the intense pain it brought Feiyu was also considerable. Sweat began to bead on Feiyu's forehead, his complexion turning pale. His normally dark eyes now fluctuated continuously between red and black. He could feel the shard's satisfaction with the energy from the crystal. After adjusting his breathing again, he took out the second crystal stone. This stone, obtained from a mission with Xiao Yan where they defeated the blue-silver demon emperor, contained even more powerful energy, and the risks were several times greater. If the shard absorbed the energy from this stone, it would not act up for at least a year. Without a moment's hesitation, Feiyu pressed this stone against his chest as well. As expected, veins bulged on his forehead as the shard sensed the presence of a stronger crystal, absorbing its energy with even greater greed. Dense purple threads spread across Feiyu's entire body. His heartbeat grew louder and the residual energy spilled out everywhere. At that moment, the mirror completely shattered. The red hue flickered continuously in his eyes, and memories that did not belong to him surged through his mind. Feiyu struggled with all his might to maintain a clear mind. He rapidly mobilized all the spiritual power within his body to suppress the fragments in his chest with full force. The entire process lasted about 3 minutes. Although it was only a few minutes, the headache was so intense that even a fifth-order martial artist could not bear it. Under his forceful suppression, the purple threads began to vanish, gradually retreating towards the fragment until, with a loud bang, the crystal completely turned to ash. The last bit of crystal energy was also completely absorbed. Everything seemed to quiet down. Feiyu's consciousness gradually cleared, and he stood up. Leaning against the wall, redressed and walked to the bed, intending to take a short rest. Just then, knock, knock, knock. Sounds of knocking came from outside the door. Feiyu glanced over and walked to open it. Creak, the door opened and there stood Zhao Kuei. Is there something you need? Zhao Kuei, about to speak, also sensed something amiss. Frowning, he asked, are you feeling unwell? No. Feiyu shook his head lightly, yet sweat dripped down his cheeks like silver pearls. Even after adjusting, he couldn't hide the pallor on his face. Knowing Feiyu's character, Zhao Kuei didn't probe further and changed the topic. In a few days, a troop will be stopping by our division. You can join me to meet them. No, Feiyu refused indifferently. Currently focused solely on enhancing his strength, he felt it a waste to spend too much time on other matters. Is that so? Zhao Kuei's expression remained calm. Then he continued, starting today, you and Xiao Yan will each have your own team rooms. Congratulations, you are now officially a member of our Team 13. Saying this, Zhao Kuei extended his right hand. Upon hearing this, Feiyu looked at the extended hand and pondered for a moment, then he slightly nodded his head. What are the requirements to enter the Extraordinary Alliance? You want to join the Extraordinary? Hearing this, Zhao Kuei was momentarily startled, awkwardly retracting his hand. He had put so much effort into recruiting him into his own team, only to find out that Feiyu wished to join the Extraordinary Alliance instead. This made his heart sink a bit. Nonetheless, he still wore a smile. Can you tell me why you must go to the Extraordinary? Feiyu looked at him with determined eyes, seemingly making a decision in his heart. He had left the city of Sin with the sole purpose of seeking revenge. To him, notions of protecting the homeland held no appeal. The the demon blade had given him a second life and a creed of vengeance. He was to enter the spirit ability school, then the spirit practitioner school as per his plan. However, the incident involving Principal Zhou's brother disrupted his entire plan. Coupled with the life threats outside the hunting zone and Xiao Yan taking his side, he had no choice but to follow Zhao Kuei to the Martial Alliance. The plan to gather the 4 great tokens to enter the extraordinary was now unfeasible. At the present, the Martial Arts Alliance represented his last chance to enter the extraordinary realm, and naturally he could not let it pass. Moreover, the weapon Devil Blade Thousand Cuts was too enigmatic, harboring energies that he currently couldn't control, such as the shard in his chest. It was a treasure that saved his life, but at the same time it was a shackle that bound him. It granted him the qualification to live, yet it came at a great cost. He didn't have much time to waste anymore. Eventually he gazed resolutely at the middle-aged man in front of him and tentatively spoke, "Can you trust me?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Kuei's body jolted. Although he wasn't from the city of sin and hadn't experienced the brutal slaughters like Feiyu had, he had heard that people there hardly ever trusted others. They only trusted their own instincts and judgments. When Feiyu mentioned the word trust, it meant that he was now trying to accept them, although this process would take a considerable amount of time, just as it had with Xiao Yan and now Zhao Kuei. Zhao Kuei exhaled softly, his face serious as he said, "If possible, you can choose to trust me." After these words fell, Feiyu remained silent for a long time. He didn't know how to choose. If it hadn't been for his overtrust in his closest kin in the past, how would he have ended up in such a plight today? Now, it was as if there were 2 cliffs in front of him. If he gambled correctly, a great path lay ahead. If he chose wrongly, what awaited him was a fall into an abyss from which there was no return. "You haven't answered me. Why do you absolutely want to enter the supernatural alliance?" Zhao Kuei's voice came again as Feiyu remained silent. Finally Feiyu slightly nodded, his expression wary. "It's nothing. I don't want to join the supernatural alliance anymore." With it, he abruptly closed the door with a bang. Zhao Kuei was somewhat baffled by this unexpected answer. He hadn't anticipated such a response from Feiyu. It seemed that Feiyu still harbored significant reservations towards them. According to the information he had gathered, even Xiao Yan had taken a full Kuan year to gradually earn his favor. And how long had he or even the entire martial arts alliance known him? Merely a few months. At this moment it seemed that Xiao Yan was the only breakthrough. With this thought, Zhao Kuei turned to leave. However, suddenly he paused. "All right, the squad arriving in a few days. They seem to be members of the supernatural alliance. If you really want to go, I can ask for you?" Without getting a response from Feiyu, Zhao Kuei could only shake his head and leave the dormitory. Creak, the door opened. Feiyu looked outside to make sure Zhao Kuei had left, then closed the door and lay on the bed. He thought about what Zhao Kuei had said before leaving. If the squad arriving in a few days truly consisted of supernatural alliance members, then they must be closely related to Feishing. He wanted revenge, true, but he wouldn't rashly seek death without sufficient strength. But soon he was lost in thought. Following that, he summoned the system data again. Since killing Galbei last time, although he indeed felt the demonic blade devouring the spiritual power within him, strangely he didn't feel any change in himself. Name: Feiyu. Age: 16. Talent: SS level. Weapon type: Demonic Blade. Thousand Blades. Spiritual power: 499.9 level. 4th order martial artist. Additional ability acquired from fusion: Devouring. As Feiyu looked at the data displayed on the system, his expression gradually became more serious. 499.9. What kind of data was this? Was it really that hard to make a breakthrough? However, Feiyu quickly calmed his emotions, knowing that the higher the realm, the harder it was to advance. Otherwise, members of Squad 13 like Baiyu and Isa wouldn't have been stuck at the 5th order for so many years. At this moment, all he could do was wait and see if he could get more tasks from Zhao Kuei to break through the 4th order as soon as possible. However, having just experienced the nurturing of the demonic blade shards through the crystal stone, Feiyu was completely exhausted and no longer cared about moving dormitories. All he wanted now was a good sleep. Meanwhile, Zhao Kuei hurried back to his office. Earlier he had received a call from an informant. The call informed him that after several ventures into the city of Sin and the loss of over 100 people, they had finally obtained complete information on Feiyu's background, which had been placed in his drawer. Ignoring the sweat on his forehead, Zhao Kuei frantically searched through his drawer. Sure enough, at the very bottom he found a bag covered with oil-stained yellow paper. The yellow paper was covered with dried blood, seemingly telling the difficult journey this information had undergone. In other words, this information was bought with the blood of over 100 people. He sat down and began reading the documents. Fei Jiang, the master of the path of greed in the city of Sin, had two sons, his elder son Fei Xing, his younger son Fei Yu. Known in the path of greed as the twin killing gods, Fei Jiang had many subordinates, including four major ministers responsible for attack, defense technique and support. Among them, the minister focused on attack was the strongest, named Gao Bei. Gao Bei. Zhao Kuei was shocked, suddenly remembering the emotions Fei Yu had when he first saw Gao Bei's information. Plus Fei Yu had mentioned that Gao Bei also came from the path of everlasting night. It seemed that these two were indeed the same person. Zhao Kuei continued to read further. As he delved deeper into the documents, his pupils continuously contracted and dilated. Years ago, a drastic change occurred in the path of greed. Its master was killed, and the four ministers fled. There were rumors that after Fei Xing attacked his brother Fei Yu, he fled with important documents. Seeing that Fei Xing had attacked Fei Yu, Zhao Kuei's hands trembled violently. Piecing together all the fragmented clues from previous investigations, he seemed to understand everything. Zhao Kuei put down the documents, his emotions unable to calm for a long time. Knowing that Fei Yu came from the city of Sin, such a personality was quite normal, but what he hadn't anticipated was the tragic background of Fei Yu. If a brother sharing the same blood could betray him, what could these teammates who had only been with him for a mere month or two count for? Perhaps in Fei Yu's eyes these people, including Zhao Kuei himself, were just passers-by in his life. Even his motivation to keep going was solely for revenge. Now thinking about it, it made sense why Fei Yu would refuse his trust, but Zhao Kuei felt that a person with such great talent, if living a life consumed by hatred, would only destroy himself. Moreover, according to the prophecy previously made by Kaka, Fei Yu's future depended on how he was guided and by whom. This prophecy almost determined the direction of Fei Yu's future. To resolve this, the root cause must be addressed. Since Fei Yu left the city of Sin merely for revenge, it indicated that all his actions were purposeful. If he had agreed to join the Martial Arts Alliance out of helplessness, then his inquiry about how to enter the Extraordinary League was certainly purposeful. Moreover, thinking of this, Zhao Kuei immediately used his identity as the captain of Team 13 of the Martial Arts Alliance to access the Alliance's main database. Utilizing a special opportunity, he found information about Fei Xing. Fei Xing, having passed the assessments of the four major academies and successfully entered the Extraordinary League, was renowned for his exploits in hunting exotic beasts and was appointed as the captain of the Crimson Hunting Squad. His level of cultivation, peak of the 6th stage, the peak of the 6th stage, that was close to stepping into the 7th stage, a master among martial artists. Seeing this, Zhao Kuei's pupils shrank. He was well aware of the formidable nature of the 6th stage. Not to mention Fei Yu, even he himself might not be a match for this person called Fei Xing. Now all Zhao Kuei could do was pray that the troops arriving in a few days were not the Crimson Hunting Squad. Otherwise, once the two met, Fei Yu would undoubtedly die. Nope, this was too risky. Before Fei Yu became stronger, they absolutely must not meet, otherwise no one could stop that man. Zhao Kuei paced back and forth, his face filled with gravity. Then with a phone call he summoned all members of Team 13 except Fei Yu to his office. Captain, why have you called us in the middle of the night? Yeah, Captain, I just finished a mission yesterday and haven't rested enough. Inside the office, the members looked puzzled at the solemn Zhao Kuei. Esau, after glancing at everyone, stepped forward and asked seriously, Captain, what exactly has happened? Esau had followed Zhao Kuei for many years and had never seen him like this before. It was as if he was facing a great enemy. Suddenly, a stack of mission documents was thrown onto Amobai's face. The Southwest Battle Zone, a tide of exotic beasts. Captain, what is this? Not only was Esau baffled, but so were the others present. Zhao Kuei slowly raised his head, his face grave. After scanning everyone, he said solemnly, I have a few tasks for you. With wings donned, they set out to resolve the monster tide in the Southwest War Zone. Remember, do not return within 7 days. The team members exchanged glances. Was the captain really summoning them in the dead of night just for a mere monster tide? Amobai, unable to suppress his curiosity, tentatively spoke. Captain, it's just a minor monster tide. Surely I don't need to go. He added, besides, I heard that a squad from the Extraordinary Alliance will be stopping by in a few days. I'd really like to see this so-called alliance. Yes, Captain, Fei Yu's skills are now on par with ours. Perhaps we could silence. Zhao Kuei suddenly interrupted Baiyu, who was trying to speak. This is an order, not a request for preferences. Zhao Kuei's fierce gaze settled on Baiyu, who stood behind Yehud, startling everyone in their memory. Although the captain sometimes lost his temper over missions, it was usually just talk. But tonight he was uncharacteristically serious. No one dared to speak another word, fearing they might inadvertently draw his wrath. Finally Issa spoke up. When do we depart? Now, immediately, Zhao Kuei responded. I've already notified the troops in the southwest war zone to arrange accommodations for you. Just take Feiyu with you. Everyone leave now. I need some peace. Zhao Kuei slumped into his chair, his frown deepening. Although the team didn't know what exactly was happening, they had no choice but to follow the captain's orders. As warriors and in a sense soldiers, their duty was to obey. As they left the office, Zhao Kuei's expression did not ease. He muttered to himself, hoping desperately that nothing unexpected would happen. In the middle of the night the team members knocked on Feiyu's door. When he opened it, even Feiyu was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, his voice calm and steady. What is it? Mo Bai stepped forward and said softly, Captain's orders. Squad 13 is to head to the southwest war zone to assist and eliminate the monster tide. A monster tide? Does that mean there are a lot of monsters there? Feiyu asked lightly. His strength had been stuck at 499.9 inch, just shy of breaking through to the 5th tier, and he had been anxious for a mission to hunt monsters. Now unexpectedly there was a monster tide, and it sounded like there were plenty of monsters which could potentially help him break through to the next tier. This could bring him one step closer to fully mastering the demonic blade. 1,000 blades, yeah, I guess. Pack up, we're leaving right away. The members were bemused by his odd train of thought. After a quick preparation, Feiyu followed the team to the airport. From a distance, Zhao Kuei, standing behind the Venetian blinds, watched Feiyu board the helicopter. Only then did the heavy stone in his heart temporarily settle, knowing he couldn't stop the troop from passing through the martial alliance. So the only option was to temporarily divert Feiyu in order to save his life. With that in mind, he swiftly turned and dialed a number, thousands of miles away. Even though it was nearing midnight, the moonlight still draped many houses in a mysterious layer of silver gauze. It was the time of year when the Spiritual Power Academy was enrolling new students. As such, Li Dao had been almost restlessly organizing the freshmen's data these days. Carrying the organized files, he walked at a leisurely pace to Principal Wang's office. Daoi, you're here. Upon seeing Li Daoi, Principal Wang slowly looked up. Principal, these are the last batch of students I've organized over these days. As Li Daoi spoke, he placed the thick stack of files on the desk. The moment he set down the files, he noticed something was off with the principal. Driven by curiosity, he tentatively asked, Principal, may I ask what has happened? Hearing this, Principal Wang looked up again and sighed deeply. I just received a call from Captain Zhao of the Martial Arts Alliance. Captain Zhao? Yes. Principal Wang nodded and continued, he told me about Feiyu. How is Feiyu now? Captain Zhao said that Feiyu is a prodigy. In a short time he has reached the 4th level of martial mastery, and now he is close to touching the threshold of the 5th level. Ah, I knew this boy wouldn't disappoint us. Hearing this, a look of excitement also appeared on Li Daoyi's face, but unfortunately, Principal Wang slowly stood up, hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowing more deeply. Unfortunately, what? Li Daoi pressed, not understanding why the principal seemed so downcast despite Feiyu achieving such strength. Daoi, we were wrong, all of us were wrong. Hearing this, Li Daoi grew even more anxious. Principal, what exactly happened? Is something wrong with Feiyu? Then Principal Wang relayed the information Zhao Kuei had obtained at great cost in full detail to Li Daoi. A moment later, Li Daoi slowly came to his senses, originally thinking that Feiyu had joined the Extraordinary League just to meet his brother. But it turned out that his real intention was revenge. This child carries too much on his shoulders. Principal Wang sighed and shook his head. So Principal, should I go now and bring Feiyu back? What if, as you said, it's the Fei Xing squad that arrives? Although Li Daoi was not part of the Extraordinary League, he knew that everyone who entered was among the elite of martial artists. With Feiyu's current strength at the 4th level, he was simply no match, let alone for revenge. Hearing this, Principal Wang hurriedly reassured him, there's no need to worry for now. Captain Zhao has already thought of what you were thinking. He has specifically instructed his team to take Feiyu to the southwest battle zone to prevent them from meeting. Li Daoi pondered for a moment. No, Principal, I must go to the Martial Arts Alliance myself to check on things. With my current speed, it will take no more than 7 days. It will only take 7 days to get there. Hearing that Li Dao was determined to go, Principal Wang couldn't stop him. After all, Feiyu was a child he had personally picked up. There was certainly some affection there. With that said, Li Dao hurriedly left the office. It's true that old age renders one less competent, he sighed. Despite his many years as a principal, he sadly failed to see even this. Principal Wang suddenly slumped heavily into his chair, his mouth full of self-reproach. Over the next several days, Zhao Kuei was busy inquiring whether the military unit about to arrive was indeed Fei Xing's squad. He kept in touch with Isa and others, reminding them they must not let Fei Yu out of their sight. Most importantly, during these 7 days, they absolutely must not let him return to the Martial Arts Alliance prematurely. At this moment, outside the gates of the Martial Arts Alliance, dozens of figures approached, each wearing tattered black robes and radiating immensely powerful auras. These auras were clearly forged through bloody battles on the battlefield. Just standing there was enough to make one shiver uncontrollably, especially the young man leading them. His strength was particularly inscrutable. "Who are you?" called a guard from the Martial Arts Alliance from above the gate, looking down and shouting loudly. At that moment, a member of the group caught the leader's nod and stepped forward, pulling a badge with a design from his chest and holding it high, shouting upwards, "The Extraordinary Alliance, the Crimson Hunt Squad." As soon as he said this, the 2 guards were visibly terrified. "Quick, go inform the captain." "Which captain are you talking about? You must be out of your mind. All the other squads are out on missions. It must be Squad 13's Captain Zhao Kuei," they exclaimed, rushing off. "The Crimson Hunt Squad, we can't afford to offend them." After speaking, the guard quickly ran to a battle meeting room. The squad member then stepped back into the crowd. "Captain, our mission was to eliminate the Netherworld Spirit Cat. Why did you detour to this small branch of the Martial Arts Alliance?" asked a young man with a scar on his face tentatively. The other team members murmured quietly among themselves, "Yeah, Captain, what's the point of this shabby place that even birds avoid? If it weren't for us constantly defending the borders against alien beasts, there wouldn't even be a Martial Arts Alliance. These guys are all useless, not worth mentioning," they said arrogantly. "Shut up if you don't want to die." The young leader snapped, causing his teammates to lower their heads like deflated balls. Just then, boom creak, the massive city gates were suddenly blown open and Zhao Kuei, accompanied by a few members of other squads, slowly walked in. Even Zhao Kuei, a mighty warrior, felt a moment of trepidation upon seeing them. He could sense that this so-called Crimson Hunt Squad was terrifyingly strong. Even the average member of their team possesses strength nearly at the peak of the 4th tier, on the verge of reaching the 5th. And the leader, by his demeanor, seemed to bear ill intentions. Despite this, Zhao Kuei managed a strained smile and forced himself to approach, greeting them with a polite bow of his hands, a gesture well known among the Scarlet Hunting Squad. "Meeting you today truly lives up to your formidable reputation. May I ask how to address you, sir?" The young man slightly nodded. "Fei Xing, Fei Xing." Upon hearing this name, Zhao Kuei's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, fortunately he had sent Fei Yu away earlier, otherwise Fei Yu would have undoubtedly faced grave danger today. "Are you Fei Xing, the brother who attacked Fei Yu? And you must be Zhao Kuei, the captain of Squad 13. The voice that suddenly broke his train of thought made Zhao Kuei look up sharply, his tone tinged with wariness. "Captain Fei Xing, you know of me as well?" "It just so happens," Fei Xing replied coolly. "Just a coincidence?" "It seems you came prepared with hostile intentions." Zhao Kuei internally scoffed, but continued to probe with a smile. "May I know the purpose of Captain Fei Xing's visit today?" Before Fei Xing could reply, the scar-faced man standing next to him spoke with visible displeasure. "What, Captain Zhao won't invite us in for a sit? Or does our esteemed Scarlet Hunting Squad not deserve such courtesy?" His words instantly angered the young men standing behind Zhao Kuei. As the saying goes, the vigor of youth is not to be underestimated. Show some respect. This is the captain of our Squad 13, and what of it? Without our supernatural alliance, could your measly group even defend the borders? The scar-faced man retorted. "You people, your alliance nearly monopolizes all the cultivation resources. If it weren't for..." Before he could finish, a large hand suddenly appeared and pressed a young member of the Martial Alliance forcefully into the ground. Let go, Captain Zhao, your men lack discipline, let me teach them a lesson." As soon as these words fell, a figure swiftly appeared behind the scar-faced man, kicking him so hard that he flew backward, sliding meters across the ground before coming to a halt. Zhao Kuei then stepped on his chest, his voice cold. "Captain Fei Xing, your man lacks discipline, so I am giving him a lesson. We are all serving the Dragon Nation, why must we be so aggressively confrontational?" Turning his gaze to Fei Xing, he continued, "On my turf no one can insult my team members, not unless I'm dead." Even Fei Xing's expression darkened at this warning. After a moment, Zhao Kuei lifted his foot and stepped back, although he knew he might not be a match for Fei Xing himself. Handling his men was a different story. Moreover, without Fei Xing's approval, his men would likely not cause trouble. It was clear that this was an attempt to intimidate them, but Fei Xing had miscalculated. Even he had not anticipated that a mere captain of a martial arts alliance branch would possess such audacity. In other branches, upon learning they were dealing with the Crimson Hunt Squad, everyone invariably treated them with flattering respect as honored guests, yet here was this so-called captain turning the tables and throwing their own intimidation back at them. The Scarface team member, clutching his chest, walked towards Fei Xing. However, just as he approached, a sudden sharp sound echoed, "Captain, why?" Before he could finish, a dagger was plunged directly into the man's chest, spiritual energy coursing through the handle, shredding his heart instantly. With a thud, he fell lifeless to the ground. This act not only shocked the members of the Martial Arts Alliance but also stunned Zhao Kuei. He hadn't expected this man to be so ruthless. But then, considering this was someone who had killed his own father and attacked his own brother, killing a team member was seemingly trivial, yet it also made him realize this man was not to be trifled with. Once Fei Yu fell into his hands, his fate would be sealed. Captain Zhao was right, those who don't understand the rules need to be taught a lesson. Thus I allowed him to die to apologize to Captain Zhao. Sorry, Captain Zhao. Fei Xing slowly advanced, an aura of death emanating from him, causing the younger members to tremble uncontrollably. It wasn't until the two men were eye-to-eye, mere inches apart, that Fei Xing stopped. Zhao Kuei's expression darkened instantly, his fists cracking with tension. Clenching his teeth, he spoke deliberately. "What exactly do you want?" Leaning close, Fei Xing whispered into Zhao Kuei's ear. "Fei Yu, is he with you?" Zhao Kuei's eyes widened, then narrowed quickly. "I don't know what you're talking about. You don't understand?" Fei Xing scoffed softly, continuing, "Fei Yu, my own brother, do I need to spell it out clearer?" Zhao Kuei's expression remained icy. "Captain Fei Xing, I'm truly sorry, but I've never heard this name, and there's no one called Fei Yu in the Martial Arts Alliance." "Wrong, I can smell him on you. The scent of a long-awaited reunion. Are you sure about that?" Zhao Kuei asked, resolute. As the words fell, Fei Xing struck with a palm. Zhao Kuei, reacting swiftly, met the strike with his own. Boom! Spiritual energy spilled out in all directions, the ripple of their clashing palms sending both men staggering back. Both regained their composure, and although the Crimson Hunt Squad members were ready to engage, Fei Xing gestured them to halt, then chuckled lightly. "Captain Zhao, such skill, it's truly a shame if you don't join the Supernatural Alliance." Stabilizing himself, Zhao Kuei snorted coldly, "I dare not, Captain Fei Xing. Your strength is formidable, but I might still manage to seriously injure you if I fight to the death." Hearing this, Fei Xing's face turned cold with a mocking smile. "Is that so? Unfortunately, I am on a mission, so I can't stay long." Off they went to hunt the phantom spirit cat. It was only recently through old Mo that he learned that Fei Yu was still alive. Initially uncertain, the subsequent deaths of Long Outyen and Gao Bei made him believe the news of Fei Yu's survival. This mission was also an opportunity to probe the reality of the situation. Although he didn't see the person himself, he was certain that Fei Yu was indeed here. However, for now he had no choice but to leave and plan his next steps. Yes, with a chorus of agreement, the Crimson Hunting Squad passed a few people and continued further away from the Martial Arts Alliance's right checkpoint. After a while, "Have they left yet, Captain Zhao?" "They have left." Just as the voice fell, Pft, Zhao Kuei suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "Captain Zhao! Captain Zhao, are you all right?" Captain Zhao, clutching his chest, was filled with shock. Merely being tested by Fei Xing had already inflicted serious injuries on him. If a real fight had ensued, he knew he wouldn't stand a chance. His opponent's strength was beyond anything he could contend with. Fortunately, he had sent Isa and others to take Fei Yu away in advance, otherwise Fei Xing might not have left so easily. "Captain Zhao, why did you say earlier that there was no one named Fei Yu here?" "Yes, Captain Zhao, I heard that your squad recruited 2 young men a while ago, and wasn't one of them called Fei Yu?" "Wait, I remember, the leader just now was called Fei Xing." "Right, what about it, Fei Xing, Fei Yu?" Some of the more clear-headed teammates seemed to have realized something. Just as they were about to speak, Zhao Kuei, pale-faced, suddenly interrupted them. "Shut up! No one is to speak a word of today's events under penalty of severe punishment if you do. Do you understand?" "Understood." The many teammates immediately nodded. Although they were not members of Squad 13, they still had to obey a captain's orders. "Help me inside." With Zhao Kuei's hoarse whisper, everyone slowly retreated towards the city and closed the city gates behind them. Meanwhile, that was a thrilling battle indeed. "Come on everyone, let's have a drink." In the conference room of the Southwest War Zone, a middle-aged man wearing a military cap raised his glass towards the few people in front of him, his gaze directed at Isa, Fei Yu and the others. "Commander Lee, we are still on duty, we mustn't drink. The exotic beasts have not been completely eliminated, we must remain vigilant." Esau was the first to stand up and advise. Hearing this, the middle-aged man thoughtfully put down his glass, his face showing embarrassment. Minister E is right, it was careless of me, Li Yunlong, let me punish myself with a drink. Saying this, Li Yunlong drained the glass in one gulp. Esau, Mo Bai and others. After finishing, Li Yunlong pushed the glass aside and slightly bowed to the group. According to the current situation, there should be one last wave of exotic beasts. We will rely on you all then. Although he did not understand why Zhao Kuei suddenly sent some warriors to assist, he knew that without these warriors, their southwestern battle zone simply couldn't hold. Even if their firepower was formidable, there would come a day when their ammunition would run out. Moreover, some of the beasts were not even afraid of these so-called hot weapons. Therefore, Li Yunlong spoke with utmost respect for these people. Please rest assured, Commander Li, since the captain has given us a firm order, my teammates and I will give it our all, Mo Bai said as he stood up. That's great, that's great. Li Yunlong with a smiling face nodded vigorously, then his gaze fell on Fei Yu among the group, his eyes growing increasingly curious. To be honest, when he first saw this seemingly frail youth, he was puzzled why Zhao Kuei, a leader of the martial alliance, would send a child here. He initially thought the boy would perish at the hands of the beasts, but unexpectedly, once on the battlefield, this youth's method of hunting was like that of a slaughtering god. Even now, the memory of Fei Yu's combat still unnerved him. Fortunately, this youth was not an enemy of humanity. Commander Li. Commander Li. Suddenly, a voice pulled the dazed Li Yunlong back to reality. Coming to Li Yunlong with a smile, gestured towards Fei Yu and tentatively asked, "May I ask how this young officer is addressed?" "Oh, his name is Fei Yu," Yi Hu immediately responded. Bang! At that moment, Fei Yu suddenly stood up, his expression turning extremely cold as if he had been provoked. This startled everyone present. Yi Hu's mouth twitched involuntarily. "It's just your name, no need to react so strongly." Under everyone's gaze, Fei Yu picked up the demonic blade leaning against the wall and slowly walked towards the door. To handle any unexpected situations, Fei Yu had been carrying the demonic blade Thousand Blades with him these days. As Fei Yu was about to leave, Esau called out to him. After all, the captain had instructed them not to let Fei Yu out of their sight. "Fei Yu, where are you going? Are you going to sleep with it too?" Fei Yu's calm voice came out, seemingly just a simple sentence, yet it left the others speechless. Although Fei Yu didn't know that these past few days someone had always been following him, a time or two was fine, but it could become annoying over time. As Fei Yu's figure disappeared, Li Yunlong also reacted. "He is," Esau quickly explained. "Please, Commander Li, don't mind him. He's young and a bit peculiar, but it's nothing to worry about. Look at how Mr. E speaks, having such strength at such a young age, it's normal to have some personality," Li Yunlong replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Fei Yu, upon returning to the barracks that were arranged as his dormitory, stared at the demonic blade Thousand Blades in his hand for a long time. After a moment, he pulled up his data. Name, Fei Yu, age, 16, talent, SS grade, weapon type, demonic blade Thousand Blades, spiritual power, 499.9999 level, tier 4 martial artist, fusion, obtained additional ability, devouring. Seeing the data, Fei Yu's expression darkened immediately. The reason behind his strange behavior in the meeting room was that he realized, despite having slain hundreds of exotic beasts and battling to the brink of exhaustion, his spiritual power could not break through the 5th tier. Now, in the southwestern battle zone, only the last wave of exotic beasts remained. Should there be no gains from this? Moreover, he noticed that the fragment on his chest had undergone changes after absorbing 2 crystal stones. Although subtle, he sensed the difference. Additionally, recently with every exotic beast he killed, the demon blade Thousand Edges would devour its spiritual power and channel it back to him. He found that nearly half of this spiritual power gradually flowed towards the fragment on his chest, a phenomenon that had never occurred before. This made him inevitably worried. Perhaps his inability to break through with his spiritual power was due to this very reason. If this situation were indeed true, he would need more exotic beasts, more spiritual power. Or could this be the price the fragment demanded in exchange for granting him life? Despite his concerns, there was nothing he could do. Thus, Fei Yu spent the night lying awake in bed, resulting in him accidentally kicking Mo Bai, who was watching over Fei Yu, off the bed. Enduring the pain, Mo Bai muttered under his breath while laying a mattress beside Fei Yu. Although slightly resentful, Mo Bai couldn't possibly hold a grudge against a young lad. That wasn't his style after all. Eventually, after several days of continuous travel, Li Dao finally arrived outside the Martial Arts Alliance. Before he could even speak, a group of people rushed out. "You people from the Superhuman Alliance go too far, thinking you can act so arrogantly just because you guard the borders. If it weren't for your daily monopoly on cultivation resources, do you think we'd be inferior to you? Brothers, no need to waste words, let's teach him a lesson. Due to wearing a similar black robe, the members of the Martial Arts Alliance mistook Li Dao for a member of the Superhuman Alliance. Just yesterday, the Superhuman Alliance's Crimson Hunt team had caused a disturbance here, with the team leader Captain Fei Xing even secretly injuring Team 13's Captain Zhao Kuei. Although both the Martial Arts Alliance and the Superhuman Alliance work for the Dragon Nation, their relationship is extremely strained. The incident with Zhao Kuei had only exacerbated their anger, so upon seeing Li Dao, they immediately surrounded him. Superhuman Alliance, what cultivation resources? Li Dao was utterly bewildered as the crowd was about to advance on him. He hurriedly shouted, "Wait a minute, I'm not from the Superhuman Alliance. I'm Li Dao, a teacher at the Spirit Ability Academy. I'm here to see Captain Zhao Kuei on a matter." Hearing this, the crowd immediately ceased their actions, exchanging looks of doubt. One of them went inside to report, while the others continued to surround Li Dao, wary of any sudden moves. During the wait, Li Dao pondered over many possibilities. From the conversation just now, he could tell that the Extraordinary League had definitely been to this place. Not only that, but there had also clearly been some friction among them. As for whether it was Fei Yu's brother Fei Xing who had come, he feared that only by meeting Zhao Kuei would he know for sure. Soon he saw the man quickly run out, his tone no longer as sharp as before. "My apologies for the misunderstanding earlier, Teacher Li. Captain Zhao Kuei of Team 13 invites you inside." Hearing this, the others also holstered their weapons and consciously stood aside. Led by the man, Li Dao also entered Zhao Kuei's room. The moment the door opened, he saw Zhao Kuei lying on the bed, his complexion deathly pale, a stark contrast to the vigorous Zhao Kuei he had encountered in the hunting area. "This is our second meeting, isn't it? Teacher Li, please have a seat." Seeing Li Dao, Zhao Kuei immediately got out of bed. They sat across the table eyeing each other, but before Li Dao could speak, Zhao Kuei preempted him. "What did Principal Wang tell you about that matter too?" At these words, Li Dao nodded gravely. "Captain Zhao, your injuries." Li Dao hesitated, wanting to know who could have injured Zhao Kuei given his strength, indicating that the opponent must be far superior. Cough cough, "Captain Zhao, are you alright?" Zhao Kuei gestured with his hand. "It's nothing serious. As you see, these injuries were caused by Fei Yu's brother Fei Xing." "What, then Fei Yu he?" Upon learning the truth, indeed what Li Dao feared had happened. "Don't worry, Fei Yu isn't here now." "Where is he then?" Li Dao inquired. "In the southwest battle zone. It's not completely safe, but at least it's safer than being in the Martial Alliance for now." Zhao Kuei slightly lifted his head. "Teacher Li, there are some things I hope you can tell me honestly. It concerns whether Fei Yu can survive, and I presume you wouldn't want to see Fei Yu attacked by the same person a second time, Captain?" "Zhao, please speak. What exactly does your academy know about Fei Xing? I hope you can tell me everything." Although Zhao Kuei had accessed some information about Fei Xing through his special status, it was only the information that was publicly available. Everything about Fei Xing's past was a blank slate. To keep Fei Yu safe, we need to know more about Fei Xing. After all, Fei Xing joined the Extraordinary League after obtaining the graduation tokens from the 4 major academies, and the first stop was naturally this Spirit Ability Academy. Hearing this, Li Dao pondered for a moment before finally looking solemnly at Zhao Kuei. At this moment, a trace of color was returning to Zhao Kuei's face. "Captain Zhao, to be honest, I don't know much about Fei Xing. However, the principal once told me that Fei Xing came to the Spirit Ability Academy with a knife, wanting to learn. The academy pitied him and took him in, giving him a place. It's strange though, as soon as they detected his talent, they immediately locked down the information, and except for the people from that year, no one knows what his talent was." Later, Fei Xing, through his own strength and decisive methods. As the exploration into Fei Xing's past deepened, Zhao Kuei's pupils constantly contracted and dilated. He hadn't expected that Fei Xing from those days was so formidable. Zhao Kuei couldn't help but click his tongue in awe. These two brothers truly deserved their reputation. Whether it was their combat strength or their decisive and ruthless actions, they clearly outshone their predecessors. Similarly, as someone who also emerged from the city of sin like Fei Yu, how could Fei Xing not understand the principle of eradicating the roots? People like them would never allow others to grow against them. The best method was to nip them in the bud before they had a chance to grow. Fei Yu was in danger. Hundreds of miles away, amidst a sky full of yellow sand, a figure stood silently, not uttering a word until "Have you dug up anything useful?" As his voice fell, a person clad in a black robe suddenly appeared behind him. Captain, just as you predicted, there indeed is a person named Fei Yu in the Martial Arts Alliance. According to Zhao Kuei, it seems that Fei Yu is currently in the southwestern war zone. Captain, what is your relationship with this Fei Yu? Upon hearing this, Fei Xing slowly turned around and rebuked, don't ask what you shouldn't. Also, has anyone noticed you? Don't worry, Captain. My talent is invisibility, even Zhao Kuei can't sense my presence, the team member assured, thumping his chest. Is that so? Fei Xing narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly approached him. However, in that instant, P's head fell to the ground, blood splattered everywhere, staining his face. Then he slowly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze emitting a deep chill. Southwestern war zone. The next morning, as the first rays of the sun shone on the land, what should have been a peaceful scene was interrupted by an alarm. Beast attack, all troops alert, head out of the city to meet the enemy. Military orders were issued and the troops stationed in the southwestern war zone quickly grabbed their weapons and gear, ready to deploy. Numerous warplanes streaked across the sky, their booming noise indicating the fierce momentum of the strange beasts. Upon hearing the alarm, Isa and Fei Yu quickly ran out of the dormitory. Damn, these sneaky bastards really don't pick a good time. Do they really think Old Li is easy to bully? Just then Li Yunlong, holding a modified firearm, came over furiously. Seeing his arrival, Isa and the others quickly stood in front of Li Yunlong. Members of the council, what is this? Seeing someone blocking the way, Li Yunlong also instantly furrowed his brow. Commander Li, let us handle the extermination of the beasts. This last wave of beasts is the elite among them, far beyond the previous ones. Mo, by standing next to Isa, added, elite? Li Yunlong snorted coldly, what's there to fear from elites? I fight elites. With that, Li Yunlong's gaze returned to the others, continuing, members of the council, I know you martial artists are formidable, though we are just ordinary soldiers. Our heart to protect and defend our country is no weaker than yours. Having donned this skin, I must shoulder the responsibility it brings. No need to persuade me further. With those words, Li Yunlong was about to leave when Yi Hu from behind grabbed him. Commander Li, how about this? Let us take the lead and you and your troops can provide fire support from behind. Remember, you must maintain a safe distance from those beasts. This way we can distract them and ensure your safety as much as possible. Hearing this, Li Yunlong pondered for a moment. Although their firepower was strong, when faced with beasts from the space wormholes, conventional weapons could only deal with the lower level ones. Should they encounter higher tier beasts, relying solely on firearms would not guarantee their safety. After all, they were not martial artists with abilities like Isa and others. Their only reliance was on the various weapons developed by humanity. Alright, let's do as you suggest. Li Yunlong readily accepted Yi Hu's proposal. After Yi Hu gave a few brief instructions, Li Yunlong quickly left to organize his troops. Meanwhile, Fei Yu and others swiftly arrived at the city gates, only to gasp in shock as they saw thousands of beasts charging from miles away. How could this be? Was the intelligence wrong? How could there be so many high-tier beasts? They had thought it was merely a normal beast tide, but the scale of this final wave was unimaginably large, containing 4th and even 5th-tier powerful beasts. Should we ask the captain for support? Yi Hu spoke gravely. Although it was unclear where these high-tier beasts had come from, everyone understood the current situation. The southwestern battle zone was already at a disadvantage. It's useless, distant water can't quench immediate thirst. By the time the captain sends support, it might already be too late, Isa said heavily. What do we do then? The southwestern battle zone was defended by ordinary soldiers, and even with a few of them, Imobai hesitated to speak further, not wanting to voice the worst outcome. As the saying goes, it's hard to fight against overwhelming odds. Excluding Fei Yu, even if they had 5th-tier strength, facing so many beasts was still problematic. Although most were lower tier, this wave of beast tide contains several 5th-tier beasts, not to mention some 4th-tier ones. What else can we do but fight head-on? No matter how powerful the 5th-tier beasts are, if they dare invade our territory, I'll still beat the crap out of them, Baiyu said, rubbing his fists as spiritual energy began to swirl around him, entering a state ready for battle. This battle was perilously dangerous, with a real possibility that everyone might fall here. Thinking this, Isa quickly turned to look at Fei Yu, who was silent by his side. Fei Yu, you need to leave now. But before she could finish, Fei Yu turned into a blur, leaping from the city wall and charging towards the approaching army of beasts. Fei Yu, come back here, Isa shouted abruptly. This guy. Having said that, Isa was the first to leap down, followed closely by the others. The moment they jumped, Fei Yu, aided by the demonic blade's enhancement, had already begun a reckless slaughter among the group of strange beasts. he knew that Yisa's intention was nothing more than to get him to leave the Southwest Station area, but Fei Yu, relying on the demonic blade thousand blades devouring ability to enhance his strength, how could he easily pass up such a good opportunity for improvement? The purple blade's light crisscrossed wildly, its exceedingly sharp edges greedily devouring the residual spiritual energy of those strange beasts. Yet even so, Fei Yu couldn't feel any change within his body, as if it had sunk into the ocean without causing the slightest ripple. Meanwhile, Li Yunlong, along with all the soldiers, poured out of their base equipped with various kinds of heavy weaponry, cannons, tanks, rockets, fighter jets, and so on. All units provide covering fire, yes. At Li Yunlong's command, soldiers holding various equipment started fiercely attacking the strange beasts from 100 meters away. Their targets were only the lower tier strange beasts, as the higher tier ones had already developed resistance against the ammunition. Fighter jets in the sky also fiercely opened fire directly above the strange beasts. In just a moment, the entire battlefield was engulfed in smoke and dust, the air filled with a strong scent of blood. Due to Li Yunlong's fire support, some of the strange beasts' attention was diverted. Team 13 used this opportunity to unleash their spiritual power and instantly slay those lower tier beasts. The coordination between the two forces was seamless. Under their combined efforts, hundreds of lower-tier strange beasts lay in pools of blood, heads, mutilated bodies and limbs were scattered everywhere. The smell of brain matter bursting forth was particularly nauseating. Roar! However, just then a sudden roar erupted from within the group of strange beasts. The sound formed energy ripples radiating outward from that beast at the center. Not good, everyone cover your ears. Mo Bai, who was in the midst of the fight, also noticed something and suddenly shouted towards Li Yunlong's direction.